Chapter 001 Traversing the Primal Chaos. Zhao Jun's consciousness gradually awoke from a state of confusion, sensing as if her mind were descending from a dizzying turmoil. Much like the aftermath of a car crash, her vision spinning incessantly. Am I in a hospital? A flicker of relief washed over her as she contemplated her predicament, rationalizing that surely one could not perish from a mere collision, especially since she still possessed awareness and the capacity for thought. Yet, as she slowly opened her eyes, she was met with a dazzling brilliance surrounding her. The air was thick with a viscous and searing essence, reminiscent of some divine, shimmering magma, akin to an angelic reincarnation pool floating within the pages of a novel. Where am I? A question slowly emerged from the depths of her mind. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside her, jolting her entire being. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has arrived in the primal chaos. Would you like to complete the registration? A system? Is it truly a registration system? She felt an absurdity wash over her, as if her worldview had collapsed. After all, as an ordinary corporate worker on Earth, her greatest daily pleasure lay in returning home after work to snuggle with her slightly faded and deflated little girlfriend, engaging in casual conversation and reading novels together. And now, she was being told she had traversed realms, and that she was accompanied by a system. This is simply... Wait! Zhao Jun suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed her body was missing something vital. With trembling apprehension, she glanced down at herself, confirming her fears. Indeed, that particular area was not quite right. It was concave. System, what in the world is happening? Her eyes widened in shock as she frantically explored her body, growing increasingly alarmed with each touch. Ding! This question can be answered. The system replied coolly. You have now traversed to the primal chaos, becoming the innate deity currently gestating within the sun star. Jun. Primal chaos? Is that the realm where golden immortals are plentiful, yet the Deluo are as inconsequential as dogs? Is it the same realm that would later endure the calamities of Longhan, Daoma, Wuliao, and Fengshan, ultimately shattering the entire world into fragments? Zhao Jun felt her vision darken momentarily. Yet, an innate deity. After a considerable pause, she began to grasp the subsequent information, which sounded rather appealing. Jun, that name seemed oddly familiar, wasn't it? She blinked in disbelief, questioning her own hearing, and upon confirming it was not an error, she gasped in astonishment. Was it not the same Jun, who would later command nearly half of the Primal Chaos Authority, the first three-legged golden crow of the world, the founder of the mythical Heavenly Court, the Supreme Demon Emperor? This identity is splendid. Doesn't that imply she could? Wait, she stumbled upon another oversight. Jun, shouldn't that be a male? Why am I? This? She lowered her gaze once more, confirming 3 times before settling on the truth. This seemed rather divergent from her understanding of the primal chaos. At that moment, the system calmly interjected, completing its previously unfinished statement. However, in this world, Jun is embodied as a female. What? Zhao Jun felt her vision darken again. She suddenly perceived her future as a demon to be utterly bleak. After a long while, she reluctantly accepted the reality and queried the system. System, then why am I in human form? She was perplexed, for it seemed illogical for her, as the first three-legged golden crow of heaven and earth, to take on the appearance of a human girl while still in the egg. Shouldn't she be a small golden crow instead, with adorable little wings and a third leg beneath her belly? Ding! The system responded in its usual aloof tone. This question can be answered. The human form is the manifestation of the great Tao of Pangu, the creator of the world after his demise. He left behind the essence of his Tao in the initial state of all living beings in the primal chaos. After all, the chaos of heaven and earth is like a primordial egg, and Pangu was born within it. In the laws of gestation within the primal chaos, all oviparous beings can possess both human and original forms. Oh! With that explanation, Jun began to comprehend. It seemed to hold some logic after all. Perhaps. Then let's register. Accepting her fate, she quickly embraced the changes occurring within her, choosing to accept her identity. After all, what alternative was there? She caressed her smooth, tender divine form, the exquisite sensation rivaled the finest of human toys. No, it surpassed it by far. She bellowed her conclusion with fervor. Most importantly, this body undeniably belonged to her. No one could take it away. Unlike her past girlfriend, who had often been whisked away by the wind. Ding! Confirming registration. The system announced. Reward. A full-powered strike at the level of a saint of the primal chaos. What? A saint? June blinked in bewilderment. She recalled that before the emergence of the three-legged golden crow, there had yet to be any saints in the primal chaos. Doesn't that imply? Before reaching this conclusion, she cautiously inquired. System, what stage is the primal chaos at currently? Ding! The system answered succinctly. The current primal chaos is amidst the calamity of dragons and phoenixes. The three great sacred clans, dragons, phoenixes, and Killensair, engage in a brutal conflict, instigated by some dark force, leading to a world strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. That dark force must be the demon clan established by Luo Ho. June quickly pieced together the underlying circumstances. However, she hesitated to trust the information and conclusions derived from the novels of her past life. After all, the tales never recorded that the supreme demon emperor destined to dominate the primal chaos would be a female sovereign. But since it was now, this meant there are currently no saints in the primal chaos? Is that correct, system? Ding! Correct. Thus, it was confirmed. June nodded slightly. It seemed that there were indeed some accurate elements within the novels of her past life, indicating that the first saint, Hong Jun, would achieve enlightenment only after leading the charge against the demon ancestor Luo Ho and countless demons, thus accumulating immense merit in quelling the disturbances caused by the demon clan. At that time, the calamity of Daoma would have concluded, and the primal chaos would soon enter the protracted and grand era of the Wu and Yao. Chapter 002. The Luo Shu and He Tu, the era of the Lich. In the celestial palace of Zixiao, the 12 ancestors of Wu made their names known. The secret realm of the 33 heavens emerged. Niuhua created humanity and mended the heavens. The three purities established their arcane gates, and the figures of Jane and Zhuanti appeared, heralding the rise of the human race. Countless monumental events that would shape the future were destined to unfold within this epoch. A magnificent era where the myriad saints stood united was on the horizon. Yet, at this very moment, within the entirety of the primordial wilderness, she alone possessed the power of a saint, although it was but a singular opportunity for its application. Invincible, absolutely invincible. At least until that old rascal Hongjun achieved sainthood, she was undeniably safe. With this thought, she felt an immediate sense of relief. Oh, system, when shall I emerge? June, in her youthful, girl-like form, frolicked within the vast and luminous egg white, swimming with abandon, backstroke, dog paddle, breaststroke, butterfly stroke. She attempted every style, feeling no hint of breathlessness, a stark contrast to her former life as a poor swimmer, filling her soul with profound satisfaction. In this pristine, untainted giant egg, she experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom and security, alongside the divine essence flowing into her body from the abundant egg white, rich beyond measure. It nourished June's tender form, elevating her cultivation and strength. Ding! The host is currently at the Tai Golden Immortal level. According to this system's calculations, you will complete your emergence upon successfully advancing to the Deluo Golden Immortal. Ding! The estimated time required is approximately 2 million years. After a whirlwind of calculations, the system finally provided this seemingly implausible answer. However, 2 million years, merely a drop in the ocean, a duration that could be passed in slumber. June floated in the egg white, chuckling to herself as she envisioned the grandeur of her future dominion over the primordial world. Countless years hence, she would stand upon a lofty platform, revered by all beings, hailed as the unparalleled leader and supreme mentor of the entire primordial realm. The creator of the chaotic celestial court and the era of myriad worlds, the great revolutionary leader of the primordial demon race, a strategist, a theorist, the pioneering architect of Marxism's adaptation to the primordial realm, the core of the first-generation leadership collective among the primordial saints, the sovereign who would lead the myriad spirits of the primordial world to irrevocably alter their destinies and the very visage of the world. Indeed, Her status would transcend even that of the heavenly Tao. They would kneel before her, faces alight with fervor, chanting praises crafted in her honor. We believe in the one true master of the primordial world, the omnipotent ruler who governs all things, seen and unseen. We believe in the one true master, the empress of the primordial, the sole creator, the eternal emperor of humanity, the spirit of spirits, the light of lights, the Lord of lords, the singular saint of creation, through whom all things were made. For our salvation, she descended from the heavens to become the embodiment of the Holy Spirit among us. For our sake, she triumphed over chaos and war, withstood death, and ascended the throne. She lives on as the Holy Scripture until this day, dwelling above in the high heavens, seated upon the throne of the myriad spirits. She shall return in glory to judge the living and the dead, and her kingdom shall know no end. We believe in the sacred and the spirit, the one and only Empress, the giver of life. Coming from the divine and the mortal, worshipped and glorified alongside them. We believe in the holy, the true, the national religion guided by her. We know the path against chaos, seeking justice for our fallen and life for the soon-to-be born. The hymn of the Empress, she delighted in fantasizing, improvising this passage, described as another imperial scripture, into a song of praise dedicated to herself. Alas! Just as she became deeply engrossed in her reverie, a sudden exclamation of pain broke through. She incredulously realized that her head had bumped against the thick shell of the egg, causing a sharp sting and tingling sensation, as though she had struck something. Rubbing her little head, her eyes glistening with tears, she pouted adorably, a sight that would surely melt the hearts of countless fathers. "What is this?" she questioned, bewildered, as she noticed two small objects emerging from her hair. Ding! These are the innate spiritual treasures. Luo Shu and He Tu. What? This is the Luo Shu and He Tu? The girl gazed at the two small objects entwined at the tips of her hair, her pupils dilating in disbelief. As she focused, the tiny jade book and scroll suddenly radiated a brilliant light, casting an unparalleled aura of spiritual energy. Spiritual treasures possess spirit. Through an unexpected communion with these small items, she abruptly comprehended their capabilities. The Luo Shu, a supreme innate spiritual treasure of the primordial realm, could unravel the mysteries of the heavens, divine astrology, and comprehend the intricacies of fate. It could be said that the demon race's successful rise under Di Jun's leadership was greatly aided by the Luo Shu's celestial insights, ensuring fortune and averting calamity. Not to mention, the Luo Shu later fell into the hands of the human ancestor Fuxi, aiding him in deciphering the Fuxi Bagua, thus achieving his own path to enlightenment, rightfully earning its title as the foremost divination artifact in the primordial realm. Had it not been for the subsequent calamity of the Wu and Lich, wherein the secrets of heaven were obscured, coupled with the betrayal of Kuanpeng, who stole the Luo Shu, the core of the celestial array, leading to the demon race's ultimate defeat, Di Jun would not have met such a tragic end. Looking at the small jade book in her hand, the girl felt satisfied as she rubbed it and secured it back into her hair. Next was the He Tu. Gazing upon this scroll-like artifact, Gao Qilan seemed to witness the countless landscapes of the primordial world, even the myriad stars scattered across the cosmos. Within it, she perceived the echoes of countless battles, the roars of combat reverberating through the air. A certain fierce aura and terrifying demonic energy surged forth from the tiny scroll. Yikes! Di Jun recoiled in distaste, tactically retreating. She swiftly withdrew her consciousness from the He Tu to avoid the taint of its foul energies. With a swift flick of divine flame, she incinerated the impurities entirely. Indeed, the He Tu's most significant function lies in its innate capacity to bear the great marks of the primordial world's mountains, rivers, and the celestial cycles of stars. Moreover, through her recent communion with the spirit of the He Tu, Di Jun was pleasantly surprised to discover that this seemingly unremarkable accompanying spiritual treasure could project her consciousness to any location recorded within the He Tu. In time, as her cultivation and strength grew sufficiently, even projecting her physical form would pose no challenge. Chapter 003. The innate Five Directions flag having received her two accompanying spiritual treasures, Di Jun aimlessly resumed her swimming within the giant egg. However, soon she began to feel a sense of ennui. After all, there were neither cola nor fried chicken here, nor the internet or gaming consoles. Even though she was being constantly nourished by the surrounding innate divine essences, it could not alleviate her mental boredom. Hey, system, when I descended into the primordial realm, I signed in. Can I sign in while inside my eggshell? She asked languidly, sprawled out in a starfish position within the viscous, transparent egg fluid. After all, she would be here for 2 million years. If she continued in this state of idleness, she feared she might lose her mind. Ding. After a considerable time, the system finally responded. However, Jun found the system's tone oddly sheepish. It is a lapse on this system's part that I forgot that you can also sign in within the sun gold egg, the system stammered, much like a child caught in a mistake. Though at least it showed a willingness to acknowledge its oversight. Yet Jun was unperturbed. She had always been lenient with herself and others. After all, no one is born without fault. It was merely a minor oversight. Nothing to fret over. With this in mind, she waved her hand dismissively, her delicate, fair form flipping over in the egg fluid as she closed her eyes, falling asleep once more. Then let us proceed with the sign-in. After signing, let me sleep for 2 million years first. When I reach the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm and can break free from this shell, remember to give me a nudge. With that, she truly yawned, appearing as if she might indeed drift off. However, the system was not pleased with this. It perceived this as a form of disrespect. Ding. Host is signing in within the first Sun Golden Crow Sacred Egg of the Heavens and Earth. Ding. Host has acquired the innate 5 directions flag. Please check your inventory. What? Jun jolted awake from her hazy slumber, a thrill coursing through her. The innate 5 directions flag. She had unexpectedly signed in and obtained such an extraordinary treasure. This was simply delightful. Holy moly. System, you're amazing. You rock from now on. You shall be my dear father. Hemph. He he he. The excited and youthful voice of Jun echoed as soon as it left her lips, immediately met by the faint yet triumphant laughter of the system resonating in her mind. Indeed, when faced with a host oblivious to her own remarkable prowess, it was only fitting for the system to showcase its true capabilities. Ahem. The system suddenly cleared its throat and addressed Jun. No need for thanks. After all, ahem. This system has always been just and upright, with noble character. Now, continue your slumber. Jun was left in a state of confusion, her mind swirling with black lines and question marks. Could it be that this system had hit its head against a door? She had merely offered a few compliments, yet its reaction was excessively exuberant and self-absorbed. System, might you consider compensating me in some manner? Jun inquired with a pout. Since you seem so formidable and consider yourself just, you ought to rectify your previous mistakes. Ding. After deliberation, the organization resolutely decided to compensate you with 200 million years of cultivation. Following a long silence, just as Jun believed her probing would yield no results, the system suddenly spoke up. What? 200 million years of cultivation? Jun exclaimed, a shrill cry escaping her as she abruptly stood from the viscous golden liquid surrounding her. Goodness, does that not imply? Just as she felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her, she noticed her vision transforming. A dazzling cascade of golden light surged forth from her eyes, and she seemed to be transported to a world ablaze with brilliant golden flames. The cacophony of crows echoed in her ears, each surge of sound fracturing and birthing miniature worlds. To the outside world, an overwhelming torrent of golden divine light erupted from the massive golden egg that housed her, unleashing terrifying waves of divine power that even made the sun star and the Honghuang star realm tremble. Countless powerful beings inhabiting and battling across the vast expanse of Honghuang gazed at the bizarre phenomenon unfolding above, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. What is this? A fearsome dragon, its body stretching across several star domains, looked skyward and declared, "This is an omen of the innate divine being gestating within the sun star." The left eye of Pangu, at that moment, a 9-clawed golden dragon coiling beside the ancestral dragon of Honghuang halted midair, looking up with a grave and anxious expression. Ancestor, the battle among the sacred clans has reached a critical juncture. As a top-tier force in Honghuang, its sacred body is already sufficiently immense, comparable even to those colossal stars floating within the Honghuang star realm. Yet, in the presence of your unparalleled form, it pales in comparison. Resembling but a mere insect, our kin are being besieged and slaughtered by those shameless beasts. It continued, indignation evident in its voice. At this crucial moment of the Dragon and Phoenix tribulation, the Phoenix and Qilin clans have audaciously formed an alliance to launch an assault against our Dragon clan, the foremost sacred clan of Hong Huang. Our offspring have suffered devastating losses. Ancestor, should we not take measures to retaliate? Perhaps we ought to annihilate them directly. It hesitated, its eyes filled with madness and ferocity. Absolutely not. The ancestral dragon discerned its true intentions and swiftly dismissed the proposal from the nine-clawed golden dragon. We, the three sacred clans, are fighting for the rightful luck of Hong Huang. It spoke in a low voice, its numerous elongated tendrils swaying like ancient trees, capable of unleashing a cataclysmic tempest with the slightest movement. To destroy would only invite the disdain of the heavenly Tao of Hong Huang upon our clan, let alone achieve the status of a Hong Huang saint. It gently shook its head, rejecting the proposition of its descendant. Understood. With a soft sigh, the nine-clawed golden dragon turned to leave, resuming its duty to oversee the increasingly fierce and frenzied battle between the Dragon clan and the Phoenix and Qilin clans. In the external realm of Hong Huang, countless spiritual mountains lay in ruins, countless ley lines shattered, and ancient trees reduced to mere fragments and dust in the aftermath of battle. The oceans burned, transforming into a misty haze, revealing the rugged and parched seabed beneath, littered with blood and carcasses, as the seabed sank into a dark abyss once more. Through the vicissitudes of time, countless Hong Huang races and beings were swept into this terrifying war that engulfed the entire Hong Huang world. Sighing at the relentless aura of slaughter emanating from the outside world, sensing the gathering malevolent energy within the ley lines of Hong Huang, the ancestral dragon, hidden within the dragon realm, suddenly let out a deep sigh. Its resounding voice seemed to echo through the ages, piercing the boundaries of time, casting forth endless whispers into the annals of Hong Huang's history. Heaven and earth are unfeeling, treating all beings as mere fodder. Sensing the arrival of an external visitor, it finally began to shift its colossal form, which had remained motionless for eons, laboriously traversing the boundless expanse of the Hong Huang world. Phoenix child, old Qilin. It greeted two old friends who approached hand in hand, exuding an air of authority and undeniable dominance, once more manifesting in the blood-soaked realm of Hong Huang. The very moment it appeared, the heavens trembled, the sun and moon quaked, and the very fabric of time and space shuddered. Chapter 004. The Sun God Palace and the Primordial Five-Direction Flags. June gazed down at the small flags in her hand. Following the system's compensation of 200 million years of cultivation, she had successfully ascended to the realm of Deluo Jin Xian. This level, even within the vast and boundless Hong Huang world, could be deemed as among the elite. Not to mention that Hong Huang was still in an era prior to the birth of saints, where even quasi-saints possessed the power to dominate, making the Deluo Jin Xian a formidable presence indeed. Now, she had evolved somewhat compared to her previous self, if she had once appeared as a youthful girl of around 10 years. She had now blossomed into a 15-year-old maiden, her figure graceful and exquisite, her skin fair and radiant. Although her body was still in its developmental stage and had yet to reach its full potential, it exhibited remarkable strength. Her slender ankles and charming feet were captivating. More importantly, seemingly influenced by the dominant nature of the golden crow, her features began to evolve toward a strikingly assertive and alluring visage. Her eyes sparkling with brilliance, as if looking down upon all that I in the realm of Deluo Jin Xian. She felt the surging and overwhelming power coursing through her, as if she could shatter the heavens with a single punch, breaking the formidable rules that bound her. Indeed, upon witnessing the robust and empty golden egg surrounding her, she realized what her next step must be. It was time for her to break free from her shell. A raspy yet grandiose cry resonated throughout the vastness of the sun star, sending ripples of awe across the boundless starry expanse. On the surface of the sun star, a vague silhouette of the golden crow seemed to emerge, shattering the sun itself. Thus, the golden egg that nurtured the most powerful innate divine being in the history of Hong Huang was shattered by her magnificent power, with countless divine essences being absorbed by June, solidifying her standing at the early stage of Deluo Jin Xian. Amidst the scattered fragments of the golden crow egg, June felt the potent divine energy and intensely fiery elemental rules surrounding her. These vessels capable of nurturing innate divine beings were primarily composed of the divine iron and celestial gold essence from the sun star, possessing immense potential and resilience. If utilized properly in the future, they might just be forged into a formidable postnatal weapon. With this thought, Jun waved her hand, drawing everything into her inner world, then placed her bare feet upon the ground, beginning to survey her surroundings. The Sun Star, a renowned forbidden land within the Honghuang world. The vast expanse of the Honghuang star realm was dotted with countless massive stars and wonders, some places so perilous that even quasi-saints dared not recklessly intrude. The Sun Star was one such place. It was said that this largest star in the universe was born from the left eye of Pango, the primordial deity who split open the heavens and the earth. Containing the purest and most violent yang energy of Pangu, it stood as the counterpart to the Tian star, which held the utmost yin energy. Its might and significance were unparalleled even in the boundless star realm. As the most formidable and notorious forbidden land since ancient times, the Sun Star was enveloped in unfathomably high temperatures and the true fire of the sun, where the elemental rules of fire reached their zenith. Even the Tiannan volcano, home of the Phoenix clan, paled in comparison. Legend has it that during the creation of the Honghuang world, a powerful chaotic beast once ventured into the newly formed Sun Star, only to be incinerated to oblivion. It is noteworthy that these calamities, emerging from the corpses of chaotic demons, were, at present, each at least of Deluo Jin Xian fighting capability. They are merely acquainted with destruction and combat, lacking the corresponding realm of martial prowess. Were it otherwise, they would not have fallen victim to the subsequent onslaught of the united three sacred races, becoming the stepping stones for their dominion over the vast wilderness for an entire epoch. Indeed, this is the Sun God Palace, our sanctum of protection. Jun nodded with satisfaction, and then, with her delicate, pristine feet, began to tread gracefully upon the warm, resplendent ground, savoring the essence of solar laws embedded within the Sun God Palace. According to the knowledge gleaned from this magnificent palace, it is entirely formed from a colossal piece of Sun God gold, which evolved naturally from the Sun Star. Sun God gold is a primordial material imbued with the laws of heaven and earth. Almost every fragment of it has existed since the dawn of creation, containing a portion of the most fundamental cosmic rules, possessing boundless power, in the hands of a master craftsman, even a piece the size of a fingernail, when combined with lesser materials, could effortlessly forge an artifact of immeasurable might, capable of vanquishing deities above and protecting the path below in the age of diminished magic. It would undoubtedly be a coveted treasure among all practitioners of the Qi refining technique. And now, beneath Jun's radiant feet lies an entire palace, the size of a mountain, crafted from Sun God gold. It is the sacred ground where she and her sister, Dong Huang Tai Yi, were nurtured at the heart of the Sun Star. Indeed, splendid. Jun inspected every inch of the Sun God Palace with delight, gazing at the shimmering patterns of cosmic laws faintly visible beneath her feet, a smile of profound satisfaction gracing her face. With such a powerful treasure of protection, she and her sister could easily cultivate to the quasi-saint realm before venturing forth into the wilderness. Moreover, with the assistance of this palace, which has existed since the formation of the Sun Star, they could unearth the complete laws of fire from within, facilitating their comprehension of the cosmic principles. As an entity residing in the core of the Sun Star, the Sun God Palace could also completely control the primordial forbidden array within the Sun Star, the Sun Refinement Array. As long as they could master this palace, the super-destructive forbidden array, isolating the Sun Star's interior from the exterior, would be at their command, with her current cultivation at the level of a Deluo golden immortal. Even quasi-saint powers would be helpless against her. Upon realizing this, the smile on Jun's face grew ever brighter. After surveying her domain, she finally had time to peruse the rewards bestowed upon her by the system. Of course, there was also her adorable sister, who was still cocooned within another sun gold egg, rapidly growing and slumbering. The second sun golden crow of the world, destined to be a co-ruler of the monster court. The foremost combatant of the demon race, Dong Huang Tai Yi. Chapter 005. Dong Huang Tai Yi. The adorable young girl with the primordial 5 directions flags. Jun gazed down at the string of small flags in her hand. These are renowned top-tier defensive spiritual treasures in the wilderness world. Possessing even a single flag places one in an invulnerable position, let alone having all 5 in her grasp. According to the narrative, these 5 flags are the largest 5 lotus leaves evolved from a chaotic azure lotus that existed at the dawn of creation, embodying the supreme defensive laws in the wilderness world. They are the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag, later owned by Yuanshi Tianzun, Zhangzia, the Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Flag, later owned by the Taoist of Primordial Unity, the Southernly D Flame Flag, later owned by Taishang Laojun, the Western Plain Cloud Realm Flag, later owned by Yao Qi Jin Mu, and the Northern Xian Yuan Water Control Flag, later owned by the enigmatic Shenwu Da Di Da. The owners of these flags are all renowned figures in the later wilderness world. Among the top-tier existences, the 3 saints and 2 quasi-saints, certainly deserving of their rank and realm. Even Zhangzia, who had not yet reached the true immortal realm, could repeatedly escape the clutches of Deluo golden immortal level beings like the 3 heavens and Lu, relying solely on the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag bestowed by Yuanshi Tianzun. This illustrates the profound and extraordinary power they possess. Yet now, all 5 flags have fallen into the hands of Dijun alone. Ha ha ha! As she caressed the 5 flags, each radiating brilliant colors, a joyful smile blossomed on Dijun's enchanting face, her heart brimming with delight. Furthermore, upon acquiring this complete set of primordial flags, she discovered that when united, they could form an exceptionally formidable primordial forbidden array, known as the Primordial 5 Directions Great Array, which is the most powerful defensive formation in the wilderness world. Once activated to its full potential, even a saint would find it challenging to breach, and for those below the saint level, it would be an arduous task, unless one possessed treasures of the caliber of the Extermination Array Diagram and the 4 Extermination Swords. However, in this early wilderness world, where such supreme combat power is still at the quasi-saint level, the likelihood of such a breach is exceedingly slim. Moreover, with the establishment of this great array, combined with the naturally birthed sun refinement great array from the sun star, it would create an impeccable offense and defense, leaving no openings. Even if a saint were to attack, Dijun would harbor no fear. Of course, barring any instances of coordinated assaults. After securing the glimmering primordial 5 directions flags, transforming them into a radiant bracelet adorning her delicate wrist, Dijun suddenly realized that she was still completely unclothed. Since her birth, she had been wandering through the vast and warm sun god palace in her pristine and unadorned form. Should any entity from the outside world happen upon this scene, it would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. This won't do. Being unclothed feels rather peculiar. Dijun wrinkled her adorable little nose and waved her delicate arm, summoning forth a cascade of golden radiance. In an instant, she donned a flowing, resplendent golden silk garment, the ethereal hem elegantly draping just above her slender calves, revealing sculpted legs and perfectly contoured ankles. Her luminous, fair feet remained bare, delightfully touching the ground, basking in the comforting warmth of the sun god palace. This is much better. Dijun nodded in satisfaction and continued to survey her domain. Soon, she arrived at her sister's location. Perhaps to prevent their immense auras from interfering with each other's growth, her sister Dong Huang Tai was nurtured on the opposite side of the sun god palace, shielded by a colossal forbidden array. The intense fluctuations of spiritual energy generated during her birth had not affected the sun gold egg containing her younger sister. With a sudden flourish of her hand, Dijun dispelled the enormous barrier obstructing her path. The little girl, still nestled within the sun gold egg, stirred in a daze, sensing that something had transpired outside. Mumbling softly as she rolled over within the warm, divine liquid of the eggshell, Dijun placed her jade hand upon the giant eggshell, feeling the adorable state of her sister, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and affection. Within the immense golden egg, Dong Huang Tai, destined to be a legendary warrior who would shake the entire Wu Yao era in the future wilderness world, was the co-founder of the first imperial court of the wilderness. A being of unparalleled strength beneath the saints, now appeared as a tender young girl seemingly only 7 or 8 years old. Her fair complexion, chubby little face adorned with the unmistakable softness of infancy, and her plump form appeared irresistibly cute. What intrigued Dijun was that her sister was sucking on a golden pacifier, eyes closed, blissfully nursing, her cherubic face occasionally scrunching up as if expressing an endearing grievance. Is this the legendary Dong Huangbel? Dijun, utilizing her unmatched divine sense, scrutinized the amusing golden pacifier for a moment before finally discerning its significance. She gasped in astonishment, her pupils involuntarily widening. Upon closer inspection, the golden pacifier was intricately imbued with ancient, weathered laws of heaven and earth, with numerous profound principles swirling upon its surface, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant divine light. It appeared both terrifying and extraordinary. Yet her sister was simply sucking on it, savoring the myriad laws and principles naturally bestowed by the Dong Huang Bell, rapidly growing under their nourishing influence. Of course, Di Jun nodded. After all, this was her sister's innate spiritual treasure. Much like her own Luo Shu He too, it could be said to be an extension of their own bodies and souls, a testament to their inherent path. No wonder her sister would attain such terrifying power and renown in the future. It seems that everything has its reason. Di Jun felt nothing but appreciation and joy regarding her sister's extraordinary circumstances. Unlike the locust-like cultivators found in many Darwinian novels, she eagerly anticipated the heights her sister could achieve under her nurturing, especially since her sister also possessed a signing-in system, in terms of future opportunities and treasures. She would undoubtedly be formidable. Chapter 006. The Path of Slaughter. With a soft whimper, the innocent young girl, blissfully suckling on her pacifier, suddenly opened her bright, sparkling eyes as if sensing a divine consciousness sweeping over her. Within those eyes, a magnificent scene unfolded, reminiscent of stars rising and falling amidst a grand homage by all living things. A resplendent divine light emanated directly from the sun and stars, causing the myriad laws of fire on the solar star to tremble in awe of the vast fluctuations of divine power. The first awakening of Dong Huang Tai heralded a terrifying phenomenon that was even more formidable than that of Di Jun. The horrifying spectacle flickered and vanished, and Dong Huang Tai remained blissfully unaware of the intense anomalies she had inadvertently caused in the outside world. She appeared somewhat choked. Upon realizing her environment was the interior of a colossal egg filled with divine liquid, her reaction was far from the ease exhibited by Di Jun. Rather, she felt a hint of panic and confusion, akin to a small creature that had accidentally fallen into water. Her chubby little legs began to flail, struggling to navigate the viscous divine substance. After a few moments, Dong Huang Tai acclimated to the nurturing environment. Her face still adorably dazed, her large, enchanting eyes blinked incessantly, while her pudgy cheeks cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The pacifier in her mouth quivered continuously, exuding an irresistible cuteness that could melt even the coldest of hearts. Sister, Di Jun placed her hand upon the outer shell of the giant egg, sensing everything that transpired within. Feeling a profound closeness to her sister, whose bloodline intertwined with her own, she could not help but smile softly, exclaiming, "Sister." Seemingly attuned to her elder sister's gentle call, the little girl, still in a daze, turned her gaze toward the direction of Di Jun outside the golden egg. Her short, delicate limbs began to paddle clumsily, resembling an endearing little puppy, as she swam towards the center of the golden egg, reaching eye level with her sister. After a moment of hesitation, she timidly extended her small hand, pressing it against the solid, weighty eggshell, joining her sister's palm. "Sister," she mumbled incoherently, her innocent, wide eyes suddenly lighting up with joy. Just then, her golden pacifier slipped from her mouth, drifting slowly to the bottom of the viscous, transparent golden divine liquid. Boom! In that instant, the vast sun god palace erupted with a thunderous roar, and the colossal sun, suspended above the primordial world, seemed to boil with renewed fervor. Countless fire spirits emerged from the terrifying and intense laws of fire, joyfully leaping and singing in unison, their melodies resonating with the grand laws of flame. This spectacle drew the attention of numerous formidable beings across the primordial world, their expressions filled with astonishment and uncertainty. However, they had little time to ponder, for the battle among the three sacred clans had reached its zenith, with the founding ancestors of each clan emerging to fight for their races and the paths they pursued. The Ancestor Dragon, the Primordial Phoenix, and the Ancestor Qilin. These three quasi-saint beings, reborn from the Chaos Demon gods, had finally resurfaced following the calamity of fierce beasts in the ancient era. Truly, they were superlative powers even among quasi-saints, each bearing the hopes and sacrifices of their entire sacred clans. Their combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary quasi-saint experts. Every strike was a clash of countless paths, every roar accompanied by the tumult of myriad laws, and every bite forged countless realms of death and despair. Even the laws of time and space were pierced, and the barriers of the primordial world crumbled in their fierce battles, extending their conflict into the chaotic realms beyond. Countless beings perished in this merciless war, and a sea of blood and flesh stained the core of the battlefield. The very laws themselves shattered and were obliterated. On the solar star, the two innate deities who had been nurtured since the dawn of the primordial world finally exchanged their souls. As the celestial body that gave birth to and sheltered the two innate solar deities, the solar star was, in essence, their father and mother. Observing their successful arrival into the world, it was impossible for the star not to feel joy. Though the solar star, due to its immense and unparalleled power, could not manifest a fully formed divine consciousness, a planetary-level pan-consciousness undoubtedly existed. At this moment, spurred by the planetary-level pan-consciousness, the myriad laws of fire surged with excitement and encouragement at the sisters' first encounter and exchange. Seeing her sister drift back into slumber within the golden egg, June furrowed her brows. With her delicate, fair feet bare, she turned her gaze towards the vast, boundless primordial land outside the solar star. On the expansive primordial land, the dense aura of blood, killing intent, and malevolence seemed to solidify into a tangible darkness, capable of corroding and assimilating all existence. A strange and terrifying transformation appeared to be occurring upon the corpses of the dragons. Phoenixes and Cheilants, strengths of the three sacred clans that littered the primordial continent. Utilizing the assistance of the He-2, June easily perceived these subtle changes across the primordial continent, her expression shifting as she whispered, "Is this truly the machinations of Luo-Ho behind the scenes? Such a brilliant scheme, such a formidable plot." From the vast information gleaned from the Luo-Shu He-2, she comprehended the entire history of change within the primordial world, including the intricate details of the wars behind the three sacred clans. After all, the He-2, a treasure of the realm capable of imprinting the entire primordial world, possessed an unfathomable might in certain aspects. While the Luo-Shu He-2 did not match her sister's unmatched offensive prowess, it was unparalleled in strategic oversight and layout throughout the primordial realm. Otherwise, during the era under Fu Shi's control, he would not have easily leveraged the unpredictable power of these two innate treasures to facilitate the rapid development of humanity, achieving the status of a semi-saint. Chapter 007. The Pursued Yuan Feng. Yet, just as June pondered in silence, her expression suddenly shifted, disbelief flashing in her eyes as she directed her gaze towards another direction on the primordial land. In the vast, desolate expanse of the primordial star realm, a terrifying beam of light surged towards the cosmic coordinates of the solar star. The incredible energy fluctuations radiated outward, shattering many small planets and asteroid belts along its path. This fiery red light, bearing a cataclysmic force, belonged to an unparalleled existence of immense size, rivaling many great stars in the cosmic expanse. An overwhelming aura of life emanated from this figure, causing the sun's waves, aflame with countless laws of fire, to surge violently. This, June's countenance darkened, her youthful yet dignified face turning icy as she recognized the true identity of the approaching figure through the He-2. Moreover, she discerned that not far behind this terrifying figure, a dangerously formidable presence was relentlessly pursuing it. A frenzied and chilling aura seemed to materialize, and even through the power of the He-2. A single glance left her feeling dizzy and cold, as though something had sharply pierced her consciousness. The path of slaughter. The relentless pursuer was none other than the mastermind behind the Dragonhan initial calamity, Luo-Ho. And the one fleeing with incredible life energy and astonishing speed was none other than Yuan Feng, one of the sacred leaders of the three sacred clans, known as the commander of the Bird Clan, ruler of the primordial skies. At this moment, after the unending battles among the three sacred ancestors, the terrifying war between the three sacred clans had gradually come to a close. Countless primordial beings perished in this conflict, and innumerable sacred lands turned into forbidden zones and wastelands. The innate dragon veins, which spanned the entirety of the primordial continent, were thoroughly disrupted, and the innate spiritual energy of the primordial world, which had gradually entered a cycle of balance, became tainted and muddied by the blood-soaked aura. What was once a flourishing realm of 100 flowers blooming, 100 schools contending, thriving with vitality, was suddenly ravaged by this war, losing nearly all of its essence. Truly, it was a calamity of unimaginable proportions since the creation of the world by the ancestral god Pangu. in order to confront the formidable and powerful Honghuang dragon clan, and to thwart their terrifying ambition to transform the Honghuang realm into the chaotic dragon realm, as well as to impede the unfathomable strength of the ancestral dragon. Yuan Feng and the ancestral Qilin took the initiative to forge an alliance. As the avian beings of the skies, alongside the mighty terrestrial beasts, united to confront the dragon clan residing in rivers and oceans, the battle against the venerable ancestral dragon intensified to a fever pitch. However, it must be said that this ancestral dragon truly lived up to its reputation as the closest to the realm of saints within the era of the sacred clans, bolstered by the fortunes of countless dragons. It stood merely a thin veil away from that legendary realm, its might surpassing that of the other two ancestral beings, managing to hold its ground against them in a 1 versus 2 confrontation. After sustaining severe injuries to slay the ancestral Qilin, the ancestral dragon, despite its grievous wounds, was still able to suppress the formidable Yuan Feng, a being of quasi-saint status, even when Yuan Feng expended all her mastery of the Tao and the powers of the laws. Along with her innate divine ability, the Nirvana technique, acquired post-rebirth from chaos, she could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the ancestral dragon. Ultimately, she could only flee with her weakened form into the vast expanse of the Honghuang star realm, lest she share the same fate as the ancestral Qilin, obliterated in spirit. Yet, like a mantis stalking a cicada with a hidden oriole behind, while the ancestral dragon still possessed some strength, it found itself at a disadvantage against the fleeing Yuan Feng. The ancestral Qilin, despite its formidable prowess, ranking among the top 5 within the quasi-saint echelon, was not adept at the art of retreat, preferring a straightforward, iron-blooded approach. Yet, all beings in Honghuang knew that in a contest of sheer force, none could rival the legendary ancestral dragon, who had reigned supreme throughout an entire epoch following the calamity of ferocious beasts. Moreover, after successfully transforming from the chaotic demon god to a primordial deity within the Honghuang realm, it had amassed a glorious record of single-handedly slaying countless quasi-saint-level ferocious beasts. Some of these ferocious beings, having crawled from the shattered remains of the chaotic demon god, met their demise beneath the axe of the Pangu ancestor, while others perished during the process of reincarnation into primordial beings of the Honghuang realm, becoming mindless beasts devoid of spirit and consciousness. Some even boasted formidable ferocity within the chaos, and many were former acquaintances of the ancestral dragon, ancestral Qilin and Yuan Feng, who had once fought side by side against Pangu. Nevertheless, the ancestral dragon could still rely on its unparalleled terrifying physicality to directly annihilate these extraordinary ferocious beasts, leading its entire race and the primordial beings of the Honghuang to quell this first catastrophe that nearly threatened the destruction of the newly birthed Honghuang realm. In a clash of brute force, the ancestral dragon prided itself on never fearing anyone. However, when it came to fleeing, especially against the swiftness of Yuan Feng, it fell short. Perhaps it was the case that all-powerful beings in the Honghuang world who cultivated the flame Tao possessed a technique of remarkable speed. As Yuan Feng, the progenitor of the Feng clan that later birthed the golden-winged Great Pong and Kong Xian, she inherited the rapidity of the golden-winged Great Pong, known as One Wing 9 Myriad Miles, which dominated the speed of the entire Honghuang before the emergence of the three-legged golden crow. The flying rainbow technique of the three-legged golden crow surpassed even this, achieving one breath 12 myriad miles, exceeding the Feng clan's speed. Observing the heavily injured Yuan Feng, who had undergone the Nirvana technique multiple times under her own relentless assault and whose size had significantly diminished, fleeing in panic into the vast star realm, the ancestral dragon could only let out a sigh, urging its wounded form to return with the dismembered remains of the ancestral Qilin to its place of slumber. Meanwhile, on the Honghuang continent, where countless eyes were focused on the battle, the demise of the ancestral Qilin at the hands of the ancestral dragon sent shockwaves through the beast clan, rendering them the target of collective ire. Without the support of their supreme combat strength, they quickly became prey for numerous powerful foes, and the already battered beast clan, abandoned by their allies, the Feng clan, could only scatter in disarray. Once one of the 3 supreme sacred clans, they had easily become a lament of the times. As Yuan Feng fled in desperation into the Honghuang star realm, she did not anticipate that, having evaded the ancestral dragon's onslaught, she would not escape the machinations of Luo Ho. Chapter 008. The Chaotic Great Realm. Luo Ho, I cannot believe you are still alive. Yuan Feng nearly ground her teeth as she fled for her life, finding a moment to question the relentless pursuer behind her. It appears you have a hand in this grand scheme. Do you not? Her face was a mask of unwillingness and fury, struggling to accept that her meticulously laid plans over millions of years had crumbled in an instant, rendering her aspirations for the Tao hopeless. According to her original design, after uniting with the ancestral Qilin to defeat the ancestral dragon, they would recuperate, only to spend an entire epoch determining the victor, the one who would rule over the entirety of Hongwang. Naturally, she had her contingencies, and upon vanquishing the ancestral Qilin, she would realize her long-held dream of transforming the Hongwang realm into the chaotic Phoenix realm. She would ascend as the first heavenly Tao saint after the opening of Hongwang. Revered and worshipped by countless Phoenix kin, alas. Now, all is lost, utterly destroyed. A chilling laugh emanated from the shadow behind her as it spoke in a hoarse tone. Yuan Feng, long before we established the Hongwang realm, we had formed an alliance in the chaos and fought alongside Pangu. Now that the ancestral dragon is gravely wounded, why not join forces with me once more to strike him down in a surprise attack? At that point, both the Dragon Clan and the Qilin clan shall be obliterated, and we can rule the world together. Once I become a heavenly Tao saint, I shall assist you in stabilizing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind from the chaos, enabling you to carve out a new chaotic great realm. What say you? Yet, despite these enticing offers, the increasingly potent aura of slaughter and dark power emanating from Luo Ho made the fireborn Yuan Feng wary. For she understood that this signified Luo Ho had absorbed boundless slaughtering power from the cataclysm that engulfed the world. His strength likely rivaled that of her former self and the ancestral Qilin. Even the ancestral dragon might not be able to suppress him. Moreover, as myriad conjectures and predictions for the future flooded her mind, a heavy shadow descended upon Yuan Feng regarding the fate of the entire Hongwang world. After this calamity subsided, who could possibly stand against Luo Ho? Could the already severely wounded ancestral dragon contend with him? Enough! Yuan Feng cried out in exasperation, hurling a conflagration of flame laws, a doomsday calamity, towards the pursuing Luo Ho. The violent and surging flames coalesced in her grasp, forming a terrifying blaze capable of incinerating all matter and laws, even tearing through the fabric of time and space. The very laws of time and space that constructed the world emitted a sizzling sound, releasing a haze of gray-white chaotic energy. Stubborn and unyielding, Luo Ho's tone turned frigid as he coldly declared, "Then let us first deal with you before attending to the ancestral dragon." With a thunderous roar, the manifestation of Yuan Feng's utmost effort was effortlessly dispelled by Luo Ho. Yuan Feng, in disbelief, witnessed this spectacle, her flames of rebirth flickering feebly as the remnants of her flesh, shattered by the ancestral dragon, scattered around her, splattering onto the surrounding celestial bodies and meteors. Yuan Feng, Luo Ho's speed had inexplicably quickened yet again. The dark matter across the Hongwang continent was rapidly augmenting his slaughtering laws, and he sensed that the supermassive forbidden array he had laid throughout the entire Hongwang Yuandalu was gradually activating, birthing countless new races imbued with his will at an astonishing pace. Your strength has diminished considerably. Undergoing 13 rebirths must weigh heavily upon you. His raspy and sinister voice echoed again, as if imbued with enchantment, reverberating through the Hongwang star realm, whispering temptations in Yuan Feng's ears. Furthermore, the laws of power within your flesh have lost their purity, your aura muddled and feeble. I surmise that during your battles, you must have absorbed too much of the essence from those two old fellows. Their laws and principles are continuously clashing and merging within your body. You must yearn to expel them. Yes? Submit to me, and you shall attain all that you desire. As Yuan Feng felt the terrifying power of the laws behind her, rapidly growing in strength, alongside the overwhelming and chilling aura that surged within her, and the conflicting foreign essences within her own body, her own power waned swiftly, with a cry of despair resonating within her heart. She could not help but lament the stark contrast between their strengths. An overwhelming sense of hopelessness and fear enveloped her, lingering relentlessly. The external disturbances have reached the vicinity of the Sun Star, where the fierce clash of two quasi-saint-level presences has even awakened the slumbering Dong Huang Tai Yi within the Sun God Palace. "Sister," she called affectionately with her clear, bright eyes, reaching out with her divine sense towards her sister standing outside the giant egg. "It seems there is something wicked outside." Jun placed his hand on the giant egg, akin to gently caressing his sister's small head, and with a slightly eased expression, reassured her, "Do not worry. Everything is fine. Sister is here. No one can harm us." Sensing the intensifying fluctuations of energy from the outside, Jun comforted his sister before decisively leaping into the high heavens of the Sun God Palace. Lightly waving his small hand, in an instant, resplendent and surging five-colored divine lights burst forth, causing even the laws of flames to tremble. 5 primordial spirit banners of varying colors, under Jun's command, soared in all directions within the Sun Star. A formidable and resilient defensive law rapidly took shape through the mutual attraction of the entire set of formation flags, revealing its extraordinary might as the premier defensive treasure of the primordial world. Establishing an unassailable protective barrier in the 5 cardinal directions of the Sun Star. Within the confines of the primordial 5-direction formation, the Sun Star's innate forbidden formation, the Sun refining divine array, also began to boil ominously under Jun's control. As 2 immensely offensive super forbidden formations commenced full operation, Jun sensed that even if a saint were to arrive, they would likely gain no advantage. It could be said that the Sun Star had transformed into the safest place within the entirety of the primordial world. Even the ancestral dragon's lair, the ancestral dragon realm, could hardly compare. Should the 2 quasi-saint level presences from the outside dare to threaten the Sun Star, they would undoubtedly encounter an unparalleled surprise upon carelessly intruding. Jun's delicate features turned serious, and in his bright eyes, the terrifying vision of the blazing sun seemed to reflect, hinting at the overwhelming power that would soon come to pass. Chapter 009. The Sun Star. Regrettably, events often unfold in the most unfavorable manner. Just as Jun remained on high alert at the center of the Sun Star, Yuan Feng unexpectedly altered her course, hurtling towards the Sun Star with Luo Ho in tow. Upon witnessing the bloodied massive figure engulfed in light from afar in the star realm, Jun's small face instantly hardened, and his small fists clenched tightly. Yuan Feng, as a formidable beast and the ancestral figure of the saintly kin who dominated the primordial world for an entire epoch following the beast calamity, had ascended to the quasi-saint level shortly after the dawn of the primordial era, earning a fearsome reputation and unmatched achievements. Unlike countless histories that had been obliterated in subsequent cataclysms, in this epoch, at the end of the Long Han calamity, these ancestral figures of the saintly kin had accumulated an illustrious legacy that weighed heavily upon all beings in the primordial realm like an intangible great cauldron. It could be said that in this era devoid of saints, these leaders of the saintly kin were regarded as the contemporaneous saints, illustrating their supreme status within the primordial world. Yet now, one of them, Yuan Feng, was charging towards Jun's lair with a damaged and weary saintly body. What could she possibly intend? In the vast and boundless primordial star realm, having traversed countless star domains, shattered numerous massive stars, and obliterated countless meteor belts, Yuan Feng finally realized that this course of action was unsustainable. Under the influence of 2 powerful alien presences within her, it was impossible for her to extinguish the bloodline and law powers left by the 2 equally matched foes in such a short time. If this continued, her own power would be drained to exhaustion. Meanwhile, Luo Ho would only grow stronger with the ongoing bloodshed in the primordial realm, having rejected Luo Ho's olive branch of surrender. And seeing him persistently pursuing her without panic, Yuan Feng understood that he was determined to bring her to her demise. No, she could not be played like a kite to her death. In her heart, she vowed to make a change and escape this predicament. After several failed counterattacks that were easily thwarted by Luo Ho, she spotted in the distance the terrifying blazing sun burning fiercely in the void, and suddenly conceived a desperate plan that was not really a plan at all. The Sun Star was known to harbor unfathomable power, a consensus shared by all beings in the primordial realm. As one of the earliest innate beings to emerge in the primordial world, she was privy to more secrets and information about the Sun Star. Long before the creation of the world during the beast calamity, several fearless and terrifying beasts had invaded the Sun Star, attempting to devour this enormous energy entity, the left eye of Pangu, which contained the essence of the ultimate flame. Yuan Feng had witnessed this scene firsthand. As a wielder of the flame's path herself, she could not help but covet the existence of the sun star, especially since, a little over half an epoch ago, she had not made any further progress in her cultivation. She had nearly exhausted all methods to loosen her quasi-saint bottleneck, yet with little effect. However, she had never harbored any improper thoughts towards the sun star. This was solely because, during the primal epoch before the beast calamity, she had seen several quasi-saint and Luo Jinxian level beasts enter the sun star, never to return, dying silently. This filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. Moreover, in the past, whenever she had harbored thoughts of stealthily approaching the ancient sun star, she would faintly sense an unimaginable danger resisting her, as if the left eye of Panga had come alive, watching her with keen intensity. This terrifying and eerie phenomenon had always deterred her from recklessly approaching the sun star. Even though she practiced the path of fire, even though she was acutely aware that the ultimate laws of flame of the primordial world resided above the sun star, even though she knew full well that her extraordinary nirvana divine fire, brought over from the chaos, could potentially break through her existing limitations with the supplementation of the sun's true fire rules, she found herself with no other options now. Even at the risk of perishing within the sun star, she was determined to fight for her life. The sun star? Luo Ho observed Yuan Feng's change in direction, his tone betraying a slight tremor. Yet his voice remained that of a terrifying presence in control. Seemingly amused by Yuan Feng's choice, "Oh, only at this juncture do you think to take this path," he murmured, as countless demonic sounds coalesced into tangible laws of power that enveloped Yuan Feng, tinting her blazing nirvana flames with a faint layer of darkness. Given enough time, his powers would inevitably corrode Yuan Feng's saintly body, assimilating her into the tumultuous demonic formation of Luo Ho, possibly even giving rise to high-quality demonic offspring inheriting a portion of her powers, along with the enigmatic nirvana divine abilities. "Ha! Do you not think it a bit late to dare to fight for your life now?" His voice rasped in a low, haunting tone. "At first, I noticed you peering around the sun star, and thought that with your brave and enterprising heart, you would abandon your kin and path for a daring endeavor, sacrificing yourself for the greater good. But to my surprise, you hesitated and chose the seemingly easier route. Yet, the simplest path is fraught with traps and schemes I have laid. Had you chosen the most arduous path from the start, perhaps the current situation in the primordial realm would have been vastly different." Yuan Feng gritted her teeth, enduring the violent clash of laws within her body and the excruciating pain that threatened to shatter her soul. Paying no heed to Luo Ho's beguiling voice, her heart was set solely on racing towards the sun star. As long as she could buy herself a moment's respite from Luo Ho, she vowed in her heart, "If only I could once again invoke the nirvana technique within the sun star, filled with the ultimate laws of flame, I would be able to boom." With a single flap of her wings, soaring nearly 90,000 miles, even in the vast expanse of the endless star realm, Yuan Feng's speed was sufficient to close the distance to the sun star in the blink of an eye. After a brief entanglement, she finally reached the vicinity of the sun star. Bracing herself against the instinctual discomfort of the sun star, she unfurled her wings and charged straight into its depths without hesitation. However, unexpectedly, behind her, Luo Ho, who had been closely following, found himself gaping in disbelief at this sudden turn of events. Chapter 010. The Nirvana technique as Jun fully activated the primordial five-direction flag in his grasp. The circular entity of the sun star concealed beneath the flames transformed into an indomitable glass dome under the influence of the primordial realm's foremost defensive array. It resembled a fiery glass sphere. Yet, Yuan Feng, unaware of this, believed that the true danger of the sun star lay hidden deep within the colossal star, reasoning that she would have to wait until she stormed into its interior. However, she was mistaken, profoundly so. The moment she made contact with the surface of the sun star, she was met with an astonishingly powerful wall that appeared in her path. She exerted every ounce of her strength in an attempt to surge forward, fully tapping into her corporeal potential and swift divine abilities, striving to maximize her latent capabilities. In her mind's eye, she envisioned herself, propelled by an indomitable spirit, reaching the very core of the solar star in the blink of an eye. Just as her confidence soared, brimming with anticipation for the unknown and a courage akin to burning bridges, a thunderous roar erupted. Her entire being collided violently against the sun's blazing, fiery surface, resulting in a catastrophic impact. Flesh and blood were scattered, limbs shattered. Before the impenetrable innate five directions array, she was nearly reduced to a shapeless mass of flesh by her own velocity. Countless drops of her essence, the true blood of the Yuan Phoenix, splattered onto the sun's surface, transforming into myriad flames of law and nourishing elixirs for the fire spirits, with even severed limbs flung into the void. Moreover, a significant portion of her blood and flesh struck the relentless Rauho from behind. With a mournful cry, the Yuan Phoenix was unexpectedly stunned, overwhelmed by this immense force, and succumbed to the state of her 14th rebirth. The technique of rebirth. This was a secret art only the Yuan Phoenix could invoke when faced with the direst of life and death situations. Relying upon this terrifyingly potent power to evade the mighty axe of Pango, withstand the cataclysm of reincarnation in the primordial realm, and escape certain doom several times during the perilous age of beasts. With this unparalleled secret technique, she had even elevated the Phoenix clan to a glorious sacred race, second only to the Dragon clan, dominating the primordial skies for an entire epoch. Yet, during the recent Three Saints War, she faced 13 life-threatening crises in a single battle, necessitating the activation of her rebirth technique a staggering 13 times. Furthermore, throughout this continuous rebirth process, her sacred body had been excessively permeated by the powerful auras of the Ancestor Dragon and Ancestor Qilin, leading to a tumultuous internal conflict of these formidable energies. However, now, confronted by the inexplicable defensive array that had materialized upon the solar star, she was compelled to initiate her 14th rebirth within a short span of time. During this process, the foreign powers within her surged uncontrollably. With her increasingly feeble life essence, she could no longer contain the two strands of power infused with the auras of the Ancestor Dragon and Ancestor Qilin. As her flesh began to disintegrate, these peculiar laws of power seemed to undergo an unimaginable transformation, starting to absorb and merge with her life essence as she teetered on the brink of exhaustion, and her spirit fell into slumber. Cautiously observing the external changes, Emperor June raised an eyebrow at this unexpected turn of events, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Although the Yuan Phoenix was a formidable quasi-saint of the primordial realm, her actions seemed rather reckless. She had not even sent out her consciousness to probe the situation before recklessly hurling herself into the solar star. Yet, amidst this predicament, Emperor June discerned an opportunity. The Yuan Phoenix was currently in a state of extreme weakness, and having fallen into the rebirth technique, she had not awakened immediately, instead appearing to be in a state of utter depletion. Observing the terrifying sacred body, ablaze upon the surface of the solar star, Emperor June suddenly realized that this was the essence of a quasi-saint. Each drop of her blood, in later eras, could be a treasure for which countless powerful beings would vie. Yet now, it seemed to cling to the solar star like refuse, scattered across the void. Moreover, the sheer size of the Yuan Phoenix's flesh and fiery feathers was colossal, rivaling that of certain planets. Should they be gathered, they would constitute an unfathomable fortune. Emperor June admitted to feeling a twinge of greed. Thus, he opened a corner of the innate five directions array, directly drawing the Yuan Phoenix, now in a masterless state, into the solar star. This spectacle left Rauho, who stood outside the solar star with a smug expression, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? He was well aware that the Yuan Phoenix, as one of the most formidable quasi-saints in the primordial realm, possessed blood and flesh of unimaginable value. Whether for refining tools, alchemy, crafting talismans, or even hatching new demonic beings from her essence, these materials were the finest in the primordial realm. Thus, he hastily began to collect the scattered Yuan Phoenix blood and flesh in the void, effortlessly devouring a mass the size of a mountain, with neither the true blood of the Yuan Phoenix nor the delicate feathers escaping his keen sight. Why had he gone to such lengths? Was it not because the blood of the Ancestor Qilin had been claimed by the Ancestor Dragon, leaving him without a single scale or drop? Was it not for the vast treasure trove that was the Yuan Phoenix? Furthermore, should he succeed in slaying the Yuan Phoenix, the Phoenix clan would lose any chance of pursuing the Great Tao. The newly birthed demonic race would then tread upon the corpses of the other three saintly clans, becoming the true Taoist race of the primordial world, transforming the lawless primordial realm into a chaotic slaughterhouse. And Rauho would ascend to the throne of a Taoist saint. Contemplating the potential grandeur of the future, his heart raced with excitement, nearly bursting from anticipation. Then, he witnessed the seemingly indomitable solar star suddenly consume a substantial portion of the Yuan Phoenix's sacred body. Chapter 011. The God-slaying Spear Worry. Rauho's face contorted in an instant, the surrounding laws of time and space quaking from his roar. He swung his hand violently, and a terrifyingly potent law of slaughter coalesced into a gigantic black arrow. Akin to a mountain, surging towards the vast solar star with world-destroying might in his full force, the chaos of the void began to pervade. Were it not for the spatial laws suppressing this area, it would have been a trivial feat to tear through the chaos boom. However, to Rauho's astonishment, his full-force strike proved utterly ineffective. The black arrow disintegrated like mere foam, scattering in all directions, after swallowing the vast majority of the Yuan Phoenix's body. The solar star seemed to revert to its previous state of deathly silence amidst the tumultuous chaos. It was as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion. What trickery was at play? But Rauho was no ordinary being. He was among the first to reincarnate from the chaotic demon gods into the primordial realm, possessing extraordinary insight and depth. He immediately discerned that a living being was manipulating events from behind the scenes. He roared furiously, then pushed forth with both hands. Suddenly, unparalleled power of slaughter surged around him, coalescing with the blood essence of countless primordial beings, dark matter of slaughter and malice enveloping the primordial land, continuously nourishing his path of slaughter with strength. The world-destroying power of the law coalesced into an entity so formidable it could not be gazed upon directly, should an ordinary being dare to glance in this direction. They would swiftly be corrupted into dark matter, becoming sustenance for Rauho's growth. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of terrifying attacks rained down upon the solar star. It was as if a barrage of artillery was unleashed. As Rauho attempted to shatter this ancient giant star, birthed from Panga's left eye, with his rapidly growing might. Yet, aside from the boiling flames erupting from the surface of the solar star, nothing else occurred. Rauho's formidable power was rendered utterly impotent before the solar star. He felt as if his strength had encountered an insurmountable law of the great Tao, a power so formidable it eclipsed his own. Absurd. Although he had successfully ascended to the forefront of the quasi-saints, facing the innate five directions array, which could withstand even multiple saints, he was far from capable of stirring even the slightest ripple. I refused to believe it. Damn it, return my treasures. Yet, as he watched his grand spoils slip through his fingers, as the instigator of the cataclysm that had been a millennia in the making, he could not simply swallow this humiliation. Seeing this, he disregarded caution and sat facing the solar star. Continuously, he urged his law of slaughter with his thoughts, condensing it into countless offensive divine weapons. Launching an unending barrage against the solar star, attempting to exhaust this strange defensive array through time and volume. After all, he had ample time. The primordial world was still embroiled in conflict, with countless lives being slaughtered. The ensuing souls and wars would only serve to nourish him further. He would only grow stronger, while those within the solar star could not remain hidden forever. Not to mention, he still had his trump cards yet to be deployed. Hiding within the solar star, hand over the treasures you stole from me. Merely attacking was insufficient. Rauho also unleashed his bewitching voice, fixating his gaze upon the magnificent suspended sun, whispering incessantly, "If you are willing to return what is mine, I, Rauho, shall grant you mercy. Furthermore, I shall appoint you as the sovereign of this chaotic slaughter realm, sharing glory and power with me." Standing in the palace of the sun, Emperor June could not help but curl his lips upon hearing those words. Thinking to himself that if he were to share glory and power with you, it would not be long before he was beaten to death by a mob. However, this Rahu was indeed rather loquacious. Hearing the incessant murmurs echoing within and outside the sun star, even Emperor June, a primordial divine being, felt a twinge of helplessness. I understand that you are primordial deities born from the sun star, wielding the primordial laws of fire and immense power, but do not deceive yourselves into thinking you can confront the supreme ancestral demon clan. The body of Yuanfeng is certainly beyond the control of beings like you. Rahu, of course, had the right to refer to Emperor June as a little one. as he and his fellow chaotic demons were ancient entities predating the establishment of the Primordial Realm, viewing Emperor June, who was born only after the Primordial Realm's inception, as a junior was entirely reasonable. Perhaps your youth has left you unaware of the intricate entanglements at play. Rahu, resembling a garrulous old man, continued to kindly advise from within the sun star. You are utterly incapable of handling this. Emperor June rolled his eyes once more, thinking that this Rahu truly was beyond reason, resorting to verbal tricks to deceive a young one like himself. Damn it, the world is perilous. The old man simply lacks martial integrity. Although the primordial Five Directions Great Formation possessed formidable defenses, it did not entirely isolate the interior from the exterior. Rather, it could block external attacks in various ways. Rahu's demonic voice, with its powerful aggression and corrosive nature, had been thoroughly filtered by the formation, leaving only his dry, relentless chatter, which, while harmless, was nonetheless somewhat irritating. Damn it. Do not overstep your bounds. As time passed, Rahu still saw no changes within the sun star. It was as if all his previous words had been in vain. The thought of Yuanfeng's immensely valuable sacred body departing from him caused his heart to ache once more. Suddenly, he rose from the void and let out a thunderous roar directed at the sun star. The god-slaying spear, come forth. Seeing the situation escalate to this point, he could no longer contain his fury and grievance. Ready to unleash a devastating attack to break through the formation, in an instant, an unparalleled weapon imbued with unimaginable principles of destruction and slaughter materialized in Rahu's grasp. The overwhelming essence of slaughter, with each flicker, obliterated the traces of the surrounding great paths. Any ordinary primordial beings who glanced at it would have their souls extinguished. The god-slaying spear, the foremost primordial treasure of slaughter in the primordial realm, when fully activated, could even injure the supreme sacred beings. Its terrifying ferocity was evident. I say this final word. To the entity hiding within the sun star, you had best reveal yourself now and return the stolen treasure. I shall forgive all past grievances. Rahu roared with chilling intent, dark divine light and principles of destruction enveloping him. His mere presence caused countless chains of order in the vicinity to collapse and perish. Chapter 012. The power of the saints, the oppressive dark divine light and principles of slaughter spread out like a vast canopy, endlessly extending toward the distant void of the universe. Even a few stars surrounding the sun star were corrupted and devoured. The silent, endless black mist rendered Rahu, who dwelled within, particularly fearsome and menacing. At this moment, his might surpassed even that of Yuanfeng moments ago. Just then, an almost inaudible sigh unexpectedly emanated from within the sun star. This sound momentarily stunned the fearsome Rahu, causing his aggressive actions to falter. Finally brave enough to show yourself? Rahu squinted his eyes and coldly huffed. Little girl, obediently hand over what you've taken, and I shall spare your life. What say you? The countless flames raging and burning upon the sun star gradually receded, revealing a figure behind them. Emperor June, unwilling to be further entangled with Rahu, ultimately decided that since her younger sister was still in slumber, she could not allow a madman outside to wreak havoc, as it would negatively impact her sister's growth and development, an outcome that would be unforgivable. Thus, she resolved to confront this nuisance first. Old man, your words are filthy. Emperor June's delicate face turned cold as she emerged, immediately chastising Rahu without reservation. If you wish to live, then get lost. The further away, the better. Ignoring the thick, dark matter that occupied nearly half the void opposite the sun star, Emperor June's handsome visage radiated fiery authority, her bright eyes seemingly ablaze with a golden sun. This is not a place for you to run wild like a rabid dog. She rebuked this quasi-saint-level powerhouse of the primordial realm with the same disdain one might show to a stray dog. Her gaze filled with contempt. This caused Rahu's already grim face to twitch, making him appear even more grotesque and sinister. The mysterious, corrosive black mist that filled half the star domain became turbulent, surging like rising tides, chaotic laws flickering restlessly. You? Rahu was infuriated, panting heavily as he fixed his gaze on the insignificant figure within the sun star, instantly discerning Emperor June's true lineage. He grinned wide, mockingly exclaiming, "A three-legged fire chicken that has yet to grow its feathers dares to speak so boldly. I see that if you surrender now, Kneel before me and relinquish everything. There may be a slim chance for you to survive." His eyes gleamed with malice as he greedily and wildly scanned Emperor June's diminutive form, as if wishing to penetrate the thin layer of golden silk she wore to glimpse the essence within her divine body. "At that moment, I will bestow upon you my dark essence, transforming you into a new dark demonic crow. You will then be able to evolve this great sun into a dark sun within the chaotic realm of slaughter. I can make you my concubine, wielding the laws of dark flames, representing my glory and authority as you traverse the primordial land. Come, embrace me." As soon as the words left his lips, the endless, dense black mist behind him surged violently, as if his turbulent emotions sought to corrupt the magnificent solar orb before him, transforming it into sustenance for the demon clan. However, in the next moment, an unbelievable, profound divine tremor suddenly caused a fleeting look of bewilderment to cross Rahu's face. Then, his expression swiftly changed. The power of the saints, a saintly existence beyond the quasi-saint level, has made its move. An alarm blared in his heart. An unprecedented sense of life-threatening danger pierced through his divine consciousness, as if he foresaw his tragic demise. "No!" He screamed in despair. The demonic mist that enveloped half the star domain erupted as he rapidly retreated toward the far side of the sun star. Moving like lightning, simultaneously, the god-slaying spear in his hand was suddenly unleashed to its utmost potential. This weapon, regarded as the foremost treasure of slaughter in the entire primordial world, had its innate prohibitions flickering urgently, drawing upon nearly half of Rahu's magical reserves in the blink of an eye. The inconceivable, terrifying ultimate offensive power manifested as a colossal shadow of the spear, striking forth with the might of Pangu, splitting the heavens amidst chaos. Emperor June, without a moment's hesitation, activated the system's first sign-in reward with full force, an unprecedented display of saint-level power since Pangu's fall. This marked the first complete manifestation of saintly might in the primordial realm, a terrifying force that even froze time and space. The principles of time lost their significance at this moment, and both time and space became incessantly fragmented, yet simultaneously orderly, all reverting to the void, only to be shaped anew by immense strength. In that instant, heavenly sounds resounded. Horrific scenes of the birth and demise of vast realms appeared in the void, as all beings in the primordial realm gazed skyward toward the vast and ethereal starry expanse. Filled with shock. At that moment, it seemed as if the primordial void had blossomed, with golden light flooding the skies, accompanied by faint, sacred chants, dazzlingly blooming for an instant. This was utterly inconceivable in the ever-constant primordial star realm. Many powerful beings could not help but display expressions of astonishment and fear, gazing incredulously at the vast, distant, endless starry void. "What is this?" With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of foul blood. As the unleashed principles of slaughter filled the air, even killing the soil and rocks of this desolate planet, the hissing sound of corrosion seemed to endlessly penetrate the depths of the desolate planet. Luo Ho's complexion was as pale as silver paper, and his once robust and formidable physique had become emaciated. His shattered form resembled a punctured sack, and the sparse black mist that enveloped him now wafted feebly. No longer possessing its previous fierceness and vigor, in a desperate bid to escape the inexplicably ominous power of the sage, Luo Ho exhausted all his strength and resources. The nearly perfected laws of slaughter, once bolstered by the super-prohibitive formations scattered across the primordial chaos, had been depleted to a mere fraction, rendering the once attainable path of carnage once more elusive. Yet within Luo Ho's heart, there was no sense of regret. Rather, he was consumed by boundless fear and trepidation. Why? Why? Why did such a power, evidently surpassing the limits of quasi-sainthood, emerge in the primordial realm at this moment? He gasped for breath like a bellows, propping himself up with the indomitable god-slaying spear, grappling with the enigma, only to expel another mouthful of foul, viscous blood with a cry. Chapter 013. Cultivation. After dispelling the bothersome Luo Ho, Di Jun returned once more to the solar palace from the outer realms of the sun. Of course, before that, she did not forget to continue her quest for the rare and exquisite flesh, bones, and feathers of the Yuan Feng drifting through the cosmic expanse. These were treasures of unparalleled rarity, worthy of her diligence. Additionally, There were tiny remnants of flesh adrift in the starry realms, swept away by her earlier strike into the boundless void. However, these were no longer within her purview. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, having sensed the anomalies within the sun, roused from her slumber. With a gentle communion of divine consciousness, she inquired of Di Jun regarding the immense corpse floating at the center of the sun refinement array. Indeed, despite confirming that the Yuan Feng's spirit had succumbed to unconsciousness, she remained vigilant, carefully placing this formidable being at the heart of the array. Should any unusual movement occur, she could mobilize the tremendous energies of the entire sun to annihilate it into ashes. After all, this was a precious treasure collected by her sister. Di Jun affectionately caressed the golden egg that nurtured the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, her fingers gliding over the mysterious and intricate innate spiritual patterns etched upon its surface. Her tone imbued with joy. Perhaps, in the future, the two of them might encounter further unexpected revelations. With her divine awareness keenly focused on the Yuan Feng's body, Di Jun suddenly detected a peculiar transformation occurring within it and expressed her astonishment. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi adorably waved her tiny hands and feet, striving to swim upward in the divine liquid, playfully sucking on her golden pacifier, her face alight with contentment as she softly asked, "Sister, could you continue telling me stories?" She floated to a position level with Di Jun's gaze, her large, innocent eyes glimmering with anticipation as she blinked. Last time. She pondered with slight distress, trying to recall where she had left off before her slumber. "Oh, right." Her eyes widened in sudden realization, and she exclaimed, "Sister, last time you told me about that Monkey King being summoned by the Heavenly Emperor to take office. What happens next?" Having never been exposed to the form of entertainment known as novels, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi had become utterly captivated since hearing her sister recount this tale. Particularly enchanted by the myriad divine powers and intricate plotlines, as well as the diverse characters, she simply could not tear herself away, if it weren't for her instinct to maintain ample rest while her spirit remained fragile. She would undoubtedly have listened to her sister's stories until the day she hatched. When that day comes, I will pester sister daily for stories." Di Jun smiled gently. During her idle time within the solar palace, devoid of pressing matters or life and death pressures, she found solace in the innate spiritual treasure he too, a holographic map of the primordial world, and engaging in storytelling to nurture her younger sister, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. She hoped to cultivate her sister into a soul that mirrored her own, one that transcended the narrow-mindedness and emotional impulsiveness typical of primordial beings. She envisioned a future where the two sisters would achieve great feats in the primordial world together. Di Jun desired for her sister to become the person who understood her best, for she knew all too well that only a kindred spirit nurtured by her own hands would become her most trustworthy ally. History is replete with tales of blood ties, severed by clashing ideologies, leading to enmity. She was uncertain if the true reason behind the eventual downfall of the monster court would unfold as depicted in those novels. But she understood the necessity of nipping any potential dangers in the bud. P.S. Of course, as an ordinary citizen in her past life, she could hardly recall every character and plot from those novels, thus resorting to vague allusions and even weaving her own fabrications in many instances. "All right, once I finish my tasks here, I will continue the tale of the Monkey King for you," Di Jun cheerfully declared, then shifted her gaze to the Yuan Feng's body resting at the heart of the array, instantly relocating to the center of the sun refinement array. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi watched her sister's vanishing figure, a flicker of reluctance and sadness in her eyes, and with a resigned sigh, she sucked on her pacifier again, leaning back and gently drifting to the bottom of the colossal egg. If only sister could always stay by Tai Yi's side. "What is this?" Observing the violent transformations occurring within the Yuan Feng's corpse, even Di Jun could not help but inhale sharply. Scanning with her divine consciousness, she beheld the magnificent remains of this primordial powerhouse, within which two tumultuous and restless powers of anomalous laws surged and clashed, disrupting the intricate chains of laws and divine blood coursing through her body. Moreover, with the Yuan Feng's spirit in slumber, her fragmented remains were gradually slipping beyond control, as her once mighty phoenix power could no longer actively suppress these increasingly formidable essences. Instead, they were voraciously consuming and merging with her. The The foreign energies within the Yuan Feng's body were visibly expanding and intensifying before Di Jun's eyes. And upon recognizing the origins of these colossal, potent presences, she was struck with a jolt of realization, finally grasping the truth of the unfolding events. During her battle with the ancestral Qilin and the ancestral dragon, she had inadvertently absorbed a portion of their immense and terrifying divine essence. Within the Yuan Feng's corpse, two entirely new beings were in the process of gestation. Chapter 014. The Rock and the Peacock. The golden-winged Great Pong. Also known as the Rock, it resided on the overseas Penglai Island during the Fengshan Calamity and was referred to as the Winged Immortal. Ultimately, it was subdued by the vice-teacher of the Chan sect, Randang, becoming one of the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect and a close senior brother to Li Jing, the king of the totem, as well as a revered uncle to Neza. Later, during the journey to the West Calamity, it descended from the heavens to Lion Tiger Ridge, forming an alliance with the Blue Lion and White Elephant of the Beast Clan to ambush the pilgrimage group, aiming to devour Tang Song. Yet the outcome saw it captured by the formidable forces of Buddhism, becoming a protector of the Buddha beside the Tathagata. Moreover, it was rumored that this terrifying creature, renowned for its unparalleled speed, capable of soaring 90,000 miles with a single wing, harbored a particular affinity for devouring dragons, further affirming Di Jun's current hypothesis that this golden-winged rock was indeed birthed from the essence of Qilin blood within the Yuan Feng. As for the other being in gestation, if Di Jun's conjecture held true, it should be none other than the first peacock of heaven and earth, Kong Xian. During the Fengshan Calamity, it had already attained human form, aligning itself with the Shang dynasty, serving as the commander of the Divine Guard under King Zhou, stationed at Golden Rooster Ridge to thwart the Zhou army's advance toward Chaoga to overthrow the Shang. Furthermore, its divine powers and cultivation were exceptionally formidable. Its unique ability, the five-colored divine light, was said to be able to cleanse all within the five elements and absorb all within them. Even Li Jing, Neza, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Yang Jin, Luya Daoran, and Randang were all its vanquished foes. Such was the extent of its powers, reaching the pinnacle of the primordial realm at that time. Until the very end, it was only when the Western teaching saint, the revered Zhuan Ti Daoran, intervened that the entity was barely subdued and subsequently brought under the banner of the Western teachings, where it was bestowed the title of Peacock Great Ming Wang. However, even in Buddhism, this being did not shed its inherently fierce nature. It once consumed the later Shigyamuni Rulai Buddha, who eventually burst forth from its belly, intent on slaying it in a fit of rage. Yet, due to the distinguished identity and profound background of Kong Xian, who was personally guided into the teachings by the Saint Zhuan Ti Daoran, the Buddha had no choice but to relent upon the counsel of other Buddhas, ultimately promoting Kong Xian from Peacock Great Ming Wang to Buddha Mother Great Ming Wang Bodhisattva as a gesture of benevolence. From this perspective, it is quite plausible that Kong Xian's gender is, in fact, female. Furthermore, Emperor Jun distinctly recalls that during the time of the Fengshan Calamity, the first peacock of heaven and earth, Kong Xian, had a rather contentious relationship with the golden-winged Great Pong, who went by the name Yu Yixian. The golden-winged Great Pong, subdued by the lantern-igniting Daoran, engaged in a fierce battle with its sibling, Kong Xian, in order to assist the Chan teachings and the Zhou army in overcoming obstacles. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming power inherited from the ancestral dragon, which, after merging with the essence blood of the primordial phoenix, became unfathomably potent, Kong Xian managed to defeat this brother in merely 2 hours, forcing him to flee in disarray. From this angle, the relationship between the peacock and the Great Pong is certainly not amicable. After observing the birth process of these two formidable beings for some time, Emperor Jun ultimately decided to refrain from intervening, allowing them to be born seamlessly from the remains of the primordial phoenix. She perceived two significant advantages in doing so. First, she understood that the nirvana technique of the primordial phoenix was intrinsically linked to the condition of her body prior to nirvana. Should her original form be weak, her post-nirvana state would naturally be inferior. The emergence of the Great Pong and the peacock would maximize the absorption of the primordial phoenix's nirvana-derived power. This was a substantial benefit for her in effectively controlling the primordial phoenix. Secondly, the current primordial world was at the tail end of the Long Han Calamity and the Dalmagic Calamity instigated by Luo, who was brewing ominously. If she aspired to traverse the primordial world in the future and successfully establish order within the heavenly court, The combined power of herself and her sister would undoubtedly be insufficient. She needed to amass her own foundation, and the Great Pong and the Peacock were the most fitting candidates. They were both exceptionally gifted, each possessing unique abilities and extraordinary backgrounds. According to her estimations, these two unparalleled beings likely harbored the potential for development at the quasi-saint level. Should they grow as anticipated, they would undoubtedly become invaluable allies. Moreover, having been raised on her solar star under her and her sister's guidance, they would be less susceptible to the boundless malevolence and murderous intent pervasive in the primordial continent, perhaps shedding their inherent ferocity. Contemplating this, Emperor June turned and departed, returning to the solar divine palace to continue recounting tales of the Monkey King to her sister. However, little did Emperor June realize that her earlier actions had already drawn the attention of many vigilant observers. Numerous top-tier powerhouses within the primordial realm were investigating the source of that saint-level energy fluctuation, which was not difficult to trace back to the solar star. At that moment, a hunched, white-haired elder stood not far from the solar star, gazing intently at this primordial celestial body, said to be sheltered by the left eye of Pangu. A fierce blaze hung in the void of the primordial star realm, its unparalleled brilliance and heat radiating throughout the land, leading the beings of the primordial realm to reach a consensus that the ultimate principle of the fire law was concealed within the solar star. According to the heavenly path, the emergence of a saint in the current primordial world was deemed impossible. Standing deep in the starry sky, the elder murmured, could it be that the source of that saint-level power was triggered by some entity's disturbance of the solar star, provoking its retaliation? He extended his hand, drawing forth drops of crystal-clear, gem-like blood from the surrounding void, within which a tiny phoenix apparition could be faintly seen fluttering, imbued with the scorching essence of an exotic flame law. Could this be the primordial phoenix? The white-bearded elder contemplated the drops of sacred blood from the primordial phoenix, lost in thought. However, after observing for a moment longer, he again reached out, this time producing a strand of dark material suffused with malice and hostility. This dark substance twisted in his grasp as if possessing its own consciousness, emitting a faint hissing sound as it corroded and assimilated the surrounding air. The elder's expression grew grave. After a lengthy contemplation, the white-bearded elder approached the solar star, scrutinizing the vast celestial body within the primordial world. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed as he sensed the arrival of a significant presence nearby. Emperor June sensed the changes occurring on the solar star, realizing that another formidable entity had descended, prompting her to prepare for contingencies. After some deliberation, she retrieved her accompanying spiritual treasure, the river diagram, and gradually infused it with her divine soul. A weak and fragile fragment of her divine soul silently descended to the exterior of the solar star, appearing beside the white-bearded elder. "Who goes there?" her divine soul inquired softly, sensing no hostility from the other. "Greetings, fellow Taoist," the elder replied with a gentle nod, studying the seemingly powerless fragment of Emperor June's divine soul with keen interest. Sensing its extraordinary nature, "I am the Taoist Hongjun." The river diagram, an unparalleled treasure that had imprinted the entirety of the primordial world's geography since its inception, enabled Emperor June to witness virtually all events occurring within the primordial realm, except for areas obscured by powerful beings or formidable primordial prohibitions, or regions housing supreme secrets with violent primordial spiritual energies. In addition to serving as an omnipresent surveillance device, the river diagram allowed Emperor June to transmit a fragment of her divine soul to any location it had inscribed, disregarding distance and energy loss. Of course, the transmitted divine soul possessed minimal powers, serving primarily as a mere observer. Perhaps when Emperor June's cultivation reached the quasi-saint level, this situation might change. "What brings you here, fellow Taoist?" Emperor June's expression tightened, a hint of anxiety creeping in. "It is indeed you." This was the very being who later quelled the Tao magic calamity, saving the primordial world and becoming the first saint in the primordial realm. The teachings delivered in the Purple Cloud Palace established a foundation for the flourishing era of the Wu and Yao, marking the first time the top powers in the primordial world grasped the concept of order amidst endless warfare and chaos. Hongjun was unanimously recognized by the saints as the leader of the primordial realm. However, the reasons behind his absence during the subsequent Wu Yao calamity remain a mystery that perplexes many. Faced with such a formidable entity in the primordial world, It was impossible for Emperor June not to feel tense. It seems you are the innate deity nurtured by the solar star. Hongjuan's face broke into a gentle smile, first revealing Emperor June's background. I apologize for intruding without invitation. I hope you can forgive me. This is a gift I bring you to celebrate your successful descent. Please accept it. Emperor June's expression softened slightly. It appeared that Hongjun was quite considerate, understanding the importance of visiting a lord's domain with a gift. This was a far cry from Luo who approached with hostility. No wonder Luo Hu ultimately met his demise at Hongjuan's hands. She turned her gaze toward the treasure Hongjun had produced, her eyes widening in astonishment and excitement. What is this? To her surprise, Hongjun revealed a magnificent bow, radiating divine light and surrounded by myriad wondrous phenomena. The bow was adorned with intricate and profound patterns, exuding an aura of unparalleled cosmic truths. A mere glance offered countless insights, and its radiant golden light flickered like a constellation of stars. Emanating a natural sharpness, this bow was, in fact, a primordial spiritual treasure. This treasure was acquired by me from a place rich in the essence of heaven and earth since the dawn of the primordial world. It possesses immense offensive power and embodies the laws of nature, making it an extraordinarily sharp weapon for combat. As Emperor Jun's fragment of divine soul examined the bow, Hongjun stroked his beard, displaying a calm smile as he continued, "This treasure is named the Qiankuren Bao." Qiankuren Bao. Emperor Jun's heart jolted. The name sounded incredibly familiar. In its birthplace, 3 long arrows were also nurtured, inscribed with the innate runes known as the Zhan Tian arrows. As soon as the words left Hongjuan's lips, Emperor Jun felt a wave of shock ripple through her mind. No wonder the name Qiankuren Bao seemed so familiar. It was the very celestial treasure that Neza later wielded at Qiantang Pass. Later, during a playful moment, Neza inadvertently drew the Qiankuren Bao and, with a single thunder arrow, fatally struck the innocent herbalist youth. By Yun Tong Air, who stood beside Shiji. Of course, prior to this incident, it was said that in ancient times, this very bow and arrow had been a treasured artifact personally wielded by the human emperor, Xinyuan Huangdi, in his battle against Qiyu. Remarkably, Neza was the first individual after the emperor to successfully draw this bow. It was astonishing that the gift bestowed by Hongjun was indeed this remarkable treasure. Such sincerity. With that, Emperor Jun no longer held back and accepted this precious item. Upon witnessing Emperor Jun accept his gift, Hongjun maintained a cheerful demeanor. His origins were akin to those of Luo Ho, ancestor dragon, and other existences. All were chaos demons drawn to the stirring of creation before the universe was formed by Pangu. While some chaos demons met their demise beneath Panga's axe, others managed to survive until Panga's fall, subsequently reincarnating in the Hong Huang world, becoming some of the earliest innate deities. Thus, they possessed the most innate spiritual treasures. In fact, some even held chaos-level artifacts obtained from the primordial chaos period. Hongjun was one such entity. His collection of treasures was so vast that it was beyond counting. Eventually, he produced an item known as the Fan Bao Yin, upon which he hung countless treasures to distribute among his disciples. This marked the beginning of the rise of many saints. The renowned Qiankuren Bao and Thunder Arrow were merely among his many treasures, not particularly outstanding. It is noteworthy that when distributing from the Fan Bao Yin, the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu managed to acquire the Zhu Xian sword array. I have come here to investigate the battle that occurred in the Star Realm. Upon seeing Emperor Jun accept the gift, Hongjun directly addressed the matter. Since you preside over the Sun Star, you must have some understanding of this battle. Could you enlighten me on the truth? In truth, his primary purpose for coming was to investigate the energy law fluctuations surpassing the quasi-saint level, which, to some extent, were on par with the primordial deity Panga. If there truly exists a being possessing saint-level power, then wouldn't that, Chapter 016, Qiankuren Bao, Thunder Arrow certainly, Emperor Jun readily agreed. Are you aware of Luo Ho? She directly named the instigator of this battle, and furthermore, she intended to reveal more information regarding Luo Ho. Ideally, she could incite Hongjun to confront Luo Ho directly, taking advantage of his weakness. Emperor Jun slowly recounted the events of Luo Ho's earlier intrusion, in her words, detailing how Luo Ho orchestrated the calamity of heaven and earth, his rapid growth in supernatural powers, and her various speculations regarding him. All conveyed to Hongjun in one breath. Wait. Hongjun's expression changed as he incredulously inquired. According to what you have said, this calamity of heaven and earth was indeed schemed by Luo Ho from behind the scenes. He intends to incite conflict among the three saint clans, slaughtering all living beings in the Hong Huang realm to achieve his own position as a saint. During this period, he had been diligently cultivating in seclusion. After all, at his level, any fluctuation in realms requires countless years of painstaking effort. The last time he secluded himself, the three saint clans were still quiet, yet upon his return, he found them embroiled in such brutal conflict, which astonished him greatly. Little did he expect that behind the cataclysm of the three saint clans lay the shadow of Luo Ho. How outrageous! His gaze deepened, filled with concern and seriousness as he spoke. If the facts are as Emperor Jun has stated, and if Luo Ho truly intends to leverage the war among the three saint clans to incite a catastrophe engulfing the entire Hong Huang realm, it is quite possible that the Hong Huang will transform into a realm of slaughter. In that case, his demonic offspring would become the preeminent race of the heavens and earth, endowed with unparalleled fortune, and the extremely potent path of slaughter would manifest throughout the realm. Luo Ho could indeed ascend to become the first saint in existence. Should that occur, those of us in the neutral camp who are cultivating diligently would inevitably be affected. Moreover, Hong Jun was acutely aware that Luo Ho, during the chaos, was a being of profound schemes and machinations. In the past, during the battle of the 3,000 demons against Pangu, he could be regarded as one of the catalysts for that war. Utilizing that exceedingly brutal conflict, Pangu fell, and the Hong Huang realm absorbed Pangu's great power and the laws of flesh and blood, growing into an ungoverned dominion within the chaos, while he successfully reincarnated. Unlike his fellow chaos demons who perished beneath Pangu's axe, and now even had the potential to ascend to the position of the first saint. If this were indeed the case, it appeared that yet another terrifying catastrophe was about to arise in the heavens and earth. Hong Jun could not help but murmur. Consequently, he immediately activated the ability of the Zhao Hua Yu Dai, meticulously deducing the situation of the heavens and earth to verify if it aligned with Emperor Jun's words. Before him, the vast expanse of the Hong Huang continent was in disarray. Land split, oceans submerged territories, rivers ran red with blood, and slaughter was endless. Moreover, upon the corpses of the powerful beings from the three saint clans, an exceedingly bizarre transformation occurred within their flesh and blood. Their blood and flesh writhed, dark matter materialized from thin air, and grotesque figures brimming with demonic energy crawled forth from beneath their skin. These bizarre entities, having absorbed the essence of the blood and flesh of these saintly beings, were born with formidable strength and combat prowess. Each member of the demon race possessed at least immortal-level cultivation. And upon emerging, they unleashed a massacre upon the beings of Hong Huang, thriving through battle, resulting in the slaughter of countless races, and from their corpses, new members of the demon race crawled forth. As dark matter surged like a tide, engulfing the entire Hong Huang world. This is bad. Upon witnessing this scene, Hong Jun's complexion drastically changed. Previously, he had secluded himself in the Hong Huang star realm, focused on cultivation, and was awakened by the aftermath of the battles of the Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Feng, and Ancestor Qilin. He had not yet had the opportunity to assess the situation on the Hong Huang continent, only to discover that it had become so dire. Luo Ho, such a vicious scheme. Countless races and beings have perished due to your machinations, should you truly achieve the status of a saint. What future remains for us diligent cultivators? Hong Jun's expression darkened, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts, filled with deep-seated hatred. Thank you for your information. Hong Jun bowed to Emperor Jun, eager to glean more knowledge from her. Little did he know that the situation in the Hong Huang had deteriorated to such an extent. He wondered how she had repelled Luo Ho. Nothing more than the protection of the ancestral star. Emperor Jun, of course, would not divulge the truth, instead attributing all the reasons to the sun star. After all, it was well known among the beings of Hong Huang that although the sun star was not a living entity, the level of energy it possessed had reached the saint level, even surpassing that, being one of the most powerful remnants of the form of the primordial god Pangu, capable of silently devouring and obliterating even quasi-saint level ferocious beasts. I see, Hong Jun understood. This was indeed his initial conjecture. After all, if a saint-level being truly emerged in this world, the heavenly Tao would have shown some signs. If the sun star were the case, then everything made sense. However, he did not expect that Luo Ho could still escape from the sun star's counterattack. Did this not imply that Luo Ho's capabilities had also approached the saint level, perhaps even surpassing the ancestor dragon at his peak? After all, Hong Jun had extensive connections within the Hong Huang world. The ancestor dragon was merely one of his frequently visited old friends. And naturally, Yuan Feng and Ancestor Qilin were also his acquaintances. He felt immense pain regarding the current plight of Hong Huang. According to his understanding, even at the peak of his powers, the ancestor dragon would not dare to claim he could enter the Sun Star, wagering his entire life and fortune on the possibility of finding a chance to become a saint within. To my knowledge, although Luo Ho managed to escape the Sun Star's counterattack by a stroke of luck and sustained injuries, the current Hong Huang is rife with slaughter, enabling Luo Ho to swiftly draw strength from it to heal his wounds, Emperor Jun added, continuing to emphasize the urgency of the situation to Hong Jun, who was evidently a top-tier quasi-saint. Should he successfully restore his original realm or advance further, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for us. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's resolute assertion, Hong Jun nodded in agreement. He too felt that they could not continue to allow Luo Ho to act with impunity. If left unchecked, the consequences could be dire. Thank you for your information, he nodded, expressing gratitude towards the divine soul emanating from Emperor Jun. Although he had yet to fully understand Emperor Jun's true origins and further details, he was content to know that she was an innate deity born from the Sun Star. After all, even though he had presented a substantial gift, she had only recently emerged, and it was only natural for her to remain cautious. Presumably, in the wake of the tremendous shock caused by Luo Ho's assault on the Sun Star, she would be on high alert regarding the outside world, and for him, establishing a good rapport with her would suffice to make this journey worthwhile. Chapter 017. He too lived broadcast. Emperor Jun watched as Hong Jun gradually faded from view before the Sun Star. His gaze profound. Hong Jun's journey to the Hong Huang continent was to further investigate Luo Ho's actions within, seeking to ascertain just how dire the current circumstances had become. According to his words, he intends to visit old friends and inquire about their opinions. It was from this moment that Dijuan realized the extent of Hong Jun Laodao's extensive social connections. As one of the earliest reincarnated chaos demons in the Hong Huang realm, his experience is quite profound. Furthermore, he has always been diligent in his endeavors, kind-hearted toward others, and devoted to self-cultivation, which has led to no conflicts of interest with other powerful beings. His generosity in frequently offering gifts is no surprise, especially considering the formidable team he was able to rally when besieging Luo Ho. With a deep gaze, Dijuan has been fanning the flames, urging Hong Jun to recruit individuals to confront Luo Ho. However, she is also secretly scheming to gain more benefits for herself. After all, if she could quell the cataclysm brought by Luo Ho, it would grant her immense merit that could lead directly to sainthood. If utilized correctly, it might significantly reduce the time needed for her to reach the pinnacle of power. Luo Ho, you are a treasure trove of merit, and I have firmly resolved to capitalize on this. With this determination, Dijuan's calm heart began to race with excitement, a feeling she had not experienced in a long time. However, she needed to contemplate how best to exploit and plan this opportunity. After all, this is an unprecedented calamity. The vast majority of the top-tier combatants that had accumulated since the birth of the Hong Huang realm would fall in this Dao-magic tribulation. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, but one must not be reckless to the point of risking their life. She still needed to devise a careful plan. Nevertheless, the priority at this moment is to preserve her strength and cultivate her most essential foundation. 100 years later, within the sun-refining god array, the two extraordinary eggs gestating within the sacred body of Yuanfeng finally ceased their relentless absorption and exploitation of Yuanfeng's flesh and blood, granting her spirit, which had been in a prolonged state of unconsciousness, a moment of respite. Boom, boom. With two resounding explosions, the enormous eggs, radiating divine light and erratic laws, suddenly leaped forth. One egg was adorned with intricate golden patterns, emanating a powerful aura and a fierce energy, as if one could faintly hear a sharp, piercing cry, brimming with ambition and a thirst for vengeance. The other egg was covered in 5 complex and intertwined patterns of the elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, whose formidable energies combined in a wondrous manner, releasing terrifying waves of law that even Dijuan could not help but take notice. The golden-winged rock, the 5-element peacock. A surge of joy filled Dijuan's heart. After such a long wait, she had finally reached the day of their successful gestation. Sensing the terrifying beings taking shape within the two eggs, Dejuan felt the unparalleled potential hidden beneath their small shells. Notably, these two beings were also her kin, belonging to the avian lineage. Since her sister had yet to emerge, she decided to nurture them together, beginning with prenatal education. With this thought, Dejuan waved her hand, maneuvering the sun-refining god array to relocate the two eggs to the Sun Divine Palace. The commotion startled Dong Huangtai, who had been engrossed in watching television ever since discovering that his companion's spirit treasure, the He too, had the ability to monitor the Honghuang realm and project holographic images. Dejuan had serendipitously realized it could serve as a live broadcast television. The vivid scenes of the Honghuang world were lifelike, with visual effects rivaling those of the most advanced films from her previous life, sometimes even revealing hidden secrets. It was incredibly convenient to display amusing and entertaining scenes to accompany her sister. For instance, the image before Dong Huangtai depicted a colossal, fearsome spirit turtle, akin to a mountain, drifting amidst the boundless ocean while feasting. Hee, what a massive turtle! Upon noticing the distant movement was merely the two gigantic eggs, he promptly lost interest. After all, during her time of incubation, she had spent every day confined within her EGGIT had become unbearably dull. Had it not been for her sister frequently visiting to tell stories and the He too providing live broadcasts, she would surely have succumbed to endless slumber. Now, encountering the two giant eggs, despite the energy fluctuations being inferior to her own, she could already envision the playful antics of the two little creatures rolling around in the future. She redirected her attention to the screen. Lately, her favorite viewing had been the eating show of the enormous spirit turtle after its awakening. The turtle's eating broadcast exuded an inexplicable sense of joy and satisfaction, and its immense strength allowed it to devour even certain dragon species with ease. It guarded a vast ocean territory, transforming into a super island when idle, its towering trees swaying gently in the sea breeze. Serene and fragrant, go, adorable turtle, keep it up. At that moment, a dark, ominous battalion suddenly approached from the distant ocean, shrouded in black mist. Each member bore fierce and menacing visages, glaring intently at the gargantuan spirit turtle as it fed. Their murderous intent palpable, the demon clan. Without uttering a word, both sides clashed. Unable to support the turtle through the screen, Dong Huangtai could only cheer it on from the sidelines, her small fists clenched tightly, her eyes wide with both anxiety and excitement. Go, turtle, devour the wicked. Upon witnessing her sister's adorably earnest display, Dejuan couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. Her sister was truly charming and understanding. As a primordial deity, she faced none of the typical challenges of ordinary offspring regarding sustenance and sanitation. As long as she continued to sleep soundly within the Sun Divine egg, she would grow stronger. Aside from occasionally waking up and demanding companionship and stories, she posed virtually no trouble. Not to mention, after exhausting all the stories, she had developed the live broadcast feature of the He too. Making things even more convenient, through the He too, the sisters could stay informed about the current state of the Honghuang world. Since Hongjun Laodao's visit to the Sun Star a century ago, he had been visiting old friends in the Honghuang realm, often intervening to eliminate those cruelly slaughtering the innocent, while simultaneously pursuing the whereabouts of Luahu. Thanks to Hongjuan's relentless efforts and the assistance of numerous powerful beings, the spread of the demon clan had finally slowed. However, Luahu remained deeply concealed, seemingly vanishing from the sights of the Honghuang beings after suffering a considerable defeat before the Sun Star, never to reappear. Even Dejuan's Luoshu He too could not track Luahu's whereabouts. Yet she was acutely aware that Luahu's concealment was undoubtedly a prelude to an even more terrifying return. Chapter 018. Training Yuanfeng. Boom. Boom, boom. At that moment, the remains of Yuanfeng before Dejuan suddenly ignited in fierce flames. Terrifying and bizarre flames coursed over her, their laws swirling erratically. Even the true fire of the sun within the array seemed unable to suppress them, leading to a standoff. Dejuan's expression fluctuated as she observed all that transpired. After being drained of blood and flesh by the rock and the peacock for over a century, Yuanfeng's once planetary-sized sacred body had diminished to that of a satellite. Moreover, with Dejuan periodically extracting blood, flesh, and feathers, it had shrunk to an astonishing 9/10 of its original size, now nearly comparable to Dejuan's own form as a three-legged golden crow. May I ask, fellow Taoist. Is this the interior of the Sun Star? Suddenly, a gentle yet chilling voice, reminiscent of a mature woman, echoed in Dijuan's ears. It was the kind of voice that felt like a spring breeze. And the word black silk quickly sprang to Dijuan's mind. Such a voice, with its languid tone and slightly hoarse timbre, was perfectly complemented by the image of black silk. If possible, she absolutely wanted to see her adorned in it. Indeed, this is the Sun Star. Dijuan nodded slightly, confirming that the source of the voice was indeed Yuanfeng's sacred body. It appeared that Yuanfeng's spirit, previously suppressed by the two divine beasts, had begun to awaken. I am the primordial deity born within the Sun Star. You may call me Dijuan. Dijuan introduced herself slowly, subtly activating the sun-refining god array in preparation. After all, this was a quasi-saint-level powerhouse that had dominated the Honghuang realm for an entire era. Although she was gravely injured now, it was prudent to remain cautious, especially without knowing what other trump cards her opponent might possess. I have met fellow Taoist Dijuan. Yuanfeng finally confirmed her current state after a moment of silence, letting out a quiet sigh. Following 2 successive battles and 3 severe injuries, her bloodline origin had suffered significant damage, causing her realm to plummet from peak quasi-saint to early quasi-saint. If she did not find a way to recover, she might even fall further to the realm of Deluo Jingxian, rendering her path to enlightenment hopeless. Cleverness can lead to folly. She had never anticipated that the ancient dragon would possess such formidable strength. Not only had it confronted 2 foes, but it had also single-handedly slain her ally, the ancestral Qilin, forcing her to flee in a severely wounded state, emerging as the ultimate victor. All her painstaking schemes and calculations over countless years had turned to mere illusions. Mere phantoms. Is this not the legendary ability to break myriad laws with sheer force? Setting aside the turmoil and sorrow within her heart, Yuanfeng has, after all, been a veteran since the inception of the primordial chaos. Having endured countless experiences and setbacks, in a short span of time, she managed to suppress the tumultuous emotions that surged within her and began to assess her current predicament. Her realm had plummeted. Her essence had been wounded. Her treasures had been lost. Her bloodline had become muddled, and she found herself imprisoned within a formidable forbidden formation. However, she was fortunate that the 2 foreign essences that had been continuously eroding her bloodline had finally been expelled, no longer serving as a burden that devoured her power and foundation. Moreover, since they had absorbed a substantial amount of her primordial energy, one could argue that she had become their progenitor. Though this process of gestation was not of her choosing, yet, within their bodies resided the primordial energies of the 3 great sacred beasts of the world. Once they matured, their potential would be extraordinary, ultimately providing her with 2 immensely powerful allies in the long run. Yuanfeng expressed her gratitude to her companion for aiding her in driving away Luo Ho and for offering her refuge in this safe haven. She was immensely appreciative. Having quickly grasped the current situation, Yuanfeng made a decisive judgment. When one is under a roof, one must bow one's head. Dijun, noticing the respect and submission in Yuanfeng's tone, could not help but feel a measure of admiration for this formidable being. Truly, she exhibited remarkable adaptability and grace. Do not trouble yourself, my friend. Dijun smiled gently. If you do not mind, you may rest and recuperate here with me. Within the solar star, I can ensure your safety. Of course, the 2 peculiar eggs born from your body have already been removed. They shall no longer hinder your recovery. There is no need for thanks. Yuanfeng's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with shock and speechlessness. How could he say such a thing? So, he has taken away my 2 children, whom I have carried for over a century, and I am to thank him? How infuriating! Yet, given the circumstances, even if her heart brimmed with dissatisfaction, she could not openly confront Dijun. She had an inkling that the power wielded by this young girl was unfathomable. Perhaps the entire solar star was under her control, able to obliterate her with ease. It would be wise for her to refrain from rash actions. After a moment of silence, her voice, tinged with resignation, finally continued. Then I thank you, Dijun, for your assistance. Once I have fully recovered, I shall repay your kindness. No need for thanks. Dijun waved his hand nonchalantly, smiling. Your great kindness requires no acknowledgement. Just rest and recuperate here. As for Luo Ho, who is pursuing you, I have already issued a warrant for him in the primordial chaos. Why subordinate, Hongjun, has been dispatched to hunt him down, and I trust that good news will arrive soon. By then, you shall have your revenge." She mentioned this matter casually before turning to leave. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng was suddenly taken aback. "What? Hong Jun has actually turned to Di Jun. This cannot be true." She was well aware of Hong Jun's formidable prowess. In terms of strength, he was undoubtedly her equal in his prime. Yet, recalling the faint sense of sacred energy she had felt, she began to entertain the possibility. Could it be that this young girl truly commanded the essence of a saint? If that were the case, it made sense. It seems prudent for her to remain within this forbidden formation and recuperate in peace. Venturing outside could be deliberated another time. Di Jun, within the solar palace, couldn't help but smile enigmatically. While his wings were yet to fully unfurl, strategically spreading a few fabrications that showcased his strength would lend him greater persuasive power. After all, Yuan Feng was trapped here and could not escape. Whatever news from the primordial chaos that reached her ears in the future would depend on his whims, as long as he consistently indoctrinated her over countless eons. He doubted she would not eventually develop a sense of submission towards him. Contemplating his schemes, Di Jun gazed at the two extraordinary giant eggs within the divine palace, and his smile only deepened. Chapter 019. The Emergence of the Ancestor Dragon. Another century passed. This time, Luo Ho's emergence brought about catastrophic calamities to the primordial chaos. After regaining all his power and realm, he revealed himself in the secluded domain of the Ancestor Dragon. A roar that shattered the heavens resounded suddenly throughout the primordial world. In the vast void of the endless sea, an unfathomably terrifying figure broke free from the fabric of reality, manifesting within the primordial realm. Its presence was colossal beyond comprehension. A single tentacle appeared as large as a mountain range, and a single scale resembled a miniature planet. Its true form, emerging into the world, obscured the sun, moon, and stars. And even the laws of space seemed unable to bear its weight, faintly revealing countless chains of time and space. The Ancestor Dragon. At this moment, the Ancestor Dragon, who had been healing within the dragon realm, chose to emerge. Could it be that he was preparing to restore the world and ascend to the realm of saints? Countless mighty beings of the primordial chaos felt a mix of fear and unease. With the death of the Ancestor Qilin and the disappearance of Yuan Feng, there were no longer any opponents capable of withstanding the complete form of the Ancestor Dragon. Although his dragon lineage suffered tremendous losses during this cataclysm, he remained alive, and his clan still possessed vital essence. The nine-clawed Golden Dragon King, the Candle Dragon King, the Yinglong King, and the Canglong King. These were all formidable existences within the Dragon Clan. Under the leadership of the Ancestor Dragon, they could swiftly rise again. Could it be that they were destined to witness history? Yet soon, they discovered that their assumptions were utterly mistaken, and remarkably so. The Ancestor Dragon did not emerge to restore the world, nor to ascend to the realm of saints. He had not even fully healed his wounds. Countless mighty beings observed from afar, even the distant Dong Huang Tai Yi, upon seeing the live broadcast from the He2, switched the feed to the location of the Ancestor Dragon's emergence, exclaiming, "Ah, tortoise, run! Don't get hit by that giant bug." Indeed, the enormous spirit tortoise's resting place was not far from where the Ancestor Dragon emerged. From the He2, it appeared as though the great tortoise had been swept by the tail of the Ancestor Dragon. In the very body of the Ancestor Dragon, there surged countless thick, swirling black miasma. These dense and potent demonic energies raced within the Ancestor Dragon's body, corroding and spreading, leaving his once sacred body, refined and polished over countless eons, riddled with wounds. Numerous black caverns formed, from which various black, dragon-like entities emerged. The Ancestor Dragon let out a thunderous roar, the terrifying sound waves shaking the very fabric of time and space, causing monstrous waves to rise on the sea, stars to tremble, and land to fracture. Yet, such overwhelming power proved utterly ineffective against the miasma enveloping him. Luo Ho, the Ancestor Dragon, exerted his formidable divine abilities to refine his body, attempting to expel the pervasive corpse-like sacred demonic energy, while simultaneously bellowing in a deep and resonant voice, "Luo Ho, how dare you plot against me? I was foolish to trust you before. Ha 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 ha, Ancestor Dragon, this is a different time." Luo Ho's sinister laughter reverberated from within the Ancestor Dragon's body. At that moment, The vast and unparalleled form of the ancestor dragon surged with waves, as countless black demonic dragons struggled to emerge from his flesh, only to cling back onto him, tearing at his unblemished flesh. The ancestor dragon's immense sacred body, capable of spanning several star domains, soon became pitted and broken, almost on the verge of snapping in two. Luoho had been hiding within the ancestor dragon's body all along. Healing. All the mighty beings in the primordial chaos were struck with shock, their expressions changing dramatically as they struggled to comprehend the situation. How could this be? How could Luoho possibly have such a connection with the ancestor dragon? When you sought to enhance your odds by borrowing my power, you should have anticipated this. Luoho cackled maliciously, revealing a truth that left countless primordial powers in disbelief. You foolishly believed you could control everything. What a joke! His laughter grew ever more sinister, his tone increasingly arrogant and triumphant. Ha ha ha, did you really think you were the only deity in this primordial world? Are the three great ancestral beings truly the only heroes in the world? How utterly absurd. Today, I shall show you how you will meet your tragic end, how you will perish at my hands. Today, in full view of all, I shall slay a god. All beings of the primordial chaos were struck with terror. They had not anticipated that the ancestor dragon had such ties with Luoho. No wonder, during the War of the Three Saints, the ancestor dragon had displayed such dominance. Not only could he face two adversaries without faltering, but he could also withstand Yuan Feng's relentless assaults and forcibly slay the ancestor Qilin, who was nearly his equal. The reason was thus revealed. Alas, the clever had been ensnared by their own cleverness. Falling victim to Luoho's treachery. It cannot be. I possess your lifeblood. Do you seek death? The ancestor dragon struggled towards the heavens, his immense and powerful magical essence tearing through space itself, divine light radiating forth. His overwhelming divine might akin to countless suns suspended in the sky, casting brilliant hues and myriad glows, even piercing through ancient time and space, revealing spectral remnants of ferocious beasts. Humph! I, Luohu, am destined to become the sovereign of a sacred realm. Merely a matter of life essence. Am I not capable of accumulating my own foundation and contingencies while traversing the chaotic expanse? Absurd. Meet your demise. Today, you shall serve as sustenance for the growth of my demonic kin. Luohu's laughter echoed throughout the primordial wilderness, inciting countless hidden demons to unleash their furious roars, as waves of demonic tide surged forth, leading to the tragic slaughter of innumerable beings once more. Absolutely not. The ancestral dragon, after all, is a paragon of resilience and cunning. Although momentarily ensnared and faltering, it is acutely aware that it cannot succumb to such a fate. Should it become mere fodder for Luohu's burgeoning demonic horde, the primordial realm would be in peril. The dragon race would be endangered. It must not face such a dismal defeat and be left with nothing. Contemplating this, after exhausting numerous methods to expel Luohu's essence lurking within, the ancestral dragon resolved to summon every last vestige of its power and abilities, bellowing as it tore through the fabric of time and space in the primordial realm, plunging into the chaos beyond. In an instant, chaotic energies erupted forth, a grayish, eerie mist corroding and assimilating the laws and matter of the primordial realm, claiming many lives before they could even flee in silence. Among them were numerous beings who had already attained celestial status. Chaos, the antithesis of all order. Should the erosion of chaos be allowed to proceed unchecked, the entire world would devolve into a mere fragment of chaos. Fortunately, the laws and principles of the primordial realm proved resilient and robust, swiftly mending the rift in time and space rent by the ancestral dragon, as the dense and bizarre chaotic energies dissipated, transformed by the forces of order into sustenance for the world's growth. Did the ancestral dragon and Luohu truly vanish into the chaos? This query arose in the hearts of countless powerful beings. Could it be that this monumental catastrophe, which had engulfed the entire primordial world, concluded in such a dramatic fashion? Contemplating this possibility, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that an ending of this nature might not be so bad. With the absence of the overwhelming ancestral dragon and the ambitious rogue Luohu, it felt as though everyone had returned to a new starting point of fair competition. Chapter 020. The beautiful sister subsequently, they gazed at the surging demonic tide that spread across the primordial realm, resembling a black plague, and upon hearing the anguished cries of countless innocent beings, their expressions darkened. The demons, still reveling in their wanton slaughter, suddenly became aware of a terrifying surge of energy emanating from above. Before they could react, powerful beams of energy and divine treasures descended upon them. Boom, boom, boom. After a brief period of rampant chaos, the demonic horde, once again pursued and slaughtered by numerous formidable beings of the primordial realm, had no choice but to tuck their tails and hide, awaiting the return of their demonic progenitor. On the Sunstar, as Dong Huangtai was engrossed in watching the live broadcast of the Hichu, two innocent chirps abruptly caught her attention from nearby. "Oh, sister." Dong Huangtai blinked her large eyes and shouted telepathically towards the outside of the Sun Divine Palace. "Those two eggs have awakened." "Sister." At that moment, Dijuan, who was chatting with Yuan Feng in the Sun Refining Divine Array, suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. A faint smile graced her lips. She hadn't expected that the rock and the peacock would awaken so soon. It appeared their life quality was indeed exceptional. "Dijuan, may I inquire what has transpired outside?" Yuan Feng, entirely cut off from external communication due to the restrictive array, could only glean information from Dijuan's words. "Something has changed with your two extraordinary eggs. It seems the beings within have awakened," Dijuan revealed with no need for concealment. After all, everything was under her control now. She had already confirmed that Yuanfeng's realm had plummeted to the level of a great Luo golden immortal, unable to stir any waves within the array. Keeping her here was merely out of respect. Were she in the Sun Divine Palace, she would pose no threat to Dijuan. "Oh?" Yuanfeng's tone reflected a slight ripple of curiosity. After a moment of silence, just as she was about to speak, she realized that Dijuan had already vanished from her view. Sighing, Yuan Feng shook her head in frustration, realizing that Dijuan's intention was quite clear. She evidently did not wish to continue nurturing her two offspring in her capacity as their mother. It seemed it would be wise to refrain from mentioning them in the future. During her time confined within the Sun Refining Divine Array, although she could not communicate with the outside world, she had gleaned considerable insight into Dijuan, this innate divine being birthed from the Sun Star. Not to mention her appearance and prowess, displayed a personality that was inherently domineering. If she were to provoke her, she might encounter dire consequences. Moreover, despite being imprisoned and losing her freedom, she had acquired safety. Decades ago, she had resolved to expel all hidden injuries from her body, using the remnants of her life essence to undergo the Nirvana technique. As a result, her realm had plummeted to that of a great Luo golden immortal. And should she strive to regain her quasi-saint status, she knew not how long it would take. The outside world was fraught with peril. The ancestral dragon, Luahu. Countless foes could easily claim her life. So it was best to remain in the Sunstar, engaging in delightful conversations with the charming beauty, discussing their understandings of the Flame Tao and various ancient secrets. It was quite enjoyable. The rock, the peacock. Dijuan mused over these two names, which would become legendary in the future primordial realm, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Now that they were entirely within her grasp, they were no longer wild children. The nurturing of these children was of paramount importance, and she must ensure they did not stray from the right path. With this in mind, she continued barefoot towards the location of the two colossal eggs. Pondering the opening lines for greeting the two prodigies, determined to leave a good impression. Suddenly, "Oh my, what a beautiful sister has arrived. May I touch your leg?" Her expression momentarily froze, as the source of the voice grew increasingly excited. "So adorable and naive. Sister, come give me a hug. This little handsome fellow adores beautiful sisters. What a nuisance." Beside this voice, a disdainful cold snort suddenly rang out, in stark contrast to the previous voice's foolishness. This tone was notably frosty and composed, even carrying a hint of cuteness. "Hey, who are you? Stop shouting here and get lost. Beautiful sister, hug me." Smack! Dijuan delivered a sharp slap to the golden egg, without mercy. Her face flushed, even channeling a modicum of spiritual power into the egg's interior. In the next moment, a high-pitched yet slightly raspy wail erupted from within the golden egg. So hot, so hot, so hot. The rock. Never had Dijuan anticipated that this legendary golden-winged rock would be such a foolish and lustful creature. daring to entertain such thoughts. It was imperative to teach him a lesson to ensure he remembered. "Little brat, do you still desire the beautiful sister?" After administering a proper lesson to the young rock, and hearing his cries weaken considerably, Dijuan finally withdrew her powers, standing before the golden egg with an icy demeanor. Inquiring coldly, "Yes, of course," the rock affirmed weakly. "Sister, your cold demeanor is quite alluring. I beg the beautiful sister to kick my egg." As she spoke, the golden egg before Dijuan suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. Intricate yet orderly divine patterns coalescing into the face of a cheeky, plump chick. Bang! A few black lines appeared on Dijuan's forehead. Weary, she took several steps back, then plopped down onto the ground, speechless as she gazed skyward. Heavens, how could this golden-winged rock be such a character? Is the sister our mother? At that moment, another youthful yet frigid voice broke the silence, providing Dijuan with a reprieve. No. Collecting her emotions, Dijuan stood once more. Resuming her earlier impassive demeanor, turning her head away to ignore the other naturally foolish little brat, instead focusing her attention on the other egg adorned with vibrant, extraordinary patterns, the peacock. "But I will take responsibility for nurturing you." Dijuan conveyed her thoughts through divine communication, simultaneously observing the current state of the two prodigies. For reasons unknown, these two unparalleled talents, nurtured within the Yuan Feng, manifested not in human forms like their sisters, but rather as two distinctly shaped chubby chicks. The Depeng, without a doubt, resembled a comical little creature, covered in fluffy golden feathers, with short claws and a stubby tail. The peacock, in contrast, was far more aesthetically pleasing. Not only did it possess long, elegant limbs and delicate features, but it also exuded an innate air of pride and aloofness, complemented by 5 extraordinary, colorful tail feathers sprouting from its back. "What of our mother?" the Depeng asked Dijuan, stepping forward to engage. "You raised us, thus you are our mother." "No, our adoptive mother." "That doesn't quite sound right, does it?" "No matter, as long as there's true love, I am willing." Dijuan and the peacock exchanged exasperated glances, their foreheads lined with dark lines. After a few more exchanges, Dijuan eventually clarified to the siblings that their mother was healing in a perilous place, and that once they reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, they would be able to visit Yuan Feng. Upon hearing this, the perceptive peacock quickly realized that neither she nor her brother would have the opportunity to meet their mother before they matured. She had just gleaned from their bloodline information that a successful emergence required at least reaching the Golden Immortal realm, a process that would take an immeasurable amount of time. Transitioning from Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal would be even more protracted. Stretching the limits of imagination. Forget it, no need to dwell on it, she sighed. After a brief conversation, the two siblings began to feel fatigued. After all, they had only recently awakened from a state of confusion, and their internal energy was insufficient to sustain prolonged awareness. They had no idea when they would awaken again. With a sigh of relief, Dijuan finally found a moment of respite after soothing the two little chicks. The peacock remained calm and orderly, while the Depeng seemed to lack common sense, chattering incessantly and attempting to tease her. If not for his youth and promising future, she would have turned him to ashes long ago. She realized that she would need to discipline him more in the future. Turning away, Dijuan approached her sister once again. After such a long time, Dong Huangtai was nearing his official emergence, and she needed to keep a watchful eye on him. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a fervent hunt against the demon race was sweeping across the vast wilderness. Among the most fearsome was the coalition led by Hong Jun, which relentlessly hunted the demonic scourge, leaving them with no escape routes and reducing them to mere shadows of their former selves. Stripped of Luo, whose protection, they were but fish on a chopping block. Witnessing countless formidable demons being hunted and sealed, Dijuan sensed subtle shifts in the atmosphere, as if an unseen force was bestowing fortune upon them. Their luck seemed to improve significantly as they traversed the wilderness. Some members found treasures born of the earth as they walked. Others encountered rare spiritual herbs while pursuing demons, and some even awoke to discover they had stumbled upon a long-hidden innate forbidden zone, replete with priceless treasures and rare plants, as well as essences of fearsome beasts from the primal era, elements that could dramatically enhance their cultivation. Dijuan quickly pieced together what was transpiring. It was the fortune of merit. These powerful beings in the wilderness, while slaying demons, were receiving gifts from the heavenly path of the wilderness. It felt like a windfall. Inspired, Di-jun felt a surge of determination to join the hunt against the demons. If she could accumulate merit early on, it would undoubtedly benefit her future endeavors. Thus, she resolved to set forth and work for the heavenly path. After gathering her belongings and entrusting the care of the two little ones to her energetic sister, she departed the Sun Star with a solitary flame flag of departure. The remaining 4 flags were left behind to protect her sister and their stronghold. The control of the sun-refining divine array was handed over to Dong Huangtai, who would also oversee Yuan Feng. Finally, Di-jun took her first step away from the Sun Star in her true form. Spotting a nearby celestial body, she suddenly stomped her foot and transformed into a golden streak of light. Soaring into the distance, a technique known as the rainbow transformation, which allowed her to traverse incredible distances in the blink of an eye. Before she could fully revel in the speed afforded by the rainbow transformation, she soon arrived at her destination, the Tai Yin Star. This celestial body was a rare supergiant in the wilderness star realm, rivaling the Sun Star in grandeur and boasting an extraordinary origin, said to be the left eye of the primordial deity Pango. According to Di-jun's understanding, this giant star also seemed to harbor innate divine beings. She wondered if they had emerged yet, especially since these two sisters were destined to become her future consorts. Ding! Host detected at a new location. Would you like to sign in at Tai Yin Star? The sudden voice from the system surprised Di-jun, and without hesitation, she chose yes, eagerly anticipating the rewards this sign-in might bring. After spending hundreds of years safeguarding her sister on the Sun Star, her only gain had been advancing to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm through her cultivation. Along with 2 accompanying spiritual treasures and the flame flag of departure, she felt confident that even under a quasi-saint, she could escape unscathed. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the innate supreme spiritual treasure, the Sun and Moon Essence Wheel. As expected, the system provided Di-jun with an exhilarating surprise, causing her face to blossom with joy, her bright eyes gleaming with delight. The Sun and Moon Essence Wheel was a renowned innate treasure. While individually, it was merely a treasure of the innate upper-grade tier, when combined, it transformed into an unparalleled weapon of supreme lethality, perfectly compensating for her lack of close-range offensive capabilities. Di-jun was thoroughly pleased with the system's reward. Indeed, this expedition had not been in vain. Who goes there? As she strolled about the desolate Tai Yin Star, sensing her intent to linger, a voice, feigning authority, suddenly echoed in her ear, "This place is owned. Outsiders, leave at once. Otherwise, calamity shall befall you." Di-jun couldn't help but burst into laughter at that moment. Ha ha ha! She laughed uncontrollably, her delicate feet dancing upon the gray, gravel-strewn desolate ground, reminiscent of a sunflower blooming amidst the muck. "You, what are you laughing at?" The authoritative voice faltered, losing its composure. "You mustn't laugh. If you laugh again, I will truly strike you. I am very strong to this." Di-jun only laughed all the more joyously. "You!" The source of the voice was enraged, rolling about in frustration. "What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?" It could only mutter resentfully, attempting to curse the unfamiliar visitor away with its whispers. "Ha ha!" Di-jun wiped away the tears of laughter from her eyes, finally calming down amidst the relentless complaints from the other side. It was hardly her fault for finding it amusing. After all, a little child attempting to intimidate her with a tone befitting an adult was indeed hilarious. The childish lilt in their voice unmistakable, as if a tiny tot was threatening her to vacate her own territory. "All right, I shall cease my laughter." The voice's source sighed in relief, but the very next moment, pfft. "Ha ha ha!" Di-jun burst into laughter once more. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, the source of the voice chose to ignore the beautiful sister who was teasing her instead. In truth, it was precisely because she sensed the warmth and familiarity emanating from Di-jun that she had awakened after a deep slumber. Had it been any ordinary passerby, she would have remained indifferent, deeply hidden within the core of Tai Yin Star. However, witnessing Di-jun's mischievous demeanor, she felt exhausted and longed to return to her slumber. Chapter 022. Guanghan Palace. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Di-jun, an innate divine being from the Sun Star. After finally gathering her emotions, she solemnly addressed the still tender Tai Yin divine being. "I have come to make a friend. Additionally, to eradicate the malevolent demon race that plagues the wilderness star realm. As she spoke, a blazing, radiant flame of the sun ignited around her, resembling a towering candle standing upon the surface of Tyeen's star. Revealing her true identity without a doubt, "Pray tell, have you encountered any demons in this place?" A voice, sweet and innocent, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, then fell silent for a brief moment. Shortly thereafter, an ethereal figure of a girl appeared before Gao Qilan. The little girl was exceedingly adorable, her cherubic face still bearing the softness of baby fat, and her lips looked particularly stubborn and plump. However, the most striking feature was her silvery hair, which shimmered like moonlight. Atop her head, a playful tuft of hair stood defiantly. "Why do you wish to inquire about the demon race?" she asked, her eyes wide with disbelief, addressing Emperor June. "Those wicked beings are truly terrifying." Her apparition circled Emperor June restlessly, her gaze revealing a mixture of fear and unease as she flailed her tiny arms in emphasis. "Previously, my sister attempted to break through her cultivation, only to be disturbed by those vile creatures." Emperor June furrowed his brow, realizing from the girl's demeanor that she had indeed come to trust him in the harmonious dance of the sun and moon. The innate deities of the solar star and the lunar star shared a profound connection, naturally sensing and favoring one another. "Your sister?" she inquired, her brow knitting together. "What has become of her?" At that moment, she felt a shift in the surrounding air. Suddenly, a light yet piercing voice rang out beside her, sparking her keen interest. "Greetings, Taoist friend Emperor June." She offers her respects. Emperor June's gaze shifted, recognizing that the true sovereign of the lunar star had made her entrance. "Is everything well with you?" "Taoist friend Shihi?" she inquired politely, consciously tempering her own formidable presence to convey a friendly demeanor. "Might you grace me with your presence at the Guanghan Palace?" It seemed that Shihi was not in optimal condition, as she did not directly answer Emperor June's query, but instead invited her to her domain for further discussion. "Sister?" Changshi blinked, her eyes wide with confusion, still apprehensive about Emperor June. "Fear not." Shihi gently reassured her sister. "I have confirmed that Taoist friend Emperor June is indeed an innate deity from the solar star. According to the celestial principles of yin and yang, Taoist friend Emperor June is naturally our most reliable ally. Little she need not worry." "Oh." Upon hearing her sister's words, Changshi felt reassured. Pouting her adorably dainty lips, she observed Emperor June with her sparkling, diamond-like eyes before circling around him playfully, exclaiming, "Then, come with us, Taoist sister Emperor June." Seeing the charming demeanor of the little Changshi, Emperor June couldn't help but smile with delight. Although the lunar star was immense, ranking among the superstars of the celestial realm, it lacked the formidable protective arrays found in the solar star. Yet, given its esteemed lineage, it was unrealistic to assume it had no defenses at all. After following Changshi's apparition for a while, Emperor June found herself enveloped within a concealed grand formation, and moments later, they arrived deep within the lunar star. Around them, the void teemed with a continuous flow of lunar energy, its chilling essence seemingly capable of freezing the very air. Yet, as far as the eye could see, there lay only endless desolation and coldness. Before long, a colossal palace, seemingly forged entirely from ice crystals, emerged at the edge of her vision. The palace bore the formidable laws of the moon, and a mere glance sent a shiver down one's spine, instilling a sense of dread within the soul. As if sensing the overwhelming solar power within Emperor June, the palace's outer walls suddenly radiated a shimmering divine light, causing the surrounding void to stagnate. "Sister Emperor June, please refrain from probing with your divine sense." At that moment, Changshi's apparition swiftly positioned herself in front of Emperor June, deflecting an incoming wave of divine laws, and then turned back to emphasize seriously, "The Guanghan Palace is my sister's sacred treasure. Yet she has not fully refined it. Should any outsider dare to provoke or attack, the palace will retaliate automatically." Emperor June frowned slightly. The Guanghan Palace was indeed Shihi's protective treasure, yet she had yet to master it. What could be the reason for this? Logically, innate deities should be able to refine their accompanying treasures with relative ease. How could she not even control its instinctive defenses? Setting aside her puzzlement, they continued flying until they finally arrived at the grand entrance of the Guanghan Palace. The palace, resplendent yet tinged with an air of melancholy and decay, appeared to possess a complete set of laws, resembling a slumbering ancient beast that concealed its terrifying power. However, Emperor June sensed something amiss. Even disregarding other factors, the Guanghan Palace's area paled in comparison to her own solar palace. Could it be? A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Taoist friend, please do not take offense. Just then, a gentle and clear voice resonated from deep within the Guanghan Palace, evoking a sense of springtime warmth and boundless contemplation. I kindly invite you to enter the Guanghan Palace for a discussion. She is injured and cannot come out to greet you. Please forgive her. Emperor June relaxed her brow as she watched Changshi's apparition glide into the palace. After a moment of contemplation, she lowered her guard and stepped into the vast, desolate Guanghan Palace. Ding! Check-in location detected. Guanghan Palace. Would you like to check in? As her foot touched the cold floor of the Guanghan Palace, Emperor June hesitated for a moment, then felt a surge of joy within her heart. It seemed this system was indeed quite impressive. Check in. She pressed the confirmation button, eagerly anticipating the surprises this check-in would bring. Chapter 023, Shihi Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the check-in reward from the Guanghan Palace, 99.99 Solar Divine Pills. The Solar Divine Pills contain the supreme yang energy of heaven and earth, capable of dispelling all evil and negative effects, and can restore vitality and cultivation. They are the pinnacle of elixirs in the primordial world. Emperor June's gaze sharpened, and a smile crept upon her lips. This system was certainly considerate. If it truly aligned with her earlier thoughts, then the arrival of these Solar Divine Pills was perfectly timed. Taoist friend, please take a seat. She entered the spacious yet slightly chilly Guanghan Palace. Observing everything within, her bare feet pressed against the icy ground, causing a blush of crimson to rise, enhancing her already delicate and fair complexion. Turning a corner, a breathtaking young woman with flowing silver hair stood gracefully in the center of the hall. Gazing intently at her with a gentle smile, draped in snow-white garments, illuminated by the soft moonlight of the Guanghan Palace, her tall and slender figure revealed an exquisite silhouette. Her delicate skin, pale yet filled with beauty, resembled fine jade, and her bare feet resembled a blooming white lotus. The beauty appeared somewhat pale, exuding an air of fragile delicacy, her eyes like autumn waters, as if she were an ethereal being. Truly a transcendent goddess untouched by the mortal realm. Today, to meet Taoist friend Emperor June is indeed a stroke of fortune. She beamed, her smile akin to a blooming lotus, seemingly revitalizing the entire world. Witnessing this scene, Emperor June found herself momentarily breathless, her thoughts momentarily forgotten. Sister, you are in such poor condition yet still forcing yourself to appear in your true form. Changshi, seeing her sister struggle, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She reached forward with her delicate little hand to touch her sister, transferring her own abundant energy to her. MY's sister attempted to break through her cultivation recently, but the fluctuations attracted those wicked black creatures. She explained to Emperor June, her voice laden with concern. I have not yet emerged, forced to watch helplessly as my sister was besieged by those vile beings. In the end, not only did she fail to break through, but she also became tainted by demonic energy, and now she must recuperate within the Guanghan Palace. Alas, it is so difficult. The little silver-haired girl sighed dramatically, lamenting the hardships of divine existence. Her large, expressive eyes conveyed understanding and resilience, evoking sympathy from Emperor June, who couldn't help but reminisce about her own silly little sister, who only knew how to watch live streams and beg her for stories. Why is the gap between gods so vast? She pondered aloud. The lunar star, too, was a great primordial star, not inferior to the solar star. Why was it so? Alas, Changshi sighed, her tuft of hair drooping in response. Her cherubic face filled with dejection. It is because the essence of the lunar star has been damaged, causing my sister and I to endure such hardships. Her tone was filled with helplessness and unshed tears. After transferring her pure energy to her sister, her apparition became somewhat more translucent. Yet Shihi's pale complexion regained a hint of vitality. It was evident that even forcing herself to emerge from her slumber in her true form exacted a significant toll on her. Emperor June understood her plight. Alas, my sister and I, we don't even possess a single accompanying spirit treasure. With a face full of helplessness, she lamented, there exists a treasure of protection born from the celestial body of the Taiyin star. the Guanghan Palace. Yet, due to its incomplete primordial essence, it cannot be fully refined, leaving it merely as a refuge for us. My sister and I suffer so greatly. She let out a long sigh towards the heavens, and the tuft of hair atop her head visibly drooped once more. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, her little tuft of hair perked up, and she propelled her ethereal form to float beside Dijuan. After circling around Dijuan a few times, she mischievously inquired, "Sister Dijuan, do you possess any companion spiritual treasures on the Sunstar? Is your primordial essence complete? Are you powerful? Might we be able to witness them?" Dijuan, with a natural gesture, touched her nose, contemplating that it would be better not to disclose the true circumstances. After all, should she inadvertently dishearten these sisters, she might find herself unable to depart. Indeed, she alone possessed two supreme innate spiritual treasures, the Luoshu and Hichu, while her sister, Donghuang, also wielded an innate treasure of the highest order, the Donghuang Bell. Not to mention, their place of origin, the Sun God Palace, was an even more formidable and precious sanctuary than the Guanghan Palace. Revealing such truths might genuinely dampen the spirits of these sisters. Clearing her throat softly, she promptly decided to shift the topic. "I see that Shiha Daoist seems to be gravely injured. Could it be that during her breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, she was besieged by the demon race, leading to demonic energy entering her body?" With a face full of curiosity, she inquired while channeling her magical energy to conjure a crimson treasure chair for herself. With a light leap, she seated herself upon it, as if she were the true master of the Guanghan Palace, her delicate, fair feet swinging playfully in the air. Shiha restrained her sister, who seemed eager to voice her thoughts, and with a smile of apology directed at Dijuan, said, "Forgive me for the interruption, but Shiha is indeed. Do not worry. I have pills that can help you expel the demonic energy." Without waiting for Shiha to finish, Dijuan straightforwardly interjected, producing a sun god pill that had just been awarded to her by the system. The intense solar energy within the pill flowed back and forth, and one could faintly hear the distant cries of the golden crow. With unparalleled blazing laws swirling within, radiating a resplendent divine light as if the dawn were breaking over the mountains. The sun god pill is a specialty of our sun star, capable of dispelling all evil and negative energies in the world and even restoring one's realm. As soon as she finished speaking, Dijuan handed the pill to the dazed Shiha. Observing the two silver-haired little girls with expressions of innocent bewilderment, she couldn't help but chuckle internally. Her actions were certainly not motivated by altruism. She had ulterior motives. Much like the wise and cunning Hongjun, forming a good relationship was one aspect. On the other hand, she recognized the immense potential of Shiha and Changxi and wished to invest in them early. If she could successfully recruit them, it would be all the better, especially since she was in dire need of expanding her core team. As the two sisters, innate deities of the Tying Star, they were, in a sense, truly of the same origin. Moreover, they were still in their naive and easily deceived youth. If she could lure them to her side with just a single pill, it would be an exceptionally lucrative deal. Chapter 024. Bay Laurel Tree, Bay Laurel Fruit, what? Shiha stared blankly at the sun god pill in her hand before glancing at Dijuan, who sat leisurely in her chair, blinking her bright, expressive eyes. Swallowing hard, she examined the pill for any faults, and upon confirming its authenticity, her gaze towards Dijuan transformed. "I asked, the bounty of the sun star truly this abundant? Or is everything unfolding before me merely an illusion?" "Oh my, sister!" Unlike her composed sister, Changxi's demeanor was immediately animated, her tuft of hair springing to life as she exclaimed, "This pill is brimming with spiritual energy and smells delightful." As innate deities born of the heavens, they instinctively reacted to their surroundings, naturally sensing the beneficial qualities of the items around them. The sun god pill, being a top-tier elixir awarded by the system, was undoubtedly highly advantageous for them. "Sister Dijuan, do you have any other divine pills?" Without hesitation, she lunged forward, nestling herself against Dijuan's thigh, gazing up with an earnest expression. "Little she also has demonic energy within her. I too require a sun god pill to expel it." In her dramatization, she feigned severe injury, collapsing into Dijuan's soft embrace, yet her tuft of silver hair remained energetically upright. Dijuan, unfazed, affectionately ruffled the adorable hair of Changxi, then retrieved another sun god pill radiating pure yang spiritual energy. The pill shimmered brilliantly, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns that flickered, with golden, chain-like inscriptions dancing upon its surface. Sister Dijuan has an abundance of pills and resources. She generously placed the divine pill into Changxi's small hands. Her demeanor nonchalant, however, witnessing the gleam in the sister's eyes, as if they had gained a significant advantage. She could not help but silently chuckle. I possess nearly 10,000 sun god pills. Just 2 have brought you to the brink of collapse. Clinging to my leg, if I reveal more treasures in the future, these sisters from impoverished origins will inevitably yield to my authority and dutifully serve me. Thank you immensely for your great kindness. Esteemed Dijuan, Shiha, being the elder sister, not only appeared mature and charming, but her intellect was also far superior to the still nascent Changxi. Quickly recovering from her shock, she bowed gracefully to Dijuan. Little Shi, since Sister Dijuan has gifted you a divine pill, you should graciously accept it. Following this, she smiled tenderly at her playful sister, advising, I shall now refine this pill. Do not forget to care for Sister Dijuan. Gather some of the bay laurel fruits from the bay laurel tree to present to her as a delicacy. Yes, sister. Upon hearing this, Changxi promptly snapped out of her euphoric daze, patting her chest in assurance, though her large, gleaming eyes remained joyfully crinkled. Bay laurel tree, Sister Dijuan, please wait here. I shall fetch you some delicious fruits. Singing an off-key tune, the ethereal form of Changxi, clutching the sun god pill tightly, bounced off towards the back of the Guanghan Palace. This scene brought an involuntary smile to Dijuan's lips. How delightful! What a pure pair of sisters! Fortuitously, she had arrived early, ensuring they had not been tainted by other beings. Had she come later, after they had endured numerous experiences and deceptions, they might not have been so easily swayed. The benefits of traversing to the primordial era of the Honghuang world were indeed profound. One could only wonder how many potential seeds like Shiha and Changxi awaited her investment and guidance in this vast realm. Sister, bay laurel fruits. In a short while, Changxi emerged, holding a pristine jade plate, the sun god pill having vanished from her grasp. The plate was adorned with small, pale fruits exuding a cold, piercing radiance, as if within each fruit resided a miniature Taiyin star, with the laws of utmost in swirling erratically upon their surfaces. The bay laurel tree is a treasure of our realm. Consuming these fruits will rapidly enhance our spiritual power. Little She was able to condense her spirit so swiftly precisely because she consumed numerous such fruits. Changxi declared with a charming demeanor, presenting the offering before Dijuan Dado. With a raised eyebrow, Dijuan recalled that the bay laurel tree was one of the legendary 10 great innate roots. She was pleasantly surprised to reap such rewards so swiftly. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her own sun star lacked any spiritual roots. What of the fabled Fusang tree? How ironic that she had just considered the sun star to be bountiful, far exceeding the severely damaged primordial essence of the Taiyin star, only to be swiftly proven wrong. While the Taiyin star boasted the innate root of the bay laurel tree, did the sun star possess the innate root of the Fusang tree? Tang Valley. Dijuan suddenly recalled a geographical name. According to legends, the Fusang tree thrived not on the sun star, but in an unknown location on the Honghuang continent known as Tang Valley. It seemed that to acquire one of the 10 great roots, she must first locate this Tang Valley. With a gaze deep in contemplation of her forthcoming journey, she extended her hand to pluck a single bay laurel fruit from the jade platter. Placing it between her crimson lips, she savored this fruit, theoretically comparable to the finest treasures such as ginseng and peaches of immortality. Yet, before she could fully appreciate its flavor, the moment the bay laurel fruit met the sweetness of her saliva, it instantly transformed into a refreshing aromatic mist infused with the purest essence of yin. Spreading throughout her mouth, it burst forth like an underwater explosion, and she suddenly felt every pore in her body open wide, as if doused in a cool, invigorating spring, delivering an unparalleled explosive sensory experience. She felt her spiritual power surge rapidly. At this moment, she had already reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, making her a formidable presence in the primordial world, capable of condensing her own supreme yang domain, where she was nearly invincible. Yet, according to the system's calculations, if she were to rely solely on her own cultivation to break through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it would likely take tens of thousands of years. The most challenging aspect lay in comprehending and completing her personal domain. The only way to expedite this process was to continuously enhance her spiritual power, allowing her to gain deeper insights into the essence of the rules, and then perpetually imitate and refine her supreme yang domain. Initially, she believed this task to be arduous, but unexpectedly, the solution lay right before her. Truly, heaven has favored me. One could only say, those who assist others shall themselves be aided. Dijun felt an overwhelming joy in her heart, sensing a hint of loosening in her cultivation. Chapter 025, Guardian of the Path Boom. However, before she could prepare to break through her realm, suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the rear of the palace of Guanghan, instantly sweeping away all the yin energy within the palace. Countless laws of the Tao flickered in the void, and the space even became suffused with a rich moonlight akin to a vast ocean. "What is happening?" she inquired with a hint of uncertainty. "Yay! Sister is about to continue her breakthrough." The little girl with fluffy hair serving at Dijun's side brightened with joy, performing a somersault in the air, exclaiming with uncontainable happiness, "Dijun's divine elixir is amazing. It has restored her so quickly." Her eyes sparkled with bliss, as if countless stars were rising and falling. Her tiny hand instinctively grasped Dijun's sleeve, and she hurriedly explained the situation to her. It turned out that ever since she attempted to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm last time, lacking the protective array of the moon star and suitable spiritual treasures for guarding the path, she rashly chose to break through directly outside the moon star. Unfortunately, the current primordial star realm was different from before. Due to Rahu's true body arriving, numerous malevolent entities roamed the star realm. These terrifying beings, imbued with the essence of primordial magic, were even derived from the corrupted flesh of the original phoenix by Rahu's secret methods. These magic phoenixes, infused with Rahu's primordial demonic aura and the true blood of the original phoenix, seized the opportunity to ambush Shihi when she was unable to divide her attention, resulting not only in her failed breakthrough but also in the infusion of demonic energy, leaving her perpetually weakened. However, with the Sun God elixir bestowed by Dijun, all obstacles were now removed. "Dijun, could you please assist my sister Shihi?" The girl named Chang, she looked at Dijun with her bright, shimmering eyes, pleadingly raising her fists. "Right now, my sister is unable to restrain her realm and is on the verge of breaking through. Those demonic beings may strike again. Please help my sister protect her path." Her big eyes blinked, glistening with tears, brimming with earnestness. Little she will surely repay Dijun's great kindness. She pressed her lips together, earnestly promising. Dijun raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing the little girl. "Are you truly willing to do anything?" Observing the mischievous smile on Dijun's face, Changxi's adorable features scrunched up, and after a moment's hesitation, she resolutely stated, "As long as it protects my sister, little she is willing to do anything," she vowed with unwavering determination. "Ha ha ha." Dijun laughed heartily, shaking her head, thinking this little girl, despite her lack of power, certainly understood the importance of the situation. "Very well, since I have already invested in this, I shall thoroughly assist these sisters." With a flourish of her crimson sleeve, she directed her gaze towards the exterior of the palace of Guanghan, seemingly penetrating the barriers of time and space to perceive everything. "So be it. Since we are of the same origin, I shall indeed protect your sister's path this time." A stern and resolute expression graced her face, for she had already sensed the approach of danger. "Release the restrictions of the palace of Guanghan. Let us venture into the outside world and safeguard your sister." Gently, she caressed Changxi's little head and followed the girl's ethereal form as they floated towards the surface of the moon star outside the palace of Guanghan. The primordial star realm was vast and desolate, and standing upon the boundless surface of the moon star, one could truly feel the emptiness and barrenness of this domain. Aside from the countless brilliant stars overhead, all that remained was the infinite void shrouded in darkness and silence. Behind this void, it seemed as though countless malevolent entities lurked, watching over this land. Above the moon star, a radiant silhouette of silver light floated. With waist-length silver hair swaying gently in the cosmic breeze, the ethereal and fantastical silver brilliance enveloped her, making Shihi appear almost otherworldly, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The surging, rich yin energy emanated from her body, radiating dazzling silver divine light, akin to a colossal moon rising upon the moon star. The moment the yin law of the moon manifested, even the void seemed to freeze. Within this brilliant and enchanting silver light lay the unparalleled path of the coldest and most Een essence in the entire primordial world, beautiful yet perilous, capable of unleashing devastatingly terrifying cold waves. Here it comes! June stood barefoot upon the boundless sands of the moon star, raising her graceful neck, calmly discerning the situation. After a considerable time, Changshi finally comprehended the meaning behind June's "Here it comes." In the realm concealed behind the infinite starry sky, an overwhelming and terrifying tide of darkness surged forth. Even the stars above them were obscured. Within this dark tide, filled with malevolence and corruptive energy, the air was punctuated by piercing shrieks that made one restless and intolerant. "It's the Magic Phoenix Clan!" Changshi exclaimed in panic. June, the Magic Phoenix Clan is coming! She clutched June's sleeve, her face a picture of urgency as she looked towards her sister Shihi, who floated high in the air above the moon star, her tone fraught with anxiety. Should we not let sister suppress her cultivation and refrain from breaking through? She flailed about in a frenzy, like an ant on a hot stove, offering nonsensical suggestions. Yet, June understood that this was merely concern leading to chaos, observing the silver luminous halo overhead becoming somewhat unstable. June softly reassured, Shihi need not panic. Allow me to handle these nuisances. With that, she transformed into a streak of flying rainbow, suddenly appearing before Shihi, standing as a barrier against the oncoming dark tide. Witnessing June's graceful crimson figure stepping forth to shield her from imminent danger, Shihi inexplicably felt a sense of inexplicable safety. June, please take care of yourself. She steadied her emotions, expressing her concern for June while promising, I will never forget this great kindness. Should I ascend to great heights in the future, I will surely repay this favor. A gentle smile graced June's face. In an instant, a red light flared, and she summoned the fire flag of earth, channeling her energy into it, creating an impenetrable shield of defense that surrounded her, ensuring her fundamental safety. Then, heaven and earth bow. Appear! With a delicate cry, her slender hand shot forward, a treasure radiating brilliant golden light, exuding sharp and lethal laws of slaughter, materialized in her grasp, seemingly resonating with the fervent battle intent within her heart. The bowstring of the heaven and earth bow quivered incessantly, transforming into a sharp battle sound. Buzz. Chapter 026. The Magic Phoenix Clan Ha. June gripped the heaven and earth bow in her jade hand. As countless essences of heaven and earth coalesced upon the bowstring, and in the blink of an eye, a resplendent arrow imbued with lethal intent materialized. The golden arrow embodies an unfathomable and terrifying might, its indomitable framework supported by the laws of destruction. The arrow's essence is forged from an exquisitely sharp force of annihilation, surrounded by a multitude of resplendent golden tadpole-like symbols. June is far from the inept individuals of later generations who cannot even draw the string of the Qian Kuan bow. Nor is she akin to the barely capable spirit jewel Neza. She is, in fact, a bona fide Deluo golden immortal, possessing her own realm of supreme yang, with her vast and formidable magical power. Even excluding the influence of magical artifacts, her cultivation and combat prowess would place her among the foremost in the world of Hong Huang. The Qian Kuan Bao's automatic formation of arrows is merely its standard combat mode. Should a decisive strike be required, the power of the 3 thunderous arrows would undoubtedly astonish all. Boom. She steadied her mind, methodically breaking through her boundaries under the protection of June. The supreme Een laws of heaven and earth began to manifest in the void, as the myriad principles of the Tai Een Dao emerged one by one at Shihi's behest. The laws of Tai Een, Xian Een, Ming Een, Yu Een, Yang Een, Long Een, Shi Een, Yuan Een, Miao Een, Qing Een, Zhua Een, Si Een, Han Een, and Xiao Een. An abundance of Een laws representing the Tai Een Dao surfaced in succession, signifying that Shihi was on the verge of refining all the Tai Een laws she had mastered into her own Dao fruit and the embryonic form of her inner world, which could also be termed as her domain. As she approached the critical juncture of advancing from Tai Yi Golden Immortal to Deluo Golden Immortal, this threshold is of paramount significance and arduousness for any being. Entering the realm of Tai Yi Golden Immortal merely requires the mastery of a single law, whereas Deluo Golden Immortal necessitates the attainment of a Dao fruit. The Dao fruit signifies the necessity of integrating all akin principles into one, using one's body and spirit as a crucible to forge countless laws into a singular fruit. Such an endeavor is fraught with peril. What is a Tao fruit? It is the essence that a living being, on the path of cultivation, refines all the laws they comprehend into one, coalescing into the fruit that embodies their true path of cultivation. The arduous cultivation within the Tai-E golden immortal realm is but a substantial prerequisite for the pursuit of this Tao fruit. With the myriad laws cultivated and comprehended over countless ages serving as branches that converge into a singular, sweet fruit, indicative of the immense difficulty involved. A moment's carelessness could render all the years spent on cultivating the laws into nothingness. Yet, he, being a primordial deity nurtured by the Tai-E star, possesses an extraordinary foundation. Even after experiencing a failure, she remains imbued with confidence, her comprehension of the Tai-E Tao laws swelling to its zenith. It could be said that she and her sister, Changxi, were destined to embody the control over the Tai-E Tao, much like Dijun and her sister, Donghuang, were born to govern the supreme Yang Tao. Dijun is further blessed. With the augmentation of the system, she is inherently at the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. This signifies that she has naturally grasped one of the most potent paths in existence, rendering her an unparalleled entity among all primordial deities. Now, behind the not-so-broad shoulders of Dijun, she strives to condense all her mastered Tai-E laws into a Tao fruit, all the while fervently wishing for Dijun's assurance of safety during this period. Should she succeed in crossing this threshold, she would be able to claim her place among the powerful of the Huang world. Dijun, my friend, you must hold strong, she silently murmured, clasping her hands in prayer beneath the expansive laws that cascaded like snow-laden trees. Caw! Amidst the surging tide of darkness, innumerable magnificent and formidable demonic phoenixes flapped their elegant and opulent wings, akin to harbingers of doom laden with ash and bones, rushing forth with a murderous glint ignited in their eyes. Take the potent elixir, consume the humanoid elixir, charge. In an instant, the void resonated with the clamor of the demonic phoenix's greedy roars, as countless sound waves broke free from the confines of the dark tide. Assailing from all directions, a glance reveals a sea of scarlet colossal eyes amidst the dark tide, all exuding insatiable greed and desire, along with the specters of slaughter and plunder, death and war. Mere rabble, however, Dijun, standing alone against the relentless tide of demons, remained unfazed, a sneer of disdain gracing her countenance. Dressed in a flowing crimson robe, she stood barefoot in the void, with a deliberate motion. She drew her Qian Kuan bow, gently pulling the string against the oncoming deluge of darkness from the starry sky, and with a flick of her jade fingers, buzz, with a soft sound. The golden arrow, condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, vanished into the void, as though traversing the fabric of time and space, reappearing within the next segment of the void, only to suddenly split into dozens of elongated golden arrows. The arrows continued to diverge in the air, each shaft aglow with resplendent golden light, surrounded by a multitude of sharp laws and golden tadpole-like symbols. Following another phase of transition, they further multiplied into hundreds, if not thousands of arrows, coalescing into a vast golden net in the boundless void. Boom. In the face of the oncoming demonic tide, the overwhelming dark matter erupted under the relentless assault of the arrows, exploding, vanishing, and dissolving into nothingness. Hidden within, the demonic phoenixes, burdened with the weight of annihilation and death, suffered catastrophic losses in an instant. The dark blood and flesh, along with bones, littered the heavens. The ferocious and greedy demonic phoenix horde fell into chaos, wailing incessantly, having sustained heavy blows from the terrifying attack formed by the Qian Kuan Bao, before even nearing the Tai-E star. Stay calm. Fortunately, at this moment, the ruler of the demonic phoenix clan stepped forward, stabilizing the collective psyche of her kin. Chapter 27. The demon phoenix king. The form of the demon phoenix king is markedly more powerful than that of her kin. The mere flapping of her wings creates a canopy that obscures the sky, stirring endless waves and mists in the dark tide, her size comparable to that of a small planet. The demonic phoenix clan, birthed from the sacred body of the Yuan phoenix, has rapidly developed into an exceptionally formidable race within the Huang star realm, especially after devouring several primordial deities nurtured within star cores. These primordial beings, embodying innate laws and the essence of heaven and earth, serve as unparalleled elixirs for this extraordinary top-tier demonic race. This is why they have repeatedly set their sights on Shihi, emerging from the Tyene star. If they could consume her, the restorative effects would defy imagination, unparalleled. They might even supplant Shihi as the ruler of the Tyene Dao in the Honghuang world. Thus, they have long lain in ambush near the Tyene star. Therefore, this operation is one that the Demon Phoenix King cannot afford to fail. Form the Dark Demon Phoenix Heavenly Fire Array. The Demon Phoenix King sternly commanded her fleeing subjects, her colossal scarlet eyes fixed upon the solitary figure of Di Jun, who stood like a bulwark, despite feeling the terrifying aura emanating from her. She steeled her resolve and commanded her subordinates with an iron fist. After all, should Shihi successfully break through to the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, it would be beyond her capacity to contend with. This would signify a complete loss of an immense opportunity. For the fiercely ambitious Demon Phoenix King, such a reality is utterly unacceptable, so she resolved to exert her utmost to subdue the fiery figure before her. Observing the dark tide before her, which hesitated in trepidation, Di Jun's exquisite visage radiated a smile of domineering disdain. Humph! The largest among them is merely on the brink of breaking through to Deluo Golden Immortal. Compared to Shihi, who is on the verge of a breakthrough, they are of little difference. If not for their sheer numbers, one-on-one, it would be difficult to determine who is superior between her and Shihi. Naturally, they are no match for her in comparison. However, as she gazed upon the overwhelming black mist that suddenly enveloped her from all directions, thick with decay and eerie substance, she noted that the hidden demonic phoenixes had chosen to merge into it, completely erasing their life force, their scarlet eyes vanishing one by one. Di Jun's expression turned grave. It seems these decayed dark beings possess more cunning than anticipated. They are not simpletons. The fiery banners surrounding her flickered, followed by a gentle yet resilient defensive law that began to expand, gradually enveloping a vast area of the void. A protective barrier formed, resembling a colossal circular dome, distinctly separating Di Jun from the incessantly surging dark tides. Boom! A terrifying collision surged against the protective shield of the earthly flame banner, yet it stirred not a ripple, which brought a renewed smile to Di Jun's face, a jest indeed. The earthly flame banner was a supreme treasure of defense, ranking among the finest spiritual artifacts. If the 5 innate 5 directions banners were to combine, their overall level would rival even the most elite of chaotic treasures. Such a trifling flock of unruly birds could hardly hope to shake it. With this thought, she cast aside any lingering doubts and once more drew the bowstring taut. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An unceasing barrage of golden arrows was ferociously unleashed from the Qian Kuan Bao, unleashing a formidable and terrifying destructive force that stirred the dark tide. With faint echoes of wails and explosions resonating in the air, however, Di Jun could not help but furrow her brow. Although the Qian Kuan Bao wielded astonishing lethality, it was not an automatic missile that could seek its targets. It was more suited for large-scale confrontations. Yet, this flock of demonic phoenixes had chosen to hide among the terrain, leaving her somewhat at a loss. To her surprise, these demonic phoenixes had even begun to employ the power of formations. Amidst the dark tide, fierce and eerie black flames ignited from all directions, clinging to the thick, obsidian matter, as if capable of incinerating even the void itself. What astonished Di Jun further was that these strange flames had begun to adhere to the shield of her earthly flame banner, relentlessly scorching it. This gave her Amaterasu? Di Jun suddenly felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. No wonder this technique felt oddly familiar. Although the damage inflicted by these flames on the earthly flame banner was negligible, and any loss was swiftly healed, in a certain sense, this bizarre demonic fire possessed unique qualities. This is bad. This is bad. Yet, witnessing this, the Demon Phoenix Queen, hidden within the dark tide and orchestrating the chaos, felt her heart turn to ice. Their Dark Phoenix Heavenly Fire Array was a terrifying formation capable of obliterating an entire planet, and even certain rare, hard metals would be entirely consumed in its unyielding flames. She had even estimated that not even some great Luo Golden Immortals could withstand their formation. Feeble domains would be directly burned through. After all, their dark demonic fire was directly inherited from the Phoenix's rebirth flames and the primordial demonic slaughter aura of Rahu. with an immense background and terrifying potential. Yet now, encountering this mysterious opponent, it had seemingly produced no effect. This was simply unimaginable. What kind of adversary have I encountered? Thoughts of retreat began to surface in her mind. But before doing so, she resolved to make one final desperate effort to seize the opportunity to break free from the shackles of the Tai Golden Immortal. Sisters, let us give it one last push. And grant me the strength for this final endeavor. Let us show this wretched girl a spectacle, she cried out in a sorrowful yet fierce voice, issuing a resolute command to her kin. Concentrate all divine power upon me. And welcome the true presence of our ancestral phoenix. Clear the way for us against our great foes. Yes, we heed the eldest sister. Devour her. Let the ancestral phoenix descend. The humanoid elixir, cackling in unison. They echoed her fervent call, their voices a cacophony of excitement and anticipation. The true phoenix lineage resides within the demon race. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, heralding an unimaginable transformation within the pitch-black tide. An aura of terror, unfathomable in its magnitude, descended upon this realm, causing even Shiha, who was preoccupied with her breakthrough, to open her eyes and gaze into the murky void beyond the earthly flame banner. A shiver surged through her thoughts, setting off a ripple of disquiet among the numerous lunar laws surrounding her. Steady your breath and focus. Everything rests upon me. Just then, a melodious yet icy voice resonated in her ears. Soothing her anxious heart, it was Dijuan. Shiha's spirit steadied as she fixed her gaze upon the elegant silhouette before her, inexplicably finding solace in its presence. How wonderful it is to feel protected. A silver phantom drifted around Shiha, manifesting her younger sister, Changxi. The little girl clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with indignation and vigilance, as she surveyed the boundless darkness beyond the protective shield. If any enemies dared to breach their defenses, she would give her all to protect her sister. Though her shadow bore no true power, she still sought to encourage Dijuan in her struggle. Dijuan, sister, go for it. Her cherubic face, round and rosy, beamed with exuberance as she infused Dijuan with spirit energy, her voice lively and spirited. Watch closely. Dijuan's voice rang in the girl's ears, and in response to her eager gaze, a pair of innate spiritual treasures, radiating formidable might, materialized before Dijuan, emanating a brilliant celestial light, as the laws of yin and yang flowed and swirled around them. The overwhelming and fearsome aura even caused the void to tremble. With the innate treasures exuding a fluctuating torrent of celestial power, the sun and moon divine wheel, Dijuan sensed that something extraordinary was about to transpire amidst the dark demonic tide. It seemed these demonic phoenixes truly had their trump cards. This was a perfect opportunity to test her new innate treasure. Let the blood flow. The ancestral phoenix descends amidst the boundless tide of darkness. A piercing shriek echoed through the ages. The frenzied and chaotic cries coalesced into an extraordinarily powerful sound wave, causing the dense, inky tide to disperse slightly, as if some presence were ravenously absorbing the essence of the demonic tide. Dijuan furrowed her brow, bracing herself. The divine light radiating from the sun and moon divine wheel fluctuated, and the terrifying laws of destruction twisted the void as if they were breathing like living beings. Dijuan summoned the full might of her innate treasure, ready to unleash it upon her enemies. Yet in the next moment, her expression shifted to one of confusion, her eyes glinting with perplexity. She blinked her beautiful eyes and retrieved her accompanying supreme innate treasure, the He Tuesday Ka. In the infinite tide of darkness, a being of unfathomable terror truly descended. The oppressive aura of a quasi-saint surged towards the Taiyin star, gathering an unparalleled threat and potential annihilation, as if this very void were on the verge of shattering. Obliterating, Shiha's complexion turned pale, and Changxi's tiny figure flickered violently, fading slightly in the overwhelming presence of the quasi-saint. The might of the quasi-saint was fearsome indeed. Shiha's expression soured, and she could not help but ponder whether her path was destined to be this arduous. With the quasi-saint now descending, it seemed that her predicament was inescapable. Perhaps she would even fall here. This is bad, she quickly realized, hastily attempting to convey her thoughts to Dijuan, urging her to return to the Palace of Eternal Cold at once. Though they did not have complete control over the palace, as a supreme innate treasure, it would suffice as a refuge against the threat posed by a quasi-saint. At worst, she would abandon this opportunity for a breakthrough and hide for a while longer. I cannot let my friend Dejuan perish here. Yet contrary to their expectations, Dejuan appeared remarkably unfazed. A hint of an inexplicable smile graced her lips, one that bore elements of disdain, surprise, confusion, and a hint of a devilish grin that suggested she had everything under control. This is the Phoenix? Dejuan truly wished to laugh, and not just a chuckle, but a hearty laugh. After all her vigilance, who would have imagined that the final trump card of this flock of demonic phoenixes was to summon the ancestral phoenix? Why not call upon Rahu? Oh, that's right, that old demon was swept into the chaos by the ancestral dragon. Even if summoned, he might not be inclined to intervene. Moreover, with his penchant for slaughter and the bizarre, he might very well eliminate this flock of unruly birds first. So, they believe the ancestral phoenix is gentle and easy to manipulate, do they? Ha ha ha. Dejuan sighed with resignation. Since that is the case, let us not employ this counterfeit true form of the phoenix. I'll let you Navi birds witness the true ancestral phoenix. With a wicked smile curling on her lips, Dejuan promptly activated her accompanying spiritual treasure, the He-Tu, boom. The terrifying, colossal figure standing amidst the boundless tide of darkness bore wings that spanned the cosmos. Vast and limitless, evoking an apocalyptic vision that obscured all starry skies and lines of sight. Though its form was not yet solidified, its outward appearance undeniably exuded the essence of the primordial phoenix. Born from the countless magical phoenixes entwined within the tide, it had absorbed an infinite reservoir of primordial demonic energy, rendering its true form akin to one drenched in ebony ink. Its eyes blazed with an eerie, frenzied scarlet flame, reminiscent of ominous celestial bodies descending upon this realm. Each flap of its gargantuan wings seemed to herald unending calamity and terror upon the world. It loomed above the laws of time and space, as if piercing through the ages to arrive in the mortal realm, causing countless paths to tremble with its birth, while a dense, terrifying demonic aura surged forth like an apocalyptic volcanic eruption. The dark primordial phoenix, a harbinger of dread, death, and the inexorable ashes of annihilation. Chapter 029. Primordial Phoenix, I have met the esteemed Taoist Emperor Jun. The ancestor is invincible. The dark primordial phoenix is the true primordial phoenix. We are also of the sacred clan. Kill, 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 kill. The ancestor's intervention brings forth devastation and triumph. A humanoid elixir. The Phoenix clan shall once again dominate the vast wilderness. Upon witnessing the summoning of the true form of the primordial phoenix, the magical phoenixes erupted into ecstatic uproar, shouting wildly. This was their first time wielding such divine power. It is known that only the most elite bloodline clans and those with the most potent divine lineage in the primeval world could invoke such an extraordinary and fearsome ability. In the future, another even more formidable and terrifying race would possess this skill. Emperor Jun's greatest adversary, the Witch clan. Of course, the power they wielded far surpassed that of these hybrid, mixed-breed creatures, for they summoned the creator deity of this world. Pango. Although merely a shadow of his power, it was sufficient for them to traverse the entire Witchlich era. Please, ancestor, vanquish our foes. The Phoenix Queen floated beside the neck of the dark primordial phoenix, her voice sharp and greedy as she cried out, while secretly feeling an overwhelming shock at the ancestor's aura fluctuation. Is this the breath of a quasi-saint? How terrifying! How powerful! If one day I could also break through to the quasi-saint realm, that would be splendid. Leading the Phoenix clan to dominate a territory and even resurrecting the Phoenix lineage's glory would not be impossible. Moreover, with the disappearance of the primordial Phoenix ancestor, the vast expanse of the Phoenix clan desperately needed a formidable avian warrior to lead them anew. What exhilaration, however! In the next moment, the eerie scarlet flames burning in the dark primordial Phoenix's eyes suddenly became animated. Oh! The primordial Phoenix murmured to herself, momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been conversing with Eastern Emperor Tai, recounting the ancient secrets of the primordial era to the yet-to-be-born little girl, sharing tales of her past glories and histories. Having not yet satisfied her storytelling, she was abruptly interrupted by a voice from Emperor Jun, calling her to divert her attention and take on an extra task. As she pondered the meaning of this so-called extra task, Her consciousness was suddenly drawn into this seemingly empty dark shell due to the innate allure of her bloodline. Ancestor, quickly assist us in slaying our enemies. Kill this. Following the cacophony of voices, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Boom. The dark primordial phoenix exhaled, unleashing a torrent of terrifying demonic fire that exploded outward, leaving the nearby flies of the Phoenix Queen bloodied and battered. How ridiculous! As one of the premier powers that has traversed the vast wilderness for countless ages, the primordial phoenix immediately comprehended the situation. These filthy beings, tainted by the pollution of the Luo Tuwa, dared to attempt to command her to battle Emperor June. Do they not realize I am imprisoned in her domain? If I anger Emperor June, you shall bear the consequences? A bunch of ignorant fools. Infuriated, the primordial phoenix hastily sought to sever her ties with these imbeciles in front of Emperor June, for her potential release back into the primeval world hinged upon Emperor June's disposition. Boom, 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 boom. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The mere thought of being dragged down by these incompetent blackbirds filled her with loathing for their reckless actions. Absolutely detestable. How dare they summon my true form? They aim to pin all the blame on me, the ancestor. May you all perish. In an instant, tumultuous waves surged within the dark tide, explosions echoing incessantly. Countless powerful magical phoenixes were suddenly devastated by the explosion of their own ancestor's incarnation, suffering even greater destruction than that wrought by Emperor June's Qian Kuan Bao. All the magical phoenixes stood dumbstruck at this scene. This defies reason. They had exerted all their might, pouring their divine energy into summoning the dark primordial phoenix through the Phoenix Queen. Yet it had turned against them, acting independently. What is happening? All the black birds were thrown into disarray, hastily fleeing from the ancestor's assault, chaos ensuing in that moment, amidst the all-encompassing tide of darkness. Countless giant birds, akin to mountains and celestial bodies, struggled and shrieked as they attempted to escape the sudden fury of the primordial phoenix ancestor. Some magical phoenixes, in a panic, even fled directly toward Emperor June. Ancestor, over here. The enemy is here. The Phoenix Queen screeched, frantically waving her enormous wings. After staunching her wounds, she continued to scream and channel her divine power to capture the ancestor's attention, hoping to redirect the dark primordial phoenix towards Emperor June, thereby dismantling the protective barrier shielding him. If only I can distract the ancestor and shatter this barrier, I can seize the humanoid elixir and make my escape. Gritting her teeth against the intense pain coursing through her body, the Phoenix Queen seethed with resentment. Although she did not understand why the summoned true form of the ancestor had gone out of control, she believed the ancestor's power was undoubtedly invincible and would surely, boom. Indeed, it seemed to have heard her call, as the gaze of the dark primordial phoenix shifted towards Emperor June, its long and graceful neck extending toward the Tian star, poised to unleash its boundless might in an attack. Yes, just like that. It's almost there. The Phoenix Queen, witnessing this sudden turn of events, was so elated she could hardly contain her joy. She flapped her enormous wings with increasing fervor, appearing to Emperor June as a buzzing. Chaotic fly, ancestor, quickly, break this damned barrier. I can. In the next instant, her exuberant expression froze. The entire massive bird became rigid, its wings stilled, its screams silenced, the thrill of excitement dissipating, and its once fluffed black feathers fell flat, leaving only terror and dread in its scarlet eyes. Primordial Phoenix, I have met the esteemed Taoist Emperor June. The dark primordial phoenix ancestor actually spoke. This is illogical. The Phoenix Queen screamed internally, declaring the world to be utterly mad. Hadn't the ancestor already vanished? The summoning forbidden technique used by her clan was only meant to call forth a mere shadow, was it not? Yet, it seemed as though the true form of the primordial phoenix ancestor had truly descended. Moreover, the sensations coursing through her bloodline distinctly indicated that the soul of the primordial phoenix ancestor truly existed within. Could it be? The Phoenix Queen, in utter disbelief, slowly turned her colossal form, her large, lifeless eyes gazing upon the fiery figure behind her. Thank you, primordial phoenix Taoist. Emperor June stood amidst the void, his breathtaking visage adorned with a subtle smile that captivated all. Chapter 030. A Century of Astonishment in the Primeval World. Upon these words, the entire Phoenix clan descended into utter madness. What? The heavens have perished. This is a ghost. The ancestor has returned to life. I can't believe it. We are your bloodline. Please take charge of us. Silence. Can't you see the ancestor is standing directly opposite us? Wah! Who the hell is this? Even the ancestor is so courteous. The Phoenix Queen was paralyzed with fear. Her once fearsome visage transformed into one of exquisite terror. Gone was her previous arrogance and bravado. Who in the world could command such respect from the primordial Phoenix ancestor? The Phoenix Queen felt as though the sky itself were collapsing. The sensations emanating from her bloodline warned her that this ethereal form of the primordial Phoenix had indeed brought forth the actual ancestor. And its aura was indistinguishable from the marks left in her bloodline legacy. This retreat. Quickly retreat. Her only thought was to ensure her safe escape from this place. Whatever humanoid elixir or realm ascension could be cast aside. Preserving her life was of utmost importance. Halt. Just as she attempted to discreetly withdraw, the primordial Phoenix spoke with an air of indifference. Did I permit you to move? To act so recklessly beneath the very gaze of Taoist Emperor Jun? Do you wish to be reduced to ashes? The demon Phoenix King was momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. The constraints emanating from her bloodline rendered her incapable of even the slightest resistance. Humph, Senior Emperor Jun, she lamented, her face etched with bitterness as she helplessly retracted her terrifying true form, obediently halting not far from Emperor Jun's flame flag, resembling a docile little chick, her head bowed as she murmured. Why yes, this king is not the Phoenix. Bang. Who allowed you to refer to yourself as the Phoenix? Yuan Feng retorted without courtesy, swatting the meek and submissive demon Phoenix King to the ground with a single wing. Proceeding to chastise, have you entered the genealogy of the Phoenix clan? Are you truly a member of the Phoenix lineage? Do not delude yourself, she scoffed disdainfully, even tinged with a hint of resentment. You are but a group of mixed-breed birds raised by Luo Ho. If anything, you should call yourselves members of the demon clan. Upon hearing these words, the lamentations erupted. Woo-woo. We are no longer the noble and elegant Phoenix clan. What shall we do now that our ancestors have cast us out of the genealogy? Woo-woo. I cannot accept this. Our ancestors must have misunderstood us. Yes, our unwavering loyalty to the Phoenix clan is as evident as the sun and moon. The demon clan, already a thing of the past, saw their progenitor Luo Ho plunge into chaos, leaving the monumental task of restoring the glory of the Phoenix clan resting upon the shoulders of their elder sister. The prisoners of war, these demon phoenixes, instantly wailed in despair, rolling about in the dissipating dark tide, as if the revocation of their Phoenix identity by Yuan Feng was an unbearable torment. Yet, it was understandable. The Phoenix clan had been a majestic and revered sacred race in the primordial world for an entire epoch, while the demon clan was but a nascent race, having emerged for less than a millennium. Despite their formidable power, their notoriety rendered them targets of disdain throughout the primordial realm. Unlike the Phoenix, Dragon, and Qilin clans, which were akin to the old money of the primordial world, the demon clan had the scent of nouveau riche. It is worth noting that this vast demon Phoenix lineage was indeed born from the sacred form of Yuan Feng, making them, to a certain extent, the genuine blood descendants of Yuan Feng. Possessing the purest and richest Phoenix bloodline, now, having their noble identity publicly denied by Yuan Feng herself felt akin to being struck by lightning, shattering their entire perception of self. The demon Phoenix King was likewise dumbfounded. Her lips trembling, her eyes filled with disbelief, grievance, and terror. Her entire worldview had suffered a significant blow. Very well, Yuan Feng, my friend. At this moment, Emperor Jun finally spoke. With a gentle smile, she surveyed the raucous demon Phoenix clan. Amidst their towering and formidable figures, a brilliant idea blossomed in her mind. I perceive that these descendants of your bloodline still possess some potential. Do not extinguish their hopes outright. Her smile grew even warmer as she addressed the earnest Yuan Feng. Since they carry your bloodline, it signifies they are not our true enemies, but rather a product of internal discord within the race. As for the tainted and corrupt demon blood within them, while it indeed serves as a source of degradation, it can also be wielded as a crucial weapon for our righteous race. As the saying goes, punish the previous offender to prevent future wrongs. Heal the sick without destroying the bird. Let us grant them another chance. I believe their covert integration into the Phoenix genealogy is feasible. Upon hearing this, not only Yuan Feng was taken aback, even the fierce and intimidating demon phoenixes were left in astonishment. What was happening? Were they not to be eliminated? Were they not to be expelled from the revered and exalted sacred Phoenix clan? The demon phoenixes exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe that this unknown individual possessed such influence that she could persuade Yuan Feng to reconsider her stance. After all, how esteemed and fearsome was Yuan Feng. All right, what you say indeed holds merit. It seems Yuan Feng has miscalculated. Boom. Within the hearts of all the dark demon phoenixes, this proclamation struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving them utterly stunned, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Were they hallucinating? The legendary Yuan Feng, revered as the mother of all birds, the king of avians, ranked among the three highest beings of the primordial world alongside the ancestral dragon and Qilin, was now publicly conceding to an obscure presence. Moreover, judging by her tone and demeanor, she appeared to harbor a degree of respect towards this unknown figure. Heavens above! If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the primordial realm for a century. The crucial question remained. Who was this person? How audacious to assume the title of emperor, a name brimming with majesty, daring to adopt such a grandiose moniker. Unbeknownst to them, Emperor Jun was preparing to address the fate of these beings. Chapter 031. The merit system. Here, I have fortuitously acquired the Sun God Pill, capable of purging the dark substances and primordial demonic energy within these demon phoenixes. Now, whether you are willing to renounce your wicked ways and embrace the light depends on your current choice. As she spoke, Emperor Jun produced a collection of resplendent pills, radiant with golden light and infused with the principles of supreme yang. They resembled miniature suns, exuding formidable heat and vitality, suspended in the void while radiating potent and vibrant essence of the cosmos. With that, Emperor Jun scattered the Sun God pills before the gathered phoenixes, her gaze cold yet imposing as she regarded them with an air of indifference. Yuan Feng nodded slowly, having gleaned Emperor Jun's intentions. She too summoned her immense and terrifying dark form, her eyes, akin to crimson celestial bodies, gazing impassively at the audacious mixed-breed creatures, daring to claim the title of Sacred Phoenix Clan. It seemed as though, should they refuse to abandon their tainted bloodline, she would not hesitate to eradicate them on the spot. Gulping, the demon Phoenix King's throat involuntarily moved as she beheld the supreme elixirs brimming with pure life energy. A glimmer of greed and trepidation flickering in her eyes. We, the demon Phoenix Clan, are willing to renounce our wickedness and embrace the light, she proclaimed loudly to Emperor Jun, even prostrating herself in submission. Given Yuan Feng's evident respect and obedience towards this figure, aligning with this unknown entity did not appear to be a bad choice. Furthermore, with the progenitor of the demon clan, Luo Ho, now lost to chaos, their principal support had vanished. Conversely, the ancestral Yuan Feng was clearly still alive. A comparison of their respective powers indicated the obvious choice. As descendants of the Phoenix bloodline, they naturally sought to abandon the darkness and align with the force that would better foster their future development. We are willing to embrace the light. We are willing to embrace the light. We are willing to embrace the light. Countless demon phoenixes erupted in a thunderous chorus, their eyes once again filled with reverence and fervor. It seemed that as long as they could discard their dark past, they would be permitted to return to the genealogy of the Phoenix clan. What an honor and glorious prospect! They could hardly contain their eagerness to cleanse themselves of the filthy taint of demonic blood, wishing for not a single drop to remain, even if the blood coursing through them was that of the progenitor Luo Ho. In the vast landscape of the demon clan within the primordial realm, they held a pinnacle position. After all, they were a powerful race forged from the combined might of Luo Ho and Yuan Feng, and most of the demon phoenixes had already ascended to the golden immortal realm, with several strong individuals at the Tai golden immortal level. The demon Phoenix King herself had reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal stage, on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Such a formidable and terrifyingly gifted race could undoubtedly claim a significant standing within the illustrious primordial world. During the height of their power, they even qualified to be among the 13 royal families of the primordial realm. constituting a core tribe under Emperor Jun's dominion, wielding immense power. However, at the outset of their allegiance to Emperor Jun, they were but a group of disheartened and disheveled chickens. No, no, no. To their astonishment, Emperor Jun shook her head with a smile, delivering words that plunged the entire Demon Phoenix clan into an icy abyss. You are not yet worthy to be my subordinates. Her smile was radiant and enchanting, causing onlookers to hold their breath. Yet her words were cold and unyielding, brimming with regal authority. You must make contributions to earn everything I hold, however. She then raised a delicate, jade-like finger, emphasizing, but, since Yuan Feng has interceded on your behalf, I shall exhibit great mercy today and assist you in shedding your inherent sins. Therefore, are you willing to pledge a solemn oath to serve me in every lifetime to repay the debt you owe me? The smile gracing her lips radiated charm, yet was underpinned by a frigid greed. Are you willing? Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Feng instinctively understood the intentions of Dijuan. Since she also held disdain for these hybrid races, she decided to lend a direct push. This would not only serve to grant Dijuan a favor, but also accrue some goodwill. Her enormous eyes resembled two blazing, crimson, enigmatic stars, dangerously and terrifyingly fixated on the trembling half-breed black-clawed chickens. Exerting the imposing might of her direct lineage to oppress their hearts and wills, we are willing. We are willing. Soon, within the ranks of the Demon Phoenix clan, one could no longer withstand this pressure and greed, boldly proclaiming their consent. With a superlative opportunity before them, why not pledge their lives to the stronger and more formidable side? With this thought, numerous Demon Phoenixes readily agreed, shouting in unison, "For the Ancestor! For the justice and victory of the Primordial World! Let the Phoenix clan rise to greatness once more!" The Demon Phoenixes are also part of the Phoenix clan. The black-skinned can also achieve greatness. Diversity is indeed the righteous path. Kill, 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 kill. Observing this spectacle, a satisfied smile crept across Dijuan's lips. Excellent, it seems the doctrine of original sin from human religions is remarkably effective, spiritually uplifting and advanced. Free labor has now been found. And in such a large quantity, her grand endeavor has taken another significant leap forward, victory. The Demon Phoenixes above the Tai Golden Immortal level stepped forward. With a soft command, she distributed the Sun God pills from her hands to the core elites among the Demon Phoenix clan. After watching them consume the pills, she nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, she glanced at the eager ordinary Demon Phoenixes behind them, and after conveying a few cryptic words to Yuan Feng, she observed the astonishment and contemplation reflected in her eyes before Dijuan withdrew the remaining divine pills. The military merit system. This is a major reform she intends to implement. To earn her and Yuan Feng's rewards, one must make tangible contributions to her grand plans. Only with contributions can they exchange for everything they desire. The intricate details of this system are best entrusted to the experienced Yuan Feng. With powerful subordinates and a reasonable system in place, she could truly become the Demon Empress, surrounded by stars. This was a lesson learned from her past life. As the saying goes, it is merely the art of kingship and the way to govern subordinates. The starting point of her dominion over the primordial world begins at this very moment. Right before her eyes, Chapter 032. Ideals watching this unpredictable scene, Shiha and Changshi, stationed above the Tian star, were utterly astonished. What on earth is happening, Teacher Dijuan? It is one thing for the Demon Phoenix clan to summon the shadow of the Dark Demon Phoenix. But why has the true form of Yuan Feng descended here? What accounts for Yuan Feng's respectful demeanor towards Dijuan? It appears that the Sun God pills are not as precious as they seem. Why does Dijuan have such a vast supply of them? How could the resources of the Sun Star be so abundant? What about that golden, radiant longbow exuding the aura of a supreme spiritual treasure? And what of that indestructible red flag, forged under the flames of celestial fire? Not to mention those terrifying circular weapons radiating with the essence of the sun and moon. Teacher Dijuan, what is happening? Did you not say that the Sun Star is impoverished? Two Na'vi individuals from the Tian star found themselves engulfed in self-doubt, overwhelmed by the sheer strength and extravagance on display. Even Yuan Feng is involved. As they beheld Dijuan dispersing the dark Yuan Feng and a host of powerful demon phoenixes, wearing an expression of tranquil confidence, The silver-haired sisters felt that this stunning golden-red maiden was indeed unfathomable. Damn it, all our offspring of Pangazai. Why is it that only you are so exceptional? Boom, boom, boom. Perhaps spurred by Dijuan's display, Shiha finally broke through that enigmatic barrier, closing her eyes, gently biting her silver teeth. Her silver hair flowing, her cheeks flushed as she traversed all the laws of the Taiyin path, reaching the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. From that moment forth, Shiha could claim dominion even within the vast expanse of the primordial world. Gazing at the vast silver radiance blooming like flowers in the void above the Taiyin star, and the countless branches of the profound rules of ultimate in energy shimmering with divine power, one could not help but liken it to a magnificent, towering silver tree finally reaching maturity, beautiful yet brimming with peril. The pinnacle of this tree of rules, an extraordinary flower of the great Tao blossomed. The fruit of the great Luo Tao has been achieved. Sister is amazing. Sister is the best. Sister is wonderful. Upon witnessing this exhilarating scene, Changxi, the ethereal girl hovering above the desolate surface of the Taiyin star, could not contain her excitement, soaring through the void and dancing with joy, her small face flushed. Congratulations to my friend Shiha for attaining the fruit of the great Luo Tao. Dijuan observed this dazzling spectacle. A faint smile gracing her lips, though it was but a subtle smile, it radiated an overwhelming charm capable of captivating the world. Shiha must also express gratitude to friend Dijuan for your protective assistance. Shiha's gentle voice brimmed with uncontainable joy and excitement. She had not anticipated that the barrier that had troubled her for so long would be so easily overcome. Reflecting on her current circumstances, all of which were due to Dijuan's influence, her enchanting eyes instinctively fixed upon the domineering and beautiful figure in the void, revealing a glimmer of admiration and infatuation. Were it not for your unwavering support, I might have already. She recalled the harrowing moments she had just faced, especially the terrifying silhouette that loomed above the dark tide, possessing the unparalleled might of a top-tier quasi-saint, the true form of Yuanfeng. Capable of delivering devastating strikes, it was truly unexpected that those perilous demon phoenixes would possess such depth and means. Had it not been for the protective grace of friend Dijuan, she might have perished. One could say that Dijuan had saved her life. The gratitude was akin to that owed to one's parents, and furthermore, she had aided her in ascending to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A stroke of fortune on her path. With this thought, her already tumultuous heart surged once more. If in the future, you flatter me, Shiha, we are of the same origin, Dijuan gently floated before her, radiating the warm and gentle power of the sun. A compelling temptation for Shiha, who bore the power of ultimate Yin, causing her to instinctively lick her lips, feeling as though her heart might leap from her chest. Like sisters, Dijuan, seemingly oblivious, continued, the Taiyin and the sun represent the supreme paths of the primordial, and we are both rightful descendants of Pangu. As Dijuan spoke passionately, she could not help but take Shiha's delicate hand, excitedly proclaiming, mutual assistance is the way forward. We must understand that the current chaos of the heavenly Tao in the primordial world is dire. The artifacts are shifting, and we should join hands to restore clarity to the primordial world, to provide a prosperous era for its beings, to create a greater world for the heavenly Tao. Indeed, friend speaks true. Shiha nodded earnestly, softly echoing, no matter what friend Dijuan wishes to accomplish, I shall lend my full support. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the stunningly beautiful girl with crimson lips before her. Her eyes filled with adoring stars. To save the primordial world, as rightful descendants of Pangu, we shall usher in a prosperous era, making the primordial great once more. Listen, how passionately idealistic this vision is. If I can assist friend Dijuan in realizing such a dream, then I could remain by your side forever. She silently resolved, her determination solidifying. Seeing the admiration and gratitude in Shiha's gaze, Dijuan also unveiled a satisfied smile. Excellent. It seems her future plans have taken a significant step forward. To become the sovereign of the entire primordial world, the talent of her subordinates is paramount. She must ensure that her core figures follow her Tao and her political ideals. Her previous statements were not mere words. She genuinely harbored grand aspirations to transform the primordial world, at the very least, to avoid repeating the tragic fate of the past life. Chapter 033. The emergence of Tonggu, this expedition to the Sunstar, has truly yielded abundant rewards. The Demon Phoenix clan, Shiha and Changshi, the innate spiritual treasures of the Sun and Moon wheels. These are undoubtedly bountiful gains. Gazing at the vast and tumultuous expanse of the primordial continent, with its ceaseless chaos and the countless primordial elites perishing in the unending carnage, she could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. This essence, cultivated over eons in the primordial, is now being squandered in the throes of war, lost to schemes and internal strife. It is worth noting that the majority of these lives were meant to serve in her demon court. Observing her countless subordinates falling victim to the strife between the Tao and the demon, a sense of urgency arose within her. She must hasten her pace. It is imperative to eradicate the rampant and brutal demon clan. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, an overwhelming surge of terrifying energy erupted from the boundless primordial continent, stirring the heavens and the earth. Divine light surged forth, laws shattered, and the sky was awash in a blazing crimson glow, reminiscent of a sunset, casting its hue upon a significant portion of the primordial world. It was as if a colossal volcano had erupted. June's gaze suddenly sharpened, and her eyes flickered with intensity. Amidst this deluge of energy waves, she seemed to sense an intensely fiery law of fire, a life energy capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, and an incomprehensibly radiant law, as if another miniature sun were resonating with the sun in the starry sky. The emergence of Tang Valley was upon them. June's mind suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation unfolding before her. In the vast wilderness, there stood a mountain named Nyao Jundi, upon which grew a towering tree, Fusang, standing 300 miles high, its leaves akin to mustard. There was a valley known as Wenyuan Valley. Upon Tang Valley stood a tree, one named Fangji and the other Fangchu, both laden with black. According to the records of the ancient text, Shan Haijing, there was once a colossal mountain on the primordial continent, named Nyao Jundi. On this mountain thrived a tree, Fusang, which would later become the dwelling place of the Jinwu tribe. From June's understanding, this Tang Valley would serve as a crucial military stronghold for the Jinwu imperial family in the future. As the heavenly emperor, she naturally aimed to rise above the 9 heavens. However, in order to maintain order on the primordial continent, and perhaps to contend with the equally formidable Earth tribe, the Wu clan, her 10 offspring, were dispatched to suppress Tang Valley, providing support for the countless demon tribes residing on the primordial continent. Yet, it was only later, on the eve of the war between the Wu and the Liao, that her 10 offspring, after slaying the extremely significant Wu elder, Kwa Fu, incited the wrath of Kwa Fu's companion, the great Wu archer, Ho Yi, leading to a harrowing encounter where only one survived. Thus began the full-scale war between the Wu clan and the demon tribes, plunging the primordial world into chaos. The once mighty Jinwu clan, which held dominion over heaven and earth, met a tragic decline. However, in this lifetime, June would ensure that such calamities would not transpire. Of course, it was still too early to speak of such matters. After all, the renowned Jinwu imperial family was now represented solely by her and Dong Huang, both still in their infancy. Not to mention Jinwu's mother, Shihi, who was likewise in her developmental phase and not yet capable of bearing children. June. What is occurring on the primordial continent? Noticing the peculiar gaze June cast her way, Shihi instinctively touched her rosy cheeks, shyly changing the subject. It seems that some supreme treasure of utmost yang has emerged. Would you like to witness it, June? Perhaps we could go together. It would be wonderful to have each other's company. Suppressing her inner excitement and bashfulness, she casually suggested, though her long, fair neck had flushed a deep crimson. Very well, June responded, taken aback by the silver-haired maiden's unexpected initiative. Nevertheless, this was precisely the moment she needed to cultivate her core foundation, and having a Deluo Jin Xian by her side would be most advantageous. Moreover, her offensive spiritual treasure, the Sun and Moon Essence Wheel, was a perfect match. If these two innate divine beings, born from the Sun and Moon, were to wield it together, their combined power would undoubtedly reach new heights. Let us proceed. June gently grasped Shihi's delicate hand, their bodies drawing close as if they were nestled together, both gazing towards the endless void below, a hint of gravity in their expressions. In this brief moment, the commotion caused by the emergence of the supreme young treasure had already alerted most of the powerful beings in the primordial realm. Even those observing from near the Tai Yin star could sense several formidable life energies racing towards the site of the event. After all, while the primordial world was rich in resources, the time of great calamity was upon them. One wished to become mere ashes in the wake of cataclysm, and all sought to amass as much strength as possible. Let us go. After exchanging a few words with Changxi, Shi-He and Di-Jun swiftly transformed into a radiant streak of light, racing towards the location of Tang Valley. Although Shi-He was of notable lineage, the Tai Yin star had suffered significant damage to its origins, in terms of life level, divine powers, and even the innate treasures for protection. She fell far short of Di-Jun, lacking any inherited divine powers for swift travel. She had no choice but to rely on Di-Jun's flying rainbow technique. The flying rainbow technique was renowned as the swiftest secret art in the entire primordial world. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near the site of the volcanic eruption. Di-Jun hovered in the sky, furrowing her brow as she surveyed the chaotic scene below, a flicker of realization dawning upon her. She understood why Tang Valley had suddenly emerged at this time. It turned out that the demon clan and the primordial tribes were engaged in a fierce battle nearby, and the violent clash inadvertently triggered the prohibitions surrounding Tang Valley, causing it to manifest prematurely. Indeed, according to the original timeline, the Jinwu tribe should still be biding their time on the Sun Star, waiting to grow stronger before descending to claim the Fusang tree in Tang Valley. They would not have come down to occupy it until they had truly solidified their power. Jiu Zhu, you truly are a prodigious talent of the world. You have managed to breach the constraints of time and space, shattering the prohibitions of this realm. It seems to be a stroke of fortune for my demon clan. If you are willing to submit to my demon clan and accept the transformation of our primordial demon energy, upon my return, I may very well grant you the status of a dark royal. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice echoed, its exuberance and domineering presence unmistakable. Chapter 034. Gu Zhu, the Black Dragon King. Di-Jun focused her gaze. Before her loomed a creature of immense size, akin to a mountain range, floating in the high sky, roaring incessantly towards the manifestation of Tang Valley. An overwhelming dragon might surged from it, dark and fallen divine light, swallowing the surrounding light like a black hole. 9 massive, fearsome heads radiated a fierce malice and chilling killing intent, their jaws smeared with transparent, viscous blood, and their colossal bodies adorned with countless iron-like, foreboding scales. The overwhelming pressure emanating from this being, a Deluo Jin Xian, rendered all living beings breathless. The 9-nether demon dragon, of course, before its fall into darkness, it bore a more renowned name, Black Dragon King, one of the mightiest among the dragon kin. Second only to the ancestral dragon, it had once competed with the 9-clawed Golden Dragon King for dominion over the dragon tribe, its strength unparalleled, synonymous with slaughter and death, having inflicted profound suffering upon countless primordial tribes. Yet now, with the rise of the demon clan, it had long since allied itself with the demon lord Luoho before the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, receiving the name 9-nether demon dragon from Luoho himself, commanding nearly half of the dark dragon clan that had defected from the dragon tribe, wreaking havoc in the primordial world as one of the most notorious factions within the demon clan. Black Dragon, you have betrayed the dragon tribe and slaughtered countless primordial beings. Retribution will surely come. From the direction where the prohibitions of Tang Valley had been breached, a clear yet wavering voice echoed. However, this voice bore a slight hoarseness, hinting at exhaustion. As the first of the Gu clan to emerge in the primordial realm, it wielded the most intricate and elusive laws of space. Though its lineage was not adept in combat, it possessed a heightened sensitivity to certain innate prohibitions of the world, granting it the ability to forcibly dismantle and destroy them. It was regarded as one of the most mysterious tribes in existence. Yet this also attracted numerous calamities. Now, the 9-nether demon dragon had come knocking, precisely to exploit its ability to breach various innate prohibitions. As a result, its clan suffered heavy casualties, and it itself was driven to the brink of desperation. Humph! You wish to fight to the death? The 9-nether demon dragon spat out half of a divine Gu's corpse, its expression dark as it taunted. Even if you destroy our web of traps with your innate prohibitions, your body has long been locked by our demonic energy. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, we, the demon clan, will find you without fail. With a terrifying head, It unleashed a dark divine light that connected to the location of the divine Gu ancestor. Having transformed a part of its own body into a divine artifact that could lock onto Gu Zu.it was unclear how such a technique, capable of penetrating the intricacies of space, had been acquired. This scene captivated Dijun, hidden high above in the azure sky, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Impressive. This 9-headed black dragon exudes such majesty. Should I manage to subdue it, it would undoubtedly befit my identity as the demon empress. Dijun, should we lend a hand to this Guzu? She hesitated, her words trailing off. Although these divine Gus were adept in the laws of space and could perform spatial leaps at will, the Dark Dragon clan had long since ensnared the area in an inescapable trap. One by one, the plump, pale giant Gus met a tragic end beneath the ravenous fangs of the sinister dragon. Their transparent, viscous blood spilling forth, painting a grim picture that elicited heart-wrenching cries from the ethereal Gu ancestor. Demon Dragon, you annihilate my kin. I shall never rest until our paths cross again. Despite these declarations, the Gu ancestor ultimately turned to flee at the appropriate moment, vanishing into the radiant red realm behind, propelled by the explosive fire laws and life essence as it surged toward Tang Valley. Seeking a means to turn the tide, everyone, since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Although the 9-nether demon dragon possesses a fierce exterior, it does not imply a lack of intelligence. On the contrary, due to its profound realm, it can control its destructive urges better than other demons, allowing for communication with other beings. The current hunt for the divine cicada clan is merely a contingency left by the ancient ancestor Luoho. The demon race firmly believes that their demon ancestor will return safely from the chaos, for Luoho is not just a simple being of this realm. He hails from the boundless chaos beyond the primordial world, possessing unfathomable and infinite secret arts. I, the 9-nether, am here solely for the cicada ancestor. Its 9 fearsome heads turn towards the myriad directions of heaven and earth, and with a deep voice, it proclaimed to the void, the secret realm is now open, and everyone should mind their own business. I will not impede your entry to seek treasures, as long as you do not disturb my demon race's plans. We shall not take action against you. Upon the utterance of these words, countless powerful demon dragons immediately cleared a path. Witnessing this scene, numerous mighty beings of the primordial era fell into silence, before various escape lights flickered and rushed into the open Tang Valley's secret realm. After all, the demon dragon's target was not them, as the saying goes, better a friend die than a fellow monk. They were well aware of the formidable reputation of the Black Dragon King. Rather than risking their lives to act as righteous heroes, it was far wiser to prioritize their own safety. Observing this absurd spectacle, Emperor Jun, high in the void, could not help but shake his head repeatedly. Such short-sighted and foolish beings. Indeed, this motley crew of unruly individuals could not be expected to unite. It is no wonder that in the future, they will leave no trace behind, likely turning to dust in the calamity. However, from another perspective, it is understandable. After all, the 9-nether demon dragon's former self was one of the most powerful existences within the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Following the ascension of the 9-clawed Golden Dragon King to Quasi-Saint, only a handful of the dragon race's mightiest, such as the Candle Dragon King, could be compared to it, representing the pinnacle of dragon race combat power. These loose cultivators held no grand visions. Their sole pursuit was longevity and survival. As the saying goes, those who cultivate in seclusion are often like this. Not all mighty beings of the primordial era possess the foresight and grand aspirations of Emperor Jun and Hong Jun, nor do they embody great compassion. Chapter 035. The virtue of heaven and earth come. Let us first take a look at the ground. Emperor Jun held Shiha's delicate hand and spoke to her gently. Shiha's face flushed with embarrassment, and she nodded lightly, offering no resistance. She was willing to follow all of Emperor Jun's decisions. Ding! The system detected that the host has signed in on the primordial continent. Reward: 1 yin-yang creation pill. Bang! Just as Emperor Jun's small foot touched the ground of the primordial continent, a melodious voice echoed in her mind, as the sign-in system was activated once more. But the yin-yang creation pill? Hiss! Emperor Jun examined the details of the yin-yang creation pill, and even with her composure, she could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This was indeed the supreme elixir that embodied the creation of heaven and earth. It was even more potent than the 9-turn immortal pills refined in the future by the Grand Master of the Taishang, capable of allowing even a great Luo golden immortal to break through realms, swiftly enhancing cultivation and promoting the growth of Dao fruits. If this were to spread, the entire primordial world would surely go mad. For the means to enhance the cultivation of great Luo golden immortals were exceedingly rare. Essentially, all great Luo golden immortals at this stage diligently cultivated and comprehended the creation of heaven and earth. Should they learn that such a terrifying elixir existed in the world, they would undoubtedly fight for it. However, this unprecedented elixir of the primordial world had already been bestowed upon Emperor Jun by the system. Upon sensing the existence of this supreme elixir, even Emperor Jun could not help but reveal a pleased smile. It was indeed fortuitous to be out and about. Having just landed, she had already made a gain, and she wondered what other rewards awaited her in the Tang Valley's secret realm. Roar! But at that moment, a distant, thunderous roar echoed. Shiha looked intently and saw several terrifying black dragons, their forms large and menacing, shrouded in thick, dark demonic energy, glaring fiercely in their direction. Outsiders, get lost. It seemed that due to Emperor Jun and Shiha's retraction of their auras, the dark dragons left behind by the 9 Nether Demon Dragon at the Tang Valley did not perceive their true cultivation levels. It was understandable. The true mighty beings had already transformed into escape lights and rushed into the Tang Valley's secret realm. How could they possibly be barefoot on the ground? Moreover, at first glance, Emperor Jun and Shiha appeared utterly harmless, their fair and tender skin radiating an exquisite allure, resembling delectable human-shaped elixirs. With this thought, the black dragons could not help but drool, their teeth stained with the remnants of the divine cicadas, looking exceedingly fierce. Forget it, better to come to my mouth. After muttering to themselves, the surrounding demon dragons burst into laughter, their demonic energy surging. Before the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, they had been the enforcement squad under the dragon race, possessing the power of life and death over most races, hence their arrogance. Furthermore, within the secret realm, there were their kings, and among the remaining team, numerous Tai golden immortal level demon dragons led the way. Humph! Seeking death. Seeing this, Emperor Jun could not help but let out a soft snort. Her gaze filled with indifference and murderous intent. Boom! With a resounding crash, an overwhelming and terrifying aura descended from the heavens, pressing down upon these demon dragons. A great Luo golden immortal. Moreover, a late-stage great Luo golden immortal. Indeed, Emperor Jun had just consumed the yin-yang creation pill, unknowingly elevating her cultivation to the next level of the great Luo golden immortal. Hiss! The leading demon dragons instantly revealed expressions of fear and unease. How can this be? How could a great Luo-level primordial powerhouse descend to the ground so humbly and even actively conceal their aura? Was this not a trap for the demon dragons? They suddenly felt that their previous actions had been reckless, left in tears of regret. Yet they had no idea that Emperor Jun was also visiting the primordial continent for the first time. Unaware of the myriad unwritten rules and complexities of the realm, she was here to break the rules. The few golden immortal demon dragons trailing behind the leader quietly retreated, leaving the Tai golden immortal level leader exposed to Emperor Jun. In an instant, the entire scene fell into an awkward silence. Above the Tang Valley at the entrance to the secret realm, several streaks of light dashed past, and witnessing this scene, a light chuckle emerged. However, this was not the end in the eyes of the terrified demon dragons. Emperor Jun unexpectedly drew forth a splendid and fierce golden longbow, its body adorned with profound and archaic traces of the Tao. Exuding an air of terrifying killing intent, the Qian Kuren Bao. Indeed, Emperor Jun intended to slay all these demon dragons that acted as accomplices, while other primordial powers feared the 9 Nether Demon Dragons' intimidation and dared not act against the demons. She was destined to become the empress of the primordial world, and she could not stand by as her assets were wantonly destroyed by these pests. Furthermore, she needed to collect the virtues of heaven and earth. Boom! With her delicate jade fingers effortlessly drawing the taut bowstring of the Qian Kuan Bao, the terrifying power of heaven and earth swiftly coalesced upon the massive bow, forming a long, golden arrow of immense power. In the next moment, it was shot forth with a thunderous roar. All the demon dragons felt the intense energy fluctuations approaching and their expressions changed drastically. How dare she truly strike us? They wondered. Our leader is, however, the next second, they could no longer ponder this question. The resplendent golden arrows split into 10, then 100, then 1,000. A deluge of arrows descended upon the demon dragons with the force of time and space. In an instant, countless sprays of blood and demonic energy rained down upon the heavens, and amidst the continuous explosions, numerous demon dragons were reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Mere rabble. Observing all the demon dragons perishing beneath her arrow, a chill smile crept upon Emperor June's lips as she put away the Qian Kuan Bow.in. The next moment, her smile broadened. Through the resonance and deduction of the River Luo map, she could truly sense that after annihilating these dark dragons, an immensely profound and mysterious power descended upon her, as if her body had become a touch more ethereal and her mind clearer. The virtues of heaven and earth. Unlike what she had read in various primordial novels, the descent of the virtues of heaven and earth was not like clouds or golden light blanketing the world, making it known to all. Rather, it subtly enhanced luck, improved the soul, and made one more favored by heaven and earth. Come, let us venture into the Tang Valley. After resolving the minor troubles outside, Emperor June, brimming with joy, held Shiha's hand and transformed into a streak of light, rushing into the depths of the Tang Valley. Chapter 036. The Fusong Tree Boom. Yet, just moments after they departed from the shattered bodies of the demon dragons, a small, illusory 9-nether demon dragon silhouette suddenly coalesced. Its 9 long necks twisted like serpents, observing the surroundings with boundless fury and murderous intent, igniting the previously tranquil demonic energy into a frenzy once more. I have memorized your aura. Dare to slay my descendants, and I shall ensure your entire clan pays the price. The 9-nether dragon roared furiously, and in the next instant, the illusion it had conjured shattered like a bubble, vanishing amidst the carnage of the battlefield. The Tang Valley, a remarkable land capable of nurturing innate spiritual roots, boasted an extraordinary internal environment. The omnipresent high temperatures of fire filled the air, creating a crimson world where even the void appeared to warp. The atmosphere was saturated with the fierce and pure laws of flame, with the intensely condensed fire spirit energy manifesting as blossoming flames and meteoric illusions, a dazzling yet perilous display of fiery rain. Truly, it was a premier paradise. As Emperor June stepped into the depths of the Tang Valley, she felt her entire soul relax. She couldn't help but marvel, pondering that such an extreme young environment might, in some respects, rival the inner world of the sun star. No wonder it would later become the domain of her progeny's bloodlines. Ding! Just as she steadied herself within the Tang Valley, the system's voice echoed in her mind once more, bringing her unexpected delight. Host detected signing in at Tang Valley. Reward: a peak-level quasi-saint's full power? Emperor June nodded slightly, while she felt a tinge of regret for not receiving a saint-level reward. The strength of a quasi-saint was already formidable. After all, this was the early era of the Primordial, where even quasi-saint-level beings were few and far between. It was nothing like the era of the Witch and Lich or the calamities of the Fengshen, where quasi-saint-level power seemed commonplace. Venturing outside without claiming to be a Deluo Golden Immortal would be quite embarrassing. In truth, it was merely that the strength had burgeoned based on the development of the Primordial. However, for various reasons, these potent forces had not contributed sufficiently to the development of the Primordial World. Instead, they had shattered the world time and again during calamities, hindering the evolution of the Primordial Realm toward the Supreme True Realm. In Emperor June's view, this was utterly intolerable. Much like the feudal dynasties in the history of Huaxia civilization, the repeated calamities of the Primordial World were merely a manifestation of an endless cycle of internal collapse. The excessively robust internal nature became a deadly weapon against itself. If, akin to the age of exploration, the Primordial World could be guided toward the boundless chaos under her leadership, forming a positive cycle, it would certainly avoid repeating past mistakes. In fact, upon reflection, in the current Primordial World, post the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, quasi-saint level experts were indeed rare. If it weren't so, the 3 sacred clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin would not have relied on their quasi-saint ancestors to dominate the Primordial for an entire epoch. Even when Hong Jun and his few close allies united, they were already the strongest among solitary cultivators. Boom! Just as she furrowed her brow in contemplation, a terrifying cacophony of battle erupted from the distance of the Tang Valley's secret realm. The 2 women turned to gaze, at the edge of their vision. The fiery red sky suddenly appeared to wrinkle. The air, saturated to the utmost with fire spirit energy, erupted violently as if triggered by some change, swirling with an array of stunningly beautiful phenomena. Heavenly fire rained down, and the cries of dragons and phoenixes echoed. A colossal pressure seemed to strain the void, causing the entire secret realm to tremble violently. In the next instant, a towering bonfire, blazing like a conflagration reaching the heavens, manifested before all. No, it was not merely a bonfire but the innate spiritual root that bore the essence of the primordial world's supreme yang energy, the Fusang tree. Only now did it officially emerge into existence. Oh! As she beheld the colossal fire elemental spirit tree that appeared to support the heavens, Shiha couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Asked the owner of the laurel tree on the moon star. She certainly understood what this innate spiritual root meant for Emperor June. However, she was taken aback that the birthplace of the Fusang tree was not on the sun star. This posed a bit of a dilemma. Yet, stealing glances at Emperor June's captivating profile, her heart brimmed with belief that no challenge would deter her. Let us go. Emperor June grasped Shiha's delicate hand tightly, their yin and yang energies harmoniously merging, subtly creating a profound connection that captivated them both. Let us take a look at that tree. The two transformed into a streak of light, swiftly arriving at the vicinity of the grand Fusang tree. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Just before the true emergence of the Fusang tree, the ancestor of the cicadas had once again utilized innate divine abilities to shatter the concealment barriers that hid this innate spiritual root. Upon witnessing the treasure radiating brilliance deep within the Tang Valley's secret realm, which concealed such terrifying energy fluctuations, he momentarily believed he had discovered a glimmer of hope for a comeback. If this were an innate spiritual treasure of boundless power, or even a chaotic supreme treasure, then vanquishing or scaring off the Black Dragon King would undoubtedly be trivial. However, after the concealment barrier of the Fusang tree was breached, he was left dumbfounded. Damn it, it was merely an innate spiritual root. What use could this be to him? He was not a being cultivating the path of fire. With this thought, he nearly spat blood. Boom! At that very moment, the relentless Nine Nether Dragon pursued him, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that triggered explosions capable of shaking the entire Tang Valley's secret realm. Countless fiery spirit essences, brimming with surging divine power, erupted from below, splattering into the void. The malevolent energy nearly struck the ancestor of the cicadas. His spatial abilities proved ineffective against the dragon's secret techniques, leading him to suspect this was a chaotic secret art handed down by Rahu, possessing an inescapable aura. Despite this, the massive pillars of malevolence grazed his battered body, tearing away large chunks of flesh. The potent corrupting essence of the dragon's aura began to taint his wounds, spreading towards his healthy parts, attempting to transform him into a creature of the demonic race. No, this absolutely cannot happen. The ancestor of the cicadas roared within, born at the dawn of the primordial. He had endured countless tribulations to reach this day, witnessing innumerable vistas, holding steadfast pride and conviction within. He would never become a pawn of the demonic race. Not even in death. Boom. He tore open his own wounds, resisting the spread of malevolent energy, yet despair filled his heart. Severely injured, his innate abilities countered by the Nine Nether Dragon, he found no hidden card within the anticipated innate forbidden array to turn the tide. Was it truly the fate of the first divine cicada nurtured within the primordial to perish at this moment? Chapter 037. The great extinction of demonic light. The true form of the Nine Nether Dragon was terrifying beyond measure, exuding a sinister aura, closely aligned with the primordial essence of the demonic path, on par with the demon Phoenix clan, for it too was a direct descendant of the ancestor dragon. Boom. Its 9 long necks twisted menacingly, casting an overwhelming shadow. Within the vast Tang Valley's secret realm, the void trembled incessantly, its massive form looming like a thick, black cloud, instilling dread with its cold, dark radiance. The black, demonic light spewed forth by the Nine Nether Dragon contained unparalleled killing intent, horrifying enough to corrode and destroy even the void. Annihilating demonic light. It roared in a deep, resonant voice, one of its lethal divine abilities, which had slaughtered countless beings during its time in the Dragon Clan's enforcement team. A formidable aura erupted, surrounding it as if countless restless souls were struggling and wailing, sending chills down the spine of onlookers. Witnessing its fearsome might, even the mighty beings scattered throughout the Tang Valley furrowed their brows. Sensing the gravity of the situation and reluctant to intervene in the conflict, another massive beam of demonic light surged forth, grazing the ancestor of the cicadas and obliterating several of its tentacles. Cornered and with nowhere to flee, the ancestor let out a despairing scream, "My leg! My leg!" Seeing the ancestor's wretched state, the nine-headed dragon couldn't help but smirk wickedly. "Excellent. This is precisely how I wish to toy with the ancestor." Ha ha ha! Such a wretched creature still claims to be an ancestor of its kind. It seems the primordial has indeed birthed an abundance of weaklings. Any trash can become a king or an ancestor. The demonic race should thoroughly purify this chaotic world, and I am the enforcer of that will. Yet, in the next moment, its smile froze. One of its heads suddenly turned, fixating on a different direction in the void. Eyes ablaze with fury, its massive pupils reflecting two figures that dazzled all living beings. It sensed it. It caught the scent of the culprits who had slain its dragon kin. Damn it. How could they come to me? This is a stroke of fortune. Ha ha ha. A cruel smile crept across the jaws of the nine-nether dragon. Boom. With a resounding crash, its head pivoted, abandoning the torment of the fleeing ancestor, redirecting its lethal intent toward the two unidentified adversaries. In the void, a colossal, mountain-like beam of terrifying dark divine light swept past, annihilating the rich fire spirit energy in its wake, emitting hissing sounds as the space was corroded. Dijun was leading the gentle Shihi as they strolled through the lofty skies of Tang Valley. Closely observing the towering Tongtian divine tree, they also watched the intense cat-and-mouse chase unfolding nearby, occasionally sharing astute commentary with the breathtaking beauty at his side. Look, just now, Guzu executed a remarkable turn at high speed. No wonder he belongs to the space-endowed divine Gu clan. Even under the constraints of his innate abilities, he managed to evade danger with remarkable finesse. What a genius in manipulating space, Shihi. Her eyes sparkling with admiration, gazed at Dijun, nodding in agreement. Sister is absolutely right. The nine-nether demon dragon is far too arrogant. In such circumstances, a swift resolution is essential. If I were in its position, I would have swiftly subdued the opponent and departed the scene. She affectionately tightened her embrace around her sister's delicate arm. Indeed, Guzu is nearing his limits. If he has no hidden cards left, he is surely doomed. She mused, almost entranced by the alluring aura emanating from Dijun. Let us first enjoy the spectacle over there. The booming sounds of battle. Suddenly, a voice erupted. What the hell? You big black bug, are you insane? Dijun had intended to impress the adoring girl beside him, but in the blink of an eye, an unexpected turn of events occurred. He had not anticipated that the nine-nether demon dragon would abruptly leave the battlefield to target him. After all, it seemed reasonable to him that if he refrained from provoking it, he would be left unharmed. Yet, it dared to initiate an attack against him. Had it lost its mind? Unbeknownst to Dijun and Shihi, the nine-nether demon dragon bore the chaotic secret art bestowed by Luo Ho, enabling it to subconsciously lock onto any adversary it desired, including Guzu, the most proficient in spatial laws throughout the entire primordial realm. Now, it had set its sights on Dijun. Dijun summoned the fire flag of departure, and an impenetrable red barrier instantly shielded the two of them. The terrifying black demonic light surged forth with unparalleled force. Yet, to the astonishment of countless onlookers, nothing seemed to change beneath that thin red barrier. The fire flag of departure. One of the innate spiritual treasures with the strongest defense in the world. What an astonishing treasure! Someone exclaimed incredulously, their eyes brimming with confusion. The nine-nether demon dragon, enhanced by Luo Ho, was the former Black Dragon King, a formidable executioner responsible for punishment and slaughter within the Grand Dragon clan. Feared and dreaded by all, a top-tier powerhouse that any Deluo Jinxian would avoid provoking. Even ordinary quasi-saints would steer clear of such a tenacious existence. Yet, at this moment, its full-force attack was thwarted by an unremarkable individual. Despite Dijun and Shihi being stunningly beautiful, in this primordial world, they were merely nameless beings, born of the Taiyin and Taiyang. However, in this crucial moment, where all believed they would perish beneath the nine-nether demon dragon's assault, they effortlessly repelled its attack, an utterly incredible sight. Who were these two women? A question arose in the minds of all spectators, their gazes toward the pair now laden with gravity. Dare to slaughter my dragon clan? You seek death. Enraged by the ineffectiveness of its full-force attack, the 9 nether demon dragon redirected its 8 dragon heads, and 9 voices roared in unison, their tones overlapping, evoking the sensation of descending into a hellish abyss. Chapter 038. A Hand to Shield the Heavens. The Great Annihilation Demonic Light. Following a more terrifying and eerie roar, the 9 fearsome and grotesque black dragon heads converged, unleashing an even more devastating super attack. 9 colossal beams of dark demonic light, akin to mountains, merged into a gigantic black sphere resembling a miniature planet, its surface flickering with terrifying, intricate mystic inscriptions, binding and restraining the catastrophic power within. The sheer destructive force contained within sent shivers down the spines of all living beings, igniting a sense of dread. Is this the legendary technique? A mysterious being gasped, their voice trembling with fear as they gazed at the gargantuan form of the 9 nether demon dragon. Struggling to catch their breath. Indeed. A powerful figure nodded slowly, speaking with tension. This is the terrifying divine ability that has obliterated countless powerful clans, known as the calamity of the primordial world. It has re-emerged. We are doomed. The Black Dragon King is unleashing his true power. It seems these two will soon be reduced to ashes. Some felt pity for Dijun and Shihi, lamenting their astonishing beauty and exceptional talent, regretting their unwise decision to oppose the Black Dragon King. The Great Annihilation Demonic Light, a manifestation of the Black Dragon King's ultimate innate ability, had once annihilated numerous clans during the ancient times when the Dragon Clan rose to power over countless ferocious beasts. It was feared throughout the primordial realm. To think that today, in this newly emerged secret realm, they were fortunate enough to witness the return of such a legendary technique. Yet, in the hearts of all beings, there was no sense of fortune, only boundless terror. These 2 women are finished. However, gazing upon the terrifying Great Annihilation Demonic Light, Dijun's expression bore no trace of anxiety. Instead, he coldly snorted, "Black Bug, you are far too overconfident. Do you not believe that with a single strike, I can instantly turn the tables on you? Noisy, ha 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 ha, die." The 9-headed demon dragon bellowed, its voice resonating through the void, filled with excitement and the thrill of slaughter. "I want to witness your soul shatter and vanish in my Great Annihilation Demonic Light, to torment your spirit and flesh. I shall make you perish." Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying Great Annihilation Demonic Light surged forth like an apocalyptic calamity, tearing through the void, collapsing the very fabric of time and space, corroding and annihilating everything in its path. Even the smallest particles evaporated, and the heavens lamented. The colossal demonic light, akin to a miniature planet, ruthlessly obliterated all it encountered, showcasing the unparalleled might of the highest laws, sending shivers down the spines of all spectators. Everyone looked on, as if witnessing a farce directed toward the location of Dijun and Shihi. They never imagined that, on the brink of death beneath the Black Dragon King's divine ability, these 2 women would still dare to boast about turning the tables with a single strike. It was utterly laughable. All the powerful beings fixed their scornful gazes upon them, eager to watch them meet their end under the attack of the divine ability, hoping to salvage some remnants of treasure. Much like that astonishing crimson flag from before, as thoughts of that incredible flag crossed their minds, all realized it must be an extraordinarily precious artifact. If it could be salvaged, it would be a tremendous boon. This thought stirred within the hearts of all onlookers, fixated on acquiring the treasures that the 2 women might unleash, unwilling to believe that Dijun could genuinely turn the tables on the fearsome 9 nether demon dragon. Yet, in the next moment, a hand to shield the heavens. As the terrifying Great Annihilation Demonic Light rushed towards him, Dijun, facing this unparalleled threat, resolutely shouted and unleashed his newly acquired trump card. The full-force strike of a peak quasi-saint. Though it was not as formidable as the ordinary strike from the saint on the solar star, it was still fearsome enough. The phoenix had vanished. The ancestral Qilin had perished, and the ancestral dragon had submerged into the boundless chaos in this vast primordial realm. There were hardly any peak quasi-saints remaining. Yet now, in Dijun's jade-like hand, a strike comparable to that of a peak quasi-saint erupted. Above, It seemed as though boundless thunderclouds descended, manifesting numerous terrifying laws. The might of the Tao instantaneously coalesced, and various phenomena emerged. Countless true dragons soared and roared, while true phoenixes cried out across the sky. Accompanied by the ethereal chants of celestial beings from the nine heavens, a certain incomprehensible aura descended, creating an unparalleled sense of oppression that seemed to freeze time and space. The full-force strike of a peaked quasi-saint. In a world devoid of saints, this could be deemed the mightiest attack ever witnessed in the primordial realm. Even the complete ancestral dragon, hailed as the strongest in the primordial world, could not compare. Yet now, it had manifested within Tang Valley. As the strike was unleashed, even the vast world outside the Tang Valley's secret realm experienced celestial phenomena, the laws of time and space twisting, causing almighty beings attempting to enter the valley to hesitate, halting their advance toward the secret entrance. Could it be that a peak quasi-saint had emerged within this secret realm? The thoughts surged through their minds, causing them to refrain from entering Tang Valley. What a joke! This was the birthplace of a quasi-saint-level powerhouse. To intrude upon the lair of a supreme powerhouse without so much as a greeting, what could that possibly be but a path to certain death? Within the secret realm, upon witnessing the manifestation of quasi-saintly power, all spectators felt the hair on their bodies stand on end, and a chilling dread enveloped them. The disdain and mockery that had once colored their gazes towards Dijuan vanished entirely. This was, indeed, a being of quasi-saint caliber. The realization that they had dared to mock a peak quasi-saint left the onlookers in a state of panic, their legs turning to jelly. This cannot be possible. Observing their own immense annihilation magic, which they had unleashed with all their might, being effortlessly suppressed by the opponent's hand that covers the heavens, the rate at which it dissolved into nothingness was palpable. The 18 eyes of the 9 nether demon dragon were filled with horror and disbelief. How could this be possible? In this vast primordial world, how could one so casually encounter a quasi-saint-level powerhouse? Its 9 dragon heads seemed to explode in terror, an inconceivable threat descending upon it, causing its countless scales to stand on end, a sensation it had not felt in a long time. I am going to die. Gazing at the mysterious and terrifying phenomenon in the sky, a thought instinctively arose in its mind. Its eyes brimmed with fear and trepidation. It never imagined it would swiftly experience everything that the ancestor of the cicada had endured. And all of this turmoil was instigated by its own actions. Had it not, in a moment of folly, turned to attack them, none of this would have transpired. Regret flooded its heart. Chapter 039. The Great Demonic Disintegration Technique. This is impossible. The 9 ferocious dragon heads of the 9 nether demon dragon roared in unison. Who are you? How can you possess quasi-saintly power? Countless beings shared this very question in their hearts. Fixating their gazes upon the enigmatic young woman, eager to discern her true identity. I am Dijuan. The extraordinarily beautiful and graceful young woman parted her cherry lips, uttering 2 names that would one day unleash boundless upheaval upon the primordial world. The Eternal Empress made her debut, displaying her divine might before the beings of the primordial realm for the first time. As all beings beheld the quasi-saintly might that shook the very laws of the void, soon to descend with a thunderous crash, they indelibly etched this name of unbounded dominance into their memories. In this era of great strife, a brand new quasi-saint-level powerhouse had emerged. The landscape of the primordial world was on the verge of transformation. No. As the terrifying force surged towards it like a tidal wave, the 9 nether demon dragon's heart raced with unparalleled fear. It was unwilling to perish so easily here, to die at the hands of an obscure individual and become a stepping stone for another's ascent. The Great Demonic Disintegration Technique. Thus, it fiercely unleashed the secret technique bestowed upon it by Luo Ho. Under the immense descending hand, the colossal form of the 9 nether demon dragon, as massive as a mountain, suddenly became enveloped in boundless blood light and demonic energy. Following a tumultuous upheaval akin to surging waves, the dragon's formidable body erupted like a boiling volcano, scattering countless fragments infused with its soul essence. It had chosen to self-destruct before the eyes of numerous formidable beings from the primordial realm. The once feared former Dragon King transformed into a dazzling and resplendent super firework, the black flames and boundless flesh appearing both beautiful and terrifying. Everyone understood the implications of this act. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the nine-nether demon dragon was doomed. Look, it is not over yet. Indeed, the Black Dragon King had once borne the brunt of a quasi-saint's might. Someone recounted the illustrious achievements of the nine-nether demon dragon from yesteryears. Although that individual was merely an ordinary quasi-saint, the Black Dragon King was no longer the same as before. It would not perish so easily. Indeed, others echoed in agreement, for the dragon lineage had amassed an unquantifiable heritage over countless epochs, making it a force not to be underestimated. The Black Dragon King now stood at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Verging on the threshold of quasi-sainthood, it merely required an opportunity to transcend the shackles of this realm. Yet now it appeared that it had provoked an existence it should not have. Suffering a drastic decline in its realm and sustaining grievous losses, its flesh and blood had endured a devastating blow. Should it attempt to rebuild to its current realm, it would take an indeterminate amount of time. It could be said that Dijuan's strike had effectively severed the nine-nether demon dragon's path for at least 1,000,000 years. Look, a mysterious being keenly sensed an anomaly, whispering while pointing towards the horizon. 9 barely perceptible auras were fleeing at an unimaginable speed. Truly, an exceedingly bizarre technique. After aligning with the demonic faction, it seemed Luo Ho had bestowed significant benefits upon the Black Dragon King. Dijuan narrowed her eyes, fully aware that the nine-nether demon dragon's self-detonation was far from straightforward. Indeed, the great demonic disintegration technique had now made its appearance. It was no wonder it was one of the most renowned techniques among demonic beings. Truly remarkable, however, escaping from her grasp would not be so simple. Leave it to me. Her eyes shimmered with the ebb and flow of celestial bodies as she issued a commanding cry towards the fleeing nine-nether demon dragon. Her right hand clenched as if to seize something intangible. In the next instant, all spectators beheld the unparalleled imprint of a colossal hand in the sky undergo a transformation. 5 fingers, resembling celestial pillars, slightly converged, enveloping the position of the nine-nether demon dragon's self-detonation like a cage. The void itself solidified beneath this immense power, as the very laws of time and space trembled and began to collapse. The blood and flesh, along with the primordial demonic energy that erupted into the sky, froze in place, resembling statues encased in amber, a haunting yet cruel beauty. The 9 erratically darting strands of dim demonic energy suddenly felt as though they bore the weight of cement, struggling to break free from the shackles of the void to continue their escape. Yet it was overwhelmingly arduous. This was the freezing of quasi-saint-level rules. Even the ancestral dragon could not compare. The nine-nether demon dragon once again sensed an insurmountable threat, a profound terror. Was it truly destined to perish? Its heart brimmed with despair and helplessness, erasing the previous arrogance and obstinacy. Yet, at that moment, it suddenly perceived a familiar aura manifesting in the void before it. This is, it thought, bewildered. Come with me. A figure clad in tattered black robes mysteriously appeared in this void sealed by the hand that covers the heavens, like a wisp of black smoke materializing. No one knew how it had arrived here. No, rather, the vast majority of spectators remained oblivious to the existence of this being. They could only see the rain of blood and flesh fireworks, along with the boundless demonic energy. Who are you? But Dijuan was different. She immediately discerned the identity of the newcomer, her gaze shifting to one of incredulity as she whispered, "This is impossible. When did you?" She muttered in disbelief. At such a moment, how could they possibly appear? Were they not already? Humph! The mysterious figure in tattered black robes also felt Dijuan's scrutiny. From within the voluminous folds of the robe, 2 captivating eyes emerged, and in a voice steeped in mystery and foreboding, addressed Dijuan coldly. "So, your name is Dijuan. Do not be too pleased with yourself. One day, I shall settle accounts with you." With that, the figure turned, tearing through space with the 9 auras of the nine-nether demon dragon's great demonic disintegration technique, intent on departing this place. Humph! A coward hiding in the shadows, you dare to settle accounts with me. Dijuan's heart seethed with anger, her eyes shining like the great sun, as boundless divine might resonated with the quasi-saint technique in the sky, the hand that covers the heavens reaching its zenith, boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming divine might finally descended. and all eyes turned to see the vast expanse of blood and flesh demonic energy swept away, obliterated into ash by Dijuan's quasi-saint strike, leaving only 9 massive dark dragon heads clanging as they fell to the ground. Their flesh transformed into metal, their eye sockets deep and ferocious, staring intently at the heavens. They still managed to escape. Dijuan's gaze darkened, a soft sigh escaping her lips. She felt a twinge of confusion. Having just ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, her cultivation was not yet formidable enough to perceive all that had transpired. In fact, she had not even noticed the appearance of that mysterious figure in the black robe. Sister Dijuan, what exactly just happened? Wasn't the 9 nether demon dragons supposed to be dead? She voiced her confusion, her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty. A single strike to slay the great Luo, the hand that covers the heavens. Such an achievement was terrifying beyond imagination. And such battles were rare even in the primordial world. If word were to spread, it would surely incite boundless upheaval and ripples, for it was simply too horrifying. This battle would mark the true beginning of Dijuan's rise to fame. And she felt genuine joy at this, her admiration and fervor for Dijuan intensifying. Yet, she could not comprehend why Dijuan appeared somewhat discontented. They still allowed the 9 nether demon dragon to flee, leaving behind 8 strands of true spirit instead of 9. It had escaped with its life. Dijuan's gaze deepened, recognizing the severity of the situation. Shihi's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom why this was the case. However, it is undoubtedly certain that after this battle, their realm will plummet, and it is not out of the question that it may even fall below the golden immortal level. Dijuan explained everything that had transpired to the unparalleled beauty. Yet this was not the true reason for her discontent. What troubled her was the emergence of that figure cloaked in black. Just now, I saw Luo Ho. Chapter 040. The Return of Luo Ho. As the secret realm of Tengu opened, an equally intense temporal and spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted in a remote part of the Honghuang world. However, due to the dazzling and shocking tremors caused by the opening of the Tengu secret realm, not many eyes were drawn to this place, as the spatial barrier here was torn apart. A glimmer of relief finally emerged in Luo Ho's eyes. After all, the experiences and encounters along this journey had been exceedingly bizarre. Even though he had set countless contingencies before leaving the Honghuang world, he had nearly become lost in the boundless chaos. How perilous! I wonder how the situation in the Honghuang world has unfolded during my absence. He murmured to himself, as his battered body emitted a brilliant and profound demonic light, grinding and absorbing the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him, replenishing the depletion and where he had suffered outside the Honghuang, mending the severely damaged little demon realm. Though he had not anticipated that the ancient dragon would be so ruthless as to nearly bury him in the chaos, Luo Ho finally found a moment to catch his breath. Reflecting on the gains from this chaotic journey, however, I have also turned misfortune into fortune, obtaining numerous unimaginable opportunities amidst the chaos. Speaking thus, he waved his hand, retrieving several powerful and mysterious artifacts emanating vast waves from his somewhat tattered inner world. Gazing at these items before him, Luo Ho's eyes, filled with slaughter and obliteration, rarely revealed a hint of excitement. Indeed, he nodded slowly, stating that after digesting these items, my damaged Dao body and fallen realm can be completely restored. Perhaps I may even ascend further, breaking through to a level more terrifying than the ancient dragon, at which point I shall not believe there is anyone in the entire Honghuang who can stand against me. Ha ha! My demonic clan is destined to preach across the world, transforming this realm into my domain of slaughter. Ha ha ha! As he reveled in his triumph, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Despite his current demonic form being riddled with various grievous wounds and disarray, his gaze remained filled with madness and delight. What a formidable fire attribute rule! In the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes becoming profoundly deep. Sensing the spatial tremors brought about by the opening of the Tengu secret realm, he inexplicably recalled the great sun hanging high in the Honghuang star realm. Both share the same ultimate yang aura, both embody the same fierce fire attribute rule. His face became dark and menacing as he suddenly remembered that mysterious being dwelling within the solar star. He had once been severely injured by her counterattack, forced to hide in seclusion, ultimately driven to take desperate measures, nearly perishing alongside the ancient dragon. This grudge, he would undoubtedly repay one day. Calming the hatred within him, he began to employ his divine powers to observe the current situation in the Honghuang world while attempting to contact his subordinates. Tio hunt down the ancestor of the cicada. The secret realm has emerged. His gaze deepened as he looked toward the location of Tanggu, and in the next instant, he tore through space, racing toward the position of Tanggu with great speed. However, having sustained severe injuries in the chaos, his speed was not particularly swift, and moreover, the Honghuang world was vast beyond measure. Even with quasi-saint power, reaching his destination at once proved challenging. Just returning to the Honghuang world, and already a great secret realm has emerged. It seems that fate truly favors me. He felt an overwhelming joy within. Yet, when he finally arrived outside the Tanggu secret realm after much effort, his expression suddenly changed, gazing uncertainly into the depths of the secret realm. A natural anomaly, an overwhelming quasi-saint aura surged through the void. A peak quasi-saint has made their move. Luo Ho quickly realized this fact, his expression darkening. Damn it! Nonsense fate. Indeed, my destiny must be grasped by myself. As long as I become strong enough, I am my own fate. No, I must enter and assess the situation, he muttered to himself. With a peak quasi-saint level powerhouse emerging, I cannot allow them to become a hindrance. Having calculated the defeat of 3 peak quasi-saint level experts had already drained me completely, and I nearly perished in the chaos. Now, with this unexpected turn of events, I cannot allow any further disruptions to my plans. With this thought, he swiftly transformed, donning a tattered black robe to disguise himself. Though the garment seemed unremarkable, it was a fragment of a rare artifact he had stumbled upon in the chaos. Possessing many mysterious capabilities, rivaling certain innate spiritual treasures within the Honghuang world. However, upon using the tattered black robe's powers to tear open space and descend into the depths of Tanggu, he happened to witness Di Jun striking out fiercely, poised to eliminate his formidable subordinate, the Jiuyu demon dragon, causing his expression to change dramatically. At the same time, he swiftly recognized the familiar aura emanating from Di Jun, an innate deity from within the solar star. The very being who had once employed saint-level power to severely injure him. She unexpectedly appears here. Recalling his past encounters near the solar star, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. Damn it, I cannot contend with her. Luo Ho quickly came to this conclusion, uttering a curse before turning to rescue his capable subordinate. My name is Di Jun. Excellent, I shall remember that little girl's name. Luo Ho thought with resentment. One hand covers the heavens. Damn it, one hand covers the heavens. Watch me break through your heaven, and I shall make you watch as I rescue your mortal enemy. The thought of saving the Jiuyu demon dragon and witnessing the unwilling and frustrated expression on Di Jun's face sent waves of exhilaration through Luo Ho, causing his breath to quicken. He eagerly anticipated seeing Di Jun's humiliation. Yet, he failed to realize that his current thoughts had completely placed him in a disadvantaged position, never considering a direct confrontation with Di Jun. Merely causing Di Jun to suffer was already enough to bring him joy. Chapter 041. Let me extend my regards to the ancients. Upon Luo Ho's return to the Honghuang world, there was not a whisper of news regarding the ancient dragon. Di Jun pondered the possible repercussions of Luo Ho's return. Her brow furrowed, and a sense of heaviness rose within her. It seems the ancient dragon is likely in grave peril. What a pity for a peerless overlord who has dominated for an entire epoch. Having cast aside her lingering regrets, she quickly recognized that Luo Ho's return was undoubtedly dreadful news for all beings in the Honghuang. Now, having endured the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the Honghuang world had suffered immense devastation. Countless powerful beings had perished in various battles, and the essence of the Honghuang world accumulated over an entire epoch had been reduced by more than half. With many lives lost to the slaughter of the demonic clan, serving as nourishment and sacrifices for Luo Ho's understanding of the principles of slaughter and the true demonic path. Now that Luo Ho had quietly returned, if he could not be swiftly slain, upon recovering his previous strength, he would likely initiate another boundless massacre, dragging the entire Honghuang world into an even more terrifying abyss. However, Di Jun mused. Though my true strength has only reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, I have an external aid. A smile crept onto her lips. With the assistance of the system, Could Luo Ho truly stir up such a tempest? He still seeks to reckon with me. Ha ha. Her eyes glinted with a chilling, killing intent as she envisioned the scene of Luo Ho being vanquished beneath her hand. Forget it. I shall not dwell on this. After all, a quasi-saint-level powerhouse can still elude detection. Even knowing that immense merit lies within Luo Ho, it is more prudent to harvest it once he has fully developed. First, let me check on my Fusang tree. After contemplating everything, she took hold of Shihi's delicate little hand and transformed into a radiant arc. Soaring toward the towering Fusang ancient tree, closely approaching this legendary innate spiritual root, one of the top 10, the flames of the law blazed and pulsed erratically. The intense and vigorous life force lay hidden within this colossal spiritual wood reaching toward the heavens. Terrifyingly destructive flames flickered beneath the rough and ancient bark, and merely its width spanned hundreds of miles. Observing it up close, it could be described as an unparalleled gigantic firewall. The life essence and fire law reached their zenith, and one could often see countless flame spirits flitting about nearby, resembling the phenomena atop the solar star. It seemed this was a gift prepared by the heavens for their Jinwu clan. Ding! Detecting that the host has signed in at the Fusang tree. Reward acquired. Control of the Tanggu secret realm. Control of the Tanggu secret realm? Di Jun withdrew her little hand from the bark of the Fusang tree. Her heart filled with joy. Such a reward was utterly unexpected. Truly a delightfully perfect outcome. If one could directly possess the control over this secret realm, would it not imply that the vast Tang Valley and the Fusang tree are undoubtedly theirs? Upon this realization, she promptly pressed her jade-like finger against her brow, commencing the process of seizing control of the Tang Valley. Soon, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, a look of enlightenment flickering within them. So that is how it is. The reason the Tang Valley secret realm has yet to merge into the primordial world is solely because it has not yet reached the time for emergence. It was merely the result of external forces forcibly breaking the spatial constraints. If allowed to wait for the opportune moment, the Tang Valley secret realm would willingly dissolve the innate formations surrounding it, becoming a location within the primordial main world. Indeed, the primordial world is replete with numerous secret realms. These realms, in a strict sense, exist as entities that lie between the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal and the quasi-saint level inner worlds. Some powerful beings even speculate that these secret realms are the inner worlds nurtured by the chaotic demon gods vanquished by Pangu before the creation of the heavens, merely devoured by the primordial great world. The phenomenon of a secret realm emerging into existence is akin to the primordial great world digesting and absorbing the remnants of these chaotic demon gods. From this perspective, the Fusang tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, may indeed be a remnant left by a demon god from the boundless chaos. However, now these treasures, and even this secret realm, entirely belong to Emperor Jun alone. Boom. In the next moment, all the mighty beings lingering within the Tang Valley secret realm, desperately searching for various treasures and opportunities, suddenly realized in terror that the entire space of the realm was experiencing violent tremors. Then, in their frightened gazes, the heavens and earth abruptly inverted, and time and space shifted. When they opened their eyes again, they discovered they had been sent outside the Tang Valley secret realm. No, to be precise, they had been kicked out, for not only were they expelled, but all the treasures and opportunities they had found were also left behind. After toiling for a considerable time, they now found themselves utterly empty-handed. Moreover, upon turning around, they noticed that the breach in the restrictive formation, previously pierced by the ancestor of the cicadas, had completely vanished. As if nothing had ever transpired here. Even those from the cicada clan, who had been relentlessly pursued by the demon dragons, had all completely disappeared. Curses! Anger surged within the hearts of all the mighty beings as they realized that some unforeseen change had undoubtedly occurred within the secret realm. Furthermore, it was highly likely connected to that mysterious powerhouse who called himself Emperor Jun. At this thought, their hearts raced with excitement, their breaths quickening, as they began to observe each other with searching glances, seeking a powerful being who could rally them to reclaim their lost justice. Forget it, this is a quasi-saint. A life form whispered quietly. Who dares to provoke? There are rules in the primordial realm. The opportunities we have personally found and excavated cannot be taken by anyone. She has broken the rules. However, some beings remained undeterred, with murderous intent flickering in their eyes, determined to reclaim their treasures. Indeed, this is the truth. Upon hearing this sentiment, many quietly echoed in agreement, and someone immediately stepped forward, declaring, "Then let this mysterious powerhouse take the lead in helping us reclaim our treasures. We shall support you from behind." With this proclamation, a fervor swept through the crowd, countless gazes filled with anticipation towards this fierce-eyed powerhouse, hoping they would represent them in negotiations with Emperor June. "If the elder can help us recover our treasures, I shall give 70% of my fire spirit crystal to the elder. Indeed, my fire spirit mushroom shall be the same, my fire-flowing juice as well. Furthermore, I am willing to bestow upon the elder 100,000 high-grade spirit stones as a reward." "Very well, allow me to..." Boom! Just as this mysterious powerhouse was basking in the praise of the beings, ready to agree to confront Emperor June, suddenly, a spatial rift opened not far in front of them. Through that narrow crack in time and space, they could easily see the familiar scenes of the Tang Valley, along with an overwhelming heat surging towards them. Then, an enormous, terrifying head of a nine-nether dragon was abruptly cast out. Hanging atop an ordinary tree, its two pitch-black eyes coldly and lifelessly observing the crowd. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the previously agitated beings trembled in unison. They recalled the tragic fate of the former Black Dragon King, who had been obliterated without a trace by a single blow. If such a powerful being could perish so easily, did they truly stand a chance? Let me pay my respects to the noble, powerful, and astonishingly beautiful Emperor June. The mysterious powerhouse, upon witnessing this, inadvertently raised their voice in alarm, but fortunately, their wits returned quickly, and they promptly reconsidered their course. "No, I cannot offend this great being. Damn it, this is a quasi-saint level entity. Why did I suddenly get carried away? Curses! Losing treasures is one thing, but life is singular." Realizing that the supreme existence within the Tang Valley had no intention of punishing them, they unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from their brow, "My back is aching from bowing for so long." When they turned to look back, they were astonished to find that those mighty beings who had been fueling the flames behind them had long since vanished without a trace, leaving them standing alone. This bunch of wretched scoundrels, they truly deserve to be damned. A thought suddenly crossed their mind. Chapter 042. Subjugation. Emperor June surveyed the surroundings with immense satisfaction, nodding continually. This place truly deserves its title as one of the lands of utmost yang, providing her, the first golden crow of the world, with unparalleled comfort. The air, saturated with fiery spiritual energy, was an exquisite pleasure with each breath. Thank you, Elder Emperor June, for your rescue. Such great kindness and virtue are beyond words. Please allow this cicada ancestor to pay his respects." Just as she was reveling in her dominion, the cicada ancestor, who had nearly met his demise at the hands of the nine-nether dragon, suddenly approached the two women. Now, he appeared utterly pitiful, his body battered and on the verge of exhaustion, to the point where even his realm felt unstable, his voice weak, barely able to maintain his levitation. Bang! Indeed, the next moment, he stumbled and fell from the air into the depths of the Tang Valley, plummeting into the flowing, searing river of molten rock within the winding red ravines. He found himself in an exceedingly dire predicament. Alas, Emperor June couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, shaking her head slowly. After all, he was a progenitor of a clan within the Primordial World, and in his prime, he was a great Luo Golden Immortal. It was unexpected to see him reduced to such a pitiful state. Had it not been for her appearance, he would likely have perished without a grave. "This is a sun god pill I have refined." She gently lifted the cicada ancestor from the lava, presenting a golden red pill radiating with brilliant fiery light, surrounded by an aura of treasure. "Consume it. It will help expel the primordial demonic energy within you." Emperor June spoke softly, her curiosity piqued by this cicada ancestor, a being with powerful spatial talents and abilities, wondering how this clan compared to the later renowned ancestor, Emperor Jiang, who also excelled in spatial talents. However, she seemed to recall never hearing of this clan in later times. Perhaps, had it not been for her intervention, the cicada clan would have similarly vanished into obscurity amidst the countless calamities of the primordial world. Alas, one wonders how many formidable and wondrous races have quietly disappeared in the endless turmoil of the primordial realm, leaving behind not even a name. This is indeed a tremendous loss. With this thought, her desire to ascend to the position of emperor grew ever more urgent. These are all my subordinates. Cursed Luo Ho and the state of the world have so foolishly squandered my strength. Thank you, the cicada ancestor, still unaware of his newfound status as a subordinate in Emperor Jun's eyes, trembled as he spoke, his gaze fixated on the golden-red pill radiating supreme yang and fiery laws before him. Suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to weep, he then turned his dark little eyes towards Emperor Jun. Her beauty, brilliance, strength, and confidence radiated an incomparably warm and intense light, breathing life into his once desolate and despairing world. Unbeknownst to him, 2 lines of crystalline, fiery tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks, splashing into the scalding lava beneath him, creating gentle ripples that stretched towards the distant river of molten rock. Thank you, Elder. Consuming the sun god pill, he had never experienced such a moment of happiness, as he felt the primordial demonic energy within him, which was destroying his essence and life source, evaporating at a visibly rapid pace. The overwhelming vitality surged through his being, mending and restoring his form. Mysterious laws circulated around his torn and decaying wounds, swiftly restoring all damage to its original state, with an overwhelming sense of emotion. The shimmering black eyes of the being reflected the exquisite and graceful figure of Dijin I. In that moment, the warmth she brought was something he would never forget for all eternity, as the first divine cicada in the realm. He had no father or mother, nor any presence to care for him. From a frail and solitary insect, he grew into the progenitor of his kind, relying solely on his own efforts and cunning to reach this day. Throughout his long and distant life, he had never felt any warmth or affection. Even when pursued to the brink of despair by the infamous 9 underworld demon dragon, he could not bring himself to seek help from other powerful beings. Yet now, he suddenly discovered that the sensation of being cared for was truly delightful, indeed. Dijuan gazed at the enormous and enigmatic insect-like creature, sensing the tumult of emotions within him, with a smile. She floated closer to the ancestral cicada, observing the crystalline clarity of its eyes. You are remarkable. Would you be willing to serve me? She spoke, her lips curving into a captivating smile as her delicate hand rested upon his forehead. Feeling the cold and unyielding shell, through those eyes, she could perceive the soft heart that lay beneath the hard exterior. The cicada clan would willingly sacrifice everything for their esteemed Dijuan, even to the last drop of their blood. The grand and fearsome cicada, under Dijuan's gentle touch, slowly bowed its proud form, its massive, glistening black eyes reflecting the stunning visage of Dijuan, a sight that would remain etched in his memory even beyond the end of time. Just then, Dijuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. She suddenly lowered her gaze to the fiery magma river below, where an unusual aura began to ripple amidst the waves. The essence was concealed beneath the dense fire spirit magma. Akin to a nimble fish, were it not for her newfound mastery over this vast secret realm, she would have remained oblivious to such subtle shifts of energy. This is, she furrowed her brow, delicately pointing downwards with her jade-like fingers. Goo goo goo, a flame sprite, having coalesced into the shape of a red carp, emerged, twirling its lively eyes and adorably blowing bubbles. This is, Dijuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she instantly recognized the essence of this red carp. It was an extraordinary spirit of nature, formed from the pure and powerful fire essence of the secret realm, combined with the aura of the Fusang tree, a miracle in its own right. Goo goo goo! The red carp blew bubbles of fire spirit magma, mesmerizing and splendid, which floated upwards in a cascade. Fire spirit, I have encountered the esteemed Dijuan. The enchanting and radiant bubbles suddenly burst, revealing a melodious and youthful voice. A fire spirit? Intrigued, Dijuan noted that this celestial sprite had even taken the liberty to name itself, a fitting title for its origins and identity, born from the essence of fire. This natural spirit possessed extraordinary talents, surpassing even some innate deities in potential. Such powerful natural spirits had never been born on her sun star, perhaps due to its upbringing near the Fusang tree. The fire spirit had nearly reached the level of a golden immortal, marking it as a true powerhouse within the secret realm, though it could not be compared to the primordial beings from the outside world. Given time, it might even attain the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 043. The red carp offers a treasure pop, pop, pop. a series of fiery red bubbles ascended into the sky, bursting one by one, with clear sounds echoing. Esteemed Dijuan, please wait a moment. The fire spirit has a treasure to present to you. The vibrant life force within the great red carp was even more animated than that of a true being. Its crimson scales and flesh flowing with purest spiritual energy and essence, interspersed with mysterious laws, it twirled its adorably naive eyes, then leapt back into the magma river, swiftly swimming deeper into the valley. Thank you, esteemed Dijuan, for saving our cicada clan. Sensing the distant presence of many of his kin, he soon realized that his entire race had been transported into this secret realm by a quasi-saint. In that moment, his heart was unburdened. I seemed to feel my realm shifting. Suddenly, his tone changed, filled with joy and excitement. The Sun God Pill was an unparalleled elixir that had never before graced the primordial world. It could eliminate all negative states and restore one to the peak of their former glory. After the tumult of emotions, he gained a deeper understanding of his own path. During the recent battle, he had pushed his potential to its limits. If it weren't for Dijuan's timely intervention, he might have already succumbed to the torment of the 9 underworld demon dragon. Now, with the sudden restoration to his former state, he felt as though his entire world had transformed. His body shimmered with extraordinary light, as if countless worlds were manifesting and dissipating around him. Dijuan gazed in astonishment. She had not expected the cicada's breakthrough to unleash such a terrifying phenomenon. Her keen perception allowed her to glimpse the ephemeral worlds within the fleeting shadows, hinting at profound mysteries and terrors hidden within this cicada. Could it be that the cicada clan was not a native race of the primordial realm? A fleeting doubt crossed her mind, but seeing the cicada completely engrossed in its breakthrough, she decided to wait until it recovered before inquiring further. The initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal was already remarkable enough to trigger such awe-inspiring phenomena. Beside Dijuan, Shiha murmured, gazing at the cicada's extraordinary display. It seems this primordial world truly harbors formidable races, with countless secrets and wonders yet to be uncovered. Both women hailed from distinguished lineages, being true descendants of Panga's bloodline. In terms of origins, few native beings in the primordial world could compare with them. However, the primordial world was indeed extraordinary, as many beings had existed since the dawn of creation. Some even reincarnated from more terrifying chaotic deities, matching their origins and potential. Shiha had thought that after her breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, she could easily navigate this world. Yet reality delivered a lesson. The cicada, toyed with by the 9 underworld demon dragon, exhibited such potential and strength. The manifestations of worlds during its breakthrough clearly revealed the exceptional and potent bloodline it possessed. Reflecting on this, she gazed at Dijuan with admiration and reverence, her eyes filled with warmth in her view. Despite the myriad powerful beings in the primordial realm, only Dijuan was the strongest. The memory of Dijuan's unparalleled majesty filled her mind, causing her heart to race and her legs to weaken. Goo goo goo. At that moment, the great red carp that had vanished into the magma river suddenly returned. A string of fist-sized, radiant red bubbles floated into the air, passing over Dijuan and Shiha's delicate feet, bursting one by one before their ears. Esteemed Dijuan, I have found a treasure, a great treasure. It's so heavy, the fire spirit wants to present it to you. As soon as the words left its mouth, a fiery red, crystalline figure soared into the sky, carrying with it the pure and crisp essence of fire. Atop the massive head of the red carp rested an ancient, formidable giant hammer, drifting down towards the two women. The hammer, ancient and weighty, exuded a mysterious aura, appearing to possess immense destructive power. It was the size of a small house, yet its handle resembled a simple wooden stick, creating an oddly striking contrast. Esteemed Dijuan, this treasure was discovered by the fire spirit not long ago. It is incredibly sturdy. The fire spirit continued to blow bubbles, chattering animatedly about its encounter with this innate spiritual treasure. Indeed, Dijuan immediately discerned the origins of the pitch-black hammer. It was a naturally born innate treasure of considerable rank, boasting exceptional combat prowess and destructive potential. According to the fire spirit, this hammer had only recently emerged into the world. When it manifested, the entire secret realm was enveloped in a radiant black light, obscuring much of the sky, with treasure energy soaring high. The commotion of the treasure's emergence had startled the entire secret realm. The fire spirit, tracing the source of the cosmic disturbances, stumbled upon a terrifying colossal hammer imbued with the might of heaven and earth. The principles contained within it, along with its primal energy, were astonishingly formidable, causing even the void to tremble. This was an unprecedented occurrence within the secret realm of Tang Valley. After enduring a series of overwhelming battles, the fire spirit successfully claimed this treasure as her own. Yet, she was not the only natural being residing in the mystical domain of Tang Valley. It was merely that her essence was the most profound, her talent the most exceptional, and her strength the most formidable. Allowing her to achieve this feat with a single finger, the Hunyuan Emperor Jun summoned the weighty hammer to float before her. Two archaic and peculiar characters appeared on the hammer's handle, manifesting as if they were the very essence of the natural laws of heaven and earth. Hunyuan Hammer? Emperor Jun furrowed her brow. The name seemed vaguely familiar. Although the Hunyuan Hammer possessed considerable power, in terms of rank, it was merely a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, not even ranking among the foremost in her treasury. Suddenly, after a moment of contemplation, her eyes brightened as a possibility dawned upon her. Chapter 044. Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. She then turned her attention to the enormous red koi before her, gazing at it with astonishment. Could it be that this self-proclaimed fire spirit, the brilliant red koi, was none other than the renowned Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, the foremost disciple of the great master of the, who would later ignite the calamity of the Fengshen? According to her memories, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit indeed possessed a Hunyuan hammer. She was also recognized as one of the 5 Holy Mothers of, possessing extraordinary strength, and was a practitioner of the fire laws, albeit meeting her demise at the hands of the Holy Mother Slayer, Guang Chengzi. However, it was precisely her death that formally set off the cataclysm of the Fengshen. Subsequently, the great master of, along with the various Holy Mothers, and even the true form of Tongtian, were all swept into this immense disaster. Observing the lively and adorably naive red koi before her, Emperor Jun nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Though she was uncertain of the identity of this future Holy Mother, the fact that she displayed such understanding and was willing to bestow an innate spiritual treasure upon her showcased her exceptional wisdom and courage. Her future prospects were undoubtedly boundless. With a decisive wave of her hand, she accepted the ebony giant hammer named Huanyuan, then, with a flick of her wrist, retrieved an extraordinary supreme elixir radiating astonishing energy. "This sun god elixir shall be bestowed upon you," she declared, a smile playing upon her lips as she addressed Fire Spirit. As the elixir gradually floated towards her, the koi's large, sparkling eyes filled with delight. Bubbles escaping her lips as a sweet, youthful voice chimed, "Thank you, Sister Emperor Jun. Fire Spirit is willing to serve by your side and do anything for you." With that, she opened her mouth and swallowed the elixir. As if consuming a small sun, the vast and pure heat surging within her body, bestowing upon her unparalleled benefits, indeed. After all, she was also an innate being born from the laws of Supreme Yang. While not a divine being possessing innate laws from birth, she was still the closest to that level of existence, making her the ideal recipient of such a Supreme Yang elixir. Moments later, the body of the fiery red koi flickered with light, her magnificent form vanishing from sight. When the brilliance faded, a lovely, tender-skinned girl appeared in her place, her lively eyes scanning the surroundings. She then stood in the void and cheerfully greeted Emperor Jun. Fire Spirit pays her respects to Sister Emperor Jun. With a sweet smile, she revealed an adorable face, prompting both Emperor Jun and Shihi to nod approvingly. Remarkably, she had swiftly broken through to the golden immortal realm, cultivating the path of Supreme Yang. Though her foundation was not as terrifyingly robust as Emperor Jun's, her comprehension and talent were noteworthy, indicating that she was indeed a person of potential, particularly given her obedient and understanding demeanor, precisely the kind of subordinate Emperor Jun desired. "Excellent," Emperor Jun praised, her expression one of approval. "It seems my elixir has not gone to waste. Since that is the case, you shall remain here to oversee the divine Nat clan residing temporarily and diligently cultivate, so as not to disappoint my expectations." "Yes, I shall adhere to Sister Emperor Jun's instructions," the little girl responded with a bright smile, inadvertently revealing a set of charming little fangs, adding a touch of vivacity to her appearance. Boom! Just then, the Nat ancestor, previously caught in a breakthrough in slumber, suddenly underwent a mysterious transformation. A hazy gray aura emanated from his massive form, engulfing the countless illusory images of worlds around him. Enveloping his position in what resembled a colossal gray chrysalis, as strange gases swirled about. Hiss! Emperor June frowned, increasingly sensing the extraordinary lineage of the Nat ancestor. She grew more convinced that the divine Nat clan likely hailed from the chaos, rather than being a mere product of the native world. The reason was evident. The mysterious gases were, in fact, chaotic energy. The boundless chaos, vast and nebulous, represented the opposite of all existence, the embodiment of nothingness. Chaos devours all, dissolves all, and buries all, surging like an endless ocean, with countless worlds akin to bubbles or pebbles in the sea, eroded, propelled, and extinguished by the waters. Only the mightiest worlds could continue to thrive amidst the boundless chaos. Evolving into eternal civilizations, it was thus that those formidable beings, either due to world destruction or fleeing into chaos, often sought refuge within powerful worlds, escaping the erosion and dissolution of chaos. These immensely powerful beings were thus referred to as chaos demons. Emperor June realized that her decision to rescue the divine Nat clan and the Nat ancestor had indeed been fortuitous. This once obscure and powerful race in the annals of the primordial history might shine brightly due to her choice, and perhaps even return to the chaos in the future. While Emperor June was lost in thought, she suddenly furrowed her brow, raising her flawless jade neck to gaze into the void beyond Tang Valley. Sensing the arrival of guests on the Sun Star as River Map issued a warning, "Fire Spirit, take good care of everything here. I shall return shortly." She beckoned the girl over, affectionately ruffling the girl's fiery golden-red hair, entrusting her with the task. Watching the girl nod obediently, she smiled contentedly, then took Shi-He, who wore a bashful expression, and tore through the void, returning to the Sun Star. Phew! Upon witnessing the two powerful innate deities depart, the fire spirit transformed back into the adorable girl and quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the non-existent sweat from her forehead. The pressure exerted by these two formidable beings was truly overwhelming, almost leaving her breathless. Moreover, one of them seemed to be a peak being on the verge of saintly status. Were it not for this, she wouldn't have been so eager to present the Hunyuan hammer she had painstakingly acquired. However, she had also gained an immensely useful supreme elixir, enabling her breakthrough to the golden immortal realm, making her the strongest natural being in Tang Valley. Gazing at the Nat ancestor, who lay quietly in the void, enveloped in chaotic energy like a chrysalis, she tilted her head and pouted, feeling somewhat displeased with this outsider who had reached the Deluo golden immortal realm. Yet, there was little she could do. He had cleverly pledged allegiance to Emperor June before her, appearing far from foolish. She hoped that when he awoke, he would not contest her for the management of Tang Valley. At this moment, the little girl's mind was racing with thoughts. Having grown up in this confined realm, her experiences limited to these musings. However, when she noticed a pile of dragon skulls stacked nearby, her eyes suddenly gleamed with delight. These were indeed treasures. The rich dragon bloodline within was so potent that she could sense it even from 100 miles away. Observing the numerous jagged teeth in the dragon's massive maw, she couldn't help but lick her sharp little fangs, revealing a fierce smile. To her, these were indeed valuable treasures, even if Emperor June looked down upon them. For her, they were rare and precious resources. Chapter 045. Enlightening Hong Jun. Hong Jun, my friend, it has been a long time. After escorting Shi back to the Moon Star, Emperor June transformed into a ray of light. Returning to her home on the Sun Star, spotting the aged figure standing in the void before the Sun Star, a smile brightened Emperor June's face as she approached in her true form and greeted. "Pray tell, what brings you to my Sun Star today?" "Ah?" As Hong Jun found himself lost in deep contemplation, he was suddenly jolted from his musings, his mind abruptly registering the proximity of Emperor June. A flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. This was far too swift. He had scarcely any time to react. Emperor June's flying rainbow technique was renowned as the pinnacle of evasion within the vast expanse of the primordial world, unmatched even by the quasi-saints. Perhaps only after Hong Jun successfully attained sainthood would he possess a method of escape faster than this. However, as it stood, Emperor Jun's evasion technique undoubtedly represented the utmost speed throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. Having encountered his esteemed fellow Taoist, Hong Jun, in the presence of such company, gracefully masked his surprise, addressing him with due respect. With a furrowed brow, he articulated his purpose. I have come to seek clarity regarding certain perplexities that weigh heavily upon my mind. And I would like to inquire about your insights, esteemed Taoist. Oh? Emperor Jun arched an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating her gaze. Subsequently, a thought struck her, and she activated her river diagram, transmitting the ongoing dialogue between herself and Hong Jun in real time to Yuan Feng. Sealed within the sun refining divine formation, with a wave of her hand, she conjured a resplendent golden low table and 2 cushions amidst the shimmering void of the sun. Please, be seated, she invited. If you have any uncertainties, dear Taoist Hong Jun, feel free to ask me directly. In that moment, she revealed her sovereign dominance and assertiveness, unabashedly exuding her confidence even before the quasi-saint Hong Jun. When this scene unfolded before Yuan Feng, she was utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, being familiar with Hong Jun, who was quite renowned and well-regarded within the primordial realm, she felt an overwhelming astonishment at witnessing Hong Jun humbly seek counsel from Emperor Jayuan. It seemed that Emperor Jun's words were indeed profound. She was not merely an ordinary innate deity. There were undoubtedly greater mysteries and strengths within her, far beyond her imagination. With this realization, her curiosity and intrigue towards the breathtakingly beautiful Emperor Jun intensified, eager to unravel the enigmas surrounding her. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Hong Jun carefully organized his thoughts and slowly addressed Emperor Jun. During these times, I have collaborated with several fellow Taoists to purge the primordial realm of countless fiendish beings. However, as time progressed, a question arose within me. As he spoke, he raised his palm, and a nebulous sphere of energy dispersed, transforming into a vivid image. In the course of eliminating these fiendish entities, my fellow Taoists and I sensed a certain profound energy of the cosmos converging upon us. As if our fates had begun to shift, some companions unexpectedly acquired celestial treasures, while others stumbled upon top-tier spiritual roots, and even more astonishingly, some ventured into a primordial formation, discovering supreme elixirs that could accelerate their cultivation. For now, I shall refer to this phenomenon as the blessing of heaven and earth. His tone carried a hint of deeper significance, and as he continued, the images shifted, revealing formidable and ferocious fiendish figures. However, Emperor Jun was taken aback to see not only powerful fiends but also lesser beings, creatures, plants, and even entities devoid of any cultivation aptitude, some mere mundane objects. But, Hong Jun hesitated. I have discerned that not all fiendish beings slain yield such rewards. To validate his hypothesis, he recounted how he attempted to eradicate millions of fiendish rats, only for an unexpected outcome to unfold. At this juncture, his expression shifted, turning grave as he stated, "Upon slaying these weak and ordinary fiendish creatures, I found that the blessing of heaven and earth did not increase. Rather, it seemed to diminish significantly. Moreover, after I exterminated an entire region of fiendish rats, the environment itself appeared to collapse, leading to rampant chaos. The extinction of vegetation and a disruption of spiritual energy in a remarkably short period. That entire area transformed into a desolate wasteland." Furrowing his brow, he massaged his temples, seemingly perplexed yet harboring a faint suspicion. He turned his gaze toward Emperor Jun, hoping to glean an answer from her. Emperor Jun, twirling her fingers, intuitively grasped that the blessing of heaven and earth Hong Jun mentioned was akin to the so-called merits. However, the phenomenon he described warranted deep contemplation. Killing powerful fiends yields merit, while slaying countless ordinary fiendish creatures diminishes it, leading to the collapse of the entire regional ecosystem. How could this possibly be? Suddenly, she clapped her hands together, a look of realization flooding her face. This revelation prompted Hong Jun to raise an eyebrow, contemplating that this mysterious fellow Taoist Emperor Jun indeed possessed knowledge beyond the ordinary. Affirming the wisdom of his decision to seek her counsel, pray tell, Taoist Hong Jun, are you aware of the limited self-regulating capacity of ecosystems? Emperor Jun's stunning visage bore a hint of aloof amusement as she spoke languidly. Oh? Hong Jun furrowed his brow in confusion, inquiring, might I ask, Esteemed Taoist Jun, what do you mean by the limited self-regulating capacity of ecosystems? I possess a rudimentary understanding of ecosystems, which pertain to the states of living beings and their systems. Yet this limited self-regulating capacity eludes my comprehension. With a gentle smile, Emperor Jun drew upon her high school biology knowledge to elucidate. Allow me to clarify for you, dear Taoist, in truth, every living being exists within distinct ecosystems, where various species assume different roles. The interactions between organisms and their inorganic environments, and between organisms and natural energies all strive to maintain a stable dynamic equilibrium. Within such a framework, all beings in the system can orderly fulfill their ecological roles. It is generally accepted that ecosystems possess the means for self-regulation, and the more complex the system, the greater its capacity for self-regulation. If, within a certain ecosystem, a species becomes extinct and another species emerges to take its place, the system remains stable. Conversely, if there are no replacements, other organisms may adapt to assume that ecological role. For instance, in a grassland ecosystem, if a large predator like the cheetah suddenly becomes extinct, the absence of its checks and balances allows herbivores, such as rabbits, to proliferate uncontrollably. This leads to the depletion of grasslands, followed by the extinction of numerous herbivores, potentially resulting in the collapse of the entire ecosystem. However, if another predator, like wild dogs, shifts roles to hunt the rabbits, the system can restore its previous dynamic balance. Hongjuan's situation mirrored this. As he described, Emperor Jun surmised that the region where Hongjun had exterminated countless fiendish rats had likely undergone an ecological replacement. The fiendish rats had fully occupied the ecological niches of that region, with no other non-fiendish beings available to assume their roles. Thus, if these fiendish rats vanished, the region would inevitably descend into chaos. The collapse of the ecosystem equated to damage to the primordial realm, prompting the will of the primordial to withdraw the previously bestowed blessings and merits. It was no wonder that Hongjun found himself confounded. After all, this level of ecological knowledge transcended the current developmental stage of the primordial realm. Chapter 046. A Dialogue of Taoist Hiss. Upon hearing this, Hongjun involuntarily inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "The theory articulated by Taoist Jun is indeed novel and profound, one I have never encountered before. If that is the case," he pondered, does it not imply that a portion of the fiendish beings has integrated into the ecosystem of the primordial realm, becoming one of its myriad races, no longer mere outsiders bent on destruction? Suddenly, he clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, "I see now. The primordial realm is inherently a vast and intricate ecosystem. There is no need for us to intervene forcefully. The ecological circle of the primordial realm will naturally digest and assimilate these newly emerged fiendish beings until they are seamlessly integrated into the development of the primordial world." At this point, he could not help but furrow his brow, astonished as he mused, could it be that our efforts as formidable beings have been misguided? Even in a world devoid of our presence, the primordial realm would not be affected in the slightest. Are our endeavors truly in vain? In other words, we fundamentally lack the necessity of existence. In an instant, countless images surged within his eyes. As if a dense chaos was ebbing and flowing, evolving into myriad bubbles of vast realms. Immersed in contemplation and doubt, Hongjun suddenly began to question everything he had done. The theories presented by Dijuan had opened a door to a new world for him, causing him to furrow his brows and feel as though all the knowledge he possessed had been rendered illusory. Even the manifestation of his heart and mind provoked external tremors, as innumerable laws intermingled and shattered. The three flowers gathering atop, and the vast and terrifying Tao fruits, continuously blossomed and closed. The realm of laws at the quasi-saint level triggered immense vibrations, causing even the nearby sun's star to stir with ripples. As if a bizarre and terrifying microcosm was gradually manifesting behind Hongjun. "No," Dijuan coldly refuted, "my friend has misunderstood. If we have no necessity to exist, then why do we exist here?" The brilliance that erupted from Dijuan's eyes was far more radiant than Hongjuan's convoluted and somewhat chaotic laws, exuding an unparalleled might that momentarily suppressed the colossal Tao fruits of the quasi-saint level. This was due to the differing states of their minds. Dijuan's path was steadfast and his heart radiant, while Hongjun, having abruptly accepted a different theory, began to doubt his own being and non-being. leading to a sense of disillusionment and fragmentation that destabilized his state of mind. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. In the next moment, her voice resonated like a great bell, uttering a phrase imbued with the profound truths of heaven and earth. As these words resonated, it was akin to a colossal bell shaking the very heavens, causing countless golden lotuses to emerge from thin air, with golden light surging forth from the void. This was due to Dijuan's words being so closely aligned with the Tao that they elicited a resonance with the Tao itself. Dijuan continued in a calm tone. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, one should remain in the state of non-being to observe its marvels. One should remain in the state of being to observe its manifestations. These two, though emerging from the same source, have different names, and both are referred to as the profound. The profound within the profound is the gateway to all wonders. In an instant, Hongjun was awakened by this resonance, akin to a great bell reverberating through the heavens. Gaining clarity amidst his chaotic and volatile thoughts, he stared in astonishment at all that was unfolding before him. His mouth agape. Is being and non-being truly emerging from the same source, yet having different names? His heart surged as he repeatedly contemplated this profound truth, leading to a blossoming of the three flowers atop his head. Resonating with countless laws, the Tao fruits roared incessantly, and suddenly, enchanting sounds of the Tao rose from the void, with golden light of the Tao pouring forth unpredictably, plunging him into a state of enlightenment. Indeed, why should one be entangled in the necessity of being and non-being in the world? These two states are inherently one. Without my existence, how could I comprehend the existence of the entire world? Without my doubts, how could my world achieve growth? In that moment, he understood the significance of Dijuan's words. Their being and non-being were inconsequential to the world, yet the existence of the world was immensely important to them, for they were inherently within the Tao. The essence of moral enlightenment is not the ultimate fruit. Today, I have come to know that I am I, he suddenly whispered, and then his body radiated golden light, instantly invoking the resonance of countless great laws, as myriad profound sounds of the Tao descended from the heavens. This indeed signified that he had truly manifested the Tao. Thank you, my friend. After a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, the two orbs containing supreme profundity swiftly dimming, as he softly laughed at Dijuan, saying, "Were it not for your guidance, I would not have been able to break through my mental barriers so swiftly." He extended his hand, retrieving a peerless treasure radiating boundless brilliance from his vault, presenting it before Dijuan. "This is an extraordinary treasure I inadvertently acquired in the chaos, named the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue." His aged face bore a warm smile as he spoke with utmost respect. "Had it not been for your guidance today, I would not have broken through the shackles of my realm and reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level of mental clarity. Please, my friend, accept this treasure." "Very well," Dijuan smiled lightly, accepting the treasure without hesitation. Chapter 047. Enlightenment of Hongjun. Witnessing this scene, a broader smile spread across Hongjuan's face. Were it not for Dijuan's insightful words, he would not have grasped this layer of truth. Prior to this, his doubts regarding the necessity of his being and non-being fundamentally stemmed from his failure to regard himself as an integral part of the Honghuang ecological system. After all, his origins were from the boundless chaos beyond the Honghuang realm. And upon descending into this world, he naturally bore a mindset of superiority. Moreover, with the fall of the ancestral deity Pangu, the vast Honghuang realm had sunk into a state of being ungoverned. If fortune and capability permitted, he could very well become the sovereign of this realm. In fact, most quasi-saint beings within the Honghuang world harbored similar thoughts, as they were primarily reincarnated from that batch of chaotic demons, descending into this realm with the primary purpose of claiming dominion over the Honghuang realm and striving for the path of sanctification. However, harboring such thoughts inevitably led them to impose their will above the will of the Honghuang world. Consequently, their position within the Honghuang realm became quite awkward. On one hand, they were compelled to reside within the Honghuang world, relying on its development and ecology, whether by gathering various treasures and spiritual plants nurtured by the Honghuang or by absorbing the innate vitality of the Honghuang realm. From this perspective, they were indeed parts of the Honghuang realm. Yet on the other hand, they elevated their consciousness above the will of the Honghuang, viewing the entire world as their private property. Plundering at will, thus, They naturally fell into a quandary of self and other. However, from Dijuan's perspective, all of this was quite simple. Follow the natural order of things. Anything beneficial to the development of heaven and earth ought to be maintained. Anything harmful should be pruned. Their very existence was, after all, a tool of the will of heaven and earth. Since they partook of the sustenance of the Honghuang realm, they ought to work for its benefit. For this world was their foundation of existence, their dwelling place. Though they were not the proprietors of this world, they should nonetheless safeguard its healthy development. In truth, the reason Hongjun achieved enlightenment through this reasoning was indicative of his superior state compared to other quasi-saints. Dijuan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Other quasi-saint beings either forcibly broke through their realms using the strength of their respective races, such as the Yuanfeng, Ancestral Dragon, Ancestral Qilin, and Luoho, whose intentions were solely to directly seize this realm, transforming it into their own singular domain. Or some were engrossed in arduous cultivation and comprehension, yet remained at an impasse. They failed to realize that the Honghuang world possessed its own collective consciousness. The Honghuang Dao was, in any case, birthed in accordance with the will of the ancestral deity Pangu. These chaotic demons had always approached this realm with a lofty and superior mindset, never contemplating the need to integrate and adapt, to advance and develop according to the interests and needs of the Honghuang world, instead persistently attempting to forcibly reshape this profound and potent world with their own ideas and abilities. Having devoured 3,000 chaotic demons and even sacrificing the true form of the chaotic Pangu, this constituted an incredibly rich and terrifying legacy. Dijuan speculated that this world undoubtedly possessed the potential to reach the pinnacle of existence. Unfortunately, the vast foundation brought about negative consequences, resulting in Lang of beings. Those short-sighted and ignorant chaotic demons only sought to counter objective laws with subjective will, yet never did a wise one consider the importance of adapting. The world is in a constant state of development and change. Some sudden appearances may inflict tremendous harm upon the Honghuang, destroying the self-sustaining cycle nurtured by it. Such instances are undoubtedly harmful, as exemplified by the powerful demon race that suddenly arose under Luoho's machinations. These entities had never before appeared in the Honghuang world. They reveled in slaughter and degradation, spreading darkness and terror throughout the realm. From the perspective of the Honghuang, they were akin to invaders to a certain extent, and invaders must naturally be eradicated. However, the arrival of invaders is not entirely detrimental. They can also serve as catalysts and cornerstones for change, propelling the world toward a better and more refined evolution. Such changes often begin with the smallest integrations, which can stem from either material or spiritual sources. In other words, the demon race, to a certain extent, serves as this catalyst. The powerful demon race is detrimental to the Honghuang, necessitating intervention from the higher ecological positions of the Honghuang world to meticulously prune them. Conversely, the weaker demon race that has integrated into the ecological system of the Honghuang has become a beneficial part, deserving of protection. As the stewards of the world's progress, these mighty beings bear the responsibility of discerning this intricate state of self and other, guiding the entire Honghuang toward a more perfected and prosperous direction. Hongjun, my friend, I have another message to convey to you. After Dijun accepted the 12th grade merit Golden Lotus, he once again gazed at Hongjun with a profound expression, saying, "Not long ago, I encountered Luo Ho re-emerging in this primordial world. I fear that the heavens and earth are on the brink of another upheaval." What? Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired. Luo Ho has returned. What about the ancestor dragon? Has he returned as well? Dijun slowly shook his head, his countenance heavy as he replied, "I am afraid that our esteemed dragon friend has already perished in the chaos. In my view, Luo Ho will inevitably stir the winds and clouds once more. Perhaps he harbors even deeper and more terrifying schemes. After all, we have witnessed the darkness and malice of this fiend." Indeed, upon hearing this news, even Hongjun, with his formidable abilities, could not help but furrow his brow, feeling a wave of agitation wash over him. In the current primordial world, countless powerful demon clans had largely been purged by the old guard quasi-saints, leaving only those who excelled in evasion and concealment still lurking in this realm. Having just learned from Dijun about the self-regulating capabilities of the primordial ecosystem, he had intended to halt his efforts and delegate the task of cleansing the remaining demon clans to the rising stars of the primordial realm. After all, The vastness of the primordial world seemed to have been stimulated by the rise of the demon clans, resulting in the emergence of several extraordinary beings in a short span of time. Based on the insights gained from Dijun regarding the Great Tao, he had begun to surmise that this might be a countermeasure from the will of the primordial heavens in response to the demon clan's resurgence, which, in a sense, had ignited the potential and foundation of the primordial realm. The Red Lotus, White Lotus, and Green Lotus, originally, the three pure ones were of one lineage. Suspected to be related to Pangu, each of the three pure ones was an extraordinary prodigy, remarkable from the moment of their birth. They had now all ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, becoming some of the most formidable beings within the primordial realm. And their united front against the demon clans was a sight to behold. Amidst the ruins of the demon clan's annihilation, other powerful races began to flourish. The Witch clan, seemingly deeply connected to Pangu's bloodline, was born without the ability to cultivate the primordial spirit, instead focusing solely on refining the physical body, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. Led by 12 incredibly powerful ancestral witches, they drove back countless demon clan warriors, turning their flesh into sustenance to bolster themselves, expanding at a terrifying pace. Simultaneously, other strong figures emerged to contend with the demon clans. The sociable Hong Yun, the benevolent yet formidable Zhen Yuanzi, the Kuanping from the North Sea, the unparalleled demoness Nuwa, Fuxi, and the rare quasi-immortals, Jane and Zhuanti, who had transformed from innate spiritual roots. These were all seeds of unparalleled power within the primordial world. Moreover, compared to these beings who were born from the primordial realm, the chaotic demon gods who reincarnated from the chaotic world paled in comparison. Of course, from Hong Jun's perspective, the most astonishing and formidable among them was the innate deity of the Sun Star, exuding dominance and unparalleled talent, akin to an empress ruling over all beings. Thus, he nodded slowly. Since Luo Ho's return was destined to incite further chaos, he knew he must act with decisive force. Refraining from any hesitation, it was only at this moment that he began to comprehend what this world truly required. Chapter 048. The Shock of Yuan Feng. Upon hearing the news of Luo Ho's return from the chaos, Hong Jun took his leave from Dijun, preparing to return to the primordial continent to continue his search for Luo Ho's whereabouts. Watching the old Taoist's retreating figure, Dijun smiled faintly and retrieved the resplendent 12th grade merit golden lotus from his domain. A truly precious item, Dijun gazed at this dazzling supreme treasure, a satisfied expression gleaming in his eyes. According to later accounts from primordial novels, this was the ultimate treasure of the Western Church's Jain, possessing the finest defense in existence, classified as an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, even surpassing a single Five Directions flag in power. However, the Five Directions flag consisted of 5 pieces, and when combined, it could even reach the level of Chaos-grade treasures, making its overall hierarchy higher than that of the 12th grade merit golden lotus. Furthermore, the Five Directions flag was also useful in the boundless chaos. Nonetheless, while the 12th grade merit golden lotus boasted astonishing defense, it was not without its adversaries. During the Fengshen calamity, this unparalleled treasure, birthed from the chaos, was actually consumed by the mosquito Taoist, resulting in a 3-grade drop in its ranking. This left Jane, who had already ascended to the position of a supreme saint at that time, utterly humiliated. But now that this treasure was in her possession, after accepting this exquisite treasure, Dijun turned and swiftly returned to the Sun Star, directly arriving at the heart of the sun's divine refining array. Hiss, Yuan Feng, I greet you, Dijun Dao friend. Yuan Feng seemed startled by Dijun's sudden arrival, her exquisite and unusual eyes fixed upon the breathtaking beauty before her, filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Just moments ago, everything occurring outside the Sun Star had been transmitted into her perception. Guiding Hong Jun, articulating profound truths, his 5 sentences had plunged Hong Jun into enlightenment. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary innate deity. They were clearly beyond what even many quasi-saint-level beings could achieve. Moreover, after hearing Dijun's theories and sounds of the Tao, she felt an intense resonance and awakening within herself. It was as if a brand new portal had opened before her, instantly overturning her previous thoughts and ambitions. It seemed that what Dijun said indeed held merit. Her past calculations were far too narrow, not to mention Dijun's grand aspirations. Even Hong Jun, the diligent ascetic, paled in comparison, As if their initial thought processes had been fundamentally flawed, it appeared they had consistently underestimated the will of the heavens in this vast realm. Now, having found herself in such a predicament, it was likely not without the influence of the primordial heavens, and without Luoho's actions, other ominous fates might also have awaited her. Thinking of this, she could not help but shiver, feeling an inexplicable trepidation towards the innate deity before her, who was born of Panga's true lineage. She sensed that Dijun was unfathomably deep, mysterious, and powerful to an extreme, with thoughts and insights that far surpassed her own. Yuan Feng, Dao friend, you have heard the news of Luoho's return to the primordial realm. Dijun spoke directly before Yuan Feng, standing in the scorching void, his gaze piercing into her magnificent, crystalline eyes, through which she could clearly see her own reflection. The primordial world is on the verge of upheaval. She intoned gravely, continuing, you are sworn enemies with Luoho. I have a feeling that after his return, a great battle is certain to ensue. Furthermore, we cannot ascertain the full extent of his power. Now, although Dao friend Hong Jun and I have reached a cooperative agreement, willing to descend to investigate Luoho's whereabouts and continue the extermination of the demon clans, we must also be adequately prepared. Her gaze was sharp and somber, reflecting on the immense calamities that Luoho could bring, her spirit weighed down. I hope Yuan Feng, Dao friend, can continue to hone your skills, so that when the time comes for the final battle, you may stand forth. At that time, amidst the great changes in the primordial realm, I hope we can unite our strengths and face the impending catastrophe together. Sensing the gravity and seriousness in Dijun's tone, Yuan Feng's heart grew solemn. At the same time, she discerned another layer of meaning in Dijun's words. This indicated that as long as she could assist during the final battle, Dijun would be willing to release her from the sun's divine refining array, granting her freedom. Upon realizing this, her heart filled with joy. Yes, rest assured, Dijun Dao friend, I shall certainly endeavor to cultivate diligently, striving to aid you in quelling the turmoil, she replied gently, her voice brimming with anticipation for the future. Furthermore, having just heard your guidance to Hong Jun, Yuan Feng felt a profound realization welling within her heart. She then softly echoed Dijun's words, the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Breathing heavily, she repeated these words, her eyes shimmering with astonishment, incredulously asking, may I inquire, Dijun Dao friend, what is the essence of this scripture? I seem to sense within these words a power that points directly to the very source of the heavenly Tao. Her exquisite, crystalline eyes gazed unwaveringly at Dijun, reflecting the breathtaking beauty of his form, radiant and unparalleled, nearly leaving her breathless. Especially considering his profound foresight and his elucidation of the source of the heavenly Tao. She could not help but feel a deep reverence and admiration, as if she were standing before a towering mountain, overwhelmed by his presence, sensing that he embodied the will of the primordial realm merely by standing there. Dijun's gaze softened, and he spoke gently, the principles of the great Tao are ineffable. I am but a seeker following the path of the heavenly Tao. The seeker of truth, Yuan Feng, echoed the words spoken by Emperor Jun. Her eyes widening with astonishment and shocked. At this moment, she truly sensed an indescribable aura of the Tao emanating from him, as if his entire being radiated an ethereal, vast light. Under the shroud of the great path and truth, he stood alone at the pinnacle of the Tao, atop the highest peaks, dominating the epochs of time. This majestic stature and unparalleled presence invoked a sense of inexplicable heart palpitations within her. It seemed as though her heart had genuinely stirred. Chapter 049. Buzhou Mountain having laid the groundwork for countering the demonic clan, the next step was, of course, to continue enhancing her own power. After bidding farewell to the reverent Yuan Feng, Emperor Jun suddenly recalled something. She realized that since her arrival in the Honghuang world, the locations where she had signed in seemed to follow a certain pattern. The more renowned the place, the more precious the reward she obtained. Signing in at the Honghuang world yielded a sage-level reward. Signing in at the Sun Star granted the innate 5 Directions flag. Signing in at the Moon Star resulted in the Sun and Moon Essence Wheel. Signing in at the Honghuang continent brought forth a peak quasi-saint level reward. Signing in at Tang Valley conferred ownership of Tang Valley. It appeared she had subtly grasped this pattern, and insights began to dawn upon her. Then, a spark ignited in her eyes. If she wished to verify her hypothesis, a trip to Buzhou Mountain would suffice. Buzhou Mountain, as legend has it, was transformed from the spine of the primordial ancestor Pangu. It supported the heavens and held the earth, standing as the most revered and sacred place in the entire Hongwang world. Piercing the sky, and even visible amidst the stars with its straight and jagged mountain column. The very pinnacle of Buzhou Mountain was said to be obscured even from the stars, directly traversing the starry realm to reach the rarefied heights of the Hongwang world. Some beings speculated that this unparalleled and colossal mountain pillar might connect directly to the apex of the Hongwang realm, extending into the boundless chaos, before the innate spiritual root of the Jianmu had fully grown. The unbroken Buzhou Mountain was the supreme and farthest existence in all of Hongwang, the very center of the world. If one were to ponder which place in the Hongwang world could rival Buzhou Mountain in fame, Emperor Jun found it difficult to articulate. Thus, she resolved to journey to Buzhou Mountain and discover what rewards awaited her. In her heart, Emperor Jun silently declared, preparing her gear and offering a brief farewell to her sister. Dong Huang Tai. She cast a glance at the dedicated learners, the rock and the peacock, then transformed into a streak of escape light, vanishing above the sun star. It was said that Buzhou Mountain harbored countless secrets and treasures. And even the legendary demoness Enhua and her brother Fushi resided somewhere within its depths. Perhaps she should scout ahead. Emperor Jun held a profound curiosity about the goddess Enhua. Revered as the progenitor of humankind, hoping to catch a glimpse of her countenance and discern what made her so transcendent that she would later ascend to the esteemed position among the saints of Hongwang. Moreover, it seemed that the innate spiritual root of the innate gourd vine was also hidden within a secret location on Buzhou Mountain. She wondered if this time she might also acquire it. However, as she contemplated this, her thoughts turned to the Gugu ancestor, who was currently in seclusion. The Gugu clan were experts in breaking the heavenly constraints, having even dismantled the Tang Valley secret realm before its time of emergence, thanks to the Gugu ancestor's innate divine abilities. If she were to wait for the Gugu ancestor to awaken and bring him to Buzhou Mountain, would his extraordinary talent for spatial manipulation enable them to bypass the various restrictions, thereby securing treasures with ease? Delightedly envisioning the prospect of adding another formidable ally to her ranks, she swiftly utilized her unparalleled rainbow flight technique, soon arriving at the mid-slope of Buzhou Mountain. Boom! Just as she soared to the mountain's midway point, a tremendous roar erupted from the foot of Buzhou Mountain, shaking the very earth beneath her. This sudden disturbance caused her brow to furrow as she gazed down towards the source of the tumult. Boom, boom! The cacophony intensified, and the vibrations became increasingly terrifying, even causing the void to tremble. Given that such a level of upheaval could occur near the traditionally stable Buzhou Mountain, one could only imagine the ferocity of the battle and the strength of its combatants. Emperor Jun's gaze deepened with gravity. She was in no hurry to land and sign in, instead opting to observe the situation below carefully. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, several towering and formidable figures relentlessly pursued a gaunt silhouette. This was her expression shifted to one of incredulity as she bore witness to an exceedingly fierce and violent scene. Surrounding those fierce and powerful figures were numerous frantic, grotesque beings of the demon clan, exuding billowing black smoke, yet, under the relentless pursuit of these formidable figures, the demon beings exhibited none of their expected formidable might, instead fleeing like lost dogs. Furthermore, these combat-capable demon beings were swiftly annihilated by the terrifying figures. They were crushed into a pulp underfoot, torn apart, or smashed into meat patties before being devoured. These were the Wu clan. From the overwhelming presence of these beings, Emperor Jun sensed a familiar essence. It was clear that they relied solely on their extraordinary physical prowess to dominate the demon beings. Their muscular forms appeared as if hewn from rock, with broad frames reminiscent of wild beasts, each standing at least several dozen meters tall, with the tallest reaching heights of over 1,000 meters. Each was a fearsome warrior, effortlessly reducing countless demons to dust, shaking the ground with each step, and generating gale-force winds with their movements. Emperor Jun's eyes grew solemn. She had not anticipated the Wu clan's meteoric rise in strength. Reflecting on the historical antagonism between the Wu and the Yao, a sense of unease settled in her heart, prompting her to regard them with a wary gaze. Squeak, 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 damn it. I am a monkey, not a demon. Just then, at the forefront of the Wu warriors' relentless pursuit. A frail figure let out a piercing cry, desperately attempting to defend itself from its predicament. "Stop chasing me!" Boom! A boulder the size of a house was suddenly hurled from behind, narrowly missing the frail figure as it crashed to the ground, nearly crushing it beneath the weight. Had it not been for its agile form and remarkable reflexes, coupled with a stroke of fortune, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Yet even so, the monkey's frail body was sent spiraling away by the force of the wind. Squeak! It plummeted onto the hard rock surface, sustaining injuries and letting out a wretched cry of despair and fury. But this was not the end, for upon witnessing the monkey's plight, the Wu warriors did not cease their advance. Instead, they surged forward with even greater excitement and bloodlust, their steps thunderous and swift. Each one bared their gaping maws, exuding a thick miasma of blood and displaying rows of sharp teeth, as if intent on crushing and devouring the hapless monkey. Chapter 050. The Wu Clan. Ha ha ha. The leader of the Wu warriors laughed savagely, regardless of whether you are a demon being. All we see is that you are not one of our Wu Clan warriors. Thus you are an outsider, a despicable monstrosity. With that, he hefted a boulder the size of a small mountain and hurled it towards the frail, pitiful monkey once more. A fierce wind rose, the earth trembled, and the terrifying force behind the stone threatened to reduce the unfortunate monkey to a mere smear. However, the monkey seemed indeed to be an extraordinary being, managing to narrowly evade the assault even in such dire straits. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Yet that was merely a temporary reprieve. Under the relentless targeting of the Wu warriors, the monkey's tail became pinned beneath the boulder. An overwhelming pain surged through its body, causing its mind to nearly explode with agony. Blood tears streamed from its eyes as it curled up on the ground, struggling in despair. In the midst of the horrifying tremors, its internal organs had sustained grievous injuries, yet the instinct for survival compelled it to attempt to free itself. Wailing in pain, it grasped at the base of its tail, desperately trying to extricate it from beneath the massive stone, blood and tears flowing down its delicate, despairing visage, curled up in a ceaseless lament. Was this truly how it would end? Gazing at the monstrous figures nearby, filled with bloodlust and excitement, its spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Not far from this location, in a hidden realm, two pairs of eyes were drawn to the unfolding chaos. Witnessing the monkey's wretched and beleaguered state at the hands of the Wu warriors, the owners of those gazes grew increasingly indignant and somber. The Wu clan has gone too far. A voice, as clear as celestial music, exclaimed in anger. Do they truly believe that just because they are descendants of Pango, we would not dare to act against them? Sister, be cautious. Another voice, deep and solemn, cautioned her, shaking his head. Since their emergence, the 12 ancestors of the Wu have consistently displayed their domineering disposition, and they are indeed the true descendants of Pango, rightfully leading countless demon clans to eradicate the calamities of Hongwang. Missteps against some ill-fated beings are hardly culpable. Moreover, while you and I possess great powers, we are not the sovereigns of all beings in this realm. Life and death are predestined. Survival and demise depend on the heavens. It is wise for us not to offend those ancestral witches. Upon hearing this, Enwa's eyes widened in astonishment, and she felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and argue with her elder brother. After all, her brother's words were exceedingly disheartening. While it is true that the 12 ancestors of witchcraft descend from Pangu and possess formidable strength, her siblings are also deeply rooted in the primordial powers. Having resided on Mount Buzhou since ancient times with a reputation that precedes them, indeed, the primordial realm is filled with countless beings, and these creatures often engage in relentless conflict, even going so far as to prey upon one another. Yet, this is their territory, and these lawless witch tribes scarcely regard her siblings, and her brother dares to counsel her to endure it all. I cannot bear it any longer, even if it means clashing with those ancestral witches. I must wait. Just then, Fushi suddenly extended his hand to stop his sister, his gaze filled with intrigue as he directed her attention to the higher reaches of the void outside the secret realm. Oh! After observing for a moment, Emperor Jun's mood darkened further upon hearing the words of the witch warriors. What is this nonsense? Is this not blatant racial discrimination? Those who are not of their witch tribe are, in their eyes, nothing but wretched creatures. It must be acknowledged that the myriad beings of the primordial realm are the essence birthed since its inception, some born of innate nature, others of later origin, collectively forming a vast, intricate, and resplendent world. Yet, in their discourse, they are all deemed as lowly beings. Do they truly believe that only their witch tribe constitutes the noble lineage of this world? Even Enwa, with her status as a rightful descendant of Pangu, would not dare to so brazenly regard the Jinwu clan in such a manner. At most, she could aspire to one day be called an imperial clan, a leader among the myriad tribes of the primordial realm. However, the implication from these witch tribes is unmistakable. They view themselves as the true masters of the primordial world, regarding countless other races as mere ants and lowly beings. This is nothing short of fascism. This is outright fascism. Squeak, squeak, on the ground, a pitiful and disheveled monkey, with blood tears streaming from its eyes, continued to struggle desperately for survival. Its body trembled, covered in dust and blood. However, the witch tribes were unwilling to grant it any further chances. Their amusement had reached its limit. Heh, six-eared little monster. Go die obediently. With that, the leading witch warrior, towering at 100 feet, approached with a sinister grin, raising one of its massive feet, intending to stomp the six-eared monkey into a pulp, already fantasizing about the delightful taste of monkey meat porridge. The very thought of the delicate, smooth flesh of these little creatures made its mouth water. Die, however, just as this thought crossed its mind, a dispassionate voice suddenly resonated from above. Bewildered, it lifted its head, seeking to discern what rubbish dared to speak so audaciously above the witch tribe. This was the last thought it had in this world. In the next moment, it saw itself tilting backward, its body transforming into a heap of flesh upon the ground. How is this possible? Boom, boom, boom. A radiant beam of light from the observing the sudden silence of Dijuan. The heart of the six-eared macaque instantly plummeted, rendering it breathless, for it understood that the possibility of altering its fate rested solely on the forthcoming words of this enigmatic elder. Would it continue to wander aimlessly in the world of primordial chaos, or would it successfully cling to a powerful benefactor and soar to great heights? The answer lay before it. Breathe, breathe, breathe. It had never felt time stretch so interminably. Even the sound of its own heartbeat echoed clearly in the tense stillness. Well then, Dijuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the elder's seemingly indifferent words, the six-eared macaque felt its heart swell with joy. Nearly bursting from elation, as an uncontrollable roar of exultation erupted from within in that moment, it seemed to have reached the pinnacle of its simian existence, with the path to enlightenment manifesting before its very eyes. It yearned to devour mountains of bananas and an array of spiritual fruits to quell the tempest of overwhelming emotions that felt as if it had conquered an entire realm. Thank you, Elder. I am eternally grateful. It hastily bowed once more before Dijuan, tears streaming down its face, appearing both pitiable and absurd. Should this scene be witnessed by the beings of the primordial world in later generations, they would surely be astounded. Who would have imagined that this legendary demon saint, known for its domineering and fierce demeanor, would once display such vulnerability and despair? Chapter 052. The Emperor, consume the elixir. Dijuan urged, his gaze fixed upon the distant void, his expression grave as he addressed the six-eared macaque. The Wu clan will soon be upon us. What? The six-eared macaque's heart tightened at his words. Swiftly turning to the direction of Dijuan's gaze, where an aura of unimaginable terror seemed to seep forth, distorting the very fabric of space. This sight sent a chill down its spine. Turning back, it hastily swallowed the solar god pill that floated before it. Without time to savor its flavor, it felt an eruption of warmth and vitality surging within its core, as if a miniature sun had ignited in its dantian. In an instant, golden light flickered in its eyes, and its limbs were infused with an overwhelming essence of heaven and earth, banishing all lingering ailments from its body. Not only that, but this supreme elixir also mended its damaged foundation and essence, imparting a transformative sensation akin to rebirth, as if the cosmos itself had become clearer, and its ability to absorb spiritual energy had markedly increased. An immeasurable vitality flowed through its body, continuously nurturing its bones and flesh. Witnessing the dramatic changes within, The six-eared macaque's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, its gaze more vibrant and crystalline than before. It realized that its gamble had indeed paid off. The casually discarded elixir from the elder was nothing short of miraculous. If it followed the elder closely, it would undoubtedly reap countless benefits. Thank you, elder, thank you. It bowed again in gratitude, fervently pledging, I am willing to serve you, toiling endlessly, even at the cost of my life. This was the benefactor who had altered the course of its destiny, saving it from peril and restoring its foundational strength. Such kindness could only be described as a rebirth. My name is Dijuan. Do not refer to me as elder any longer. Dijuan's demeanor shifted, suddenly feeling that the term elder implied an age far greater than his own. He had only recently traversed into this realm, merely a few hundred years past. The title elder felt dissonant, suggesting an age that did not suit him. Understood, Emperor. The six-eared macaque immediately grasped the intent behind the words and promptly amended its address, its face radiating reverence and eagerness as it declared, I shall repay the Emperor's kindness with my life. Now, hide. The Wu clan has formidable warriors approaching. Gazing at the twisting and shifting spatial laws in the distant void, Dijuan's tone grew somber, preparing for confrontation. He extended a delicate hand, summoning his Qian Kuan Bao, then plucked the bowstring, unleashing a surge of golden light that coalesced into a long, ancient arrow of formidable power. At your command, Emperor. The six-eared macaque responded with utmost respect. Darting behind a massive rock, peeking out with curiosity and trepidation, before them, the distant void beneath the foot of Buzhou Mountain contorted grotesquely, as if a transparent curtain revealed bizarre phenomena. A towering mountain loomed in the backdrop. Advancing towards them, boom! At the opportune moment, Dijuan released his grip on the bowstring. The golden arrow shot forth with terrifying velocity, accompanied by a tempestuous force that surged toward the realm, with a resounding impact. The curtain shattered, revealing a colossal and fearsome silhouette reflected in the golden eyes of the six-eared macaque. Its pupils constricted, drawing a sharp breath of cold air. This is the ancestor Wu, Dijuan murmured with a darkened expression. What insolence! Who dares to harm my Wu clan kin? A thunderous voice, potent and commanding, echoed through the distorted barrier of space, the imposing figure of the ancestor Wu exuding an aura of murderous intent as it roared in fury. However, just as it crossed the spatial vortex, it was met with an overwhelming counterattack. The Qian Kuan Bao's arrow, imbued with immense energy, manifested a formidable force, surrounding the ancestor Wu with a wave of destructive power. The ensuing explosion rippled with a terrifying intensity, shaking the very ground beneath them, as if the world itself trembled. A roar that resonated through the heavens erupted, dispelling the cataclysmic winds. Yet the ancestor Wu suffered only a superficial wound. Not even a drop of blood spilled. This scene, reflected in the eyes of the six-eared macaque, sent a shiver down its spine. What manner of beast is this? Dijuan, having retracted the Qian Kuan Bao, gazed at the unfolding spectacle with a grim expression. Indeed, just a bunch of brutes who have honed their physical forms. In a wonder they are born from the blood of Pango. They resemble diminutive versions of him. And Pango, he who could withstand the onslaught of 3,000 demons with his immortal body, was a creature of unparalleled ferocity. Boom! Dijuan drew back the bowstring once more, unleashing a barrage of golden light toward the ancestor Wu's eyes. Damn you! Not only do you dare to slay my kin, but you also dare to strike against me. The ancestor Wu, fierce and unyielding, focused its gaze on the incoming attack, its arms flailing as it attempted to clap its hands together. Summoning a colossal shadow that blotted out the sun, crossing the barriers of space toward Dijuan. The spatial vortex erupted before it, redirecting the golden beams to distant realms, shattering the ground, and dissipating the light, nullifying the damage. Although the ancestor Wu's spatial techniques were terrifyingly powerful, Dijuan was no easy adversary. With a scowl, he swiftly evaded to another direction, avoiding the massive strike. Heh, this little one still possesses some wit. The colossal figure chuckled, a ferocious and reckless grin spreading across its face, though it secretly marveled at Dijuan's astounding speed. Impressive. Nevertheless, a manic gleam flickered at the corners of its mouth as it beheld the diminutive yet imposing figure of Dijuan. Its blood surging with fervent battle lust. What a worthy opponent! Chapter 053. Ancestor Wu Emperor Jiang. If I can strip the skin from this little one and hang it as a source of illumination in the Ancestor Wu Hall, how splendid it would be, it thought cruelly, as 8 swirling spatial vortexes materialized around it. Let it be known, little one, the one who seeks to slay you is Ancestor Wu Emperor Jiang. He fixed his bloodthirsty gaze upon the silhouette of Dijuan, akin to a predator sizing up its prey, and in an instant, manifested his more formidable battle form. His colossal body, transcending heaven and earth, transformed into a fiery crimson hue, and 4 resplendent, vibrant wings erupted from his back, coalescing into shape, resembling the myriad of autumn leaves swirling in a brilliant yet lethal dance. Additionally, 2 robust and powerful arms extruded from beneath his ribs. This behemoth, adorned with 4 wings and 4 arms, loomed like a red mountain beneath the towering and majestic Mount Buzhou, in the realm of the Eightfold World. With an expression of utmost cruelty, he sneered, then flapped all 4 wings simultaneously. In the next moment, he vanished from his original location, and the 8 terrifying vortexes of time and space swirling around him promptly followed suit, disappearing without a trace. This scene caused Dijuan's pupils to constrict instantaneously, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. The primordial 5 directions banner. In a heartbeat, she summoned her most potent defensive treasure, and with a wave of her hand, 5 flags emanating profound Tao rhythms and shimmering divine light floated around her, coalescing into a faint protective barrier. Subsequently, she cautiously surveyed the nearby void with an anxious gaze. Boom. The very next second, the space behind her distorted as if a curtain were tearing, and a brilliant yet terrifying red wing suddenly lashed out toward the back of Dijuan, seemingly intent on piercing through the void, ready to shatter her into dust in an instant. Behind her, a cacophony of alarm bells rang in Dijuan's mind as she swiftly turned to face the threat, her sun and moon wheels spinning around her body, surging toward the magnificent red wing that obscured the heavens. Little girl, you've been tricked, ha 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 ha. Yet at that moment, the direction Dijuan had been facing suddenly ruptured, and a mocking, sinister laughter echoed forth. Then, several enormous arms, blocking out the sky, struck from every direction through the space vortex, their speed surpassing all limits, causing even the air to explode, a series of terrifying explosions erupting continuously. Boom, 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 boom. The 6-eared macaque, observing this scene from a close distance, felt his eyes fill with blood, terror and trembling reaching a zenith, his gaze toward the figure radiating with golden light infused with worry and unease. Yet he steadfastly refused to leave. He wished to remain by Dijuan's side, content even to provide a modicum of spiritual support to the emperor. However, clinging to this thought, his frail body erupted once more as blood spurted forth, ravaged by the overwhelming might of the ancestral witch's terrifying abilities and the residual battle waves, reduced to a ragged state, swept away and buried beneath the shattered earth, life or death unknown. Die for me. Suddenly, a roar of fury erupted, as Dijuan's face twisted in a savage and fierce expression, brimming with pride and arrogance. Ha 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 ha. Relying on the spatial talents bequeathed by the Pangu ancestral deity, and the various spatial techniques developed thereupon, Dijuan had no idea how many tyrants and creatures of the demon race he had slain in the primordial world, carving out vast expanses for the growth of his witch clan. At least prior to now, save for the ancient 9 nether demon dragon, who escaped due to the leftovers of Luo Ho, no other primordial powerhouses had managed to evade his grasp. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying explosions resonated like thunder from a clear sky, as 4 enormous, sky-blocking hands struck Dijuan's figure at the center, capable of reducing even a towering mountain to mere dust in Dijuan's hands. Boom! Yet in the next instant, Dijuan's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? What on earth does this little girl possess that can withstand my attack? Boom, boom, boom. Under the onslaught of his cataclysmic force, the 5 directions banners surrounding Dijuan ignited with countless rhythms and powers, enveloping her in a chaotic, egg-like shell, which was then violently slammed into the ground of Mount Buzhou. This chaotic egg epitomized the supreme defense of the primordial 5 directions banner. Able to serve even in the boundless chaos, and when interlinked, its rank rivaled that of the Eastern Emperor Tai's accompanying treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, Even the mightiest ancestral which forms could not shake it. Ding! Detection of the host sign-in at Mount Bujo complete. Would you like to receive the reward? Just as the chaotic egg formed by the Five Directions banner crashed to the ground of Mount Bujo, Dijuan regained her footing, her delicate jade foot pressing against the solid ground, when suddenly a voice from the system rang out. Yes, upon hearing this, a surge of joy illuminated Dijuan's bright eyes. She had not yet signed in. It dawned on her that her arrival at Mount Bujo was for this very purpose, and it had indeed come to fruition. Roar, damn it! The enraged Di Jiang bellowed. You wretched creature! Not only do you dare not perish in my hands, but you also have the audacity to resist. It seems my father Pango was too lenient, nurturing you ungrateful wretches, feasting on my resources, utilizing my gifts, stealing from me, and even daring to wound me. Return the heavenly treasures you pilfered, and I shall allow you to keep your life. The 12 ancestral witches held an exalted status, being true descendants of Pangu, and always regarded the entire primordial realm as their personal property. Harboring no goodwill towards the myriad of strange creatures in their eyes, this world rightfully belonged solely to them, the true heirs of Pangu. The myriad spirits of the primordial realm were merely the detestable remnants of chaotic demons, who, taking advantage of their father's fall and the absence of the 12 ancestral witches, seized control over the entire primordial realm. They occupied the space created by their father, plundering the primordial essence purified by him, and stealing the various treasures and spiritual plants left for the ancestral witches, a band of shameless thieves, audacious outsiders, destined to be eradicated, die, now. He was consumed by rage, especially upon witnessing Dijuan possess such a formidable defensive treasure. His fury reached its zenith, his eyes reddening and his blood boiling. Eightfold unity. He roared once more, unleashing an even more potent divine ability. 4 hands and 4 wings crashed together, and the 8 vortexes surrounding him instantaneously merged into a singular, incomprehensibly dense and terrifying spatial singularity. In an instant, it broke through the confines of space, darting toward Dijuan with ferocity. No. Just as the 6-eared macaque, recently emerged from the ruins, witnessed this, his pupils shrank to pinpricks. Extending his tattered arms and bellowing, blood surging throughout his body. Chapter 054. Breakthrough to Quasi-Saint. Humph. Receiving the reward, Dijuan observed this terrifying scene, her face betraying no hint of panic. She had faith in the supreme defense of the primordial 5 Directions banner, eagerly anticipating the system's forthcoming rewards. What might it be? Her heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Ding! Sign in at Mount Bujo complete. Reward. A significant breakthrough in realm. Would you like to use it now? Dijuan's heart leaped with joy. She had not expected such a reward. It was simply delightful. Use it now. When else would she? Ding! The host's cultivation is about to break through to the early Quasi-Saint stage. Countdown initiated. Boom, 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 boom. The chaotic shell formed by the 5 Directions banner, under the onslaught of Di Jiang's eightfold unity spatial secret technique, had traversed the barriers of time and space, poised to arrive before Dijuan. The terrifying spatial singularity harbored the most potent destructive power, condensing into a cataclysmic black hole, tearing and devouring all space in its path, as if it encapsulated all the darkness in the world. Capable of absorbing every ray of light, die. I shall skin you alive and hang your pelt in the ancestral witch hall's dome. Di Jiang roared madly, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust and excitement. The thrill of slaughter coursing through his veins, granting him unparalleled ecstasy, nearly sending him into a euphoric trance. Indeed, this is precisely what I desire. I relish witnessing my prey exhibit that despairing and unwilling expression just before their demise. The stronger they are, the better. To overpower the powerful is the ultimate pleasure. It is known that his grand spatial technique could be deemed the most formidable annihilation technique, merging his unrivaled physical prowess with spatial talents. Capable of shattering all restrictions and defenses, even the Qilin clan, one of the mightiest races in the primordial realm, renowned for their formidable physical strength, had been decimated by his technique, their entire lineage now reduced to mere dust in the annals of history. What he loved most was to observe the once proud Qilin elders, witnessing their esteemed combat prowess crumble in abject defeat before his spatial techniques. Times change, The new surpass the old. This is the natural order of the world. This little girl shall be no exception. He roared with wild laughter in his heart, vigorously flapping his four wings and arms, directing the inky black singularity toward the dazed Dijuan standing on the ground of Mount Buzhou. He envisioned the expression of terror and despair on her face when she saw her defensive treasure shattered by his assault. Boom! Yet, in the next moment, a surge of overwhelming and terrifying momentum erupted from Emperor Jun. Shaking the heavens and making the very air tremble in an instant, the mountains of Buzhou radiated with resplendent light, golden divine radiance bursting forth, engulfing the void and the four corners of the universe. It was as though a second sun had risen upon the great road, its brilliance dazzling and intense, harmonizing with the solitary sun hanging high in the sky. This terrifying force resonated through the nine heavens, causing countless laws and paths to manifest in its wake. At this very moment, Emperor Jun had finally transcended to the realm of quasi-saint. In an age when saints were absent, the formidable combat power of a quasi-saint could indeed be regarded as the true embodiment of saint and emperor. With the potential to establish a powerful lineage and ascend to imperial status, this was the definitive force of this world. What? Di Jiang felt the terrifying gale emanating from Emperor Jun, and his expression changed drastically. A breakthrough in the midst of battle? How could this be possible? He roared in disbelief, convinced that such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable. A quasi-saint. There were scarcely any in this world. Even though the 12 ancestors of sorcery possessed immense strength and could leverage their innate divine abilities in conjunction with their formidable physical forms to slay the majority of great Luo golden immortals in the Hong Huang realm, they were still not true opponents of a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint was the epitome of strength. Achieving this realm signified a complete mastery of all the laws and paths one had cultivated, upgrading their domain of refined laws into the seed of a miniature world, a state of existence entirely beyond comparison. It could be said that quasi-saints, armed with the power of an inner world within the Hong Huang realm, possessed absolute defense and attack capabilities. After all, this was the power of a world. Though merely a small world, or even a microcosm, the immense strength contained within was far beyond what an ordinary great Luo golden immortal could rival, creating an insurmountable chasm of power between the two. The only threat to them came from other quasi-saints of the same tier. Even with the unparalleled might of the ancestors of sorcery, they were no match for any quasi-saint. This was a fact already verified. Unless the 12 ancestors of sorcery could unite and employ their final trump card, as his face paled, he instinctively sought to retract his unparalleled divine abilities. But in the next moment, boom! The chaotic shell coalesced from the primordial 5 directions banner suddenly burst open, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful figure, graceful and enchanting, with flowing hair and a gaze both cold and commanding, who then extended a luminous finger towards him, a crystalline, delicate finger, fair with a hint of rosy hue, akin to a perfect artwork meticulously sculpted by the heavens, brimming with youthful vitality. Yet, this exquisite finger, seemingly ordinary, bore an unfathomable and terrifying destructive force. Di Jiang instinctively felt a chill run down his spine, the thought racing through his mind. This cannot be possible. With a mere flick of his delicate lips, Emperor Jun uttered those fateful words, Lingxi one finger, and without flinching or retreating, calmly met Di Jiang's world-ending divine ability head-on. One side wielded the devastating might capable of obliterating the heavens and earth, a towering and formidable figure embodying cataclysmic power, while the other, the exquisite maiden, simply extended her luminous finger, resolute and unyielding. It seemed as though she were reaching out to caress the calamity descending from the heavens. This stark contrast left an indelible impression in the light golden eyes of the six-eared macaque. As the black hole singularity and the luminous finger made contact, Di Jiang found himself muttering in disbelief, feeling his entire being freeze in place. The once unstoppable 8 phases unification secret technique had been directly obliterated, bursting like a bubble pierced by Emperor Jun's jade-like finger. A crisp sound of shattering echoed through the tumultuous heavens and earth, creating a moment of both tranquility and chaos. Boom! In the next instant, a cataclysmic storm erupted, brilliant light and heat exploding forth like a nuclear detonation on the mountainside of Buzhou, illuminating a significant portion of the mountain's expanse as if a great sun had truly risen there. Tears streamed down the cheeks of the six-eared macaque, compelling him to swiftly close his eyes. Yet, despite the torment brought by such a terrifying cosmic upheaval, a joyful smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. And he even began to laugh heartily. This was a true ancestor of sorcery, a living embodiment of the ancestors. In the current landscape of Hong Huang, the terror and might of the ancestors were legendary. Those once rampant demonic beings had perished at the hands of these swiftly rising sorcerous powers. Countless illustrious names that once echoed through an era now laid low by their cold and ruthless methods, serving as stepping stones for the rapid ascendance of the sorcery clan. He had never imagined that he would witness the downfall of an ancestor with his own eyes. And moreover, it was at the hands of the supreme emperor he had just chosen to follow. Not long ago, he had been pursued by the fierce and arrogant warriors of the sorcery clan, nearly becoming their prey. The stark contrast between these events filled him with overwhelming joy, lifting his spirit to euphoric heights. Concurrently, his admiration and reverence for Emperor Jun, this utterly formidable being, swelled within him, the image of that breathtakingly beautiful and resplendent face forever etched into the depths of his soul, a breakthrough in the midst of battle. Meanwhile, in a cryptic and unfathomable realm, a cool voice resonated with astonishment and excitement. A breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. This is impossible. Nuwa covered her delicate lips, her eyes widening as she sensed the omnipresent and formidable fluctuations in the external void, confirming that it was indeed the aura of a quasi-saint-level powerhouse. What sort of existence could this be? Not only were the treasures astonishing, but even the means and comprehension were terrifyingly profound. It seemed that Di Jiang was destined to face defeat. Fushi was equally astonished, his tone rippling with waves of amazement. It must be noted that the chasm between a great Luo golden immortal and a quasi-saint was vast. Even though the two siblings had deep foundations and remarkable talents, they had only just reached the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal, while nominally just a hair's breadth from the quasi-saint realm. That very distance was akin to an insurmountable barrier. A great Luo golden immortal grasps a complete rule path and transforms it into their domain power, whereas a quasi-saint forges all laws into an inner world. A transformation so arduous that it transcends ordinary imagination. Sister, I perceive that this friend of ours has managed to break through the shackles of battle and achieve the quasi-saint Dao fruit. Such wisdom and insight must be profound. Furthermore, we just witnessed her saving a dying monkey and bestowing upon it an unparalleled elixir. The phenomenon caused by this elixir is something we both witnessed. Undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. His tone carried a hint of envy as he spoke, feeling a twinge of jealousy for the immense opportunity granted to the six-eared macaque. He continued to analyze for his sister. This indicates that this friend's character and benevolence are trustworthy, considering that elixir radiating with boundless power and sanctity. A fervent desire stirred within me. If we were to assist now, we could surely forge a bond of goodwill. At this point, a smug smile crept upon his lips. Feeling a sense of pride in his cleverness, even causing the tip of his long, sturdy tail to sway slightly, like a rattling drum. Even Emperor Jun could not have anticipated that in his quest to save a nascent talent destined to become a formidable entity of the demon clan, he would inadvertently demonstrate his benevolence and generosity, securing the favor and targeted analysis of Fushi and his sister. Certainly, this misunderstanding bore more benefits than drawbacks. Humph, if we didn't intervene earlier, now that he is on the verge of victory, we must extend our hand, Nuwa lamented, rolling her eyes, feeling that her brother's scheming had complicated matters unnecessarily. Had she stepped forward to join hands before the clash began, perhaps this goodwill would have already been established. Eliminating the need for such calculations now. Ah, you simply do not understand. Upon hearing this, Fushi immediately frowned, lecturing his still youthful and naive sister. Brother is strategic and astute. The world is fraught with perilous entities and existences. Were it not for brother's extreme caution, how could we have safely cultivated to this point? As Nuwa braced for yet another lengthy lecture from her elder brother, she internally rolled her eyes, her lips curling slightly, thinking to herself, isn't that just cowardice? Let us go. Join me in supporting this friend. Should we gain even a modicum of guidance from her, or perhaps a few divine elixirs, it would be truly fortuitous. Even if not, We must at least establish a familiar presence. Finally, after delivering a lesson to his younger sister, Fushi let out a sigh of relief. Observing his sister's nonchalant demeanor, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, yet he concluded his discourse nonetheless. Rubbing his somewhat stiff face, he pinched the corners of his rigid mouth, attempting to conjure a friendly and gentle smile. In his mind, he prepared the emotions and lines for his upcoming conversation with Dijuan, striving to adjust his demeanor to its most optimal state. Subsequently, he turned his gaze back to the shimmering reflection on the surface of the water before him. However, upon doing so, he was immediately taken aback. The reflection revealed a sudden shift in the external battlefield, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety as he hurriedly led his sister away from the scene. Chapter 056. The Sovereign's Promise. Boom, boom, boom. As the brilliant golden light that had once obscured the sky dissipated, the center of the terrifying explosion gradually cleared, unveiling the two supreme powerhouses of the primordial chaos. "You have lost," Dijuan spoke lightly, her cherry lips parting with a tone of indifference and dominance. She withdrew her jade fingers and lightly stepped forward, her translucent, fair feet gliding through the void as she slowly approached the place where Dijiang had fallen. Her eyes sparkled with a resplendent light, resembling two blazing suns, while the divine radiance surrounding her surged with the ebb and flow of laws, her skirt billowing elegantly, embodying unparalleled beauty. "This is impossible." Dijiang had been forcefully struck into the mountain of Buzhou, countless falling stones crashing upon him. His wings shattered, and his true form in tatters, golden, viscous blood oozing from his numerous wounds, presenting a scene of extreme desolation. He murmured, confusion and bewilderment filling his eyes. He had indeed been defeated, and in such a thorough and humiliating manner, effortlessly crushed by a single finger of his opponent. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. Thud, thud, thud. Struggling to rise, the immense wounds on his body emitted a series of muffled sounds, a sign that his bones had already been dislocated. This was the true might of Dijuan. Although she had merely employed a single finger, it contained the vast power of the seeds of the entire world. Such power was beyond the capacity of even the invincible ancestor which Dijiang beneath the quasi-saint level to contend with. Looking at the dazzling and domineering figure descending from the sky, Dijiang felt a moment of daze, as if everything he had experienced was merely a dream. Just moments ago, he had been the one pressing the attack. How had it come to this? "What is your name?" he asked gravely, his expression now devoid of its previous arrogance. As he spoke, he wobbled to stand from the shattered ground, his four arms supporting him as his massive wings hung weakly. Swaying slightly, he attempted to regain his posture, preparing to continue the fight. "My name is Dijuan," the exquisite maiden replied softly, raising a jade finger once more, pointing down from the void towards the ancestor which standing in the shattered pit. Gazing at the seemingly innocuous slender finger, Dijiang unexpectedly felt a rare twinge of tension and unease, as if he had encountered something terrifying, causing his throat to tighten in apprehension. His four drooping massive wings continued to flutter slightly, as if striving to regain their former strength. "I shall remember you, Dijuan. You must remember me as well." Then, the powerful and domineering voice of the ancestor which resonated, laced with a hint of illusion and obscurity, as if penetrating through numerous barriers. "In the future, the ancestor which who will seek your life is named Dijiang, the firstborn of Pangu. I shall wear your skin, and one day I will come to reclaim it." The promise of the sovereign would be delayed, but never altered. In the next moment, the figure of Dijiang, standing in place, began to slowly dissipate. That immense, dark red, fierce silhouette quietly activated its spatial powers and vanished from Buzhou Mountain. This scene left Dijuan momentarily stunned. Even the recently appeared Enhua and her brother Fushi were utterly bewildered. "What the hell?" "We rushed out in haste, and this guy just ran away on his own." They lamented, realizing they had missed the chance to cheer him on, let alone any plans for forging a bond. Alas, it was all over. They had indeed arrived too late. Fushi slapped his face in exasperation, gazing upwards with a deep sigh, then shook his head helplessly. "Forget it. Let us move forward and strike up a conversation. At least we can make ourselves familiar. Who knows, perhaps this senior will share some insights with us. Have the gifts been prepared?" He then patted his sister's delicate shoulder and turned to ask, Will these trivial items really not earn us a slap from the senior? Enwa replied, her voice flat as she presented the basket of ordinary spiritual fruits and peculiar stones that she had taken from her brother's treasury, questioning him with annoyance. These are mere treats for monkeys, and you intend to present them to the senior? Brother, you are truly stingy, she complained, feeling embarrassed on his behalf, hoping to seize the opportunity to connect with the newly ascended quasi-saint. Yet unwilling to offer a proper tribute, she felt that such calculations could often hinder progress. In her view, it would have been better to boldly step forward and rescue that monkey. Perhaps that way, they could truly become comrades with the senior. You don't understand what it's like to be in charge, Fushi retorted, rolling his eyes, his hefty serpentine tail swishing in agitation as he defended himself. We have been diligently cultivating near Buzhou Mountain, where the outside world is fraught with dangers. If we had followed your reckless approach, we might have already perished there, reduced to mere ashes. That ancestor witch Dijiang is so fearsome. Do you truly believe we would stand a chance against him? He asserted with the authority of an elder brother, confronting his younger sister who still bore a hint of youthful innocence. But if we both attack together, it might not be impossible, Enwa murmured softly, suppressing the urge to directly counter her brother, her lips pouting, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Little sister, the path of survival is not as simple as you imagine. Seeing his sister's demeanor, Fushi's heart melted, and he softened his tone. In this vast primordial world, only by exercising caution can we enjoy the path of cultivation. We lack powerful backing and must rely solely on our own judgment. Just look at how many formidable beings in the annals of history, whose prowess far surpassed ours, have failed to outlast us. Trust in your brother. It will not lead you astray. However, he remained unaware that in the original history of the primordial world, after leaving her brother's protection, Enwa would experience a meteoric rise, achieving creations beyond the wildest dreams of many primordial beings in a remarkably short time. Of course, that was a matter for the future. At present, the siblings Fushi and Enwa had only recently reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and had just begun to explore the outside world after leaving their cave dwelling. Even so, they dared only to venture near Buzhou Mountain. Having always practiced caution, they had witnessed countless mighty beings rise and fall in this crucial node of the primordial world. However, they had never interacted extensively with many other powerful figures. And thus, as they prepared to meet Dijuan, their hearts were filled with trepidation. Chapter 057. Three Great Joys. As Dijuan surveyed the devastation left in the wake of Dijiang's disappearance, her brow furrowed in thought. These ancestor witches are indeed difficult to eliminate, she mused. Originally, her plan had been to eliminate one of the ancestor witches first, for it was certain that they would continue to expand their influence in the future. Inevitably becoming adversaries to her, the destined empress, she had no reason to show mercy to them. However, it must be said that these descendants of Pangu were truly exceptionally gifted, their means astonishing, the true form of the ancestor which was fearsomely powerful. And it was remarkable that they possessed various innate abilities passed down from Pangu. When combined, they were undoubtedly invincible among the great Luo Golden Immortals. Had she not timely advanced to the quasi-saint realm, she might have truly found herself at a loss against them. Moreover, Dijuan pondered that these ancestor witches had only recently emerged into the world. Their strength would undoubtedly continue to grow. After all, while the path of body refinement was immensely arduous, once their realms ascended, the resulting combat power would likely reach terrifying heights. Based on her assessment from their earlier encounter, Dijiang's current strength was certainly not the limit of his potential. Furthermore, recalling the legendary 12 ancestor witches, whose powers combined formed the formidable 12 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation, she realized that this array could forcibly meld the strength of all 12 ancestor witches. Even more alarmingly, when they reached their full glory in the future, the 12 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation could even summon a Pangu Phantom on par with the Saint's combat power. A truly terrifying prospect. Such entities should be eradicated as soon as possible. Dijuan's expression darkened slightly as she plotted her strategies for dealing with the witch clan in the days to come. Fushi and Yuhua, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed predecessors. As she pondered in silence, a distant, gentle yet chilling voice suddenly resonated from the far reaches of Mount Buzhou. The voice was as sweet as the waters flowing through a mountain stream, bringing an involuntary sense of tranquility to one's being. Following the sound with his gaze, Emperor June beheld, at the edge of his vision, a vague, umbrella-shaped silhouette slowly descending, revealing two tall and magnificent figures beneath it. The upper bodies of these two figures were strikingly handsome, embodying the exquisite features of humanity, their facial characteristics bearing a subtle resemblance. One male and one female, presumably blood relatives. However, their lower halves were adorned with grand and resplendent serpent tails. Vibrant and multicolored, exuding a majestic yet supremely noble aura, brimming with an opulent beauty. Human torsos and serpent tails, Nuwa and Fushi. Suddenly, Emperor June raised an eyebrow, astonished that he would encounter this brother-sister duo at such a moment. How fortuitous that they appeared just as the battle concluded. What could their purpose be? Was it deliberate, or merely a coincidence? Esteemed predecessors, we, your humble siblings, regret not being able to extend a distant welcome. As they spoke, Fushi and Nuwa each held a beautifully crafted flower basket woven from green vines, gracefully gliding towards Emperor June. Their expressions were respectful, their tones gentle, especially Fushi, whose smile radiated an earnest warmth. Having witnessed the unparalleled elegance of the esteemed predecessor, we, as siblings, felt a profound admiration and longing, wishing to rush forth to offer our assistance. Approaching Emperor June, Fushi, with eyes filled with awe and admiration, spoke aloud but wisely refrained from lingering on his gaze, slightly bowing in respect. Alas, we siblings possess humble strengths, insufficient to partake in battles of this caliber. As he spoke, he raised the green vine flower basket he had been holding, presenting its contents before Emperor June. In doing so, he seemingly brushed against his sister's forearm with his elbow, subtly prompting her to mirror his gesture. This brought Nuwa, previously lost in thought, back to awareness, and she hastily lowered her gaze to present the so-called treasures within the flower basket. In light of your recent triumph over your adversaries, we can only offer these humble local specialties to celebrate your threefold joy. Observing the respectful demeanor of the striking siblings, Emperor June felt a flicker of delight within. They were destined to become renowned figures in the wilderness. Among them, Nuwa would eventually ascend to the status of a sage, while her brother Fushi, through his contributions to the enlightenment of humanity, would rise to the level of a quasi-saint, a pair of sages from one lineage. They could be deemed one of the strongest bloodlines in the primordial world. Gazing at the various spiritual fruits and peculiar stones emitting an unusual luster within the flower baskets, she inquired with an intrigued tone. "Oh, threefold joy. What are those three joys, pray? Enlighten me with that." She picked up a fruit resembling a radiant star, the size of a fist, and took a bite. The flesh melted in her mouth, and the rich essence of starlight burst forth, enveloping her in an exquisite sensation akin to indulging in Haagen-Dazs. Indeed, these spiritual fruits possess quite a remarkable flavor and appearance, she mused with satisfaction. Hearing no trace of disdain in Emperor June's tone, Fushi felt a wave of relief wash over him, especially as he sensed the flower basket he held suddenly lighten, a clear indication that Emperor June accepted their gift. Igniting great joy within him, thus, he excitedly explained to Emperor June, "Esteemed predecessor, your breakthrough in realm is a momentous joy. Your victory over formidable foes, a second joy, and your acceptance of the loyal six-eared macaque as your companion, a third joy. These three joys are worthy of celebration, for you truly embody the might of the primordial realm." Fushi eagerly continued, "In truth, esteemed predecessor, today also brings us three great joys, and all these joys are intertwined with your presence." Upon hearing this, Emperor June's curiosity was piqued. Fushi's previous remarks were exceptionally entertaining, nearly prompting her to laugh aloud. She had not anticipated that this legendary progenitor of the human race, destined to become one of the mightiest quasi-saints, would so naturally flatter her, and with such fluidity, truly deserving of his ascendance to the quasi-saint realm. It seemed that even the so-called idlers of the primordial world possessed their own unique talents. This Fushi was indeed quite articulate and perceptive. However, what could their three joys possibly have to do with her? Never mind, given his sincere demeanor, she decided to overlook the historical events surrounding his acquisition of the Luo book and river map. Today, in light of her good fortune, she would let it slide. "Oh? You also have three great joys, do share." With the flattery flowing freely, Emperor June found herself thoroughly pleased. Therefore, She picked up another star fruit from the basket, took a bite, savoring its delectable flavor as she smiled and spoke. Yes, with Emperor Jun's delight, Fushi felt even more elated. He thought to himself that his approach of bringing his sister to foster goodwill and flatter had indeed proven effective. This esteemed predecessor was genuinely approachable, far easier to converse with than many of the dim-witted individuals in the primordial world. Our three great joys today are all born from your presence. Esteemed predecessor, he raised his voice, proclaiming with a touch of poetic flattery. The first joy is witnessing your unparalleled grace as you ascended and took action, a sight of extraordinary charm, transcending the ordinary. In the heat of battle, you broke through your limits, showcasing unparalleled talent. For us siblings to witness such a spectacle is a rare and monumental opportunity, your unmatched splendor forever etched in our hearts. Although Nuwa felt her brother's expression was somewhat excessive, she could not help but silently nod in agreement, her thoughts lingering on Emperor Jun's proud and captivating visage, her heart racing. Emperor Jun nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, this Fushi is truly a rare gem. Since my arrival in this world, I have yet to encounter someone with such emotional intelligence, especially one who has attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Yet it is only fitting, for he is among those who have emerged from countless tribulations to achieve the path of the quasi-saint. Before great figures fully mature, it is entirely normal for them to take on the role of flattering subordinates. Indeed, many strong individuals have reached their zenith through keen perception and insight into their surroundings. Do continue. Emperor Jun smiled with delight, gazing at the two siblings, while secretly activating the river map to record this first encounter for future amusement when they achieved greatness. This second joy, Fushi remained unaware of Emperor Jun's actions at that moment. However, had he known she had recorded his excessive flattery, he surely would have refrained from continuing, but alas, he was blissfully ignorant. Continuing to craft what would later be deemed a black history in his illustrious career, it is our privilege to witness the esteemed predecessor's compassion and benevolence towards all beings. You could not bear to see an ordinary macaque facing slaughter, extending a hand to save it from peril, even opposing the ancestral shamans. What a heart full of care for all creatures, what tremendous compassion! Nuwa and I, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of shame while also being greatly encouraged. Emperor Jun could not contain herself any longer, bursting into laughter. An awkward silence hung in the air for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, explaining lightly, "The atmosphere is somewhat stale." "Well said, do continue." This third joy, Fushi pressed on, mustering his courage. "From the celestial phenomena triggered by your breakthrough in battle, it is evident that you embody the divine essence of the sun. Every action radiates the essence of supreme yang and resilience, as if the sun itself has descended." With these words, the lightheartedness and mirth on Emperor Jun's face vanished. She had not anticipated that Fushi's perception and judgment could be so astute. Capable of articulating such a conclusion before her, it seemed he had long confirmed this truth. Fushi's emotional intelligence and insight were indeed unparalleled in the primordial realm. A remarkable talent. Yet, Fushi's next words would once again catch her off guard. "It is said that all growth relies on the sun. With the sun, there is light. With the sun, there is vitality. With the sun, there is azure sky." His tone grew fervent, genuine as if speaking from the heart. "Esteemed predecessor, with your presence, the azure sky is assured. The ability of us primordial beings to cleanse the filth and darkness choking the universe rests entirely upon you. I beseech you, allow me to prostrate before you." Ha 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 ha! Dijun suddenly erupted into thunderous laughter, exclaiming, "You must be deliberately trying to amuse me." Chapter 058. The Chaos Stone with a resounding slap. Nuwa covered her face, finding herself at a loss for words regarding her older brother's antics. "Sigh, what has gotten into you today, brother? Why are you being so overly sentimental? Wait." Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Nuwa's eyes. Could it be that her brother, after eons of being as unyielding as a withered tree, had developed feelings for the elder and was thus eager to leave a lasting impression? The more she contemplated, the more plausible the notion seemed. After all, they were siblings, their aesthetics perfectly aligned. Even she found herself captivated by Dijun's visage. Surely, her brother felt the same. With this thought in mind, She cast a peculiar glance at her brother, contemplating, "Given your fervent display, if I were the elder, I wouldn't harbor too many favorable impressions of you. I would merely find it amusing." All right, Di-jun, gazing at the overly dramatic Fushi, quickly intervened, preventing him from continuing his exaggerated performance. Although aware of Fushi's theatricality, she couldn't help but be entertained, thinking him quite a delightful character. "I am Di-jun, the innate deity birthed by the sun star. I have come to this realm to assess the extent of chaos in the Honghuang world. To my astonishment, the witch clan is so ferocious, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement, even more ruthless than the suddenly emerging demon clan." Shaking her head in disapproval, she continued, "Had I not timely ascended to the quasi-saint realm, I would have surely met with severe misfortune." As she spoke, she tossed 2 radiant sun gold pills, exuding brilliant divine light, towards Fushi and Yuhua, surrounded by swirling laws, their forms inscribed with ancient, enigmatic celestial runes, the energy pulsating at its zenith. Since there are so many joyous events, I, as the elder, ought to celebrate as well. These 2 sun divine pills are for you, as a token of gratitude for your offering of spiritual fruits. Observing the joy and satisfaction reflected on the faces of the sibling duo, their youthful countenances revealing a certain innocence and clarity in their gazes, Di-jun couldn't help but nod slightly, thinking how approachable the early powerful beings of Honghuang were. It seemed that integrating them into her grand endeavors would pose little difficulty. She then gracefully approached Yuhua, looking down at the flower basket she held, filled with an array of peculiar spirit stones and strange items, and began to examine them. However, gradually, the ease and mirth on her face receded, replaced by uncertainty. Ding! Detected a small piece of chaos stone. Ding! Detected an otherworldly aura, suspected to be an unnatural creation. As the notifications echoed in her mind, Di-jun's gaze towards the small flower basket grew increasingly agitated. Chaos stone? This was a treasure of supreme celestial gold grade, on par with the sun divine gold that formed her sun god palace, perhaps even superior. Once refined into a postnatal weapon, it could fundamentally transform the weapon's material and potency. From what Di-jun understood, this chaos stone was a rarity produced only in the boundless chaos, the antithesis of existence. While chaos could erode and annihilate all, some creations were simply too powerful to be completely obliterated, retaining mysterious properties even after enduring endless epochs of chaos. Moreover, based on her speculation, the Bantian-yin, a supreme treasure of the postnatal realm, which was forged from the remnants of the collapsed Buzhou mountain by Yuanshi Tianzuan, likely incorporated a significant amount of chaos stone, endowing it with formidable defensive capabilities. In her memory, the Bantian-yin was unparalleled in its ability to breach defenses. Even the disciples of Tongtian Jiao, such as Jin Guang Shengmu and Gue Ling Shengmu, could not withstand its overwhelming might, leading to their tragic demise. To withstand the Bantian-yin's extraordinary power, one would require at least 4 of the 5 innate flags to counter its terrifying ability to penetrate defenses. And its wielder at that time was merely the cricketing Jiao. This illustrated the sheer terror and dominance of the Bantian-yin, now, unexpectedly encountering the presence of a chaos stone here. Di-jun surmised that it might be due to the nearby source of chaos stones, which allowed Yuhua and Fushi to stumble upon these treasures, though chaos stones were incredibly exquisite and rare. Without relevant information from the Great Tao, ordinary beings would never recognize its material. To them, it would merely appear as a slightly harder, grayish rock. Could it be that there exists a mining area for chaos stones near Buzhou Mountain? With a slow nod, Di-jun's expression revealed satisfaction as she carefully stored the small piece of chaos stone into her inner world. However, as her gaze shifted to another object within the flower basket, her demeanor grew serious, an unnatural creation with otherworldly aura. Her mind raced, pondering that if it bore an otherworldly aura, it was most likely remnants left by the chaotic demons that had attacked Panga during the world's inception. Could this be something they had left behind? Her delicate fingers traced the fragment, which emitted a dim metallic sheen, seemingly shattered by some immense force, with irregular sharp edges still visible. From where did you acquire this? Di-jun inquired, pinching the fragment delicately between her slender fingers, directing her question to the siblings. Having just received 2 supreme pills, Yuhua and Fushi were initially overjoyed, but upon hearing Di-jun's question, Their expressions turned puzzled as they gazed at the metallic fragment she held. After a moment of contemplation, Fushi turned to his sister uncertainly. I don't recall bringing this from outside. Did you place it here? Huh. Nuwa's lovely face displayed a hint of bewilderment as she furrowed her brow in recollection, slowly responding. It seems that it was you, brother, who brought it last time. It should be something from behind our house. I can't quite remember. As she spoke, memories of the true source resurfaced, and she couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at her brother. Brother, you are truly stingy, bringing those mountains of junk from our backyard. If it weren't for my cover, you would have been thoroughly chastised by the elder. Chapter 059. Fushi's flattery. Ah, I see. Dijun fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Since matters here are settled, I must take my leave. I have noted your presence, siblings. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Her tone revealed no hint of turmoil, as if she genuinely intended to depart. Subsequently, Fushi and Nuwa watched as she extended her delicate hand, pointing towards the distant ruins, from which a battered figure flew forth. It was none other than the six-eared macaque, buried beneath the rubble, due to the fierce battle between Dijun and Dijiang. The six-eared macaque, having been too close to the epicenter of the conflict, had succumbed to unconsciousness, its grievous wounds rapidly healing under the nourishing effects of the Sun Divine pills within its body. Radiating a warm, resplendent golden glow, akin to the divine, as they observed Dijun's sudden shift in demeanor. Seemingly intent on leaving, Fushi and Nuwa exchanged glances of confusion and urgency. Their purpose for coming was not solely for the two pills. What they truly sought was guidance on their cultivation from Dijun, hoping she could assist them in breaking through their limitations. Wait, elder, Fushi called out urgently. We, the siblings, have one more humble request. We implore you, in light of our dedication to the Tao and earnest cultivation, to enlighten us on the path of quasi-sainthood. If you are willing to guide us, we would be immensely grateful and prepared to pay any price. He knew full well that his words were rather reckless, but at this critical juncture, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Having witnessed Dijun's immense power after her ascension to the quasi-saint realm, he was even less inclined to remain stagnant at the Deluo Golden Immortal level, wasting precious time. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun turned his face away, suddenly revealing a hint of a smug smile. His earlier performance had merely been a ruse. He was determined to bring these two siblings under his command. However, had he not deliberately feigned such behavior, how could they have been prompted to express their intentions? How could he have unraveled the mysteries surrounding this fragment from another realm? It is essential to seize the initiative by guiding the rhythm of the conversation. These two siblings were still somewhat inexperienced in social interactions. The party seeking dominance must never appear overly eager. Sometimes, taking a deliberate step back can better achieve one's objectives. Oh? He suppressed his smile and turned to the siblings, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Shall we share some insights here?" As he spoke, he surveyed the surrounding environment, now a scene of destruction and swirling dust, the battlefield marred by the aftermath of fierce combat. Oh dear, it seems we have been remiss. Upon witnessing this, Fushi exclaimed with a mix of surprise and delight, "Esteemed elder, please grace our humble abode and offer guidance to my sister and me." At this moment, the siblings were wholly overwhelmed by joy, their expressions brimming with excitement, completely oblivious to the fleeting glint of calculation and satisfaction in Emperor Jun's bright eyes. How could such naive siblings ever contend with my unparalleled prowess as the Empress of the Primordial Era? Ha ha ha. My lord, has the battle come to an end? Just then, the six-eared macaque, floating in the void, suddenly stirred from slumber, rubbing its blood-stained brow and inquiring excitedly about the imposing and magnificent figure nearby. Did the ancestral shaman fall to your might? You are truly remarkable. Its faint golden pupils reflected the enchanting figure of Emperor Jun, disregarding Fushi and Nuwa, who stood not far away. However, as soon as the words left its mouth, Emperor Jun's expression darkened slightly. This six-eared macaque was utterly oblivious. If the ancestral shaman had perished at my hands, how could one possibly overlook such a massive corpse? Emperor Jun silently scoffed, wishing he could roll his eyes at the macaque. Your emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired, my dear fellow. With Emperor Jun's silence, a subtle awkwardness enveloped the air. The six-eared macaque soon realized its blunder, a sheepish smile creeping onto its face. As it sought to rectify the situation, that moment, Fushi interjected. Humph. What is an ancestral shaman, really? He said disdainfully, then turned his gaze, filled with reverence and admiration, toward Emperor June, exaggerating his praise. Had the ancestral shaman not fled swiftly, he would have long since become a mere corpse beneath the hands of Elder June. Yet even in his hasty retreat, he cannot escape the tragic fate you have ordained for him. A mere clan of shamans, humph. In the presence of the esteemed elder, they are as insignificant as mere chickens and dogs. Such words implied that it would be Fushi, with his grandiose flattery, who would eventually deal with the 12 ancestral shamans. However, this flattery indeed dispelled the earlier awkwardness in the air. It even suggested that the ancestral shaman's flight was a result of Emperor June's deliberate leniency, further emphasizing his overwhelming strength and dominance. A subtle smile crept across Emperor June's face. Tio received such lavish praise from Fushi, the legendary progenitor of humanity and future supreme being, was undeniably satisfying. Hee. Indeed, the six-eared macaque immediately acknowledged its newfound understanding, finally taking notice of Fushi's presence. Observing the extravagant display of this towering, resplendent being, it couldn't help but curl its lip in disdain, thinking, when did such a sycophant emerge? Does it truly believe the exalted Emperor June would be swayed by such flattery? Well said. Emperor June nodded in agreement. What weight does the Wu clan hold? Their dismal fate has long been sealed. My concern lies with the destiny and evolution of the entire primordial world. The six-eared macaque's mouth fell agape, sensing a shift in its perception of Emperor June's imposing presence. Chapter 060. The Terrifying Secret Realm. Elder June. This place is the secret realm where we were brought into existence. After walking for some time, Fushi stood at the edge of a towering cliff and respectfully addressed Emperor June with a wave of his hand. He dispelled the innate spatial barriers that had sealed this place, revealing a strange and mysterious realm before Emperor June. A look of wonder crossed Emperor June's face as he scanned the entrance to the barrier, acutely aware that this was a realm entirely distinct from the primordial universe. Recalling his previous speculations about the Tengu world, his expression turned serious. Clutching the enigmatic fragment imbued with the essence of another realm, he began to form thoughts about its origin, his gaze shifting to the siblings, Fushi and Nuwa, growing increasingly grave. Wow, this is astonishing. Following closely behind, the now fully healed six-eared macaque gasped in awe at the opened secret realm, its eyes widening in disbelief. Beyond the entrance of the innate spatial barrier lay a hazy, mist-laden world, the sky swirling with ominous shapes, with dark, rust-colored light and bronze-hued luminescence undulating through the air. The atmosphere thick with an unusual scent reminiscent of decaying corpses mingled with metallic notes. As the macaque beheld this dreamlike and ethereal scene, it felt a sudden surge of trepidation, as if an electric current coursed through its body and fur. This secret realm harbored great danger, terror, and foreboding. Instinctively, it recognized the threat, its faint golden pupils reflecting the surreal landscape, a rare expression of fear and unease crossing its features, its breath quickening. Esteemed elder, please follow us this way. Our dwelling is not far ahead. Fushi gestured in a certain direction, bowing slightly in invitation to Emperor June. However, his expression turned serious as he warned the trembling six-eared macaque, "Macaque, temper your demeanor. This place is not one to be trifled with. Aside from our safe abode, even my sister and I dare not venture recklessly elsewhere. You would do well to refrain from wandering." He assumed the macaque's unusual behavior was a return to its mischievous nature, thus offering a kind reminder, suggesting it should not make things difficult for them, especially since the macaque was a newly acquired companion of Emperor June. Little did he know, this statement only served to reinforce Emperor June's suspicions. "This is your birthplace?" Emperor June asked, hovering in the void, surveying everything around him. He too sensed a vague unease and a subtle sense of danger. "What is going on here?" "Indeed, esteemed elder," Nuwa replied respectfully. "My brother and I both emerged from this place. The fragment in your hand was also obtained here, but—" Nuwa hesitated for a moment before continuing, "but it seems there are mysteries and secrets yet to be unveiled. My brother and I have not fully explored it, and even after we ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, we could not extract much information from the secret realm. We have narrowly escaped danger several times." Her words were laced with lingering fear, and a hint of rosy embarrassment colored her cherubic face as she felt somewhat ashamed of their situation. After all, this was the land of their emergence, their motherland and sacred ground. They should have been the most knowledgeable about this place, yet the reality was quite the opposite. They had not fully grasped its essence. This was an exceedingly anomalous circumstance. For someone as proud as Nuwa, it was difficult to accept, and she feared this might cause Emperor June to look down upon them, hence her embarrassment. However, this only further solidified Emperor June's suspicions. He glanced at the mysterious fragment in his hand and summoned 5 distinct banners, each radiating divine light, to guard his 5 cardinal directions. The overwhelming aura of Tao encircled him, leaving Fushi and Nuwa feeling profoundly puzzled and uneasy. What does Elder June intend to do? Do you wish to uncover the secrets that lie hidden within this realm? Although posed as a question, the authoritative tone in Emperor June's voice was unmistakable. His exquisite face exuding an overwhelming presence. Though it was merely a soft utterance, it instilled a deep sense of pressure within Fushi and Nuwa. After exploration, I shall impart teachings for 3 days free of charge. Fushi, without a hint of hesitation, readily agreed to assist his senior in exploring the other mysterious realms. In truth, he too harbored a profound curiosity about the various locations within the secret domain. Each time he ventured in, he longed to uncover its secrets, yet he invariably returned with nothing but incomprehensible fragments and bones, leaving his curiosity piqued like an incessant itch. Though he was born from this very land, he felt utterly powerless within its boundaries, a sentiment that greatly displeased him. Moreover, whenever he sought to delve deeper, an overwhelming sense of dread loomed in the fog, a disquiet he wished to cast aside. Nuwa felt similarly, gazing at the resplendent figure of Emperor June, surrounded by 5 magnificent banners. She perceived him bathed in divine light, exuding an otherworldly beauty and nobility that rendered even her typically aloof gaze more captivating. Staring at Emperor June's breathtaking visage, she felt her thoughts momentarily stilled. She confessed to being infatuated. As Lu Er expressed his willingness to follow the esteemed emperor, ready to brave any peril, he felt compelled to contribute to the conversation. Unwilling to be left behind. Hemph, Fushi silently scoffed, pondering whether a mere true immortal had the right to speak. Indeed, Emperor June did not permit Lu Er to accompany him further, for at present, his strength was still too feeble. Should a genuine threat emerge ahead, he would be unable to protect this newly acquired subordinate. The consequences of failure would be dire. Stay outside and do not move. Emperor June's calm voice resonated, instantly dampening the eager spirit of Lu Er. He genuinely wished to fight for Emperor June, yet he recognized his current inadequacy. He could be of no assistance whatsoever. In that moment, he glared into the thick fog of the secret realm, feeling a flicker of resentment towards his own weakness. Chapter 061. The Face Boom. As Emperor June stepped deeper into the fog-laden secret realm, the rust-colored and bronze-hued clouds swirling in the void began to stir restlessly. The presence behind them seemed to sense the formidable threat emanating from Emperor June, and amidst the dense mists, terrifying thunderous roars reverberated, deafening and foreboding, as if a powerful beast was stirring restlessly. In an instant, the entire secret realm was engulfed in flashes of lightning and tumultuous chaos. Witnessing this earth-shattering phenomenon, even Fushi and Nuwa, who had been born and raised in this place, could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety and panic. Each time they sought to explore its secrets, such disturbances would arise. Little did they anticipate that merely a few steps taken by Emperor June would provoke such turmoil. The fog thickened, the clouds grew denser, and the air was tainted with a strange, putrid stench of blood and rust, causing their brows to furrow uncomfortably. These substances were harmful to the body, and the further they ventured into the secret realm, the more pungent the odor became. Boom! Just as they had traversed over 1,000 meters into the fog, suddenly, a colossal red lightning bolt descended from the heavens, its crimson tendrils grotesque and terrifying, resembling flesh and blood, while the thick column of electricity stood like a massive tree stump, akin to a bloodied spine. "Brother, look above," Nuwa exclaimed, her voice trembling with alarm. "I think I see a gigantic face up there, staring at us." As the scarlet lightning gradually dissipated, darkness and emptiness enveloped them once more, rendering it impossible to see even a hand's breadth in front of them, the heavy fog ensnaring them like a prison. By the fleeting light of the previous lightning, Nuwa inadvertently caught sight of some unbelievable presence. Do not panic, our senior is here. We will be fine. Fushi, being more composed than his younger sister, despite feeling a flicker of instinctive fear, chose to trust the senior ahead, soothing Nuwa beside him. Indeed, Emperor June had also noticed the same anomaly, having kept his gaze fixed on the heavens since earlier. With Nuwa's exclamation, her radiant divine light began to shine even more brilliantly. The surging, intense divine radiance resembled a miniature sun, illuminating the dim and hazy space around them, dispelling some of the surrounding deathly and eerie atmosphere. Continue moving forward, Emperor June stated calmly, disregarding the unusual phenomenon above. He had likely deduced the nature of that which loomed above, yet verification was still required, and the truth lay deep within the fog. It was indeed an intriguing place. The innate 5 elements flag swirled around them, while Emperor June radiated divine light, illuminating the path ahead. The barren and lifeless ground bore stains resembling blood, alongside heaps of shattered metal fragments, identical to those in Emperor June's possession, varying in size. Evidently bearing the marks of postnatal creation, it appeared as though something of immense force had shattered them, only to be weathered by countless eons, reduced to a state of utter ruin. This is the blood of deities. Emperor June's gaze fixated on the ground, struggling to discern the true nature of the bloodied stains. Under the relentless passage of time, this once glorious and sacred blood had lost its original brilliance. The chains of laws and formidable vitality had dissipated and vanished, transforming into a pool of ominous, deathly, and corrosive substance. Witnessing this, his expression grew increasingly grave. What transpired here? Why is there so much divine blood? Could this have once been a battleground for deities? Boom, boom, boom. They continued to explore deeper into the fog-laden secret realm, yet suddenly, a shift occurred. Continuous crimson and obsidian lightning cascaded from the lofty heavens, dense and overwhelming, bringing an ever-growing sense of terror and unease, as if each flash of lightning revealed the faint outline of a gigantic face looming above. The face, filled with deathly silence and dread, gazed down upon the 3 figures traversing the ground. Brother! At that moment, Nuwa suddenly tugged at Fushi's arm, her voice quaking as she pointed towards the depths of the fog, whispering anxiously, I think I saw a shadow flit by behind us. And it seemed to smile at me. A shadow? Fushi furrowed his brow, his sister's description invoking a sense of tension and unease within him. How could there be a shadow here? He inquired gravely. What did it look like? Is it a living being? Nuwa swallowed nervously, recalling the horrifying image she had inadvertently glimpsed. It seemed somewhat like us, and it had a tail. Her voice trembled as she recounted. I don't know if it's alive, but I saw a gash on its face, as if it had been cleaved in 2. Fushi's expression changed drastically. He understood that his sister spoke the truth. Nothing could escape her keen perception. A massive tail, a body resembling ours, a cleaved face. He repeated these crucial words, suddenly recalling something that filled him with terror and unease, turning to convey something to Emperor June. Senior! Yet, when the siblings turned to look, they were astonished to find that the Emperor June, who had been leading them not far ahead, had mysteriously vanished, and the surroundings dimmed abruptly. Senior! Nuwa's voice trembled even more. Clutching her brother's arm, her anxious gaze scanning the area as she softly attempted to call out to the missing Emperor June. Senior, do not fear, sister. Despite the unease swirling within him, Fushi strove to maintain his composure. Unwilling to burden his sister further, asked the elder brother, he had to stand firm now. With such formidable power, the Emperor June would undoubtedly be safe. He calmly surveyed their surroundings, retrieving his supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Fushi Qin, positioning it beside him in a defensive stance, then analyzing the situation for both his sister and himself. Currently, we are separated from the formidable enemy, and as we are apart from Emperor June, it is best to remain here and see if he can find us. With just the strength of the 2 of us siblings, we certainly cannot complete the task of exploration here. A moment's carelessness could cost us our lives. Alas, if only we had known, brother. Just then, Nuwa abruptly tugged at his arm, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed up at the heights above them. Her voice trembling as she urged, Look above! Chapter 062. The The eerie gray mist. Upon hearing this, Fushi looked up, and through the blood-red lightning crashing down from above, he could faintly discern something drifting toward them from the depths of the oppressive fog. As the thick, murky mist enveloped them, Fushi finally caught sight of the entity above. Subsequently, he felt as though his heartbeat was on the verge of ceasing. Surrounding him were countless terrifying and grotesque colossal faces, their hollow, lifeless eyes fixated intently upon the two of them. Ha 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 ha! As the gray mist swirled, the density of these enormous, lifeless visages coalesced, seemingly piling up in layers. You have finally arrived. In the next moment, a more horrifying occurrence transpired. These gigantic faces began to murmur in a heavy, overlapping whisper. We have been waiting for you. Return home, children, to our embrace, and remain with us here. As the gray mist surged ever more tumultuously, these eerie giant faces began to slowly descend in reflection of the terrified gazes of the brother and sister. It was as if they were about to kiss them at close range. However, witnessing this bizarre spectacle sent chills racing down their spines, their hair standing on end, feeling an unspeakable dread. We have awaited you for so long. The overlapping whispers seemed to be imbued with an odd power, calling forth their long-lost sibling bond, carrying a tone that was tinged with both resentment and affection, inducing a sense of madness upon merely hearing a single phrase. Just as the siblings stared in horror at the multitude of lifeless giant faces, poised to descend upon them for a terrifying encounter, suddenly, someone patted their shoulders from behind. What the hell? Ah! Observing the sudden, uncontrolled screams and growls from the two siblings, Emperor June blinked in bewilderment, upon noticing the lingering terror etched upon their faces, and the remnants of some indistinct images still flickering in their pupils. She quickly realized that Nuwa and Fushi must have encountered some irresistible event. Could it be that something behind her could influence them? Emperor June's expression darkened further, yet she swiftly donned a cold, indifferent smile. How intriguing! It seems that the presence here is indeed extraordinary. What, then, could be the truth? What have you encountered? Do elaborate. Once the shaken siblings steadied their nerves, Emperor June spoke in a deep tone. As she spoke, the radiant golden light of the sun radiating from her intensified, and the terrifying power befitting a quasi-saint began to amplify, even reaching the supreme level as the solar laws evaporated the surrounding gray mist, dissipating the dense deathly aura within. From earlier, she had already discerned that the pervasive, thick mist in this secret realm was composed of an extraordinarily pure form of alien death energy. However, due to the erosion of time, it had become tainted with a plethora of impurities and other forces, rendering it bizarre. Yet, prolonged exposure to this uncanny gray mist could lead to a significant decline in both cultivation and consciousness. And it was not inconceivable that one could be assimilated by the overwhelming death energy within. It was utterly unexpected that the secret realm birthed by Fushi and Nuwa would exist in such an environment. She could hardly fathom how they had managed to survive, or how they had emerged unscathed from such an evidently bizarre place. Nuwa swallowed nervously, gazing at Emperor June, whose brilliance shone like the sun descending upon the earth. Feeling a slight warmth, however, recalling the events that had just transpired, her heart began to race once more. A primal fear, deeply rooted in instinct, seized her soul at that moment. She instinctively took a few steps forward, seeking the safety that proximity to Emperor June would provide. Noticing the girl's expression, which betrayed her unease, Emperor June extended her delicate hand, grasping Nuwa's cold, pale arm, and enveloped her in a fervent, protective embrace. Fear not, for I am here. As she listened to Emperor June's gentle whispers in her ear and felt the soft breeze brushing against her, Nuwa's ears flushed a deep crimson. At that moment, her heart was filled to the brim with an overwhelming sense of security. Enveloped in Emperor June's warm and possessive embrace, Nuwa's anxiety and terror vanished without a trace. She found herself longing for Emperor June's embrace, and after letting out a soft whimper, she nestled closer, beginning to recount the strange occurrences she and her brother had encountered. The multitude of enormous faces, the notion of returning home, the similar figures, the gaping visages, the long wait, the remnants left behind. Upon hearing these details from Nuwa, Emperor June's expression turned grave. She then raised her gaze towards the murky sky. There, in the distant gray mist, illuminated intermittently by flickering scarlet and bronze lightning. The oppressive gray fog loomed like a colossal curtain, dark and enigmatic, with flashes of electric serpents darting through it. There were no colossal faces as described by Nuwa and Fushi. Could it be? Suddenly, Emperor June pondered a theory, shifting her gaze towards Fushi, who stood alone not far off, his eyes fixed on them, seemingly filled with envy, rubbing his hands as if he wished to say something. Fushi, do you recall how you and Nuwa came into existence? Huh? Fushi, filled with anticipation, was taken aback by Emperor June's question, only to meet her cold gaze, which bore a hint of warning, dousing his eagerness with a bucket of cold water. Came into existence? He repeated in confusion. Yes, came into existence. My sister and I were both conceived at the edge of the gray mist, having never ventured into the depths of this mist before. He blinked and quickly comprehended Emperor June's true meaning. My sister and I were both birthed from two colossal divine stones. He spoke thoughtfully. Afterward, upon our emergence from the divine stones, we took these stones as our abode. Could it be that you suspect the anomalies within the gray mist are related to us? Chapter 063. The 12-petaled golden lotus of merit. Emperor June gently patted Nuwa's delicate back, nodding slightly in agreement. That was precisely her thought. Moreover, there was an additional conjecture she had yet to share with the siblings. However, as their exploration deepened, her conviction in this idea grew stronger. Let us continue forward. I have a feeling that the truth lies deep within the mist. Her gaze swept over the environment strewn with blackened blood and various metallic fragments. As she endeavored once more to probe the depths of the gray mist with her divine sense, whoosh! The next moment, she exhaled heavily, realizing that it was indeed futile, beyond the myriad of oddities. The mist possessed a capability to obstruct divine perception, rendering even her quasi-saint-level divine sense unable to penetrate the gray mist for long. The essence of this mist was of a high order. Let us proceed. Just as she wrapped her arm around Nuwa's slender waist and turned to delve deeper into the mist, she noticed a conspicuous absence of Fushi's respectful and earnest voice behind her. In that fleeting moment, Emperor June abruptly turned her gaze towards Fushi, only to find nothing. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. What is this? Fushi has vanished. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist the moment she averted her gaze. Damn it, what in the world is this? At this instant, even Emperor June felt a shiver run down her spine, her skin prickling with unease, cackling. Just then, the girl nestled against her suddenly emitted a sound of chattering teeth. Emperor June looked down at Nuwa. Their eyes met, but not with Nuwa. The girl curled in Emperor June's embrace had undergone a terrifying transformation. Her once enchanting visage, as lovely as a secluded orchid, had morphed into a ghastly, decayed countenance, suffused with an air of deathly stillness. Her hollow eyes wept streams of crimson tears, cascading down her gaunt cheeks, while a massive gash split her face, revealing rotting flesh and glimmering divine bones. Pangu! At that moment, the eerie entity in Emperor June's arms let out a hoarse growl, its voice laden with malice and hatred. I can smell your scent again. You shall pay for this. In the next instant, its hand shot up, seemingly intent on choking Emperor June. Boom! Emperor June's eyes erupted with two beams of radiant divine light, engulfing the surroundings like golden pillars as her terrifying divine power descended upon the eerie entity, obliterating it into nothingness. Humph! Pretending to be a ghost, June's countenance darkened as he propelled himself into the air, surveying the surroundings from above with an air of superiority. His golden robe billowed majestically while his long, dark hair danced in the wind, and his eyes radiated with two brilliant beams of divine light that pierced the heavens and the earth. Just as she remained on high alert, a multitude of eerie, silent faces, filled with resentment and malice, suddenly materialized above her, descending slowly through the gray mist. Their mouths gaped wide as if to engulf the diminutive yet fervent June entirely. That moment, the distant crimson lightning behind the gray mist intensified, exuding an ominous aura. Boom! However, in the next instant, June struck decisively. Sun and moon, respond. Two magnificent wheels, embodying the terrifying laws of the sun and moon, surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, cleaving through the air above him. One artifact shatters myriad laws. The formidable innate spiritual treasure revealed its true power at this moment, as Dijun fully unleashed its might. The surging wheels of sun and moon shone like colossal celestial bodies, obliterating all obstacles in their path with an aura of annihilation. As Pangu, in the instant when countless terrifying faces were destroyed, Dijun faintly caught the layers of curses and vengeful howls echoing around him. The distant thunderbolts suddenly erupted with greater ferocity, as the entire gray mist seemed to be shrouded in a tempest of crimson lightning. Deep within the mist, something unfathomable began to stir and awaken. Indeed, Dijun was encircled by 5 fluttering banners, rendering him safe and secure. Meanwhile, within the gray mist, 2 wheels of sun and moon danced and traversed, transforming into 2 agile, sharp fish, wreaking havoc in the gray ocean, vaporizing and annihilating everything. She softly murmured, and at this moment, she finally confirmed her thoughts. This place was indeed a secret realm left behind by a fallen chaos deity, seemingly involved in the grand battle before the primordial Pangu opened the heavens, only to be ultimately vanquished by Pangu, leaving behind an inner world that was absorbed and fused into this vast and bizarre secret realm. What secrets lay hidden here? To be able to manipulate events unnoticed beneath her very eyes, was it possible that the remnants of this chaotic deity's will and power still lingered here? If that were true, then this place undoubtedly harbored unfathomable terrors. She felt a twinge of unease within, sensing she might be on the verge of uncovering some profound truth. The chaos deity. To traverse the boundless chaos freely, one must possess at least the power equivalent to a complete miniature world. In the current primordial realm, only those at the late quasi-saint level could achieve such a feat. Even among the early quasi-saints, many merely possessed the rudiments of a small world, far from evolving into a true miniature world. Even she, who had just recently ascended to quasi-saint status, could not yet delve into the depths of chaos. She could not replicate the feats of the ancestral dragon or the 3 sacred ancestors of the primordial phoenix, who had torn through the barriers of the world to engage in fierce battles within the depths of chaos. Thus, Dijun had always kept the 12-petal merit golden lotus within her inner world seed, using it to suppress the chaotic primordial essence, gradually cultivating her inner world. It should be noted that this 12-petal merit golden lotus was originally the paramount treasure for establishing the Western Church by the founder of the Western Church, a remnant of the 3 flowers that evolved from the chaotic blue lotus seed at the dawn of creation, the only supreme existence capable of subduing the fortunes of the great teachings. It is said that this golden lotus encapsulated a significant amount of the celestial merit from Pangu's creation, thus allowing it to become the ultimate treasure for the Taoist of guidance. With this treasure in hand, it was more than sufficient to suppress all chaos and malevolence. Employing it to subdue and evolve her inner world seed was indeed most fitting with this thought. Her eyes suddenly brightened, and she summoned this resplendent, colossal golden lotus from within her inner world seed. In an instant, a magnificent presence of golden radiance emerged within the dim, nebulous gray mist, illuminating the heavens and earth, radiating divine brilliance, accompanied by ethereal chants of Zen. Since this secret realm was likely the remnant of a fallen chaos deity, it was only fitting to utilize the merit golden lotus, which condensed a portion of Pangu's celestial merit, to subdue this place. Chapter 064. Blood Rain Torrential. Meanwhile, in another unknown location amidst the mist, nestled in the warm embrace of Dijun, Nuwa suddenly felt the strength of his hold increase dramatically, losing the tenderness it once held. She raised her head slightly in discontent, eager to discover what had transpired. Yet, upon lifting her gaze, she was met with an exceedingly terrifying and chilling sight. A shattered visage, split down the middle, loomed before her, wearing an eerie smile as it cradled its own form, gazing intently at her, its eyes betraying indescribable emotions: pain, resentment, memories, nostalgia, and rage. A myriad of complex emotions played across its hollow, lifeless face, which Nuwa could perceive all too clearly. But there was no time to ponder. The scene was simply too horrific and dreadful. She could even glimpse within that fractured face the jagged, sinister dark matter writhing within, seemingly struggling to escape, as if attempting to crawl onto her own face. She screamed immediately, shouting as she retreated at breakneck speed, almost transforming into a beam of light. Boom! However, just as she hastily withdrew a short distance, her back suddenly collided with something. Sister! Sister! At that moment, Fushi's voice rang out, tinged with pain. What have you encountered? You've knocked into me so hard, he gasped, baring his teeth in complaint towards Nuwa, while peering past her form towards the direction she had originally faced, yet found nothing there. Just a moment ago, he felt the world spin around him, and when he opened his eyes, he had been transported to an unfamiliar realm, devoid of any sign of Dijun or Nuwa. The strangeness of this occurrence, especially happening in the presence of the venerable Dijun, sent a shiver down his spine. An overwhelming terror. He seemed to sense an unimaginable danger creeping ever closer to them. It was reckless to explore this place unprepared, he regretted, realizing that even with Dijun's quasi-saint status, he had failed to protect them. The implications of this were chilling. Fortunately, his sister was not too far away. And upon hearing Nuwa's cries for help, he hurried over, pulling out the Fushi Chin, directing it towards the direction Nuwa had come from, his face filled with tension as beads of sweat formed on his brow. There's a monster. It's hugging me and smiling at me. Nuwa's voice trembled with a hint of tears, her composure fraying. Had this been in the past, Fushi would have laughed heartily at such a sister. Yet now he was devoid of such thoughts, attentively scanning their surroundings, his heart on high alert in this fog-laden expanse. Their divine senses could not penetrate, forcing them to rely solely on their primal sight to navigate through the thick mist. Amidst the murky haze, distant flashes of crimson and bronze lightning struck the ground like massive, looming dead trees, exuding an eerie aura. A monster? Did you catch a glimpse of its appearance? Fushi inquired anxiously, shielding his sister behind him, readying the long strings of the Fushi Chin. Its tail, Nuwa recalled, her face filled with confusion and unease. It resembles us. It has a gigantic tail and a humanoid upper body, she recalled earnestly, her brow furrowing tighter. Nuwa vaguely felt that the face of that eerie entity now seemed oddly familiar. It has vanished? Just as Fushi was about to inquire further, suddenly, a sinister change unfolded. Roar! From within the dense mist, a series of eerie, mournful roars echoed, the sound waves crashing like a tidal wave, even shaking the void, scattering the ubiquitous, anomalous gray mist, revealing shadowy figures that had suddenly appeared deep within the mist. Their forms blurred and indistinct as Fushi beheld those terrifying silhouettes, varying in size and might. His expression involuntarily shifted. They were approaching them. You abandoned us, and now you have returned, echoed ominously from the skies. The ancient and strange tones sounding eerily familiar. Stay with us. Accompany us until the world falls silent, or take our place in death. In an instant, the voices from the air turned furious and vengeful. A fierce whirlwind descended from the heavens, sweeping away layers of gray mist, revealing vast, lifeless faces with hollow eyes fixed intently upon them, layered and grinning maliciously. Then, countless streams of dark blood poured forth from their mouths and faces, coalescing into a viscous and foul-smelling deluge of crimson rain that descended from the heavens. Behind the dissipated gray mist, the shadowy figures finally revealed their true forms, tainted by the torrential blood rain. This scene left Fushi, who had mentally prepared himself, breathless. They were, astonishingly, half-human, half-serpent beings with thick, long tails. However, they appeared to be underdeveloped individuals, for although the aura emanating from each serpent human was terrifying, many rivaling the golden immortal realm, their broken bodies and shattered faces evoked a sense of melancholy in Fushi and Nuwa. Reminiscent of the sorrow felt when a rabbit dies and a fox grieves, these were, shockingly, their kin, their siblings who had never successfully emerged into the world. The ethereal remnants of their long-lost souls and obsessions drifted through the sky. They were prisoners, unable to escape from this secret place. Run! Suddenly, the serpent corpses, fixating on them with their twisted and broken faces, let out a collective roar towards the siblings. The blood rain poured heavily, and the sky darkened. Countless corpses, having returned from death, issued a dangerous warning to their living siblings. In the next moment, chaos erupted. Chapter 065. Salvation. Boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the blood rain and black mist, a terrifying and tragic aura surged skyward, like a volcanic eruption, shattering the earth completely as if some unfathomably dreadful existence had suddenly burst forth, shaking the very heavens. This series of relentless upheavals left Fushi and Nuwa feeling somewhat weak-kneed. They could hardly fathom that such unimaginable calamities lay hidden deep within this secret realm, a revelation that shattered their perceptions. Two massive blood-red eyes, akin to small mountains, locked onto the siblings, rapidly approaching. In the instant those colossal blood eyes drew near, the shattered divine corpses also lit up with two crimson orbs where their eyes once were, flickering with a ghostly glow, appearing as bizarre and terrifying as ever. A furious, tragic aura swept over from afar, overwhelming like a tsunami, as the combined might of countless corpses surged forth, shaking the heavens and sending tremors through their very souls. Under the gaze of innumerable scarlet eyes, even Fushi and Nuwa, with their golden immortal status, could not help but feel a profound dread and unease. Suddenly, countless corpses surged forth, rushing towards the siblings with incredible speed. Like a tidal wave, it seemed ready to engulf them, either leaving them behind or sweeping them away. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clear, resonant sounds of strings suddenly arose amidst the murky chaos. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds transformed into countless warriors and ferocious beasts, issuing silent roars as they charged towards the surging tide. Wielding terrifying power and lethality, as if even the gray mist was being obliterated, tearing apart the bloody rain curtain. The Qin of Fushi, Fushi's extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, possessing unimaginable sonic attack power. Its lethality and destructive capability are among the strongest in group attacks. Serving as Fushi's sacred artifact for protection, observing the vast array of weapons, bronze axes, golden halberds, jade hooks, white stone forks, dragon-headed knives, lightning guns, star swords, purple gold halberds, and various fierce beast phantoms, seemed poised to tear through all obstacles and adversaries. The battle sounds echoed across the heavens, shaking the void. However, these corpses were, after all, the remains of primordial deities, most at least of golden immortal caliber, and their divine bodies, long since deceased, had been hardened by time. Their corpse aura intertwining to form a terrifying barrier. Moreover, within the unknown depths of the gray mist, an endless stream of corpses continued to join the fray, as one fearsome corpse after another, fierce and savage, broke through Fushi's sea of weapons, propelling their broken forms forward. Glowing crimson in their eyes, Fushi sensed an ominous premonition. Not to mention, deep within the thick gray mist, those two massive blood eyes remained fixated upon them. Exuding an unfathomable power, it was even more terrifying than the aura emitted by the predecessors, Emperor Jun, and the ancestral witch, Di Jiang. Brother, I come to assist you. At that moment, a powerful and ethereal vibration suddenly resonated beside him. The void trembling, and a strange energy law began to permeate, as if even the void was undergoing some peculiar change. The infinite umbrella, containing a marvelous spatial law, it could perfectly obscure the spatial laws of the world, even concealing her and her brother's aura and traces from Emperor Jun. While it may lack destructive power and offense, it was more than sufficient for support. Waves of void energy coalesced into countless ripples, rising amidst the gray mist and blood rain, appearing beautiful and enchanting, yet harboring terrifying might. But that was all it could do. More formidable divine corpses joined the battlefield, half human, half serpent, their bodies shattered, surrounded by the aura of death. Hardened to the extreme, with the enhancement of the blood eyes, they seemed to grow even more ferocious. Amidst the torrential blood rain, more and more corpses joined the siege against Nuwa and her brother. With gray divine light surging and the force of laws ebbing and flowing, among which were not lacking those of the Tai golden immortal level, and even the presence of great Luo golden immortals faintly existed. Their combined auras intertwined, obscuring the entire sky like a tsunami, descending relentlessly and seemingly unstoppable. As more and more corpses broke through the siblings' barrier, howling and screeching towards them, Fushi and Nuwa's faces turned pale. Were they truly destined to perish here today? Yet at that moment, from a distance on their other side, a series of abrupt, mysterious sounds echoed. The sacred and grand sound of Vedic chanting seemed to nurture the sacrifices of countless beings. And a deluge of golden light surged towards them, evaporating the overwhelming blood rain and the thick, gloomy gray mist. A domineering and enchanting figure, illuminated by the golden light, shattered the void and appeared before Fuxi and Yuhua. The 12-petal Tao Virtue Golden Lotus. Emperor Jun stood barefoot upon a golden giant lotus, towering and sacred like a small mountain, his demeanor cold and elegant, his golden robe billowing, his long black hair flowing in the wind, and his golden eyes shining brilliantly and divinely, gazing intently towards the direction of those enormous blood eyes. From Fuxi and Yuhua's perspective, facing the grand figure of Emperor Jun approaching, they suddenly realized. The sky seemed to have cleared. "What on earth are you?" Emperor Jun muttered to himself, his gaze sharp and domineering, and then with a gentle motion, he summoned two enormous, distinctly yin and yang wheels, which surged towards the depths of the gray mist like swimming fish, obliterating all obstacles in their path. Observing that familiar and powerful silhouette, the tension and unease in Fuxi and Yuhua's hearts dissipated instantly. For the 12-petal Tao Virtue Golden Lotus was overwhelmingly powerful, even embodying a portion of the merits from Pangu's creation of the world, possessing unparalleled suppressive force, and under the enhancement of supreme merit, it exhibited extraordinarily mystical and profound transformations. The radiant golden light illuminated the heavens, banishing the stagnant death aura and gray mist accumulated over time, as if the vast ice and snow melted under the blazing sun. Even half the sky had transformed into a clear and transparent expanse. The air became fresh, the breeze gentle, and the light warm, forming a stark contrast to the other half, ravaged by the blood rain and gray mist. As the holy light of the 12-petal golden lotus continued to spread, the gray mist visibly dispersed and thinned, the blood rain gradually dissipated, and countless ferocious, malevolent souls cried out in anguish as they returned to the void. In such a scenario, the colossal and terrifying figure hidden deep within the gray mist gradually revealed its true form. Upon seeing that horrifying and bizarre body, the pupils of Fuxi and Yuhua suddenly widened. This is Chapter 066, the remains of the Chaos Demon God at the far end. A colossal serpent shadow towered to the heavens. Its upper body coiled high, casting a fierce and bloodthirsty gaze towards them. No, it was not entirely a serpent. Its upper body was, astonishingly, also that of a human. Yet this body had been utterly shattered, its flesh and blood long since melted away, its surface riddled with cracks, jagged and grotesque, stained with blood, revealing faint glimpses of translucent light within. It had become nothing more than an enormous, blood-soaked skin. "Pangu, I sense your aura." A fierce and malevolent thought reverberated through the heavens, causing countless corpses to roar once more, their eyes filled with hatred and fury as they fixed their murderous gazes upon Emperor Jun. A sea of killing intent. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Fuxi and Yuhua felt a visceral shudder of fear and an overwhelming urge to bow in submission. What is happening? In an instant, the question surged forth in their minds, as if shedding light on the truth of this place. Could it possibly be? No, it was utterly inconceivable. Pangu had long since perished. Jun, gazing at this terrifying and ferocious scene, fell silent for a moment before softly responding. Yet, accompanying this, the dazzling transformation of the resplendent merit golden light beneath her delicate feet unfolded, merging with the sunlight to create an even more formidable and violent change, unleashing a blinding radiance that evaporated the encroaching gray mist and blood rain, bringing forth greater illumination and clarity to this world. "I want you dead," came the furious roar. However, this remnant seemed oblivious to Jun's reply, its fierce eyes growing even more violent and menacing. As a momentary silence was shattered by an overwhelming surge of murderous intent that engulfed heaven and earth like a tidal wave, clashing against the intense brilliance emanating from the merit golden lotus. Roar, roar, roar. An increasing number of corpses joined the battlefield, unleashing furious howls directed towards Jun, their blood-red eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Sighing softly, Jun couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. She mused, grievances have their origins, debts have their payers. The Pangu who wronged you has long since met his demise at the dawn of creation. Why must you seek retribution from me? I am certainly not a legitimate descendant of Pangu. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards the Wu clan or the Three Pure Ones instead. A sense of frustration welled up within her, yet there was little she could do. This lingering resentment fueled their existence, even if it was but a remnant of a once great form. Nevertheless, Di-jun could empathize, for they were indeed among the 3,000 chaotic demons who perished at Pengu's hands. Indeed, at this moment, the entire truth was finally laid bare before Di-jun. She had unraveled the intricacies of the matter. To her astonishment, Nuwa and Fushi were actually descendants of the chaotic demons. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The true bloodline of Pengu belonged to the Wu clan and the three pure ones. Otherwise, it was those primordial deities nurtured in the vast wilderness. Moreover, nearly all the postnatal races of the myriad beings in the wilderness could trace their lineage back to the 3,000 chaotic demons slain by Pengu. Nuwa and Fushi, lacking any direct connection to Pengu, yet possessing such formidable strength and potential, was indeed rather peculiar. Beyond the chaotic demons, Di-jun struggled to conceive of any other possibilities. However, this was not entirely surprising. Setting aside the likes of the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, Luo Ho, and Hong Jun, who were reincarnations of chaotic demons, consider the Fusang tree flourishing within the secret realm of Tonggu. It was clearly a remnant of another chaotic demon's legacy. Its inner world had almost been consumed by the wilderness, transforming it into a space imbued with innate forbidden formations. Di-jun could now confidently assert that the various secret realms emerging within the wilderness were originally the inner worlds left behind by those chaotic demons. It appeared that the ancestor she had saved, the ancestral creature, might indeed prove to be of great value in the future. Perhaps, discovering a secret realm could lead one to inherit the entirety of a chaotic demon's legacy. A fleeting sensation of delight washed over Di-jun, but she had to continue addressing the immediate situation. Clearly, this undead entity harbored a profound grudge against Pengu, and it seemed determined to exact revenge upon her. Damn it, what a wretched creature! Di-jun, you must not stand firm. Flee this place at once. Just then, Nuwa suddenly broke free from the bloodline pressure exerted by this eerie being, tilting her head back to shout towards Di-jun, her expression fraught with urgency and unease. In that moment, as the oppressive force of the other party took hold, an epiphany dawned upon the siblings. Indeed, they were originally a sacred race from another realm. The terrifying bloodied visage before them belonged to their ancestor, who had perished beneath Pengu's axe, and certain vague images were suddenly stirred within them by the resonance of the bloodline. The glorious imperial lineage. The world's end, colossal vessels, boundless chaos, the endless epics of gestation within the divine stone, the sudden terrifying waves emerging from the chaos, the magnificent chaotic lotus blooming amidst the chaos, and the fearsome giant shadow wielding a colossal axe, propping up heaven and earth. Their original world had long been annihilated by chaos. They were the sacred remnants of a once homeland, now cast adrift in the boundless chaos. Their ancestors' resolute decision to fight alongside countless other demons against Pengu stemmed from this very reason. In retrospect, he succeeded, yet ultimately failed. Gazing upon the mighty remains of their ancestor, emanating a faint sage-like pressure, even Nuwa and Fushi, at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, felt their own insignificance and fragility. Resistance was utterly futile. In fact, the mere thought of resisting was inconceivable. For even as their ancestor faced Pengu's inevitable downfall, their power had always remained at the sage level. Even now, reduced to a mere remnant, the terrifying pressure radiating from him still conveyed an indomitable force. A quasi-saint could not withstand it. Thus, upon witnessing Di-jun's inclination to engage, Nuwa was immediately overwhelmed with concern and dread in her eyes. If Di-jun were to strike, the likelihood of death was all too real. This was an outcome she absolutely could not accept. Therefore, in a bid to hasten Di-jun's escape from this perilous realm, she disregarded the ancestral bloodline pressure and resolutely freed herself from its control, urgently warning Di-jun to vacate the premises. Chapter 067. The system's self-interest. Fear not, for I shall intervene. Di-jun's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile, revealing a hint of malevolence as he abruptly directed the Merit Golden Lotus forward, seemingly intent on engaging in battle with the foe. No? Nuwa murmured sorrowfully, her heart sinking as she envisioned Di-jun's tragic fate. The thought of such a terrifying and dismal scene filled her eyes with tears, a wave of heartache surging within her. Di-jun, there is no need to go to such lengths for us. Indeed, to Nuwa and Fushi, Di-jun, as a pinnacle quasi-saint, possessed the strength to detach himself from the situation and escape alone. Yet he chose not to flee but to continue battling against the remnants of the chaotic demon. If this was not for them, then for what purpose? The realization that Dijun was willing to stand up for them filled Nuwa and Fushi with deep emotion and admiration, but as they contemplated the grim fate awaiting Dijun, their faces turned pale. Senior. Nuwa's crystalline tears streamed down, soaking the desolate ground, merging with the countless desiccated bloodstains from ages past, her gaze brimming with sorrow and desolation. Little sister. Fushi nervously swallowed, and after numerous attempts, he despairingly discovered that he could not muster even a trace of divine power. Their entire realm and cultivation were comprehensively sealed by the terrifying and domineering aura of their ancestor. It seemed that the bloodline within them, stirred by the remnants of the chaotic demon, had unleashed an unparalleled mysterious force, suppressing their will from the depths of their bloodline. Since the ancestors' remains had revealed their true form, the siblings could only huddle on the ground, powerless to move, helplessly watching the unfolding events above. Seeing his sister so concerned for their senior, having forcefully broken through the bloodline's suppression with her will, Fushi was deeply astonished. He had not anticipated that his sister's resolve could be so unyielding. It appeared she harbored some unique feelings for their senior. Realizing this, a flicker of eager thought in his heart was instantly extinguished. "Senior," he suddenly cried out, desperation lacing his voice. "Please take my sister away from here. She possesses the means of a sage, and we cannot contend with him." Tears glistened in his eyes as he directed his fierce gaze towards the towering shadow, trembling as he uttered words that brought Nuwa to the brink of tears once more. "I know he is our ancestor and will not bring harm to us." His visage, marred with mud and dust, appears disheveled yet remains immensely grand. "Take my sister away. I shall stay here and quench his hatred with my blood." His tone was resolute, steeped in tragic valor. Upon hearing this, tears flooded Nuwa's eyes, and she covered her mouth, gazing at her brother with a heart full of unspoken words, 1,000 sentiments lodged in her throat. "Humph, Navi," Dijun coldly remarked upon hearing the voices below, feeling a mix of exasperation and inexplicable emotion at Fushi's youthful fervor. How could they believe they were incapable of confronting the remnants of this chaotic demon? She disdainfully snorted, and then, amidst the overwhelming ferocity of her opponent, summoned her celestial wheel, standing resolutely against the colossal figure that loomed like a mountain. Golden light filled the air, accompanied by the resonant chants of Zen, juxtaposed against a torrent of blood and the stench of decay. "Ding! Discovery of Nuwa and Fushi's domain. Would you like to check in?" After what felt like an eternity of silence, the system finally emitted its long-awaited notification, prompting Dijun to roll her eyes in exasperation. As she was prepared to reveal her trump card, "System, what is going on your end?" She retracted her intention to unleash her chaotic hammer in a fit of frustration, lamenting to the system, "You nearly caused me to lose a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Do you realize that? I demand compensation." "Ah?" The system seemed momentarily bewildered, taking some time to process all that had transpired before offering an apologetic tone to Dijun. "I sincerely apologize, little June. During this period, we discovered a malfunction in the system, so we took the opportunity to perform some repairs while we returned. I truly regret the inconvenience caused. We will provide compensation. Please don't hold it against us." Dijun felt a wave of incredulity wash over her, as if a dark cloud had passed overhead. A malfunction, a return for repairs. How does this system seem so unreliable? Who on earth created this faulty system? Damn it, my resolve is about to crumble. Well, she suppressed her overwhelming urge to scoff and spoke coolly. At that moment, her youthful, striking visage remained shrouded in indifference and pride, as if nothing in this world could stir her heart. This demeanor, unflinching in the face of impending doom, and unwavering under the divine pressure, instantly left Fushi and Nuwa, who gazed up at her from the ground, breathless and astounded. Truly, Dijun was deserving of her reputation. Even in the face of such peril, she exhibited not a hint of panic. In that instant, the siblings were completely captivated by her formidable presence. Filled with reverence and admiration for her, however, had Dijun known their innermost thoughts, she would have unleashed a torrent of derision. "Damn it, I'm nearly on the verge of breaking down thanks to this pathetic system. What domineering demeanor! If that system had a body, I would have already given it a good thrashing." Ding! Fushi and Yua's domain check-in complete. Reward. Supreme Body Refinement Technique. A complete set of 8-9 mysteries. Ding! As compensation for the system's error, the host is granted a chance to summon a saint. Ding! Due to the system's selfishness, the host is rewarded with a set of Sailor Girl attire black, knee-high socks, small leather boots. Hoping the host finds time to try them on, Dijun's expression darkened further upon hearing the unreliable system's notifications. What is this ridiculous system doing? It dares suggest I wear sailor attire. This is simply outrageous. It is utterly unacceptable. Chapter 068. Suppressing all enemies in the world. Panga, you have brought me to ruin. At that moment, the colossal serpent shadow unleashed a piercing roar of rage. As its furious cry erupted, boundless malevolence and malice surged forth, and from its broken, torn visage streamed 2 lines of horrifying black blood tears. Roar. In that instant, the countless serpent bodies scattered across the mountains joined in a collective roar. Their eyes ablaze with bloodlust, the very fabric of the void trembled, as if 1,000 thunders clapped upon the earth, an overwhelmingly powerful mental attack resonating within the sound waves. I want you dead. I want you to witness how your own life fades into oblivion, just as I have. I want you to experience this harrowing agony. The half-man, half-serpent chaotic demon's voice brimmed with boundless rage and resentment. It could scarcely believe that it had met its demise at the hands of Pangu. Not only had it perished unjustly, but its entire race had been obliterated beneath Pangu's mighty axe. That unbearable scene had become its obsession, the only thing sustaining its existence until now. I will peel your skin, crushing your flesh and bones inch by inch. I will shatter your body with a single blow, forcing you to watch as your form gradually dissolves. It repeated the torment of its own death, harboring significant grievances against the manner of its demise. Merely hearing it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Fushi and Yua, upon hearing these words, were engulfed in profound madness and terror, their breaths heavy and rapid. This was simply too horrifying. I will make you die in endless pain and misery. You will watch as everything you strive to protect is utterly annihilated. The colossal chaotic demon continued its relentless tirade. It was clear that it harbored immense dissatisfaction with the brutal means by which Pango had dispatched it. Deep down, it yearned for Pango to experience the despair it had felt. Imagining that the descendant of Pangu would soon endure the suffering it had described, it could not help but feel waves of instinctual excitement and elation. Though it was a manifestation of the chaotic demon's unwillingness to dissipate and its malice, it could still feel the swell of emotions. Killing and tormenting Dijun was evidently a source of immense joy for it. In its fervor, its tone grew increasingly agitated, its dry, dark tongue slithering out to lick its parched lips, presenting a ghastly and ferocious appearance. I will even make you live to experience all of this. I will. Has it come to an end? Just as it was about to enthusiastically elaborate on its punishments, Dijun suddenly interjected with a tone of utter boredom, her face betraying a hint of impatience. Damn it. How long is this old thing going to ramble on? Clearly, it has been cooped up in this desolate place for far too long, and its mind has gone mad. Roar. Dijun's reaction only served to further provoke this esteemed chaotic demon. In its eyes, it was a remnant of a true saint-level existence, while Dijun was merely a fledgling at the threshold of sainthood. Yet, she dared to treat it with such disdain. This was utterly unforgivable. I will tear you apart. I will make you endure the most excruciating torment imaginable. Before it could finish its sentence, in the next instant, it abruptly fell silent. Boom. Enough of this incessant prattling. Just die already. Dijun, utterly fatigued by the old relic's incessant complaints and dreary grievances, had lost all patience to continue listening. Initially, she had hoped to glean more information about the primordial battle from its words, but now it felt like a complete waste of her time. Then, to the shock and disbelief of Fushi and Yua, she boldly struck first against that terrifying giant figure. How dare she? Did she not realize that their ancestor was a remnant of a saint-level chaotic demon? Did she not understand that their ancestor had once faced off against the primordial god Pangu? Did she not know that their ancestor was eager to exact brutal vengeance upon her? Was she not afraid? In that fleeting moment, Fushi and Yua's hearts raced, terror gripping their emotions, leaving their minds blank. their eyes wide with fear and tension. Could it be that today was the day of Dijun's fall? It absolutely could not be, no. Fushi suddenly felt an ironclad will surge within him, breaking free from the constraints and suppression imposed by his bloodline, and he leapt to his feet, emanating an overwhelming aura of a great Luo golden immortal, shouting angrily at the towering figure before him. Yet, the very next second, a terrifying, saint-level assault suddenly descended from the heavens, following the direction indicated by Dijun's jade hand, crashing down upon that fearsome, menacing giant. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, as an incredible surge of energy surged through the heavens and earth, the traces of laws weaving across the vast sky. Even the spatial laws of this secret realm began to manifest. The air was filled with intricate and earnest chants, as if countless beings were fervently praying and chanting. The sky erupted in brilliant golden light, transforming into a blazing sun, as an overwhelming sense of oppression descended, suffocating all present, as if the very heavens were about to collapse, and unparalleled might threaten to obliterate this secret realm entirely. This terrifying and magnificent power, at its peak, descended upon the colossal figure of the chaotic demon. In the next instant, the entire sky seemed to clear, roar. The chaotic demon's skin let out an incredulous shriek of agony. The so-called residual power of the saint level within it completely disintegrated under the full force of a true saint strike, shattering like ice and snow melting away. This is impossible. It howled in pain, feeling as if everything was a mere illusion. How could she possess the power of a saint? She is not at the early stage of the quasi-saint level. Is she? This is utterly impossible. I refuse to believe it. The existence of a genius is precisely to shatter the impossibilities spoken of by all adversaries, Dijun coldly remarked with indifference, flicking his fingers as if the feats he had just accomplished were utterly trivial, unworthy of even a sneer, akin to casually crushing an ant by the roadside. This audacious and arrogant demeanor completely overshadowed the howling and wailing of the chaotic demon god's remains before him. Unfortunately, I am the so-called genius that people speak of. A true genius is destined to suppress all formidable foes in the world. Regrettably, you are but an utterly ordinary member among them. Puff, puff, puff. Listening to Dijun's merciless mockery, the chaotic demon god's remains were on the verge of exploding with rage, his decaying form beginning to ooze blood from the cracks. I hate this. I loathe it, Pengu. I am so unwilling, my path, my future. Is it truly the case that everything I have is to end here? My existence and glory destined to fade into oblivion and ignorance? He continued to wail in despair. The grand power of the saint level surged and burned upon his malevolent body, purifying the remnants of his corporeal form that had crystallized with ancient wickedness and obsession. He struggled violently, unwilling to welcome his own annihilation in such a manner. Chapter 069. Defying Heaven to Alter Fate. I shall defy heaven to alter my fate, he roared, and in the face of impending death, he finally unleashed his last trump card. With the blood of my kin, I summon my true spirit. Through the ages, time and space rewind. As the words fell, a horrifying transformation occurred instantly. Unimaginable temporal laws began to manifest and swirl around his body, and a myriad of magnificent yet terrifying scenes continuously reversed and flowed. As if transcending the shackles of time and space, even the chaotic energy was obliterated. This was an inconceivable change. The chaotic energy, as a manifestation of endless void, could actually traverse toward nothingness within the void. This was utterly terrifying. Indeed, through the flow and transformation of temporal laws, a horrifying phenomenon unfolded. Those countless incomplete corpses standing upon the ground suddenly disintegrated into powder at the call of the demon goddess remains. Igniting like numerous torches ablaze with crimson flames, the power of bloodlines burned, and the laws of true spirits were sacrificed. Fushi and Yuwa watched in terror as everything unfolded, suddenly realizing what he intended to do. The unwilling chaotic demon god's remains chose to sacrifice the bloodlines of all his kin's corpses, seeking to summon a response of true saint-level power from time and space and their true spirits, aiming to counter Dijun's methods. Brother, do you feel it? As she gazed upon the countless crimson bonfires blazing on the ground, Nuwa suddenly pressed her forehead, inexplicably feeling a wave of weakness and panic. She sensed that in the next moment, her complexion turned as pale as paper, dizziness overtaking her. Nuwa and Fushi finally perceived the source of the changes within them. Their true spirit bloodlines were also beginning to ignite. The obsession of their ancestral demon god had become so wicked that it sought to sacrifice the only two surviving members of their kin. How could this be? How is this possible? In a heart full of resentment and confusion, Fushi and Nuwa found themselves momentarily witnessing some exceedingly terrifying scenes. As their true spirit bloodlines ignited, it seemed that certain secrets hidden deep within their bloodlines began to reveal themselves. The means of saint-level power were unfathomable and terrifying to the extreme, even capable of exerting influence eons later. Amidst the boundless chaotic tide, a colossal figure, akin to a mountain, was drawing a magnificent and glorious vessel. Scarred and pitted, as if it were a continent floating in chaos, into its inner world with a mere wave. Then, it raised its hand, conjuring a colossal staff that reached the heavens and propped the earth. Seizing it in hand, and continued to hide behind the endless chaos, gazing toward the distant terrifying giant under siege. Various roars and howls resonated across infinite distances beside that fierce and domineering giant. A magnificent and vast chaotic blue lotus blossomed, radiating profound and mysterious laws, assisting that terrifying figure in continuously regaining strength. The sharp and fearsome giant axe, wielded by that formidable and muscular giant, relentlessly cleaved, with each strike claiming the lives of numerous fearsome and grotesque chaotic demon gods before the giant's axe. This is Pangu. Nuwa and Fushi, amidst the burning of their bloodlines, caught a glimpse of the time fragment from countless eons ago. Their hearts filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that they would witness certain secrets and scenes from before the primordial world was established at such a moment. It was truly inconceivable and unimaginable. Just as they peered through the burning true spirit bloodlines, suddenly, that half-human, half-snake colossal figure cast a strange glance in their direction, filled with astonishment. That gaze was terrifying to the extreme, penetrating the barriers of time and space. Descending upon the souls of the siblings, merely that glance nearly ignited their entire bloodlines into flames. The two Pinnacle de Luo golden immortal experts on the brink of sacrificing their lives to summon the presence of some terrifying entities from the endless primordial ages. Even transcending the barriers of time and laws, this is the terror and horror of saint-level existence. No? Nuwa murmured, her face filled with despair, crystalline tears sliding down the sides of her clear and cold eyes. Boom, boom. The crimson flames finally began to blaze upon the bodies of the siblings. Boom, boom, boom. Through the sacrifice of countless corpses from here and the lives of two de Luo pinnacle kin, the malevolent thoughts left behind by the chaotic demon goddess remains finally triggered the hidden traps left in their bloodlines. About to summon the cards buried eons ago. No. Stop it now. However, at that moment, an unexpected figure suddenly emerged from amidst the sea of crimson torches, charging forth from the depths of the gray mist, colliding with the malevolent thoughts of its ancestor's remains. It was a towering and majestic being, half-human, half-snake, with a long, magnificent tail that had become dry and dark from the passage of time. Its upper body covered in countless scars and exposed flesh, appearing grotesque and terrifying, with a dreadful wound cleaving through its face. It let out a piercing howl, cradling a shattered colossal staff in its hands. Then, it charged directly toward the ancestral remains, determined to annihilate all, with a spirit of ultimate sacrifice. Boom, 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 boom. Jun raised an eyebrow at this scene, reminiscent of an ant shaking a tree, feeling a mix of surprise and confusion. What is this? A thunderous sound akin to the collapse of heaven suddenly erupted. The colossal broken staff embraced by the mysterious figure seemed to possess some special ability and bizarre law. Disregarding the protective laws of the chaotic demon goddess remains, disrupting its forced resistance against the supreme holy might, and directly breaking through the defenses of that towering figure, crashing into the waste of the demon god's remains. Thus, the sacrificial secret art being enacted by the demon god's malevolent thoughts was completely interrupted. Huff, hiss. Nuwa and Fushi's eyes still held remnants of despair and crystalline tears. Those terrifying powers lurking deep within their bloodlines lingered in the depths of their pupils, not yet fully dissipated. Yet, they managed to break free from it. The blazing crimson flames surrounding their bodies began to gradually fade. The sea of crimson bonfires started to dissipate. The source of the change was that mysterious figure wielding the shattered staff. Crashing into the malevolent remains of the demon god. As they gazed upon the figure that nearly severed the demon goddess remains in half, Nuwa and Fushi suddenly realized its identity. Tears streaming down their faces. Chapter 070. Do not cry. Be strong. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the continuous thunderous roars, recalling the terrifying presence that had smiled at them from the mist, as well as the enigmatic face that had embraced them amidst the changes of time and space. Nuwa finally remembered the source of that faint familiarity. The features and aura of that grotesque corpse bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the siblings. Perhaps, this figure was their dearly departed kin from the dawn of the primordial world. Nuwa recalled the complex emotions displayed on that fearsome visage. An overwhelming wave of sorrow surged within her, a tightness in her chest, and upon witnessing that figure charging toward the towering remains of the demon god with the shattered staff, she felt as if she was about to lose something profoundly significant. Hiss, hiss. The secret art was abruptly interrupted, and the remains of the chaotic demon lost the final opportunity to contend against Jun's methods. In an instant, he was enveloped by a magnificent and overwhelming golden radiance, and the insidious miasma of death was instantly purified, leaving the sky clear and crystalline. The colossal remains of the formidable demon god, shrouded in the saintly power, were surrounded by a blazing and mesmerizing golden flame, and the fearsome, blood-red giant eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of clarity and vitality. Alas, the enormous carcass of the chaotic demon god surveyed its surroundings and let out a faint sigh of sorrow. Lamenting, how could it have come to this? At that moment, it appeared he had finally regained the last vestiges of reason and memory, his gaze fixed upon the ever-clearer sky, revealing an endless sense of nostalgia and melancholy. Amidst his blazing flesh and bones, a more shattered figure was trapped beneath a massive, heavy fragment of a scepter, emitting mournful whimpers and sobs, tears of blood streaming from its hollow eye sockets. Resembling a sorrowful child, Wu-Wu ancestor, we have ultimately failed, it cried weakly. I could not protect all my kin. They are all gone. It is my fault, Wu-Wu. Alas, the terrifying and fragmented remains of the demon god, now enveloped in radiant golden light, appeared to possess a semblance of divinity and nobility. After a moment of silence, he sighed gently, comforting the weeping, broken figure. You have done well, Xiaokud. It is my fault. I should not have gambled in the first place. Furthermore, his gentle, golden eyes turned towards the distant, feeble figures of Nuwa and Fushi, his gaze filled with relief and understanding, reassuring the guilt-ridden Xiaoka. Our clan has not yet met its end, has it? Look, your and Xiaoji's bloodline still thrives in this world. Wu-Wu, the shattered figure, continued to weep, unable to forget the upheavals of ancient times. Little ones, forgive me. Then he surveyed the tragic remains strewn across the mountains, and for once, a rare expression of pain and regret flickered in his sacred eyes. The golden flames blazed even more fiercely, and his vast, magnificent form became increasingly ethereal and floaty, as if it would dissolve into a wisp of foam and vanish entirely at any moment. His tale was drawing to a close. Time rushes like an ancient peak, and unending years speak of success. For whom do life and death clash? I stain the azure sky with my blood. With these words, he waved towards the astonished siblings Fushi and Nuwa, conjuring two brilliant orbs of crystalline golden light that surged into their minds. Gazing upon their vaguely familiar youthful faces, a smile of contentment crept across his lips. His eyes brimming with care and solace. I am Emperor Zhan, a warrior of blood and battle. To witness your successful emergence is to fulfill my final wish, a part of the essence I have left behind after a lifetime of strife. Though now fractured, it shall assist you both in traversing the path ahead with greater ease. Do not betray our hopes. Farewell. With that, his entire form was engulfed in the divine, searing golden flames, abruptly shattering into ephemeral fragments, leaving behind a deep, resonant echo that lingered in the vast expanse of this clear and boundless realm. Wu-Wu, ancestor. After receiving the final aid from the demon god ancestor, Nuwa and Fushi's weary eyes suddenly glimmered with disbelief and joy. However, when they turned to glance at the broken figure still lying amidst the ruins, their expressions morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions. With the help of these two luminous orbs, they had come to understand each other's true identity. He was the king of this fallen race and their biological father. In the chaos of the grand battle against Pangu, the ancestor had misjudged the situation and ultimately perished beneath Pangu's colossal axe. His body shattered, yet he clung to a thread of obsession that led him to this moment. The remnants of their extinguished lineage, hidden within his inner world, similarly succumbed to the overwhelming power of Pangu's axe. The terrifying might of the axe had nearly shattered the inner world of Emperor Jean. Time and space fractured, the world trembled, and countless beings within were affected. Had the ancestor not joined the battle when Pangu was nearing exhaustion from relentless assaults, perhaps this spatial secret realm would have long since emerged, and the true essence of Emperor Ku would have dissolved. Yet, Emperor Ku was a quasi-saint level being, second only to the ancestor, immensely powerful. Even in the face of the cataclysm that threatened to obliterate time and space, he managed to shield the sacred stones of their conception and usher Fushi and Nuwa to the precipice of this desolation. Sparing their true essence from the encroaching deathly aura, alas, he succumbed to the aftershocks of Pangu's axe, his body shattered. Father! The siblings, barely able to support their frail forms, approached the center of the ravaged battlefield and beheld the shattered body crushed beneath the enormous broken scepter. Nuwa hesitated for a moment before tremblingly uttering the unfamiliar term that held profound significance for her. You are alive. This is good. After a long silence, the massive figure, buried beneath the weight of the scepter, slowly spoke, "Live well, grow well, and do not betray our sacrifices and hopes." As he spoke, his body began to undergo a magnificent transformation, golden flames igniting upon him. At this moment, he could not bear to turn and confront his daughter with his grotesque visage. He remembered the frightened look on her face when she was in his embrace, filling his heart with sorrow and anguish. Our original world has perished, he said calmly. Protect this world. Do not waste the efforts of our ancestors. Do not repeat our mistakes. As he spoke, tiny specks of golden light began to coalesce from his broken form, floating into the air and forming a faintly brilliant and divine silhouette that bore an uncanny resemblance to Fushi, but was even more powerful, majestic, and beautiful, exuding a mature and gentle regal aura. It truly resembles him. I long to embrace you both once more, but alas, gazing upon the noble and robust figure, akin to an emperor, floating in the air with a tender gaze upon them, Nuwa and Fushi suddenly felt a pang in their hearts, tears of crystalline sorrow welling in their eyes. This was their father, yet, at this moment, he was on the verge of passing from their sight. Take care of yourselves. I hope your future is filled with tranquility. His radiant silhouette grew increasingly faint and ethereal, this being his last vestige of power. His gentle eyes brimming with affection and anticipation, he pointed towards the massive, broken scepter resting upon his corpse, addressing Nuwa. This is our clan's totemic scepter. I entrust it to you. Though shattered in that conflict, it still holds the potential for restoration. There are other remnants of our kin drifting in the chaos. Perhaps, alas, he sighed softly, turning his gaze towards the expectant and sorrowful Fushi. You are the elder brother. Take good care of your sister. Do not weep, be strong. Observing the tearful and speechless siblings, Emperor Ku gazed longingly at the clear distant sky, reminiscing about his own childhood. With a soft pop, his silhouette shattered completely. The remnants of his body left in this world began to fade away, erasing the last trace of his existence here. Chapter 071. The chaotic celestial vessel Wu-Wu. Enough crying. The matter is not yet concluded. Emperor Jun floated before the weeping siblings and presented two sun god pills before them, softly speaking. Wu-Wu, our clan is down to just the two of us. Wu-Wu, Nuwa lamented, her face contorted in sorrow, appearing both adorable and pitiable. Lord Emperor Jun, Wu-Wu. Nuwa pushed aside her bewildered brother Fushi and nestled into Emperor Jun's embrace, finding solace and security in his warm and divine presence. As for her brother, he bore an uncanny resemblance to their deceased father, and she could not bear to face that visage again. Fushi, all right, it's all in the past. Cheer up and drink some warm water. Emperor June held the delicate form of the young girl and gently comforted her, his other hand softly patting her back. "Yes, Lord Emperor June." Nuwa obediently listened to Emperor June's words, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, feigning strength as she rose from his embrace. With a gaze filled with adoration, fervor, and a kaleidoscope of emotions, she fixed her unblinking eyes upon the breathtakingly beautiful maiden before her. "Lord Emperor June, you just employed the means of a sage. Could it be?" At that moment, Fushi approached hesitantly, his eyes brimming with awe as he gazed at Emperor June. Could it be that Emperor June is not merely a quasi-saint, but a true sage? Contemplating this possibility, alongside the terrifying figure that had appeared in fragmented memories, Fushi's imagination of Emperor June's formidable power became ever more vivid, and his gaze toward him grew increasingly astonished. It was indeed astonishing. The divine being born of the sun star possessed unfathomable roots and strength. With a mere strike, he had obliterated the remains of a progenitor wielding the power of a sage. It seemed that the strongest being in the current primordial world had finally revealed itself. He could not fathom who in this realm could surpass Emperor June. After all, even the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix had yet to touch the realm of the sages, a goal they had tirelessly pursued for eons. Yet now, this very goal stood before him. What a terrifying reality! What a fearsome existence! Reflecting on Emperor June's previous remarks about contemplating the future and development of the entire primordial world, Fushi's feelings deepened. Coupled with the information gleaned from their legacy, he realized that his clan's ancestral realm had long since perished in the chaos, intensifying his urgency to safeguard the primordial world. It appeared that Lord Emperor June was indeed a sovereign worthy of allegiance. Perhaps the sagehood was not the end. There were realms beyond on the path of the great Tao. Emperor June did not directly respond to Fushi's inquiry, but rather spoke enigmatically, then turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. In the far-off sky, the 12-petal merit golden lotus floated about, purifying the world around them. Countless dense gray mists and deathly energies dissipated, revealing a clear and luminous sky. The grand vista of this vast spatial secret realm slowly unfolded before Emperor June's eyes. Strikingly lucid, upon hearing Emperor June's nonchalant tone, Fushi felt a shuddering shock and fear. Could it be that Emperor June had already transcended to the sage realm and was now striving for ascendance beyond it? Suddenly, he recalled the terrifying giant shadow seen by the progenitor in the chaos, wielding a colossal axe, slaying countless chaotic demons, including those of sage caliber, an unimaginable horror. Swallowing hard at the thought, he lost the courage to meet Emperor June's gaze. His sole thought was to closely follow this extraordinary being, for with Emperor June's support, the path ahead for him and his sister would surely be free of worries. "What is that?" Emperor June unceremoniously drew the adoring maiden into his embrace. Observing Nuwa's obedient and docile demeanor, and gently pinched her soft cheek before staring intently towards the source of the anomaly. There, a grand existence, resembling a continent, gradually emerged from the dissipating dense gray mist. Just a glance revealed its unparalleled magnificence and terrifying vastness. Is that the chaotic celestial vessel captured by the progenitor? Looking at the vast ship-like body, marked with ghastly scars and an aura all too familiar, and the enormous gash that seemed to cleave it in two, Nuwa gasped in shock. The chaotic celestial vessel? Emperor June furrowed his brow, surveying the enormous entity that resembled a floating landmass, noting the ship's battered fragments. Especially the terrifying, canyon-like scar that seemed poised to cleave the massive floating land in half. He quickly realized that the mysterious metallic fragments scattered throughout the secret realm had all originated from this shattered, chaotic celestial vessel. Coupled with Nuwa's account of the battle's background, he swiftly pieced together the events that had transpired. A race whose ancestral realm had been destroyed, under the guidance of their clan sage, had constructed several chaotic celestial vessels capable of traversing the chaos, carrying the hope of their survival as they sought refuge in the boundless chaos. They had endured numerous trials and tribulations along the way. They faced fearsome chaotic beasts, mysterious forbidden zones, and various wondrous entities, all while navigating the ceaseless chaotic storms. Tragically, amidst the violent and bizarre storms, their vessels had become scattered, with several carrying the hopes and bloodlines of their people drifting into unknown directions, in a bid to secure a foothold and escape the torment of endless chaotic wanderings. Their sage had resolutely decided to confront the multitude of demon gods and attempt to claim the powerful world created by Pangu. However, misfortune struck. Pangu was far too formidable, able to stand against 1,000 foes without faltering. Not only did their sage perish at the hands of Pangu's axe, enduring unimaginable torment, but even the chaotic celestial vessel hidden within his inner world was shattered by Pangu's strike, nearly annihilating the inner realm, leading to the demise of all bloodlines, leaving only Nuwa and Fushi alive due to their father's desperate protection. After Emperor Jun ventured deep into this spatial secret realm, the faint aura of Pangu he carried awakened the malevolent thoughts that had slumbered here for countless ages. Yet now, all of that had come to an end. Sister, this is the totemic staff left to you by our father. Chapter 072. The totemic staff. Watching as Fushi presented the massive staff, Nuwa felt an intense familiarity emanating from it. This was indeed the towering pillar wielded by their ancestor in the chaos. Regrettably, it had been severed during the battle with Pangu, resulting in its current broken state. The totemic staff? Nuwa reached out to caress the staff's weathered patterns, quickly extracting relevant information from it. This item symbolized their clan, representing absolute royal authority and power, capable of compelling the loyalty of all its members. Alas, now only the two siblings remained within their clan. If it were to issue commands, it could only command her brother. Sensing her sister's unintentional glance, Fushi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Observing his brother's bewildered expression, Nuwa smiled faintly, turning to explain everything to Emperor Jun. Including the details about the totemic staff. It turned out that other clan members had also drifted in the chaos. Emperor Jun took the totemic staff from Nuwa, raising an eyebrow as he quickly envisioned more possibilities from this information, his eyes betraying a sense of wonder. Could it be? He soon recalled various mythological tales from his past life, realizing that many worldviews indeed featured half-human, half-serpent beings, whether it be Typhon from Greek mythology, the great serpent deity from Indian lore, or the feathered serpent god from Native American mythology, each bearing similarities to the siblings Nuwa and Fushi. Perhaps, he gazed at the enormous totemic staff in his hand with growing seriousness, sensing its potential for future significance. Secure this item and see if it can be restored. Observing Emperor Jun's solemn demeanor, Nuwa too regarded the massive staff with newfound gravity. Yes, she replied softly, reclaiming the totemic staff and examining it intently once more. Though it was damaged, it had once been a weapon of chaotic demon god caliber, possessing immense power and an extraordinary rank. In its complete form, it could be deemed a top-tier chaotic treasure. Even in its current state, it still retained a portion of the chaotic treasure's might. Let us investigate the condition of the chaotic celestial vessel. With that, Emperor Jun grasped Nuwa's delicate hand, followed closely by the respectful Fushi. As the three of them soared toward the magnificent, land-like celestial vessel, in the distance, the 12-petal merit golden lotus continued its diligent purification of the tainted heavens and earth, the dense gray mists gradually dissipating. And the air was cleansed of vengeful spirits and deathly energies, revealing a clear sky. This level of power. As soon as Emperor Jun's crystalline feet touched the surface of the chaotic celestial vessel, he immediately sensed its extraordinary and formidable essence. After all, it was a terrifying creation forged from the essence of the entire world, employing unimaginable methods and secret techniques, even allowing it to navigate safely through the boundless chaos and withstand the corrosion and assimilation of chaotic energies. Postnatal chaotic treasure. This term suddenly flashed in Emperor Jun's mind, and he quickly realized that the existence of this vessel was nothing short of a miracle. At the very least, within the vast expanse of her familiar primordial history, there has yet to be anything of a similar nature. Perhaps the half-broken Buzhou mountain, which had been refined by the Primordial Lord, could come close to this, and the formidable prowess exhibited by the Fan Tian seal in the numerous calamities to come is indeed terrifying. Far beyond imagination, to withstand the assault of the Fan Tian seal, one would at least need to gather the four directions flags of inherent origin, which is already alarmingly near the rank of a chaotic treasure. A mere hair's breadth away, yet now, before them stands a successfully crafted postnatal chaotic treasure. Although it lies shattered, cleaved by the Pangu axe in the hands of Pangu, the possibility of its restoration is not altogether absent. The sacred teachings entrusted to us by our progenitors contain the secret techniques for mending such artifacts. Fushi, trembling with anticipation, caresses the rough and mottled land, tracing the fragments and fissures with his fingers. His gaze brimming with excitement. As long as our cultivation surpasses the quasi-saint realm, we can attempt the restoration. His eyes shimmer with fervor and yearning, for this is a postnatal chaotic treasure capable of traversing the chaos. Moreover, it is a relic of their ancestors. Just then, Nuwa, who was communicating with the totemic staff, suddenly gasped softly, her eyes filled with uncertainty as she gazed at the massive staff in her hands. What? As she endeavored to probe her consciousness within, she suddenly perceived several indistinct images emanating from the interior of the totem staff. It seemed a terrifying and ferocious beast was bellowing angrily towards the blurred sky. The creature appeared utterly monstrous, its towering form stretching towards the heavens, expanding a nebulous world amidst the chaos. Yet, this formidable beast was ensnared by even more powerful entities, bound to a gigantic peak comparable to Buzhou Mountain, and used as a tether to manipulate the colossal mountain, stirring the endless ocean beneath, seemingly in pursuit of some unimaginable creation. Roar! In the boundless chaos, the beleaguered giant serpent emitted a defiant howl. What is it? Emperor June, sensing Nuwa's anomaly, inquired with concern. "It's nothing," stammered Nuwa, overwhelmed by the astonishing scene before her, her small face drained of color. She had discerned the true nature of the giant serpent. "Oh?" Emperor June nodded gently, redirecting his attention to Fushi, and with keen interest, asked, "Once you break through to the quasi-saint realm, you will be able to commence the restoration of this chaotic vessel?" Her curiosity regarding this artifact was piqued. For treasures capable of traversing the chaos are indeed rare, and such a grand and powerful vessel is perfectly suited for transporting armies. Perhaps once she ascends to the saintly realm, she could begin to explore the surroundings of the primordial world. Precisely, Fushi, with a resolute and excited expression, affirmed that the remnants of the sacred heritage indeed contained records of the initial creation of this vessel. Although he could not replicate or mass-produce these artifacts from nothing, there remained a glimmer of hope for its restoration. "Excellent," Emperor June nodded approvingly, thoroughly satisfied. In light of this, let us not delay and commence the 3-day lecture period. She, brimming with enthusiasm, recalled the joy of her past life as a tutor, and with a flourish, produced the small, mountain-sized primordial hammer, revealing a mischievous and excited grin to the two siblings, her sharp canine teeth glistening and fierce, emanating an air of little demon superiority. "Should you fail to learn adequately, you shall face punishment." Chapter 073. The divine ruins within the shrouded mists of gray, the six-eared macaque was scratching its ears in curiosity and anxiety, its gaze filled with wonder. It extended a finger, yearning to touch the swirling, enigmatic fog, but upon recalling Emperor June's admonition, it hesitantly withdrew its hand, continuing to glare at the gray mist and the flickering, eerie lightning within. Boom! At that moment, it seemingly sensed something, its fur bristling in alarm. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It raised its head, eyes wide with terror and trepidation, gazing into the distant heights. Behold, brilliant golden light flickered, spreading to the zenith of the gray mist, a terrifying aura of intimidation descending from above, causing the six-eared macaque's pupils to dilate in disbelief. What is happening here? Deep within the fog, Emperor June wielded the power of a saint, effortlessly obliterating the arrogant remnants of the demon god. The might of the saint was akin to resplendent celestial authority, subjugating all beings and entities. In the face of that unfathomable power, the six-eared macaque truly felt its own diminutive fragility. The desire to grow stronger had never been so profound. "Stop dawdling. Come over and listen to the lecture. Be sharp. Don't just stand there in a daze." Just as it remained entrapped beneath the overwhelming awe of that terrifying might, its fur standing on end. Paralyzed by fear, Emperor June's voice suddenly echoed in its ears. It snapped back to reality, only to find itself transported back to the magnificent remnants of the chaotic vessel, gazing at the countless divine corpses strewn across the land. The six-eared macaque felt a deep shock and dread. Is this the burial ground of the divine ruins? What in the world transpired here? In its not-so-extended life as a monkey, it had never encountered such a fearsome sight. The corpses below lacked even the presence of true immortals, radiating at least the aura of golden immortals, with a substantial number of higher-tier Tai Golden Immortals, and even numerous remains of great Luo Golden Immortals. This is too terrifying. Countless powerful divine races have perished here, reduced to inconspicuous corpses upon the ground, left for their descendants to behold. What a gruesome sight this is! Could it be that the enemies Emperor Jun and his predecessors faced were these countless divine remains? What was that terrifying, resplendent, saintly fluctuation just now? The six-eared macaque's mind was a tumultuous whirl, and despite its attempts to fathom the events that had transpired, it could only perceive the secrets and existences of the primordial world as exceedingly dreadful. Realizing its own understanding was woefully inadequate. What on earth happened here? This is the burial ground of our kin. Just then, Fushi seemingly discerned the shock and confusion in the six-eared macaque's eyes and calmly elucidated. Continuing, they were all slain by Pango. Pango? The six-eared macaque turned with difficulty, swallowing hard, incredulous as it asked Fushi, "The Pango I know?" "Indeed," Fushi responded coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Gasp! The six-eared macaque, upon receiving this definitive answer, was so astonished that its fur stood on end, nearly leaping from the spot as if it had undergone a radical transformation. What transpired here just moments ago? After finally regaining its composure, it stammered, quaking, towards the impassive Fushi, simultaneously praying that Fushi would refrain from uttering anything too outrageous, lest its fragile heart could not withstand it. Our primordial demon god ancestor was resurrected, intent on exterminating us, only to be smitten by Lord Emperor Jun with a single strike. Fushi succinctly stated, his eyes betraying no emotion, yet they brimmed with admiration and reverence for Emperor Jun, not daring to meet his gaze directly. Instead, watching from behind with glimmering eyes, gasp! The six-eared macaque shivered, nearly fainting, its worldview seemingly overturned. The primordial demon god resurrected, only to be struck down by Lord Emperor Jun. The primordial demon god, a being of legend, whose descendants, such as the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and ancestral Qilin, were said to have reincarnated into the primordial realm from the primordial demon god, a being of monumental significance. Yet now, it was dispatched by Lord Emperor Jun with a mere slap. This is akin to a myth, no, a resurrection of myth, swiftly ended by Lord Emperor Jun's hand before its very eyes, a tale so fantastical it seemed unreal. Yet, occurring before Emperor Jun, it bore a semblance of reason. But this shouldn't be. That being could contend with Pangu. The six-eared macaque's mind raced, yet it soon became overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, triggering a rapid cognitive overload. 2 streams of faint golden blood trickled from its nostrils, and it promptly fainted. "Wake up!" Smack! Emperor Jun hurled a metallic shard at the six-eared macaque's head with just the right force, ensuring it did not drift into slumber. "I am about to begin the lecture, and you dare to doze off, finding death." "Yes, I beg your pardon, esteemed Emperor." The six-eared macaque, groggy and disoriented, awakened to behold the delicate, crystalline calves and bare jade feet of Emperor Jun towering above him. A wave of terror washed over him, causing him to tremble violently. From Emperor Jun emanated an overwhelming aura of dread and intimidation. This was an entity capable of effortlessly annihilating the Chaos Demon God. How terrifying, no? He quickly realized his mistake. After all, he was a follower of Emperor Jun. Why was he engulfed in such fear? The ones who should be trembling were the adversaries standing before Emperor Jun. He should feel elated. With this thought, his tense nerves relaxed, and a silly grin spread across his face. "Yes, I apologize, esteemed Emperor." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a luminous orb hurled by Emperor Jun directly into his mind, causing him to momentarily freeze. However, upon discerning the content of the orb, sheer joy erupted on his face. The 8-9 Profound Art, the pinnacle of body refinement practiced by the third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, Qingyuan Miaodao Zhenjuan Yangjian. According to myth, he had once relied on this technique to achieve sanctity in the flesh, though it may be somewhat exaggerated. Nonetheless, the 8-9 Profound Art was undoubtedly a supreme method in the primordial world. The myriad divine abilities he had utilized during the Fengshen Calamity, such as the 72 transformations, spirit separation, 5 thunder technique, 3 mysterious true fire, cloud riding, 5 elements escape technique, size manipulation, indestructible true body, and the ability to manifest the heavens and earth were all derived from this art. As the saying goes, mastering the 8-9 profound methods allows one to traverse the world with ease. In terms of potential and strength, it was certainly not inferior to the techniques cultivated by the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong, Chapter 074. What is the Tao? While the exuberant six-eared macaque reveled in his newfound joy, Emperor Jun had taken out his accompanying spirit treasure, the river diagram, and was about to speak when he suddenly sighed in resignation. His gaze drifted past the obediently seated siblings, Fushi and Yuhua, to the still giggling six-eared monkey, and he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief, feeling a surge of exasperation. Was it merely an ordinary technique capable of elevating him to the quasi-saint realm? Was such excitement truly warranted? However, unbeknownst to him, despite possessing 6 ears, the six-eared macaque had never acquired a technique so overwhelmingly powerful, let alone receive such affection in the form of a direct bestowal, at this moment. Emperor Jun had become the guiding light on the six-eared macaque's path to enlightenment, a matter of profound significance akin to the blessings bestowed by parents. How could the six-eared macaque not feel elated? How could he not be moved? How could he not be overwhelmed with joy? He silently vowed that no matter what challenges the future held, he would steadfastly support and protect Emperor Jun, even if the heavens fell and the earth crumbled. Without further ado regarding the vow silently made in his heart, Emperor Jun began to unfold the innate spirit treasure, the river diagram, pointing to the scenes of war and slaughter depicted across its surface, images of the myriad beings of the primordial world, the essence of all things in chaos. With a heart full of sorrow, he sighed deeply and turned to his 3 earnest students and asked, "Do you know what the Tao is?" Upon hearing such a grand question from Emperor Jun, the 3 immediately straightened their expressions, glancing at one another, unsure how to respond. It was not due to the complexity of the question, but rather its simplicity. The Tao was, of course, one's own path of cultivation, a study of the relationship between the natural world, the body, and the soul. It began with the physical body, then drew upon the pure essence of the universe, leading to an understanding of the laws and principles of the heavens, ultimately mastering the power of the world. This was the Tao known to all beings in the primordial realm, cultivating oneself, refining one's essence, and mastering the laws. Surely, this was a simple truth. How could Emperor Jun be unaware of such foundational knowledge? Holding fast to the belief that Emperor Jun was omnipotent, they speculated that his inquiry must hold deeper significance. But what could that significance be? Observing the 3 lost in contemplation, Emperor Jun magnified the images of conflict and devastation displayed on the river diagram, allowing them to witness the expressions of despair and helplessness on the faces of countless beings facing the agony of death, filled with an overwhelming array of negative emotions, suffering, an array of unbearable torments. All beings suffer, born into this desperate and perilous world, facing dangers and predicaments at every turn. Grief from the loss of loved ones, despair from a hopeless path, suffering from the lack of methods, anguish from unfulfilled desires, the pain of yearning for longevity, the misery of war and loss, afflictions of illness, sorrow from separation, bitterness of resentment, jealousy, desire, the agony of extinction, and the torment of the flesh, as they beheld the countless beings depicted on the river diagram. Their faces etched with despair and helplessness, the 3 quickly recalled a phrase. "All beings suffer. I know what your Tao resembles," Emperor Jun stated coldly, his gaze filled with indifference and superiority, yet tinged with an unmistakable hint of compassion. "Your Tao is merely the cultivation of oneself, the refinement of realms, and the mastery of techniques. This is but a minor path." Upon uttering these words, he gently shook his head and expressed sentiments that left Fushi, Yuhua, and the 6-eared macaque utterly speechless. "Yet my Tao is about cultivating order, nurturing beings, and shaping the world. I witness the suffering of all beings, thus I desire to ferry them to the shores beyond the sea of suffering, to establish a ladder and order amidst the chaos of the world. I observe the suffering of all beings, hence I strive to create fairness and rules. I see the suffering of all beings. As karma converges into calamities, therefore I wish to alleviate these tribulations. I aim to grant hope to those who despair, to those who yearn for longevity, to the inherently weak, providing them with a rope to ascend. I wish for all beings in this world to ascend to divinity, shattering the barriers wrought by chaos, to establish reincarnation, to create a heavenly court, to instill order, to disseminate power, to spread civilization, to impart knowledge. I shall bring an end to this chaotic world. I will establish a brand new primordial realm. This is the grand path I seek. As these words resounded, the heavens above Mount Bujo erupted in a tempest of thunder and lightning. The earth quaked, and from the boundless void, golden lotuses descended, their chime echoing for 30,000 miles. The earth gushed forth sweet springs, and the sky was bathed in golden light, shining radiantly like the sun. Boom, boom, boom. The utterance of these words resonated, and the will of heaven and earth responded, giving rise to an array of magnificent phenomena. This grand spectacle captivated countless beings, who gazed upwards in astonishment, pondering what had transpired. Such events had never occurred in the primordial realm before. Could it be that a significant upheaval was upon the world? Meanwhile, in another part of Mount Bujo, far removed from the birthplace of Nuwa and Fushi, three figures were also stirred by the terrifying celestial phenomena, stepping outside to stand together, gazing up at the sky. Brother, second brother, what has happened? A tall youth, clad in a long robe and bearing a sword on his back, voiced his astonishment as he looked towards the heavenly phenomena instigated by Emperor June. How could such an upheaval occur in the world? Could it be that the demon clan is attacking again, using this golden light to conceal their presence and deceive us for a sneak attack? His two elder brothers exchanged glances without a word. Silence enveloped the chaotic bridge tonight. The Taoist of the upper purity sighed in mild boredom, spitting out the half-eaten blade of grass from his mouth, chuckling. You two are far too serious, not even willing to engage in jest. How utterly dull. The world is undergoing such a great transformation. It must be of great significance. Just then, the serious and furrowed-browed elder youth admonished the Taoist of the upper purity. Your words and actions are so frivolous. How can you cultivate the grand Tao in the future? Listening to his second brother's attempts to assume the elder brother's role and direct his behavior, the third brother couldn't help but pout slightly, thinking, you may be proud and lofty, but that hasn't helped you break through to the quasi-saint realm. Damn it, all you do is lecture me enough.